To evade the burden of a dowry, Song Mai hastily married a stranger, Chu Xing, on the same day. Unbeknownst to her, her seemingly unemployed husband, lacking both car and house, is actually the president of Yunxing Group. Similarly, she remains unaware that the seemingly aloof man possesses the uncanny ability to hear her innermost thoughts. During their first encounter, Song Mai audaciously remarked, "Not unattractive," prompting a frown from Chu Xing. By their second meeting, feeling somewhat troubled, Song Mai sensed his growing displeasure. On their third meeting, Chu Xing, having been dismissed from his company, forcibly took residence in Song Mai's home, intent on discovering what qualities this ordinary woman possessed that could possibly please his grandfather. Subsequently, Chu Xing showered her with gifts of cars and houses, maintaining a stoic demeanor as he resolved numerous complications. Assistant Lu kindly reminded him, "Yun, weren't you supposed to be getting a divorce soon?" Chu Xing retorted with a cold laugh, "I willingly spend for my wife." Chapter 1. A Whirlwind Marriage. Song Mai was on the cusp of matrimony. At her age, with no boyfriend, marrying a man in his 30s is not a loss. Besides, his family is wealthy, they offer 50,000 inside. Her sister-in-law was persuading their parents to find her a divorced older man. Observing their expressions, they had softened considerably compared to a few days prior. Thankfully, she was to be wed today. With her lips pressed together, Song Mai stealthily left her home, donning a mask to conceal her face, wary of familiar faces in the vicinity who might gossip. The marriage was set for 3 that afternoon, and she dressed in black. Upon arriving, she scanned the surroundings and spotted a man in black, his back to her as he conversed on the phone. Broad-shouldered and trim, he turned just as she pondered, "Is that him?" Indeed, Song Mai did not know her intended spouse. Just days prior, while volunteering at a welfare home, she had confided her troubles to Grandpa Chu, who enthusiastically introduced her to his grandson, describing him as a high-quality bachelor in his 30s. 30 and unmarried, yet high quality? Song Mai had her doubts. To her, a 30-year-old man without a spouse was either overly picky or simply unattractive. In that moment, however, the man in the black shirt turned to reveal a coldly handsome face. "Mr. Chu?" Song Mai hesitated. "Not unattractive," she murmured, unaware that he had overheard. Chu Xing frowned, observing the masked woman whose eyes were fixed upon him, seemingly oblivious to the offense of her words. Such emotional ineptitude? His frown deepened. Was this truly the woman his grandfather had insisted he marry? He pursed his lips, glancing at his watch. With only 20 minutes until an international conference, he had little patience for poor performance. Sensitive to his resistance, Song Mai felt no elation at encountering such a striking man. She believed that appearance was secondary to character. After all, Grandpa Chu had spent so long alone in the welfare home, how admirable could his grandson be? With this thought, her demeanor grew more subdued. "If you have no intention of marrying Mr. Chu, you may leave at once, I won't force you." Her words startled Chu Xing. He had assumed Song Mai sought to curry favor with his grandfather to find a path into wealth. But now, with this demeanor, was she retreating to advance? He scrutinized her. She was not a stunning beauty, rather, she exuded a blandness akin to tepid water, neither captivating nor revealing any useful information. To avoid her clinging to him, he had deliberately chosen the cheapest watch today, its silver chain sparkled in the sunlight. Song Mai followed his gaze. With 18 minutes remaining until the meeting, Chu Xing found the situation tedious. He would rather face the pressure of marriage than endure a year with such a woman. Glancing at the watch, she felt a growing disdain. If he could afford such an expensive timepiece, why not spend more on his elderly relative? With an indifferent expression, Chu Xing prepared to leave. Just then, Song Mai's voice broke the silence. "Dressed impeccably, yet you never cared for Grandpa Chu." His steps faltered. Looking down, he met her gaze, which held a hint of disdain. Was she genuinely standing up for his grandfather? Chu Xing was taken aback. Initially skeptical, her bluntness was nearly offensive. If she sought to climb the social ladder, there was no need for such candor. Momentarily speechless, Song Mai realized her words had been unexpected. Perhaps she was not entirely beyond redemption? Reflecting on Grandpa Chu's kind face, she softened slightly and began advising, "The caregiver should be chosen carefully. Grandpa loves pasta and prefers his food seasoned. He enjoys chess, so please remind him to drink water and to take walks. Family will take good care of him," Chu Xing interjected abruptly. Song Mai fell silent, momentarily at a loss for words. Yes, family is best. With little else to say, they could part amicably. Feeling relieved yet disappointed by the prospect of not marrying him, she turned to leave when Chu Xing's low voice interrupted. I'm in sales, with limited finances. I'm still renting and have no car. Was there still hope? Song Mai looked up, meeting his scrutinizing gaze. I have a few conditions if you agree. We can proceed to obtain the marriage certificate. She reminded him of his grandfather's age and desire for companionship. If marriage could bring joy to the old man, Chu Xing was willing to sacrifice some of his work time. Naturally, Song Mai was agreeable. Chu Xing's piercing gaze remained fixed on her. Premarital asset protection. Behind him lay the vast wealth of Yunxing Group. He could not afford losses due to a frivolous marriage. If she disagreed with that, further discussion was unnecessary. Song Mai nodded. What belonged to him was his alone. She had no intention of claiming it. Post-marriage, we will lead separate lives, with no interference. Marital space was reasonable, and she nodded once more. In the event of divorce, you will relinquish all rights and leave empty-handed. Upon uttering this, Chu Xing's expression turned cold as he meticulously observed Song Mai's reaction. He aimed to discern whether her interest lay in his wealth or if she was as innocent as she appeared. Feeling the weight of his scrutinizing gaze, Song Mai frowned slightly and replied, I agree. All she sought was shelter from the storm. She believed in her own ability to thrive, with no need to covet a man's fortune. Seeing her unpretentious demeanor, Chu Xing relaxed. Then let's go. I have work to attend to, so time is of the essence. You agree? Song Mai was taken aback. Do you not wish to?
Chu Xing counter.
No longer feigning reluctance, Song Mai observed the two photographs on the document, cold and unfamiliar faces. That was her husband. She was married. Placing the red marriage certificate into her bag, she exhaled a sigh of relief. Now, no one will scrutinize me or demand 50,000 for a dowry. What did you say?
Chu Xing suddenly inquired.
Chapter 2. Troubles converge. Song Mai paused for a moment. I didn't say anything at all. Observing her bewildered expression, there was no need to fabricate lies about such matters.
Chu Xing frowned.
Could it be that he had misheard? Song Mai paid no heed to her newlywed husband's nonsensical ramblings. Now that they were married, she felt a significant weight lifted off her shoulders, finding joy in everything around her and even taking the initiative to speak to Chu Xing. Let's add each other on WeChat for easier communication. After all, he was her spouse. If her sister-in-law and parents inquired, she would need to locate him to concoct some excuse. Chu Xing nodded coolly, accepting her friend request and casually transferring 2,000 yuan. I can't give you a ride. I'm in a hurry. You'll have to take a taxi. Before he could finish, a small white car emblazoned with the DD logo approached. Song Mai opened the door, politely asking Chu Xing, My ride has arrived. Mr. Chu, would you like to join me? Chu Xing shook his head. Song Mai was merely being courteous. All right then. See you next time. As she spoke, she decisively closed the car door. Watching the white vehicle drive away, Chu Xing stood in place, his brows furrowed. Was she really leaving so eagerly? This demeanor of avoiding entanglement was starkly different from those relentless women. Could it be that she was indeed only interested in the marriage certificate? Suddenly, the earlier remark echoed in his mind. Now no one will be watching me. I can exchange it for. Exchange what? Chu Xing frowned and scoffed at the thought. It was merely a contractual marriage. Why concern himself with so much? He casually tucked the marriage certificate into his suit pocket, glanced at his watch, and strode down the street. Turning the corner into a parking lot, a discreet black Rolls-Royce awaited him in the shadows. Someone opened the door for him, revealing Grandpa Chu sitting up inside, glancing back at him. Grandpa, stop looking, she's not here. Grandpa Chu, who had been smiling in the welfare home, now wore a stern expression. What do you mean? Song Mai is a good girl. You promised to treat her well. Stop playing tricks here. I will keep my promise, Chu Xing said expressionlessly, but only for this year. When the time is up, whether we divorce or not is my business, and you can't force me back to the welfare home. Grandpa Chu felt helpless against his stubborn grandson. After all, they had already obtained the certificate, so there was no rush. Pressing too hard could backfire, which would not bode well for Mai. As for whether they would divorce, this stubborn boy would eventually be proven wrong after spending time with Mai. Thinking of Mai, Grandpa Chu couldn't help but ask, what was your impression of her? I have no impression, she's just an ordinary woman. Young man, you need to follow my advice. Chu Xing raised his hand. watching the Rolls-Royce drive away before turning to board the nearby Maybach. He had already investigated Song Mai's background and average family, with a rather extravagant brother. But if she didn't want it, there was no need to force it. Chu Xing closed his phone, his expression indifferent. Less talk, let's go. The Maybach roared to life, speeding away. Meanwhile, Song Mai had been in the car for a while when she noticed a red envelope sent by her new husband. 2,000 yuan was no small sum, startling her. Was he being so extravagant? Or was it a matter of pride? Song Mai was not without work. She didn't need to accept money from a stranger. Instead, that marriage certificate made her feel hopeful about life. Clenching her fists, she was feeling lighthearted when she suddenly noticed a photo in the company group. Whose family member? Hurry and take them away. Upon closer inspection, she saw a greasy middle-aged man leading the group, and behind him was her sister-in-law. She had previously blocked her sister-in-law to avoid marriage, never expecting to encounter her at work. Song Mai's heart sank to the depths. Returning to the office, her sister-in-law had indeed been waiting for her, rushing over to clasp her arm. Mai, why are you still on leave? Just then, a nearly 40-year-old man swaggered over, squinting as he sized her up. Is this Mai? Not bad, not bad. Song Mai felt utterly uncomfortable and tried to step away. Her sister-in-law, oblivious, pushed her closer to Lu Weiqiang. Mai, you're already 17 or 18, it's time to find a man to marry. Brother Chang's conditions are right here, he's from the wealthy Lu family. If you follow him, you won't even need to work. Just focus on being a good wife and raising children. Your life will be absolutely wonderful. Song Mai couldn't take it anymore. I still have to work, you all should leave. After saying this, she attempted to walk away, but Lu Weiqiang rudely grabbed her wrist.
Stop.
You accepted 50,000, why act coy? Song Mai was taken aback. She had no idea. She immediately turned to her sister-in-law, noticing her shifty eyes, and her anger surged. Whoever received the money should go to them. If you harass me again, I'll call the police. At that moment, Song Mai felt not deceived but sold. Raising her phone, she had already dialed 110. Still not leaving? Get lost. Seeing this, her sister-in-law reluctantly retreated, and Lu Weiqiang cast one last unwilling glance at Song Mai before following her out. Once those two finally departed, Song Mai sighed in relief, feeling somewhat wronged. Not only her sister-in-law but her parents had likely given their tacit approval as well. Fortunately, she had found an apartment a couple of days ago. Exhausted, Song Mai pushed open the office door. Front desk clerk Xiao Zheng wore a peculiar smile, watching her leave. However, it wasn't long before Song Mai heard murmurs from her colleagues. 50,000 for a betrothal gift is quite the exorbitant request. An older single woman, how dare she ask for so much? Xiao Zheng is right, whether it's worth that price is another matter.
Bang!
Song Mai shot up, slamming her folder on the desk. If you have opinions about me, say it to my face. Are you all mice? Whispering behind my back. Song Mai was usually very easygoing, but this was the first time she had exploded with such anger. In an instant, the entire office fell silent. Suddenly, the door swung open, revealing Zheng Yao peeking in, looking somewhat pale. Song Mai, there's a man outside looking for you. Could it be Lu Weiqiang returning? With a cold expression, Song Mai stood up, determined to confront whatever came her way. At the entrance stood Chu Xing, and Song Mai suddenly realized. But upon seeing Zheng Yao's envious expression beside him, her headache intensified. Why does all this trouble converge at once? Chapter 3. I was fired. Trouble? Referring to him? For the first time being described in such a manner, Chu Xing looked up with a cold face. Song Mai, facing him, wore an innocent expression, devoid of her earlier harshness. What are you doing here? Am I not allowed to come? Chu Xing wanted to ask, but Zheng Yao's gaze was too intense, akin to those socialites who would devour him whole. Let's discuss this downstairs. As they exited the building, Chu Xing got straight to the point. I've been fired from my job. Song Mai's mind struggled to comprehend. Trouble right after they obtained the certificate? But that wasn't all. Chu Xing continued. I currently have no money and would like to stay at your place. Song Mai's brows furrowed even tighter. The money shortage was obviously a pretext, merely fulfilling her grandfather's request. Of course, she would prefer to refuse. That would eliminate any need for a trial marriage, allowing for a same-day divorce. Song Mai was utterly taken aback. Just an hour ago, everything was fine, and now he was jobless and bankrupt? If it weren't for her trust in Grandpa Chu, she would have suspected a scam. If that's the case, then forget it. Finally, Song Mai spoke. Not entirely out of the question. Without money, this woman was still willing to assist him? Song Mai calmly added, but you'll have to sleep on the sofa. The rented apartment was a one-bedroom unit. Though they were technically married, there was no emotional foundation, and she had no desire to share a bed with Chu Xing. Chu Xing maintained a composed exterior, yet internally, he struggled to grasp the situation. Having found himself in dire straits, he was taken aback that this woman was still willing to offer him refuge. He scrutinized Song Mai's half-turned face. It remained rather placid, but seemed to carry an added layer of complexity. Feeling self-conscious under his gaze, Song Mai silently acknowledged the timing of his arrival. Should that Lu Weiqiang come back to harass her, at least she would have someone by her side. Let us consider this settled, Chu Xing remarked succinctly, offering nothing more, merely uttering a soft after a lengthy pause. At that moment, the workday concluded, and a throng of employees emerged from the building, led by Zheng Yao, who intentionally sought to humiliate her. Song Mai, you certainly possess quite the talent for charming men. The colleagues behind her found their courage, chiming in with their own remarks. Song Mai, just now I saw that man you were with. You both seem rather intimate, one quipped. Who wouldn't be attracted to a handsome face? Clearly, it's Song Mai who isn't interested, another added. Hey, handsome, don't let Song Mai's seemingly demure exterior fool you, a voice called out. Chu Xing's gaze swept over the gathering crowd, his brow furrowed in discontent. Just as he was about to speak, he felt a pair of hands encircle his arm. Disliking physical contact, he instinctively lowered his head, poised to extricate himself. Please just bear with it. Song Mai felt an unusual surge of anxiety. Considering her willingness to shelter him, Chu Xing regarded her head resting against his shoulder and chose to grant her this small favor. To his surprise, he did not withdraw his arm. Song Mai, maintaining her composure despite the curious stares of her colleagues, casually inquired, Darling, do you have the marriage certificate with you? Darling? Zheng Yao's complexion shifted to a ghastly shade. Could such a striking man be genuine? The surrounding crowd echoed her disbelief, their expressions filled with mockery. You claimed Song Mai was desperate for marriage. It seems she has indeed tied the knot, one retorted. Such a so-called leftover woman, her husband is quite dashing, another chimed in. Are you perhaps envious of her? The tides of public opinion turned swiftly. Witnessing the spectacle unfold, Song Mai released his arm and murmured, Thank you. Chu Xing cast her a sidelong glance, sensing that her demeanor had become even more inscrutable. You don't have a car, do you? Song Mai suddenly inquired, catching Chu Xing off guard. He responded absent-mindedly, No, then let's use mine. Following her gesture, he spotted a petite pink electric scooter, quietly parked nearby. Isn't that unsafe? Chu Xing frowned, his expression betraying his disdain. It comes with a helmet, she assured him, donning one herself. A matching pink helmet was offered to him, but Chu Xing contemplated leaving. Suppressing a laugh, Song Mai maintained a steady tone. Just wear it for a bit. With a grim countenance, he reluctantly fastened the helmet, causing her to stifle a chuckle. Quite adorable. Beneath the pink helmet, Chu Xing's brows were knitted in discontent. Once seated on the scooter, both realized a dilemma. Your legs are rather long, he remarked. In a world where people typically lamented short legs, it was a first for him to be criticized for having long ones. He bent his legs, barely managing to balance his feet on the scooter's elevated footrests. As they sped along, their appearance was rather comical. By the way, how is it that you lack even a place to stay? Chu Xing, maintaining a stoic facade, lied smoothly. I was temporarily residing in the company dormitory. So, after your dismissal, you... Song Mai halted, sensing that continuing would be too hurtful. Removing the helmet, Chu Xing startled a passing elderly woman, who exclaimed, I truly can't comprehend today's youth, a grown man wearing pink. Chu Xing had no words to offer. Were it not for Song Mai, he would not have to endure such experiences. Rising, he darkly stalked into the supermarket ahead of her. Her long legs made it difficult for him to keep pace, and she quickened her steps. Do you have any sleepwear? Upon uttering the question, she felt it was rather superfluous. He had arrived without even a coat, let alone any undergarments. Let's buy you some clothes first. Though her savings were limited, she could not bear to see the man she had just married encounter difficulties. Such a thing was simply not in her nature. Having never visited such a place, Chu Xing followed closely behind Song Mai, occasionally picking up garments from the men's section and holding them up against himself. His tall stature and striking features rendered him conspicuous in the department store, akin to a celebrity, eliciting enthusiastic greetings from the staff. Regrettably, the quality of clothing in the store left much to be desired, and Chu Xing's brow remained furrowed in disapproval. Being broke yet so picky. Song Mai couldn't help but chide. Given the current economic climate, you should settle for something for now. Reflecting on his bespoke Italian suits, he realized that even a scrap of fabric bore a hefty price tag. Determined not to flaunt his wealth before Song Mai, he opted for silence. Yet, he found it somewhat distasteful to wear such clothing. While Song Mai faced away, selecting items, she pondered. After all, as someone in sales, one's image is crucial. Not to mention, Grandpa Chu surely wouldn't wish for his grandson to appear so destitute. How about I forego a phone upgrade and instead invest in a quality suit? Without hesitation, she selected 2 suits made of superior fabric and handed them to Chu Xing. Try these on. Lifting her gaze, she met Chu Xing's expression, which was uncharacteristically awkward. Chapter 4. Inappropriate size. He had never contemplated that his fastidiousness regarding clothing would adversely affect Song Mai's life. This feeling of burdening another was a first for Chu Xing, and it was quite stifling. Song Mai assumed he was simply prideful and offered some comforting words. It's all right. Once you earn some money, you can repay me. This remark did trigger a thought in Chu Xing. It wasn't that he lacked funds, but rather that he wished to divorce. And compensating Song Mai double after a year seemed acceptable. With this notion easing his mind slightly, Chu Xing tried on the clothes. Indeed, he looked extraordinarily handsome, garnering admiration from those around them. Song Mai, showing no hesitation, purchased the entire ensemble. Upon entering the living area, she began to gather toothpaste, toothbrushes, and other essentials, even selecting a razor. Observing the bewildered expression on Chu Xing's face, she inquired, "How did you live before?" While it was somewhat normal for a man to be particular about clothing, it was rather absurd if he couldn't even purchase daily necessities. How did he live? His food, clothing, and accommodations were all meticulously managed by dedicated staff. Every item was delivered to his residence, leaving him free from such concerns. He simply lacked the time. When Chu Xing remained silent, Song Mai assumed he didn't know how to respond and sighed. Let us move on to the last store. As Chu Xing followed, still lost in thought, he soon realized that this final store was a specialty shop for men's underwear. His expression had never been so grim in public. The female staff in the store, upon seeing such a dashing man as Chu Xing, were immediately captivated. Song Mai, with an air of nonchalance, suggested, "Why don't you go in and pick some out?" At that moment, Chu Xing felt an urge to strangle her. Yet he found himself staring at a wall adorned with images of bare-chested foreign male models. He darkened his face and hastily grabbed one. Just as an attendant was about to speak, she hesitated, feeling the intensity of the atmosphere, and leaned towards Song Mai, saying, "Miss, I have a keen eye. Your husband seems quite impressive, but this size might be a bit small." Song Mai turned to look at Chu Xing. "Is it small? This size?" The words were squeezed out with difficulty. After a long day serving the young master, Song Mai felt a sense of satisfaction as she chuckled while checking out. Finally, they transitioned to the grocery section. Chu Xing, tall and slender, could clearly see the unevenly sized cucumbers and the dry, yellowing broccoli. Upon glancing at the greasy skin of the chicken thighs, he frowned at the cheap varieties. Nevertheless, Song Mai took her time, carefully selecting items for half an hour before arriving at the checkout with her bounty. Watching the cashier scan items rapidly, Chu Xing couldn't help but ask, "Is this what you call picking out a few items? If the prices are reasonable, why not buy more to avoid coming back every day?" Song Mai seemed completely at ease, displaying her proficiency in managing life, having taken care of various matters during her years living at home. The total came to nearly 500 yuan. "How much did we spend? Let me pay. I can't let a woman foot the bill," he thought, still unaccustomed to such a practice. She appeared unfazed, but Chu Xing's attention drifted elsewhere. That phone model must have been 5 years old, and the tempered glass was shattered. It certainly needed an upgrade. Perhaps he should find a way to get her a new phone? This thought sprang to mind as he sat on the electric scooter, still pondering. The small vehicle, laden with both Chu Xing and Song Mai, along with their purchases, made its way into an open community. The buildings bore faded yellow exteriors. Despite some signs of maintenance, Years of exposure to the elements rendered them desolate and dilapidated. After squeezing the scooter into the charging station, they clumsily carried their items upstairs. The stairwell was poorly lit and uneven, causing Chu Xing to nearly stumble. Fortunately, his reflexes saved him from falling. He pondered why the property management didn't maintain this place. In such a rundown building, there was likely no property management at all. Chu Xing found himself at a loss for words. His smallest residence was a spacious flat with a dedicated housekeeper, and he had never endured such indignities. As Song Mai rummaged for her keys and opened the door, a stuffy odor rushed out of the less than 50 square meter apartment that now housed 2 people. Yet Song Mai was in high spirits, having only rented the place for a week and not yet fully settled in. Put the groceries in the kitchen, and I'll open a window. We can have dinner soon. Chu Xing, originally quite hungry, found it difficult to summon a smile now. Just yesterday, he had slept in a riverside hotel on a plush mattress, and now he found himself in this rundown, suburban dwelling. Staring at the worn sofa in the living room, which would likely serve as his bed, how could he possibly smile? Yet, for the sake of the freedom that awaited him after the divorce in a year, he furrowed his brow and endured. The apartment lacked air conditioning, leaving him feeling sticky and uncomfortable, prompting him to contemplate a shower to cool off. Realizing something, Song Mai hurried ahead of Chu Xing and opened the bathroom door. The water heater can be a bit finicky, just give it a couple of taps before using it. As she spoke, she demonstrated the proper technique and quickly exited the cramped bathroom. The space was small and humid, and Chu Xing's shirt clung to him uncomfortably. He paid little mind to the heater's issues, turning on the shower head and allowing the water to cascade over him, feeling utterly refreshed. After his shower, he encountered a dilemma. Holding the newly purchased underwear, he scrutinized it for the 3rd time and confirmed the size was incorrect. Given his measurements, it would require effort to wear them. But how could he go out without them? Should he call Song Mai for assistance? Chu Xing felt that, even when grappling with significant corporate decisions, nothing could be as challenging as this moment. The president of Yunxing Group, reduced to such a state of embarrassment? Amidst the rising steam, he knocked on the door and slowly articulated, Song Mai, the underwear doesn't fit. What? Underwear? Didn't you take it in with you? Song Mai called out, busy cooking noodles while the exhaust fan roared. Having lost all sense of dignity, Chu Xing raised his voice, finally catching Song Mai's attention. The size is too small. Upon hearing this, Song Mai nearly burst into laughter. If only you had listened to the shop assistant earlier. Separated by a glass door, her inner thoughts echoed freely. The man inside, devoid of clothing, wore a grim expression. After a painfully long minute, she announced, I ordered it on Matewan. It will arrive in 30 minutes. Chu Xing gritted his teeth. I'll pay for the expedited delivery. 10 minutes later, a series of knocks echoed at the door. So soon? Song Mai paused her task, eager to share the good news with Chu Xing. However, upon opening the door, she was met with a pair of middle-aged individuals wearing grim expressions. Song Mai, you've truly crossed the line. Song Mai's face turned ashen. Chapter 5. Do you want a divorce? Mom, Dad. What brings you here? She tightened her grip on the spatula. The joy of moving to a new home suddenly diminished. Song Mai, your brother and sister-in-law have searched high and low for you, frantic with worry. And here you are, sneaking out on your own. Tell me, what is wrong with Lu Weichang? He didn't even get to see your face before offering a dowry of 500,000. You tell me, how can you dismiss such a sincere person? Song Mai was bombarded with accusations, feeling as though her parents had become strangers. But Mom, what about him? Her mother interrupted. Your sister-in-law went to great lengths to find you such a good match. Instead of seizing the opportunity, you insulted him. How could I have given birth to such a disappointing child? Was it she who was disappointing, or were they all blinded by money? Tears welled in Song Mai's eyes. She felt wronged, but, more than that, she was furious. But Lu Weichang is not a good person at all. He tried to touch me on our first meeting. This confession slipped through her clenched teeth. Having never even dated, Song Mai felt immense shame. To her surprise, her father spoke up. You're about to get married. What's wrong with a little touch? His tone implied that it was she who was being unreasonable. The blatant favoritism was astonishing, yet upon hearing those words, Song Mai found herself no longer angry. In fact, she almost wanted to laugh. It all boiled down to the 500,000. With money at stake, no one cared about her feelings, not even her own parents. Reflecting on her brother's recent hints about wanting a new car, she felt she understood. Her father lit a cigarette, and after a few puffs, his tone softened slightly. "Mai, your mother and I are looking out for your best interests. The man is well off and interested in you. What more could you want?" 500,000, Song Mai replied, the silence of the moment broken. Her father was taken aback. "What?" With an icy expression, Song Mai articulated, "If you want me to marry him, then give me the 500,000. That is my money. You've gone too far." Her father exploded like a firecracker, his voice echoing down the hallway. "I raised you, nurtured you. What is wrong with taking a little from you? Besides, it's a miracle someone would spend 500,000 on you." "You are mistaken." Song Mai finally seized the moment, her blood boiling as she pulled out a booklet from her bag and thrust it into her parents' arms. "Someone wants me. I am already married." Her father's body swayed as he read the 3 bold characters on the red book. "You rebellious girl. How dare you sneak around behind our backs?" Her mother glanced at the photo and sighed in relief. This must be a fake certificate from the hallway. Just then, footsteps echoed from downstairs. The delivery boy in a yellow shirt climbed up and froze at the sight of the 3 confronting one another. Suddenly, Song Mai remembered. It was Chu Xing's underwear. "It's mine," she said, stepping forward to retrieve it, shaking it in her hands. The sight of men's underwear was unmistakable. Her parents' expressions shifted to a mix of green and purple. Song Mai was unfazed, walking casually to the bathroom. "Honey, the underwear has arrived. Open the door." The distance between the door and the bathroom was considerable, and Chu Xing hadn't heard the previous exchange. Upon hearing Song Mai, his instinct was to create distance. Her words were too ambiguous, and he had no interest in her. Yet at that moment, Song Mai's voice slipped through the door again. No matter how strong she tried to appear, her heart was in turmoil. "Why are you forcing me like this? Am I not your child too?" Chu Xing suddenly found himself at a loss for words. Finally, he opened the door just a crack. In the astonished gaze of Song Mai's parents, a large hand, veined and unmistakably that of an adult man, extended out. As Song Mai handed over the underwear, their fingertips brushed, and Chu Xing distinctly felt her hand tremble. "Now you must believe me, right?" The fact that she cohabited with a man left her parents in utter shock. Before they could utter another word, she half-pushed Chu Xing out the door. "Song Mai, you little wretch!" The final shout was particularly loud, echoing even into the bathroom. With a resounding thud, she shut the door, leaning against it as her pent-up emotions finally erupted. She had always been the most accomplished in her family, striving relentlessly in her studies, earning money to support her nephew's education, and providing for her brother's family. Yet they regarded her merely as a source of income, so easily selling her off. Song Mai's nose tinged with the urge to cry. Just then, her gaze met Chu Xing's as he emerged from the bathroom. He was radiating warmth, but unfortunately, the bathroom door was too low, forcing him to duck. Suddenly, Song Mai found she could not cry anymore. Sold for money, fleeing home, cohabiting with a stranger. What more could be worse than this? "Thank you for earlier," she said, wiping her tears with her apron as she turned to enter the kitchen. "For dinner, we'll have noodles, each with an egg." Chu Xing remained, his gaze heavy as he watched Song Mai's fragile figure. The words exchanged just a door apart resonated in his ears, laced with a tremor of tears. "Am I not your child too? Quickly wash your hands. Let's eat while it's hot," she called, bringing 2 bowls of noodles to the table, tapping the surface to get his attention. The white noodles were topped with fried eggs, accompanied by leafy greens and shredded meat, steaming and fragrant. Chu Xing took a bite. The taste was delightful, yet it only deepened his unease. His assistant had investigated and found no hidden truths about Song Mai's family, but it was clear that something significant had transpired earlier. Upon reflection, even though he had maintained a cold demeanor, she had been exceptionally attentive today. And he had not hesitated to spend money. Although he felt no romantic stirrings, Song Mai was at least a good person. He gazed at the fried egg in his bowl for a moment. Should he offer some words of comfort? He looked up at Song Mai, who was slurping her noodles, splashing broth everywhere. It was hardly elegant, yet she appeared to enjoy it thoroughly. Do you have anything to say? Chu Xing frowned, intending to console her. But the words took on a different tone. Song Mai was momentarily taken aback. After all, her intentions for marriage were not pure. If Chu Xing brought it up now, could it be? Do you want a divorce? At this, Chu Xing's chopsticks froze. Do you wish to divorce? Chapter 6. He is a pretty boy beneath the rising steam of the noodles. Song Mai's eyes reflected confusion.
Huh?
Did I convey that? Chu Xing was perplexed, as it was she who had spoken. Did you not just say you wanted a divorce? Song Mai struggled to swallow the noodles in her mouth. I said nothing just now. She mused inwardly. This man is undeniably handsome, yet he seems to suffer from auditory hallucinations. It's no wonder he remains single. Chu Xing's expression darkened momentarily. Was her silence interpreted as some spectral communication? The fleeting solace he felt dissipated instantly, and he quietly finished his bowl of noodles. Song Mai slurped the broth clean, comfortably squinting her eyes as if the earlier incident had never transpired, as if her tears had never fallen. How about I cook? And you do the dishes? After all, he was residing there rent-free, not contributing to meals or expenses. Surely, he could at least share the burden of washing the dishes. Chu Xing stared at her unblinkingly, eventually forcing out a reply through gritted teeth. Fine. Unfazed, Song Mai rummaged through the cupboard, tossing 2 blankets onto the sofa. A man so distinguished, adorned in fine clothing, reduced to such tasks, even as he washed the dishes, his brow remained furrowed. The bedroom door was closed, a faint light seeping through the gap. Resigned, he took a deep breath, throwing himself onto the sofa, only to kick the wooden armrest with a thud. A wave of pain surged through him, and his face darkened, seemingly merging with the night. Chu Xing curled up on the sofa, his towering frame contorting as he dozed off after a restless night. The next morning, Song Mai awoke to find him already dressed. Going out? Yes. I have some matters to attend to. Nodding, she refrained from prying into his affairs. As he lifted his leg to leave, she quickly called out to him, retrieving an egg and a carton of milk from the kitchen, placing them into his hands. The egg was prepared in the cooker last night. Just something to tide you over. Chu Xing paused, staring at the egg, his grip tightening slowly. Thank you. After a simple breakfast, Song Mai tidied up, preparing to head to work. The phrases return home, eat echoed in her mind throughout the afternoon, igniting a flicker of hope within her. Perhaps her mother did care for her, albeit coldly. That evening, upon entering her home, she was met with that familiar, loathsome face. The last remnants of hope shattered instantaneously, leaving Song Mai feeling utterly disheartened. What are you doing here? She asked, her tone sharp. Yet, Lu Weiqiang seemed oblivious, lewdly appraising her while grinning, revealing a mouthful of yellowed teeth that was quite repulsive. Her sister-in-law scolded, You shouldn't speak to guests like that. Song Mai subtly evaded Lu Weiqiang's grasp. Guests should be distinguished. Those who are welcomed are guests, while those who are not do not count. Her mother slammed the table, rising in fury. I see you've grown wings. How dare you speak to your sister-in-law like that? You ungrateful wretch. I regret giving birth to you. What's wrong with Weiqiang? You're the one seeking men outside. How have I raised you to be so shameless? Each word was a dagger to Song Mai's heart. Yet her pain had dulled from repetition. She scoffed bitterly. The apple doesn't fall far from the tree. Such parents yield such children. With a resounding slap, her mother struck her face, causing it to swell instantly. Lu Weiqiang reached out, attempting to touch her cheek. Why hit her there? If you ruin her face, it won't be worth 500,000. Her sister-in-law quickly apologized. Mother didn't mean to strike her. It's just that this girl is so stubborn. Daring to retort. Mother was just teaching her a lesson. Besides, if she behaves, it'll be easier to serve you later. At this, Lu Weiqiang chuckled, his expression conveying an unspeakable sentiment that was utterly nauseating. He adjusted his ill-fitting suit, insisting, This matter must be resolved today. I want to accept second-hand goods. I want my 500,000 back in full. Seeing this, Song Mai's mother and sister-in-law seized her from either side, as if fearing her escape. That man you're with, I've seen your marriage certificate. Yes, just a pretty boy. He may be handsome, but he can't compare to Weiqiang, who can easily produce 500,000. After being with him, you'll live in luxury. Her sister-in-law chimed in, yes, Xiao Mai, since you just married that pretty boy. It's still early. Listen to your sister-in-law. Get a divorce tomorrow and marry Wei Chong while he still wants you. What are you hesitating for? Song Mai felt an irritable breath constricting her chest, forcefully shaking off their hands. I'll say it again. If you want me to marry him, you must return the 500,000 in full. Otherwise, don't even think about it. I will not divorce. Her mother trembled with rage. You unfilial daughter. Your father and I raised you for so many years. You ought to honor us. What's wrong with receiving the 500,000 as a bride price? It rightfully belongs to us. Hurry and divorce that pretty boy, or else I'll make your life a living hell. Song Mai didn't even lift her eyelids, a mocking smile gracing her lips. Isn't it merely selling your daughter? Why speak so grandly? I will not divorce. If you think Lu Weiqiang is so wonderful, why don't you two marry him and enjoy yourselves? With that, Song Mai stormed out. The door slammed shut with a resounding crash against the frame. Leaning against the door, she gasped for breath as tears cascaded down like a broken dam. She should have been despondent long ago, yet she felt like a dog, ready to rush back with just a beckon from them, filled with hope once more. Her finger dug into her palm, filled with rage, anger towards them for not caring yet bringing her into this world, and anger towards herself for being so spineless, allowing herself to be deceived repeatedly. From behind the door came her mother's piercing roar. Ungrateful wretch. How did I raise such a creature? Not only do you fail to honor your parents, but you also wish to take your bride price without a thought. Her sister-in-law rushed to console. Mother, don't let your anger harm you. This wretched girl, despite your care, has a heart of stone. Chapter 7. Seeking alternatives as she spoke, she discreetly cast a glance at Lu Weiqiang and lowered her voice, saying, you must think of a solution. If she refuses to divorce, that 500,000 will slip through our fingers before we even warm it up. Song's mother was seething with anger, her chest rising and falling rapidly. What can I do? What options do I have? She lamented. The girl won't listen to me. Am I to resort to kidnapping her for a divorce? The mere thought of that 500,000 left Song Ma's heart aching. If it vanished, her plans to purchase a house in the city would be utterly dashed. Gritting her teeth, she muttered, that money. We could always repay him. Upon hearing this, Song Ma's heart raced in torment. No, that won't do. Just think about it. We have no idea who that young man is that Song Mai is with. He could be a penniless scoundrel living off women. How much does Song Mai earn? If she spends all her money on that pretty boy, what will become of you and Dad? If she doesn't consider you, you must at least think of yourselves. No sooner had she finished speaking than Lu Weiqiang rose to his feet, hands shoved into his pockets, glaring menacingly at the two.
What do you mean by that?
Are you mocking me? Song's mother trembled in fear, hastily explaining, we are at our wits' end, that girl. However, before she could complete her sentence, Lu Weiqiang seized the ashtray from the table and hurled it at Song's mother. The ashtray whizzed past her ear and crashed into the window, shattering the glass into a million pieces. Don't talk to me about having no options. Let me make this clear. Since the money has been exchanged, she is mine. I don't care what means you employ. I must have Song Mai. Otherwise, your whole family can forget about living a good life. Song's mother trembled in fright, clutching Song Mai's sister-in-law's hand and stammering, sister-in-law, what should we do? Lu Weiqiang was clearly a thug, and given his words, he was likely to act even more violently. Steeling herself, Song Mai's sister-in-law's expression turned cold. Do you remember the name of that man? I believe it was something like Chu Xing. She turned to Lu Weiqiang and said, please help us find out more about this man, and we'll handle the rest. Since Song Mai won't budge, we'll find a way through that man. I refuse to believe he wouldn't fight to keep her, even if it meant risking everything. That 500,000 is as good as ours. Song's mother nodded, her voice quivering. That could be a plan. She thought perhaps he was looking for a job. Slowly, she sank onto the sofa, feeling utterly drained. Meanwhile, the man closed the last document on his desk, leaning back in his chair, fatigue evident as he rubbed his temples. Upon closer inspection, one could see the dark circles under his eyes. The sofa was far too small for him. He couldn't even stretch his legs without risking a fall. Even in his exhaustion, sleep eluded him. Having barely slept for 2 hours the previous night, Chu Xing picked up his phone, intending to send Song Mai a message to excuse himself from tonight's meeting. But as he opened the chat, his gaze inadvertently fell upon the egg he had discarded in the trash. He had no habit of eating breakfast, and by the time he arrived at the office, it would have long gone cold, so he simply tossed it away. His fingers froze over the screen. Closing his eyes briefly, he inhaled deeply. Never mind, I'll endure another night of discomfort. Just as he prepared to change his clothes, there was a sudden knock at the office door.
Come in.
His assistant entered, a hint of concern etched across her brow. Mr. Chu, someone is investigating your background.
Oh?
What do you mean? The assistant placed several documents on his desk. This individual, Lu Weiqiang, along with a few others, has been closely associated with him. They are related to Miss Song, and you have reviewed their profiles before. Chu Xing flipped through the pages. He did not recognize Lu Weiqiang but felt the name was vaguely familiar. A glance at the other documents revealed they belonged to Song Mai's parents and siblings. He tossed the files into the trash. Revise my information as I instructed. Understood. Song Mai was sipping congee, slurping it noisily. He stood at the entrance, trying on a pair of ill-fitting slippers. No need, I've already eaten. Upon hearing this, Song Mai ignored him, engrossed in the news on her phone while continuing to slurp her congee. The only thing on the table was a small dish of pickled vegetables. What a dull and tedious woman, he mused. Chu Xing changed into fresh clothes and took a shower. By the time he emerged, she had finished her congee and washed the bowl. In the dim light, her eyes were still slightly red, as if she had been crying. Song Mai turned away, focusing on her phone without acknowledging him. I encountered a bit of an accident and couldn't eat. Who would have thought that what was ostensibly a meal was, in reality, a trap set by her mother for her own child? For 500,000, that man could appear in her home to meet her. In that moment, Song Mai felt a profound sadness. Chu Xing's gaze remained fixed on her. 500,000, the man she met at home. The combination of these two phrases involuntarily conjured the word blind date in his mind. Was this what she meant by an accident? To pursue a marriage while still considering other men for the sake of 500,000? His expression darkened. Do you have a fondness for money? Surely no one dislikes it. The temperature in Chu Xing's eyes dropped further. Would you sacrifice anything for money? Song Mai pondered for a moment. She couldn't say she would give up everything, but she was certainly willing to sacrifice a great deal. She had grown up in an environment that instilled a fear of poverty. If someone could tell her how to earn a substantial amount of money without compromising her integrity, morals, or desires, she would be willing to work tirelessly. Chapter 8. The little yellow duck. Chu Xing let out a derisive laugh. Just as he had suspected, it was all about profit. Song Mai, exhausted after a day of turmoil, took her pajamas and stepped into the bathroom for a refreshing bath. When she emerged, Chu Xing was still awake, tapping away at his computer. The man glanced up at her, his eyes glinting with a hint of mockery. Spending your money. I fear you might resent having to eat at your parents' place a few more times. This time it's 500,000. How much will the next suitor offer? 600,000? Or perhaps even more. You're already searching for a new partner, yet you continue to play pretend. Song Mai furrowed her brows, interpreting his words as a suggestion that she was trying to save money by dining at her parents' home. Yet, she sensed there was a deeper meaning behind his words. Never mind, it was merely a marriage of convenience, so why concern herself with such trivialities? She chose not to respond, pouring herself a drink instead. Chu Xing closed his laptop and walked to the door, switching off the lights in the living room. In the darkness, Song Mai heard him mutter a curse under his breath. This apartment was dreadfully old, with several cracked floorboards, and one particularly lifted plank had tripped her up a few times since she moved in. However, since it was not her property, she had refrained from investing her money into someone else's home, opting instead to ignore the flaws. Over time, she had grown accustomed to it, skillfully avoiding the hazards. Yet now it seemed necessary to spend a little on repairs. The man lay awkwardly on the cramped sofa, which was made of cheap synthetic leather and stiflingly hot. After a short while, sweat began to bead on his back, the damp fabric clinging uncomfortably to his skin. He turned over, attempting to keep the sweat-soaked area elevated. However, with a slight movement, he lost his balance and fell to the floor, his thigh crashing painfully against the raised floorboard, drawing a sharp gasp of pain from him. He cursed silently, enduring the discomfort as he struggled to rise. The bedding was dampened by his perspiration, and he lacked the inclination to recline again. Chu Xing gazed at the closed bedroom door, a resolute decision forming within him. He would draft the divorce agreement the following day. He could not bear to remain in this dismal place any longer. Initially, he had considered her a decent person, someone who could help fulfill his grandfather's wishes for a year, but after tonight, he felt there was no longer any need to endure. The next morning, when Song Mai awoke, she discovered that Chu Xing had already left. The 2 eggs in the glass cover of the egg cooker remained undisturbed. After completing her morning routine and dressing, she stared at the raised floorboard by the sofa, momentarily frozen before she opened the door to leave. In the CEO's office, the first task after the morning meeting was to grab his phone and dial a number from his contacts. The call was answered promptly, and before the other party could speak, Chu Xing interjected, "Draft a divorce agreement for me and deliver it to my office before the end of the day." She hesitated for a moment, but ultimately prepared a meal for the 2 of them. Considering she might still be asleep, she thought the agreement might not be signed today. Yet maintaining a mindset of resolving matters swiftly, she proceeded with her plans. The lights in the living room were still on, and on the dining table lay a note. The handwriting was elegant. "The food is kept warm in the pot. Serve yourself." As he approached the sofa to sit down, he suddenly noticed a small yellow duck carpet spread across the floor. It was quite ugly, and its material appeared to be of poor quality, clearly cheap, yet it felt soft underfoot. Beside the carpet was a small fan, its cord somewhat short, connected to 2 power strips to reach the outlet. Chu Xing's heart softened unexpectedly. He found himself feeling a sense of agitation as he stared at the carpet, lost in thought. He could almost envision her bending down to clean it. The old fan whirred noisily, providing little relief, yet somehow, he no longer felt as suffocated as he had the previous night. Perhaps he had misjudged her. Or perhaps there was more to her than he initially perceived. She seemed not to be the person he had imagined. After a restless night, he finally found some peace and drifted into a shallow sleep, only to be jolted awake when he fell off the sofa during yet another restless turn. Instinctively, he fumbled for his phone to check the time. The bright screen momentarily blinded him, and after a few seconds, he realized it was already 7:30. The woman, who typically rose at this hour, had yet to make a sound. As the clock approached 8, he could no longer resist knocking on her door. After a few knocks yielded no response, he was about to kick the door in, when a note fluttered down from the nearby cabinet. "Breakfast is in the pot. Working late." His heart skipped a beat. Chu Xing dressed quickly, hesitating momentarily before heading to the kitchen to retrieve the lone egg left in the cooker. His long, elegant fingers deftly peeled the shell away, placing the boiled egg into his mouth. It was an ordinary boiled egg, lacking flavor, much like her. As he descended the stairs, he noticed the luxurious Maybach parked at the entrance of the neighboring community for quite some time. Today, he had overslept. Usually, to avoid detection, his assistant would position the car there by 7 o'clock. Inside the luxury vehicle, the man rested with his eyes closed. After a while, he finally spoke. "What does she do for a living?" The assistant paused, realizing he was inquiring about Song Mai. "Miss Song works as a Spanish translator at a translation company." Meanwhile, upon entering her office, Song Mai was greeted by a few colleagues discussing her marriage. As she arrived, several women from the Spanish department congratulated her on her nuptials.
Meh.
"Don't forget to send us wedding candies." Song Mai slapped her forehead, realizing she had neglected this detail for her first wedding, and smiled. "I'm not ready yet. I'll send you the first batch when I am." At the front desk, a colleague applying powder to her face scoffed at this. "Better not. Considering your husband doesn't have much money. After sending out candies, you might struggle to make ends meet. Besides, even if you do, it won't be anything worthwhile. I can't stomach cheap sweets." Chapter 9. The filthy art of insulting. Song Mai found the person tedious and chose to ignore her. Zheng Yao, undeterred, continued with her sarcastic remarks. "How is it that some women find men with substantial wealth, while others end up with nothing but paupers? What use is there in pursuing such men? Do they truly believe that love alone can sustain them?" Suddenly, Song Mai turned sharply, her gaze piercing as she articulated each word with precision. "As long as one is willing to work hard, wealth will eventually follow. You aspire to marry a rich man. But are you marrying for love or for money? You. Zheng Yao was momentarily rendered speechless, her frustration nearly causing her to grind her teeth. Can I desire both love and money? Song Mai chuckled lightly, of course. But perhaps I should suggest to my parents that they introduce you to a man who can afford a dowry of 500,000? Zheng Yao felt a wave of nausea wash over her, nearly retching. Are you insane? You would introduce me to someone you don't even want? Shrugging, Song Mai replied, You and he are a perfect match, truly. With that, she strolled away with an air of indifference. Song Mai. Zheng Yao's voice echoed behind her, filled with fury. Lin ran from the Spanish department. Couldn't he help but give her a thumbs up. Your insults are quite something. Later that evening, as work concluded, Song Mai unexpectedly spotted a visibly displeased Chu Xing at the front desk. The man sat on the sofa fiddling with his phone, while Zheng Yao buzzed around him like a persistent fly, bombarding him with questions. Handsome. What do you do for a living? When did you marry Song Mai? Her family is a bottomless pit. How could you even consider marrying her? Chu Xing paid her no mind, yet with each question, his brows furrowed deeper, his irritation unmistakably etched on his face. However, Zheng Yao seemed oblivious. Seating herself beside him to inch closer. This man, though financially lacking, was undeniably handsome, an allure that Song Mai willingly succumbed to. Noticing his silence, Zheng Yao brazenly placed her hand on his thigh.
Come on, say something.
Yet, the moment her hand made contact, he swiftly swatted it away and stood up, his expression dark as thunder. Get lost. Zheng Yao jumped in surprise. Is that really necessary? I merely brushed against you. Am I not as worthy as Song Mai? Why can she touch you, but I cannot? Chu Xing's gaze was sharp as a knife. Have some self-respect. Zheng Yao had only intended to probe into his personal life for the sake of ridiculing Song Mai later. Yet, this man possessed an inexplicable charm that only deepened her desire to conquer him. With a light laugh, she challenged, How much has Song Mai spent on you? I can match her. She is just a pauper who cannot offer you anything. Why not consider me? I can be far more interesting than she is. Her tone rose, emphasizing the last few words with a deliberate cadence, her eyebrows raised in a teasing manner as she gazed at Chu Xing. Suddenly, applause broke out, drawing Zheng Yao's attention to the source. There stood Song Mai, arms crossed and an enigmatic smile on her face. I didn't realize you had a preference for the wealthy. It seems you prefer someone else's husband. Fuming with embarrassment, Zheng Yao retorted, What nonsense are you spouting? As the workday ended, her outburst attracted a crowd, curious to witness the unfolding drama. Song Mai smirked coldly. You know whether I speak the truth better than anyone, and the surveillance cameras at the front desk would certainly confirm it. Shall we review the footage together and see what you were up to? Panic flickered in Zheng Yao's eyes at the mention of the cameras. Onlookers rallied. Yes, let us just watch the footage. It will clear up any misunderstandings. Without hesitation, Zheng Yao dashed away, disregarding her work attire. Song Mai curled her lips in disdain. Just a display of bravado. Chu Xing remained silent, observing the scene unfold. He was acutely aware of Song Mai's words, even though she had not directly spoken to him. It was her voice he recognized, and he could not be mistaken. Could it be that he was truly hearing things? With Zheng Yao's departure, the crowd dispersed, losing interest. Lin Ran draped an arm over Song Mai's shoulder, who let out a slow sigh. What's wrong? Shaking her head, Song Mai replied, I always thought she was merely troublesome. But I didn't realize her character was so flawed. Lin Ran remarked, Who can blame her? You've set the bar too high. No wonder she couldn't resist. I'll take my leave now. I wouldn't want to intrude on your time together. After Lin Ran left, Song Mai and Chu Xing exited the building together. The journey was steeped in silence until she handed him a helmet, donning another for herself. Chu Xing suddenly broke the quiet. I didn't mean to. He faltered, unsure how to continue, the latter half of his statement escaping him. I know. I saw. She added, but truly, you need not explain. After all, we are merely contractual partners. I want to interfere in your private affairs. She tossed her canvas bag into the bike basket, preparing to ride off. Suddenly, the man grasped her wrist, his voice low, about last night.
I am sorry.
Song Mai turned to him, her eyes reflecting confusion. I shouldn't have spoken to you that way. It was the first time Chu Xing had sincerely apologized to anyone, his demeanor somewhat awkward. After a brief pause, Song Mai replied nonchalantly, I didn't take it to heart. I understand you're under pressure from work. Let us get going. She patted the back seat of the electric bike, which was adorned with a faded pink cushion. Chu Xing pressed his lips together and settled onto the seat, the old vehicle creaking under the strain, moving at a pace akin to that of a tortoise. With every speed bump, he worried that the fragile machine might fall apart. It was clear he needed to find a way to improve her living conditions sooner rather than later. By the way, how did you end up at my company? I finished early today. I was dining nearby with a client and, out of the blue, thought of stopping by since you would be finishing soon. As the sun set, their shadows intertwined on the ground, and they engaged in casual conversation, creating a surprisingly harmonious atmosphere. Chapter 10. I detest being deceived. She grasped the key and inquired, What is this? The man, engrossed in something on the sofa, replied without raising his head, An electric bike from a friend. It's for you. Song Mai regarded him, but Chu Xing's expression remained devoid of any discernible emotion. With a sudden motion, the key arced through the air and struck the small coffee table before the sofa. Chu Xing furrowed his brows, perplexed by her reaction. Was this a sign of disapproval? Did she not desire it? Song Mai maintained a stern countenance and declared, I despise being deceived. Which friend would casually gift an electric bike? She remained silent, yet he discerned her thoughts. A bold notion took root in Chu Xing's mind. Could it be that her words were not spoken aloud, but rather her innermost sentiments? Was he somehow privy to her thoughts? With this in mind, he tentatively explained, A friend of mine sells electric bikes, and since his store has closed, this was a display model. He offered it to me at a significantly reduced price. Upon hearing this, Song Mai's expression softened slightly. Then it cannot be considered a gift. It must be regarded as a purchase. Her reaction only solidified Chu Xing's suspicions. However, further verification was necessary. Well, it is somewhat of a purchase, he conceded, tossing the key back to her. Take it, it costs little. Your old bike can hardly accommodate both of us. Eventually, Song Mai accepted the key. How much is it? I shall pay you. You are already struggling financially while seeking employment, and transportation entails expenses. Please refrain from buying me things in the future. My bike, though aged, suffices for my needs. And I am the only one who rides it. You only use it occasionally. The man's long, fair fingers rested on a small fan, and beneath his composed exterior, a tumult of emotion surged. Even now, she was endeavoring to save him money. One thing his grandfather had said rang true. Such a woman was indeed irreplaceable. Concealing his emotions, he replied, No need. I can afford this. Your hospitality has already saved me on rent, and consider this bike a token of my gratitude. Song Mai contemplated for a moment before suggesting, You should ride it for now. When you go out for job interviews, whether by bus or subway, it incurs costs and is inconvenient. It would be better for you to ride, as I manage fine on my own bike. Without hesitation, the man declined, No need. My destinations are numerous and distant. What if I run out of battery? Song Mai fell silent. Chu Xing felt relieved when she agreed to accept the bike. However, the next day, seated in his newly purchased Lamborghini, he discovered 500 yuan in his pocket while retrieving his phone. Staring at the 5 crisp red notes, he felt a mix of amusement and incredulity. He had assumed she was persuaded. In reality, she had merely found another means to offer him money. Assistant Liu, observing his actions in the rearview mirror, queried, Why is Master Yun carrying cash? The man shot him a glare, Just drive. It seemed the rationale was inadequate. He needed to devise a different approach next time. Meanwhile, after handing over the 500 yuan, Song Mai mounted her new electric bike with a sense of satisfaction. She abhorred being in debt to others. Although it was merely a token of gratitude for a low-priced bike, she could not shake the discomfort of receiving something without due cause. The new electric bike was superb, with ample power, making her commute much smoother. In high spirits, Song Mai hummed a tune as she arrived at the office. Just as she parked, she encountered Zheng Yao. Zheng Yao cast a glance at her bike and remarked sarcastically, What a lovely new ride. Song Mai smirked, Money isn't everything. At least I have principles and do not entangle myself with another's husband. At this remark, Zheng Yao's expression shifted instantaneously. Who has entangled with another's husband? Don't slander me.
Ah,
Song Mai could not suppress her laughter. Did I mention you? I did not name names. You. What about you? Those who are guilty know their own hearts. Perhaps you should focus on your own conduct rather than fixate on others' husbands. Instead of squandering time, why not learn how to be a decent person? She realized that some individuals could not be indulged. The more one appeased them, the more they overstepped boundaries. It was better to confront them head-on. In doing so, they often fell silent. With that, she departed, leaving no opportunity for Zheng Yao to respond. Fuming, Zheng Yao seethed, "Wretched woman. Just wait. I will make you pay. Who has managed to incite such fury in our dear Yao Yao?" A sleek black BMW came to a halt at the roadside, and manager Fong Yu leaned out of the window. Upon seeing Fong Yu, Zheng Yao's tone softened instantly, her delicate features brimming with feigned innocence. "Manager Fong, it's all because of Song Mai. She bullies me daily." Zheng Yao, already charming in appearance, appeared even more so as she pouted, nearly melting Fong Yu's heart.
pray tell, what has she done to you?
Zheng Yao bit her lip, and in an instant, tears began to flow, enhancing her portrayal of victimhood. Yesterday, her husband came to pick her up. Since it was not yet quitting time, he sat on the sofa at the front desk. I never intended to engage, but he kept trying to converse with me. I felt it was only polite to respond, considering he was Song Mai's husband and a guest of the company.
Yet.
To my astonishment, he began to act inappropriately. As she spoke, her sobs grew more pronounced, as if she were recounting a genuine ordeal. Predictably, upon hearing this, Fong Yu slammed his hand on the steering wheel in anger. How outrageous! Even if he is married, how can his intentions be so base? He should reflect on his own worth. Zheng Yao tugged at his sleeve, her voice dripping with feigned sorrow. "Manager, let it be. He did not physically harm me, and I wish not to pursue it. The issue lies in the fact that Song Mai witnessed that moment. She insists I have improper intentions towards her husband and that I am trying to seduce him." At this point, she could no longer contain her tears, cascading down her cheeks as she lamented her supposed plight. "But I truly did not. How could I ever harbor feelings for a married man? You must believe me, manager." Seeing her in tears, Fong Yu's heart ached. He hurriedly exited the vehicle, offering her a tissue to dry her eyes. "I certainly believe you. Our Yao Yao is the most beautiful woman in the company, with suitors aplenty. How could she possibly be interested in her husband? Song Mai, on the other hand, lacks discernment, blaming you for her choice in a scoundrel." Chapter 11. The chosen worker Zheng Yao leaned against Fong Yu's embrace, weeping. "Yesterday, she slandered me in front of so many people, and just now she insulted me with her sarcastic remarks. Everyone now believes I truly seduced her husband. How can I continue to live like this? Perhaps I should just resign." Fong Yu, maintaining a calm demeanor, wrapped his arms around Zheng Yao's waist, inwardly reveling in the moment. What man could resist the allure of a beautiful woman seeking solace in times of distress? Yet, he quickly reassured her. "What nonsense are you speaking? If anyone should resign, it should be the one who spreads falsehoods." Zheng Yao gently shook her head, "But she is in the business department, and I am merely a receptionist. When a company must prioritize its interests, it will always favor those who contribute the most to its success. As for me, they could easily hire another receptionist." Fong Yu softly patted her back in comfort, saying, "All right, stop crying. You wouldn't want to ruin your lovely face. Remember, I am your superior, and rest assured, I will not turn a blind eye to this." At his words, a glimmer of hope flickered in Zheng Yao's eyes. This was precisely what she needed to hear. The company had recently secured a significant contract, collaborating with a major domestic real estate firm to develop a fairy tale-themed amusement park. Throughout this partnership, all translations and on-site interpretation would be handled by Song Mai's company. Naturally, this task fell to the Spanish department. The company's general manager placed immense importance on this project and personally selected several individuals from the Spanish department to oversee the work, repeatedly instructing manager Fong Yu to coordinate effectively. Among those chosen was Song Mai, whose extensive experience and strong professional skills made her the first choice in the selection process. After a morning meeting, Song Mai completed the translation of materials and project plans for both collaborating enterprises. She brought the documents to Fong U.S. office, as per her usual routine, to report on her progress. However, she sensed something off about his demeanor. He did not even glance at the documents she presented. After standing in the office for a while, Song Mai finally broke the silence. Manager Fong, do you think there's anything that needs improvement? Fong Yu shot her a sidelong glance. How long have you been with the company? Where has your 6 years of experience gone? You can't even report your work properly? Don't you know how to write a work summary? Taken aback, Song Mai replied. But you previously mentioned that such reports didn't require a summary. Just presenting them during the weekly meetings was sufficient. Fong Yu's expression darkened further. Are you unaware of how to accept constructive criticism? I'm merely pointing out your shortcomings to help you improve. Do you not realize your mistakes? Can you even continue with your work? If not, I will inform the general manager to consider replacing you. The office of the department manager was small, separated from the work area by glass walls that provided no sound insulation. His reprimand echoed, causing others to hold their breath in fear. Song Mai met his gaze directly, her expression unyielding. I apologize. I will go write a summary now. With that, she turned to leave. Suddenly, Fong Yu slammed his hand on the desk, pointing at the documents. Are you waiting for me to review these before you take them away? Once your summary is complete, organize everything and bring it back for reporting. As Song Mai exited the office, Lin Ran shot her an inquisitive glance. It took her 3 attempts to perfect the summary, and only at lunchtime did Fong Yu relent. If you can't even manage a summary properly, how can you handle this project? With such a poor report to present to us, how could you face the client? If this continues, you will tarnish the company's image. For now, we'll let it go, but don't let it happen again. Once outside the office, Lin Ran pulled Song Mai into the break room. What on earth did you do to provoke the manager's anger? Song Mai sighed. I wish I knew. Lin Ran was equally perplexed. I truly don't understand his mood swings. You have always been the most meticulous in our department. You've never made mistakes in all these years, and your documents are always well organized. Yet today, he seems to be nitpicking, clearly just frustrated with the summary writing. Pouring herself a glass of water, Song Mai realized she hadn't had a drink all morning. The hectic pace had left her parched. Perhaps the reprimand had affected her mood, or there might be other underlying reasons. She had learned over the years that sudden changes in a leader's attitude often stemmed from specific causes, though deciphering them was challenging. Perhaps he was venting his discontent on her, or maybe he had heard gossip, or, quite simply, he had developed an aversion to her. However, she was too weary to speculate. It was unlikely he had suddenly begun to dislike her. If that were the case, it would have manifested long ago. It was simply absurd. It seemed no leader was truly sane. She had once believed theirs was an exception, but now it seemed otherwise. Seeing Lin Ran defending her, Song Mai smiled. It's all right. I'll be more careful in the future. As long as my work remains impeccable, he cannot continue to find fault. Lin Ran patted her shoulder. You're fortunate to have such a good temperament. If I were in your shoes, I would have confronted him by now. Your patience makes you the epitome of a chosen worker. Song Mai remained silent. There was no such thing as a chosen worker. It was merely a matter of enduring hardships for the sake of survival. After years of experience, she had grown accustomed to this reality. What once felt like endurance had now morphed into instinct. Suddenly, Zheng Yao appeared behind them, a venomous look in her eyes.
Oh.
So this is where you two have been hiding, conspiring against the manager. Lin Ran shot her an irritated glare. Do you have any decency? Spying on others is lowly behavior, and you should be wary of becoming deaf. Zheng Yao sneered. Do I need to eavesdrop? Your voices were loud enough that it was practically a public display. Are you afraid the manager might take a liking to you? Chapter 12. She pushed Zheng Yao. And that has nothing to do with you. Mind your own business. Lin Ran, uninterested in Zheng Yao's pointless chatter, tugged at Song Mai and attempted to leave. However, Zheng Yao stood in front of Song Mai, blocking her path. Why are you leaving so soon? Can't we chat a bit longer? Song Mai furrowed her brows. Please move aside. She had no intention of dwelling on past grievances, but also wished to avoid any futile arguments with Zheng Yao. Zheng Yao remained immovable, locking her gaze onto Song Mai, her eyes filled with provocation. What if I don't? Lin Ran, losing her patience, interjected. Zheng Yao, stop creating trouble for no reason. Yet, Zhang Yao seemed resolute in preventing Song Mai from leaving. When Song Mai moved left, she followed. When Song Mai shifted right, she mirrored her movements. Song Mai's expression soured. What exactly do you want? Out of the corner of her eye, Zhang Yao spotted Fang Yu not far away. Instead of responding, she smiled at Song Mai. A smile laden with meaning. In the next moment, Zhang Yao suddenly fell backward, landing with a thud on the ground. It was the lunch break, and several people had gathered, chatting, while others were on their phones. Upon hearing the commotion, they approached to see what had happened. Zhang Yao's face turned as pale as paper as she sat on the ground, clutching her elbow in pain. Song Mai, you have gone too far. Zhang Yao pointed at Song Mai, her finger trembling slightly. I merely accidentally blocked your path. Why did you have to push me? We are colleagues. Can't we communicate properly? As she spoke, a tear rolled down her cheek. Hearing this, Fang Yu became furious. Lin ran, taken aback by Zhang Yao's dramatic display, realized that the melodrama typical of idol dramas was indeed unfolding in real life. Unable to bear it any longer, she interjected, Manager, Song Mai did not push her. I was right beside them, and saw everything clearly. You know Song Mai's character. She is not the type to push anyone. Zhang Yao pursed her lips, looking utterly aggrieved. You are good friends with her, of course, you would defend her. Lin Ran's silence regarding Song Mai's character only served to remind her of Zhang Yao's previous comments about Song Mai's actions, causing her expression to darken. Zhang Yao's words rang true. It was evident that you and Song Mai were always united. No matter what she did, you would stand by her side. Your words cannot be trusted. With that, he turned to Song Mai. Apologize to Zhang Yao now. Fang Yu's brows furrowed deeper. Initially, he had considered Song Mai a commendable employee, diligent, and never one to stir up trouble in the years she had been with the company. He had always held her in high regard. Little did he expect that after marrying a man of such questionable character, she would become so infatuated, blindly trusting her irresponsible husband and casting blame on others. Now, she was brazenly confronting Zhang Yao in the office. Today it was a push. What would it be next? Among the crowd, someone murmured, I never would have guessed. Song Mai seems so honest, yet she can be so ruthless. Indeed, is it really necessary to resort to violence? Those who typically kept to themselves could often be the most fierce when provoked. Song Mai remained silent until Fang Yu reiterated his demand for her apology. She fixed her piercing gaze on Zhang Yao. If you claim that I pushed you, then what was the reason behind it? Zhang Yao, eyes brimming with tears, replied, Of course, it is because you saw your husband getting too familiar with me yesterday. I clearly rejected him, yet instead of blaming him, you accuse me of seducing him. That is why, upon encountering me, you felt compelled to push me. As she spoke, she began to sob. This is truly not my fault. I am a victim too. Unbeknownst to the onlookers, a glimmer of triumph flickered in her eyes. After all, she had discreetly deleted the surveillance footage during the security shift change, leaving no evidence to support Song Mai's claims. She was determined to maintain her reputation at the company, refusing to allow Song Mai to tarnish it. The onlookers began to murmur about Song Mai. Isn't this a bit unreasonable? Why drag others into her husband's infidelity? If she can't hold on to his heart, why blame someone else? It was all too easy to explain. How could she possibly let go of such a handsome husband? Yet, feeling envious, she could only vent her frustrations on Zhang Yao. Listening to the chatter, Lin Ran cast a worried glance at Song Mai. Song Mai remained remarkably calm, betraying no emotional turmoil, as if this ordeal were of no concern to her. Yet, the more composed she appeared, the more anxious Lin Ran became. Unable to restrain herself, she spoke up in Song Mai's defense. What do you all know? You believe everything Zhang Yao says? You don't even have that close a relationship with her. Yesterday, Zhang Yao was the one who flirted with Mai's husband, and when Mai saw it, she made a sarcastic remark, which Zhang Yao took to heart. Fearing that Mai would expose the situation, she concocted this scene to first cast blame on Mai. Zhang Yao's intentions were not difficult to decipher. As an outsider, Lin Ran saw through it all clearly. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yao's facade faltered, though she maintained an innocent expression. I did not. Though Song Mai's husband is quite handsome, he is already married. I would not stoop so low as to pursue a taken man in the office. Lin Ran's words ignited the crowd's curiosity, and they began to whisper among themselves. Surely not. Hasn't Zheng Yao always looked down on Song Mai's husband? I remember she always complained about him being poor. I agree. It seems unlikely. There are so many suitors after her. Why would she chase after Song Mai's husband? Besides, he is rather financially challenged. I saw Song Mai riding him on her electric bike after work yesterday. He seems more like a kept man. Isn't that utterly shameless? The front desk has surveillance. If we check the footage, it will soon be clear who is truly at fault, Lin Ran scoffed. Zheng Yao straightened her neck defiantly. Fine, let's check the surveillance. Song Mai discreetly glanced at Zheng Yao, a sense of foreboding creeping into her heart. It was likely that even if the footage were reviewed, the outcome might not be in her favor. A group of them marched to the surveillance room, and the security guard, upon hearing the absurdity of the situation, promptly began reviewing the footage. However, after several attempts, he could not locate the desired video. I apologize, everyone. It seems the front desk's cameras are malfunctioning, and yesterday's footage has not been retained. Chapter 13. Each holding their own view. How could this be possible? We wanted to review the surveillance footage, and it just so happens that it is malfunctioning. All that remains are the recordings from the front desk yesterday. What a coincidence. Lin Ran could not fathom that this was merely a stroke of luck. The security personnel were equally perplexed. It was indeed peculiar. The previous surveillance videos were intact, and the ones from this morning appeared normal as well. Why then did there arise an issue with yesterday's footage? Zheng Yao cast her gaze downward, her eyes darting momentarily. She had initially intended to delete all the videos to avoid raising suspicions, but with the handover being brief, she hurriedly deleted only yesterday's footage. By the time she sought to erase more, it was too late. To prevent detection, she had no choice but to leave in haste. However, the absence of yesterday's video sufficed. Even if others harbored doubts, there was no evidence to prove that she had deleted the footage. Nor could they substantiate any discrepancies in her statements. Zheng Yao immediately adopted an expression of bewilderment. How could this happen? Without the surveillance, how can I prove my innocence? Lin Ran was disgusted by her act. Please, stop pretending. If the video is missing, surely you must know why.
What do you mean by that?
Do you think it was I who deleted the video?
Who else could it be?
Zheng Yao fervently shook her head and turned to Fang Yu. Manager, I assure you, I did not delete anything. The surveillance room has always been manned. How could I possibly delete the footage? Fang Yu, who already held a negative impression of Song Mai, felt the flicker of doubt. Yet upon seeing Zheng Yao's pitiful demeanor, he softened, akin to a puddle of water. The sudden disappearance of the video was indeed strange. But if suspicion fell on Zheng Yao, could it not equally apply to Song Mai? With that thought, he directed his sharp words at Song Mai. I do not care what personal grievances you have with Zheng Yao. This is a company matter. Do not bring your private emotions into the workplace. Regardless, today, you pushed Zheng Yao, and that is your fault. You owe her an apology. Furthermore, since you cannot even manage your personal matters, I have reason to believe you will carry negative emotions into the new project. This project is crucial for the company, and I will speak to the general manager about assigning someone else. At this, Song Mai, who had remained silent until now, suddenly spoke up. I did not push her, and the events are not as she describes. With the surveillance footage gone, I cannot provide evidence, nor can she. We are merely at an impasse. And this does not prove my husband's impropriety towards her, nor does it negate any other intentions she might harbor towards him. Although the prior incident occurred, it was my private affair. I had no intention of pursuing it or making it public. However, now that this matter has escalated, and Zheng Yao insists on bringing it to light, she must clarify how things truly stand. At this juncture, she turned to Zheng Yao, her eyes clear and piercing, as if she had seen through everything. I will find a way to prove my innocence swiftly, and you would do well to present evidence supporting your claims. As for the alleged push, if it did not happen, I shall not apologize. Should I produce evidence? I expect Manager Fong to be fair and allow me to continue with the project, for I was specifically chosen by the general manager, not at your whim. With that, Song Mai turned and left. Lin Ran hurriedly followed, quietly giving Song Mai a thumbs up. I never knew you could be so articulate. Song Mai frowned. It's not about being articulate. I simply refuse to let others falsely accuse me without evidence. Have you devised a plan?
Song Mai shook her head.
Who could have anticipated encountering such a melodramatic situation at work? If it were anything else, I could overlook it. But Zheng Yao's actions directly affect my income, and that I cannot tolerate. No one shall interfere with my earnings. With her project halted, Song Mai spent the afternoon engaged in menial tasks. As she prepared to leave at the end of the day, another translator from the Spanish department, temporarily assigned to take over the project, remarked sarcastically, "Getting off early is nice, unlike us poor souls who have been unceremoniously dropped from the project and still have no idea when we'll finish our overtime." Another colleague from the French department chimed in, "You might as well prepare for overtime. After all, you don't have a husband gallivanting around. And you're not one to be picky. If you were like that, you wouldn't have to stay late." Laughter erupted in the office. Song Mai halted her movements. "You believe Zheng Yao without evidence, yet you think I am in the wrong without proof. Who truly cannot discern right from wrong?" Her demeanor, usually gentle and quiet, unexpectedly turned sharp. She rarely engaged with others outside her close circle, making her sudden outburst all the more striking. The two colleagues fell silent. Thoughts of the previous day's events swirled in her mind, contemplating whether anyone else apart from her, Chu Xing, and Zheng Yao had witnessed the incident at the front desk. Lost in contemplation, she eventually drifted into sleep. Upon returning home, Chu Xing noticed that the door to Song Mai's bedroom was ajar. She lay on the bed with steady breaths, seemingly asleep. He tiptoed to her side and gently pulled up the blanket beside her. Her thick, dark hair sprawled across the pillow, and her tightly closed eyes hinted at dreams that might have stirred her brow, her tiny fists clenched. There was something endearing about her. Chu Xing found himself mesmerized as he gazed at her, lost in time until she suddenly opened her eyes. In that moment of their eyes meeting, his breath caught, and his heart inexplicably fluttered. Song Mai sat up, awkwardly scratching her head. "What are you doing here?" He cleared his throat. "The door was open. I was worried you might catch a chill, so I covered you with a blanket." "Thank you." The atmosphere turned subtly charged. The food is in the pot. Let me heat it up for you." "No need. I've already eaten." Song Mai climbed out of bed, still drowsy. Chu Xing watched her as she tidied the dishes in the living room. "You went to bed quite early today." Song Mai replied with a noncommittal lacking energy. "Is everything all right?" With just a glance, Chu Xing discerned that something was amiss with Song Mai. Chapter 14. The truth. Song Mai spoke with a calmness that betrayed no hint of turmoil. "It's nothing, just a bit fatigued." Who was still at the front desk at that time? It felt as though she had wandered into a dead end, grappling for an alternative, but finding none. Chu Xing gazed at Song Mai's silhouette, lost in thought. He was acutely aware that she harbored secrets, yet she was reluctant to share them. After washing the dishes, Song Mai dried her hands in the living room, prompting Chu Xing to speak again. "Why don't you tell me? Perhaps I might be of assistance." Since he had taken the initiative to inquire, and with her own thoughts circling in vain, Song Mai decided to sit down and recount the matter in detail. In the end, she exhaled a heavy sigh. "I merely wish to work diligently and achieve the life I desire through my own efforts. Why must it be so arduous?" The woman appeared fragile, and as she spoke, an overwhelming sorrow welled in her eyes. Chu Xing remained silent, but a flicker of empathy crossed his gaze. "I will accompany you to the company tomorrow." Song Mai looked puzzled. "Why would you come? Last time, something unfortunate happened. Wouldn't this time be even worse?" By now, Chu Xing was nearly certain that he could hear the unvoiced thoughts of Song Mai. He explained, "I forgot to mention that I studied computer science. If the surveillance footage was indeed deleted intentionally, I might be able to restore it." Upon hearing this, Song Mai felt a flicker of hope illuminate her despair. "Really?" He nodded affirmatively. "Absolutely. Then I must trouble you." Initially, Song Mai feared that her words might lead to unfulfilled promises, dreading the potential gossip she might face at the company. However, with Chu Xing suddenly offering his help, her spirits lifted. She looked at him with sparkling eyes, reminiscent of someone who had found a savior. Chu Xing sensed her relief and added, "I will do my utmost, but I cannot guarantee success." The weariness that had lingered in Song Mai's expression dissipated. "It's all right. Your willingness to help moves me greatly. Tomorrow, I will buy some fine ingredients to show my gratitude." With a preliminary plan in place, Song Mai finally felt at ease enough to sleep. The next morning, Chu Xing did not go to the company. Instead, he sent a message to Assistant Liu. informing him that he need not pick him up and that the day's schedule would be postponed by 2 hours. However, upon reading the text, Assistant Lu pondered over the 2 sentences on his phone. No need for pickup, schedule postponed, 2 hours. The combination of these phrases seemed peculiar. 2 hours. Assistant Lu mused, unable to suppress his imagination. Master Yun was currently residing at Song Mai's home and had been leaving early each morning to avoid detection. Now, suddenly, he was instructed not to pick him up. Moreover, Master Yun had not been vocal about wanting a divorce or moving out lately, suggesting a significant shift in their relationship. After rising, Song Mai prepared breakfast for both of them as usual. Following their meal, she rode her small electric scooter with Chu Xing to the company. On the pink mini-scooter, Song Mai hummed a tune as they arrived at the office, which was bustling with activity at that hour. However, as soon as people saw Song Mai and Chu Xing together, whispers erupted. Isn't that Song Mai with her husband, the one who lives off her? What a surprise. How do they still have the gall to appear together, especially him, an absolute scoundrel? They seem to be getting along quite well, unaffected by anything. I truly don't know what to say. Who can stoop so low? Is it really necessary? Even if he is handsome, how can she remain with someone who clearly has no interest in her? Song Mai paid no heed to the gossip, making her way directly into the building. Zheng Yao had just changed into her uniform and stood at the front desk when she spotted Song Mai and Chu Xing.
Today?
The man was dressed casually in a white shirt and black pants, exuding a refreshing aura that made him appear remarkably charming. It seemed that he possessed an unexplainable allure. The more one looked, the more captivating he became. Seeing them stride confidently inside, Zheng Yao quickly called out to stop them. Song Mai cast a glance at her. At that moment, Zheng Yao froze, as though her words were caught in her throat, feeling suddenly self-conscious. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Song Mai led Chu Xing into the office. She first explained her intentions to Fang Yu, who did not express any objections. As he did not believe Zheng Yao would delete the company's surveillance footage, nor did he think Chu Xing would uncover anything. Upon reaching the monitoring room, the security guard was quite accommodating. As long as the manager approved, they did not impede their entry. What is happening? Song Mai inquired with concern. Chu Xing accessed the surveillance footage. It's ready. The screen revealed events from the front desk 2 days prior. Song Mai let out a sigh of relief. The issue could finally be addressed. After restoring the video, she first approached Fang Yu, then called a few others to witness the proceedings. In the monitoring room, several individuals watched the footage together. The video clearly displayed Zheng Yao persistently engaging with Chu Xing, even leaning in to place her hand on his leg in an attempt to establish intimacy. As the video concluded, one person could not help but exclaim, and others joined in. Indeed, Zheng Yao was the one making advances. How could she then play the victim? She truly knows how to manipulate her image. After all, once the footage was lost, with no evidence, she could say whatever she pleased. Did you see her pitiful demeanor yesterday? If I hadn't seen the video today, I might still have felt sorry for her. Song Mai approached Fang Yu. Manager, can we now confirm the truth? Fang Yu had believed Zheng Yao from the start. He never imagined she had been deceiving him all along. His expression darkened considerably. I owe you an apology. I placed too much trust in Zheng Yao's words. I will clarify the situation within the company and will discuss the project with the general manager. You will continue to oversee it thereafter. Only upon hearing that she could continue with the project did Song Mai's expression lighten considerably.
Thank you.
Chapter 15. A shared glance. Song Mai's gaze was profoundly sincere. The man nodded and quietly exited to a place unnoticed. When Zheng Yao hurried over, having heard of the incident, Fang Yu was reviewing the restored surveillance footage. Upon seeing her enter, Fang Yu's expression darkened, resembling a sky shrouded in ominous clouds. Devoid of sunlight, Zheng Yao's heart plummeted. Manager Fang. Fang Yu looked up at her, his eyes like an impenetrable wall, leaving her unable to discern his thoughts. Zheng Yao's heart quivered, her gaze faltering as she met Fang Yu's eyes. I did not intend to deceive you. Fang Yu let out a cold laugh. How does it feel to manipulate others? Zheng Yao, frightened and flustered, hurriedly feigned innocence. It is not as you perceive. You know my relationship with Song Mai has always been strained. Her sudden marriage to a handsome man has become the talk of the company, with many envying her. I felt uncomfortable and doubted such a man could truly be devoted to her. Hence. At this point, she stole a glance at Fang Yu. Seeing that he appeared to believe her, she sighed in relief and continued, "Who would have thought Song Mai would witness it and accuse me of seducing her husband, repeatedly humiliating me in public? I could no longer endure it and resorted to desperate measures. Manager, I did not mean to exploit you. I am merely an ordinary girl, often straightforward in my speech. Please forgive me this once. I shall not dare again. You have always been significant to me." As she spoke, tears streamed down her face. Fang Yu, harboring a degree of affection for Zheng Yao, softened at her explanation and tears, even if he was initially angry. "This shall not happen again." Upon hearing this, Zheng Yao immediately brightened. "Thank you, manager. You are the best." Meanwhile, Song Mai had diligently worked on the project all day. As the clock struck 4 in the afternoon, she stretched wearily. Collecting the translated documents, she knocked on the manager's office door. "I have completed the translation." Fang Yu accepted the documents, briefly reviewing them before casting her an approving glance. "You have worked hard. This project truly belongs to you. Only you can handle it with such assurance." Song Mai lowered her gaze. "It is nothing. It is merely earning money, not arduous." Fang Yu patted her shoulder. "I apologize for the previous misunderstandings. I have heard about the ongoing conflict between you and Zheng Yao. There is a high-profile dinner this evening, and you both should accompany me. Firstly, to compensate you, and secondly, to ease the tension between you two. Only with stable internal relationships can we collaborate effectively to accomplish our work." Zheng Yao's eyes sparkled upon hearing this, and she sprang from her seat. Casting a flirtatious glance at the manager, "Then I shall not be modest." "Thank you, manager." Others expressed dissatisfaction quietly, murmuring, "How can such good fortune fall upon her? A woman who seduces another's husband is permitted to attend the dinner? What is the manager thinking? It seems tonight will be quite the spectacle." With the tension between Zheng Yao and Song Mai, it is surprising they are both invited. Hearing the whispers, Zheng Yao rolled her eyes in annoyance. "What is it to you? The manager can bring whoever he pleases. When did it become your place to comment? It is evident you are merely envious of what you cannot have." With that, she deliberately raised her voice toward Fang Yu. "The manager is wise and discerning. His choices are undoubtedly justified." Fang Yu appeared pleased, his smile growing more pronounced. "Then let us depart in an hour. You both should prepare yourselves." Song Mai, who typically wore little to no makeup and owned minimal cosmetics, had only a few inexpensive outfits purchased from street vendors. She had little to enhance, so she simply tidied her hair into a high ponytail. At the entrance of the Wangjing Emperor Hotel, the manager donned a bespoke suit, and Zheng Yao had meticulously prepared herself, wearing a fitted pink dress, her hair elegantly styled, and her makeup flawless. In stark contrast stood Song Mai, still in her faded blue shirt, ordinary jeans, and canvas shoes, carrying an outdated gray laptop bag that appeared to be a promotional giveaway. If any aspect of her stood out, it was her face, which, even without makeup, radiated a translucent quality, her features relatively delicate. Yet her plain appearance rendered her almost invisible in a crowd. As the trio approached the doorman halted them. "You two may enter, but she cannot." He shot a glance at Song Mai. "We are together," Fang Yu quickly explained. The doorman remained impassive, stating, "Attire must be appropriate for entry. This is a high-end event. And your outfit." He scrutinized Song Mai from head to toe, "Would lead others to believe you are a beggar." Fang Yu felt a twinge of embarrassment. Indeed, the surrounding guests were dressed extravagantly. Although he and Zheng Yao were not clad in the most expensive attire, they had made an effort, both wearing formal dresses. Song Mai stood out as a stark anomaly. Zheng Yao cast a scornful glance at Song Mai, deriding her, however. Just as she spoke, a group emerged from the hotel. The leading man was strikingly handsome, clad in a black designer suit, exuding an air of opulence, followed by several individuals of varying ages, all dressed in expensive clothing. Though none spoke, their expressions indicated a degree of admiration for the leading man. As Song Mai stood facing the hotel entrance, her eyes locked with the leading man, her breath caught in her throat. Who else could it be but her contract husband? Chapter 16. Deceived again? The man's gaze remained inscrutable, yet a fleeting flicker of panic crossed his eyes before he swiftly masked it. Without pausing, he strode forward, brushing past the woman who stood dazed in place. Have I been deceived again? The woman's voice, laced with despair, carried a profound sense of fracture, as if she might shatter at any moment. Chu Xing's expression darkened, though his steps did not falter. A black Maybach came to a halt at the hotel entrance, and the driver promptly opened the door. The man stepped inside with a long stride, and the car sped away. Not only Song Mai, but even Zheng Yao beside her was taken aback. It was not until the vehicle's taillights vanished from view that Zheng Yao, in a daze, uttered, "Song Mai. That seemed to be your husband." Song Mai pinched herself hard, only ceasing when the pain compelled her to gasp. Everything before her was undeniably real. It was not a dream. Yet, she still found it hard to believe that Chu Xing would deceive her. Fong Yu patted her shoulder, impatience evident in his voice. "Hurry and change your clothes once inside. If you're not coming, just leave. Don't waste our time." Song Mai had no inclination to attend any gala. As she turned to leave, Fong Yu glanced at Zheng Yao and suggested, "Shall we go in?" "All right." Zheng Yao replied with a smile, skillfully linking her arm with Fong Yu's. She had assumed Song Mai had married a pauper, but that man was clearly of considerable wealth and status. Zheng Yao nearly tore her skirt in frustration, her eyes betraying an undeniable rage. Why should Song Mai be able to marry a handsome, rich, and powerful man? She was no better than that pitiful wretch. Throughout the journey home, Song Mai was lost in thought, her heart a tumult of emotions as she pushed open the door. She collapsed onto the sofa, a bittersweet smile gracing her lips. After all, he would no longer need her. At that moment, accompanied by the click of the door lock, the door swung open. Chu Xing entered, carrying a laptop bag, still clad in the cheap suit she had bought for him that morning. Song Mai's expression darkened abruptly. "What do you want now? Is the performance not over yet?" Anger simmered in her eyes, a disappointment born from prolonged deception. Chu Xing, as usual, changed his shoes at the entrance. "Let me explain. Things are not as you perceive them." Song Mai scoffed. "And how is that? What excuse are you concocting this time to deceive me?" The man, aware of his misdeeds, realized that the situation had escalated to a point where one lie necessitated countless others to uphold it. "I did not deceive you. This is merely my job." Song Mai lifted her gaze to meet his, skepticism etched across her features. "Dress like that for work? You must either be a domineering CEO or a high-end escort." Chu Xing's expression darkened further. Had she truly encountered escorts before? It seemed he had underestimated her. He cleared his throat and provided a rare explanation. After hearing his words, a portion of Song Mai's doubt diminished, but it did not vanish entirely. "Don't you think that sounds a bit far-fetched?" Chu Xing's brow furrowed slightly, yet a glimmer of light flickered in his eyes. "I cannot fathom why they would take such a risk. Perhaps they were left with no choice. If you don't believe me, you can search online for the president's appearance. I've seen photos, and there is indeed a resemblance." Half convinced, Song Mai opened her browser and typed in President of Yunxing Group. Almost immediately, news articles and photos related to the president surfaced. She clicked through several, observing images of the president attending various events, though they only showcased his back and profile. Comparing the photos to Chu Xing, she noted the striking similarity, particularly in profile. They were nearly identical. She ultimately confirmed with him, her lingering doubts dissipating. "Are you certain your words are truthful? You are not deceiving me? I have been deceived before. I cannot allow anyone to deceive me again in this lifetime." Chu Xing sensed her vulnerability and hesitated momentarily. Yet, he ultimately suppressed his lingering doubts.
No.
With his affirmation, Song Mai exhaled in relief, having mentally prepared for a divorce. She reflected for a moment before apologizing. "I'm sorry for my extreme reaction. I may have frightened you. But having lived in a world of deceit since childhood, I have a strong aversion to it, so." As she spoke, a shadow of melancholy crossed her eyes. Chu Xing regarded her with newfound empathy. While he had gathered some information about her through investigation, he was unaware of the depth of her experiences. Hearing her now, he felt a profound ache for her. "I apologize. Next time, if a similar incident arises, I will inform you." Song Mai nodded, rearranging the blankets on the sofa. Her cheeks tinged with embarrassment. "By the way, how did your interview at Yunxing go?" He shook his head. "Their educational requirements are quite stringent. They only hire master's degree graduates from prestigious universities." Previously, she had caught a glimpse of Chu Xing's resume, which indicated he was an undergraduate from a reputable engineering university. Unfortunately, that was merely a bachelor's degree. Song Mai offered gentle reassurance. It's all right. The job market is tough right now. It's not just you struggling to find work.
Take your time.
I can still support both of us as long as we avoid excessive spending. Chu Xing pressed his lips together, contemplating for a moment. I am considering starting my own business. After today's events, he had reflected on the matter. While the likelihood was slim, incidents like today could not be entirely avoided. Perhaps he and Song Mai would cross paths again. Rather than appearing to be aimlessly searching for a job, he could claim to be an entrepreneur. This way, he could gauge whether she would leave him if he needed significant investment for his venture, and should they meet again, he would have a plausible explanation. Song Mai, concerned, inquired, "Have you made your decision?" Chapter 17. The money she gave. Chu Xing nodded. In the current economic downturn, many companies have ceased hiring, numerous small businesses have shuttered, and even large corporations are faring poorly, with stock prices plummeting. Rather than exhausting oneself in a futile job search, it might be wiser to venture into entrepreneurship, as one could potentially carve out a niche amidst adversity. He paused momentarily. Regrettably, I lack the funds at present, so this plan remains merely a thought. Song Mai remained silent for a considerable time, her thoughts echoing. Is it wise to embark on a business venture when one is so impoverished? She fidgeted with the hem of her clothing, as though startled by the man's proposal. Chu Xing felt a chill in his heart. As he had anticipated, the notion of entrepreneurship struck her as fanciful, and she perceived him as oblivious to his own financial plight. Yet, in the next moment, her voice resounded once more. You wouldn't consider using Grandpa Chu's retirement funds for this venture, would you? That would be unacceptable. Her gaze was clear, filled with sincerity as she extended her bank card towards Chu Xing. This is the money I have saved over the past few years. Due to my family circumstances, I've already given them a considerable amount, so this is all I have left, 50,000. It may not be much, but if you don't mind, please take it as a loan. You can repay me when you start earning. Her delicate fingers trembled slightly as she held out the card, feeling a bit anxious since Chu Xing had yet to accept it. Sensing his hesitance, she added, "Please take it. After all, we are technically husband and wife now. You've just helped me, and now I wish to assist you. Just remember me when you become wealthy." Chu Xing was momentarily taken aback, feeling as though the situation before him was surreal. She did not recoil in fear. Rather, she was concerned he might misuse his grandfather's retirement funds. Yet she was willing to lend him her meager savings. He was at a loss for words. Was it kindness or navet? Did she not fear being deceived? It seemed Song Mai could read his thoughts, as she smiled gently. "I trust you. You just said you wouldn't deceive me, did you not?" Her gaze burned with fervor, igniting a warmth in Chu Xing's heart that lingered long after. He swallowed hard, his voice hoarse. "All right. I promise to repay you once I start earning." He accepted the bank card and tucked it away in his laptop bag. Seeing him accept it, Song Mai felt relieved and headed to the restroom with her change of clothes. The next morning, Assistant Lu drove to the entrance of the neighboring community where Song Mai resided. He glanced at the time. It was 5 o'clock, even earlier than usual. At 5:05, the man entered the car, his eyes shadowed with fatigue. "To the airport," he instructed. With a swift press of the accelerator, the car sped down the road. Chu Xing rubbed his temples and retrieved some documents from his bag to organize. He bent down, scrutinizing the bank card once more. Assistant Lu, having witnessed the encounter with Song Mai the previous day, glanced at the card in Chu Xing's hand through the rearview mirror. "Master Yun, do you intend to give this money to that woman? This is what she offered me." Assistant Lu was taken aback. "But she knows your identity. Why would she give you money?" This was indeed beyond his comprehension. "She is unaware. I fabricated a reason to mislead her." Assistant Lu remained puzzled. "Then what about the funds?" "I told her I was considering starting a business." At this, Assistant Lu clicked his tongue in disbelief. She truly is naive with her finances. To so readily give money to a man, does she not fear being swindled? Chronic sleep deprivation had begun to irritate Chu Xing enough with the chatter. "Drive."
Yes.
Assistant Lu promptly fell silent. As usual, Song Mai rode her electric scooter to the office, only to bump into Zheng Yao, who had just changed into her work attire. Zheng Yao's previously cheerful expression fell as soon as she recognized Song Mai. You're still coming to work? I thought you wouldn't return. Song Mai chose to ignore her and continued walking inside. However, Zheng Yao was relentless, pressing on. Married to such a wealthy husband, yet still working? It seems he doesn't mind. Upon reaching her desk, Song Mai found two thick stacks of documents awaiting her attention. A cursory glance revealed they pertained to a new project collaboration. With a resigned sigh, she paid no heed to Zheng Yao's remarks. Zheng Yao, seeing that Song Mai was completely disregarding her, approached her with a confrontational demeanor. Song Mai, what is your problem? Do you need something? Song Mai replied, her expression bemused. Zheng Yao's face darkened. Why don't you respond when I speak to you? Just because your husband is wealthy, you think you're above everyone else? Her incessant references to Chu Xing ignited Song Mai's irritation. You seem obsessed with my husband. I must ask, what is your intention? Lin Ran, seated nearby, overheard their exchange and interjected with sharp sarcasm. Some people just love to seduce others' husbands. Who doesn't know she is trying to stir up trouble between couples? It's quite laughable, as if success in her scheming would make her the next in line. Lin Ran's words struck home, causing Zheng Yao's demeanor to change instantly. Lin Ran, stop talking nonsense. Unfazed, Lin Ran crossed her legs. Oh, who am I insulting? I merely pointed out that someone is trying to entice another's husband. Why are you so defensive? Do you admit to being that person? At this, Zheng Yao slammed her hand on the table. Lin Ran, what does my conversation with Song Mai have to do with you? If you keep speaking so harshly, I'll report you to the manager. Lin Ran chuckled. Did I speak directly to you? I didn't name names, yet you're the one rushing to claim it. Go ahead and tell the manager. Aren't we adults? Do you need to run to a teacher every time something happens? You. Zheng Yao was so furious she could hardly articulate a response, stomping away in indignation. Observing her exit, Lin Ran felt triumphant and scooted her chair closer to Song Mai. Why bother engaging with her? Song Mai remarked as she organized her belongings. I simply can't stand her attitude. She is utterly detestable. Lin Ran moved her chair even closer. By the way, what else with her sudden shift? Just days ago, she claimed her husband was broke, and now she says he is wealthy? Song Mai recounted the events of the previous day in their entirety. Lin Ran nodded in understanding. Chapter 18. Divorce tomorrow morning. Marriage certificate in the afternoon. Upon hearing Song Mai mention that she had given all her savings of 50,000 yuan to Chu Xing, Lin Ran could not help but feel a wave of concern wash over her. You are far too reckless, she admonished. You have only been married for a short while, and you have entrusted him with your entire fortune. What if he deceives you? It's not a gift. It's a loan. Song Mai clarified while organizing the collaboration materials for a new project. Lin Ran felt a headache coming on. Even if it's a loan, did you have him write an IOU? We are husband and wife. It is not customary to write an IOU, Song Mai replied, her tone dismissive. Lin Ran, exasperated, reached out and playfully flicked her forehead. You'll end up bankrupt one day. He would never deceive me, Song Mai asserted, her unwavering trust eliciting a sense of frustration in Lin Ran. At your age, still lost in romance? I hope your husband has some conscience when he is living off you. Meanwhile, Zheng Yao stormed into Fang Yu's office. Manager, could you please intervene with Song Mai and Lin Ran? Fang Yu, holding a cigarette between his fingers, narrowed his eyes as he exhaled. What is going on with them now? Zheng Yao's chest heaved with indignation. They are bullying me. Hearing this, Fang Yu lifted his gaze, bemused. It seems to me that you are often the one instigating trouble. Zheng Yao bit her lip, her beautiful eyes glistening with unshed tears, looking utterly aggrieved. She gently shook Fang Yu's arm, adopting a childlike demeanor. Manager Fang, I truly haven't done anything wrong. I always listen to you. How could I seek trouble? It's all Song Mai's fault. Ever since that incident, she has looked down on me and speaks to me with such hostility. You must speak up for me. Her voice, naturally melodious, now carried a hint of playful allure. It was as if a delicate, fragile hand had fallen upon Fang Yu's heart, stirring emotions within him. Fang Yu grasped Zheng Yao's hand, stroking it absent-mindedly, a frown forming on his brow. It's not that I don't want to help you, but you are all from the Spanish department. As a manager, it wouldn't be right for me to favor one over the other. Zheng Yao felt a wave of disgust at the thought of a man shamelessly taking advantage of her. Yet she was willing to sacrifice a bit of dignity if it meant putting Song Mai in her place. She tightened her grip on Fang Yu's hand, her gaze sparkling with seductive charm. I am not ungrateful. If you assist me, I will certainly remember your kindness. Fang Yu nodded in satisfaction. Rest assured, as long as you are sincere, I will not stand idly by. After putting down her phone, Song Mai began shoving her personal belongings into a canvas bag. Lin Ran bounced over from behind and wrapped her arms around her. Shall we go eat at that seafood congee place behind the company? Let us go. Song Mai replied succinctly, surprising Lin Ran. He's not around tonight, Lin Ran remarked, her smile faltering. He's not running off with your money, is he? What are you thinking? He's gone out of town for business. We are legally protected. This is not a mere cohabitation. Glancing at the time, Song Mai pulled Lin Ran along. All right, it's been a while since we've had dinner together. Let us enjoy a nice meal tonight. Though Lin Ran remained silent, unease lingered in her heart. She watched as Song Mai, deeply engrossed in her meal, opened her mouth several times, yet found no words to say. That evening, as Song Mai approached her home with the canvas bag in hand, she spotted several overly familiar figures standing at her doorstep. Father, mother, sister-in-law, what brings you here? Before Song Mai could react, her mother delivered a sharp slap across her face, the sound ringing loudly in the air. How could you, my ungrateful daughter? After all the effort your father and I put into raising you, now that you are married, you say you want nothing to do with us? Had I known this would happen, I might as well have suffocated you at birth. Her sister-in-law hurried forward, patting her chest in a show of concern. Mother, please calm down. You mustn't let anger harm your health. After all, Song Mai is your daughter. How could she possibly abandon you and father? Her mother, still furious, retorted, abandon us? Since she married that gigolo, when has she ever contacted us? Shoving Song Mai aside, her mother continued, you wretched girl. Why aren't you opening the door? Do you want your father and me to stand out here all day? Truly an unfilial daughter. Song Mai stood rooted in place, observing her mother's relentless tirade. What do you want? Her sister-in-law stepped forward again. Your parents came out of goodwill to check on you.
Why speak to them like that? Check on me?
I doubt it, Song Mai scoffed. After all these years, her parents had only approached her for money or ulterior motives. When had they ever genuinely cared for her? Her mother and father bristled with anger. You've changed because of that wild man, Haven to you? I knew you wouldn't change for no reason. We came to demand that you divorce him immediately. Lu Weichong had issued his final ultimatum, and just before leaving, they had received a threatening call from him. If they did not resolve this matter swiftly, Lu Weichong would not let them off easily. Song Mai took a step back, avoiding her mother's outstretched hand. Her demeanor resolute. I will not divorce him. This declaration incited her mother's fury further. Initially, she had thought Chu Xing's circumstances were poor. But after Lu Weichong's investigation, she learned he didn't even have a job and lived with an elderly grandfather. Do you realize what he does? He has no job. How can he support a family? I have a job. I don't need him to support me. Her sister-in-law chimed in, stoking the flames. You're being foolish, Mai. Marrying him means you will have to support him. What good is a man like that? You are no longer a young girl. Wasting your time on him will not make him cherish you. It will only make him think you are desperate. Her father, who had remained silent until now, wore a stern expression. We are not here to negotiate. You will divorce him, whether you like it or not. Tomorrow morning, you will finalize the divorce. And in the afternoon, you will marry Weichong. Only with him can you lead a good life. Chapter 19. Relentless Pursuit. Song Mai had heard this phrase far too many times. Ever since her sister-in-law introduced her to Lu Weichong, it seemed as though the entire family was attempting to brainwash her with the same sentiment. It was as if her life would be utterly ruined if she did not end up with Lu Weichong, and that only with him could she lead a prosperous life. They were not blind to the man's true character. Yet, in their relentless pursuit of their own agendas, they were willing to push her into a fiery pit. The repetitive phrases made Song Mai feel nauseous. She glanced around at the expressions on the faces of those present, all of whom bore an unwavering determination. Their eyes filled with despair. I have a good relationship with Chu Xing. I do not care if he is wealthy. At least with him. I am not merely an object to barter for a bride price, Song Mai stated plainly. After exchanging glances, her sister-in-law and her parents sensed that she had made up her mind, unwilling to consider divorce. When one scheme failed, another was devised. Her sister-in-law gritted her teeth and feigned a pitiful tone. You know what kind of person Lu Weiqiang is. Our parents have agreed to him but have yet to fulfill their promises. I fear he will not spare our family. Song Mai forcefully shook off the woman's grip on her arm. What does it matter to me? Over the years, I have contributed my meager earnings to support this family. Even if I do not have 500,000, I have at least 300,000 or 400,000. If it were not for this endless pit, I would not be living such a miserable life. I have repaid every cent of the money you spent on my upbringing. I will not divorce. What you do is of no concern to me. With that, she swiftly opened the door, entered the house, and closed it behind her. Outside, the angry shouts of her family quickly followed. You ungrateful wretch. You only care for yourself, disregarding your parents' well-being. Open the door. Today, I will drag you to divorce. Even if it takes force. Your parents are doing this for your own good. How can you be so heartless? Leaning against the door, Song Mai effortlessly let their insults penetrate through, tears streaming down her face uncontrollably. Although this was not the first time such an incident had occurred, each time it pierced her heart anew. She did not open the door until they had exhausted their anger and left, cursing as they descended the stairs. Once they reached the bottom, her sister-in-law spat with disdain. This girl is utterly ungrateful. Can't she see the gravity of the situation? Does she truly believe she can remain aloof from Lu Weiqiang? The mention of Lu Weiqiang made Song's mother recall the recent incidents where thugs were sent to threaten them. She shivered involuntarily. What now? A glint of malice flickered in her sister-in-law's eyes as she spoke in a hushed tone, unsure if she was addressing herself or Song's mother. If that is the case, we must take drastic measures. If she refuses to divorce that man, then we should simply eliminate the problem. She gestured at her neck, suggesting a finality that would leave them with no further concerns. Song's mother was taken aback by her daughter-in-law's ruthless demeanor. Are you suggesting that he should die? Her sister-in-law grasped her hand tightly, her voice laced with venom. Mother, you must understand that if Song Mai does not divorce, he will become a threat to us. Lu Weiqiang is capable of anything. If he insists on possessing Song Mai, he is also capable of violence. We must force his hand. A chill ran down Song's mother's spine. If Mai finds out, she will hate us. Mother, we cannot afford to think of anything else. Sacrificing her for the safety of our family is a small price to pay. Once she is with Lu Weiqiang, she will understand our intentions. Only after hearing this did Song's mother feel a slight sense of comfort. Days passed, and Chu Xing still did not appear. Lin Ran watched her with confusion. If you care about him, why not just ask? And how can you be at ease? He just took all your savings and vanished. Doesn't that strike you as odd? Song Mai tightened her grip on her phone. While she believed Chu Xing would never deceive her, the prolonged silence gnawed at her, prompting doubt. In frustration, she tossed her phone aside. Fine, I will wait a little longer. Lin Ran, exasperated, turned to leave. You are being stubborn. If you wait any longer, it will be too late to contact the authorities. That afternoon, while Song Mai was filling her cup in the pantry, Fong Yu waved at her from a distance. She secured the lid on her cup and walked to his office. Manager, is there something you need? Fong Yu glanced at the time. The Western National New Energy Company is set to collaborate with our city's fifth-ranked Yunxing Company this afternoon. Both companies will dine at the Yunxing Grand Hotel. Yunxing intends to entrust all translation tasks to us if the partnership succeeds. So, I hope you and Zheng Yao can accompany me to this dinner. But I am currently involved with other projects, and it is a new initiative. If I take on another, I fear I cannot manage. Song Mai hesitated. Fong Yu pondered for a moment and explained. It is not mandatory for you to handle this project directly. Your exceptional business acumen is vital. This dinner is crucial for us. If Yunxing witnesses our professionalism, even if this project does not succeed, they will consider us for future needs. Rest assured, if we secure this deal, you will receive your due share. I will ensure those available for the project are compensated accordingly. Upon hearing this, Song Mai felt reassured and recalled the few thousand left in her WeChat account. She nodded. All right, I will go. Fong Yu immediately regarded her with admiration. That's the spirit. Remember to freshen up, apply some makeup, and wear professional attire. Understood. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, with an hour remaining before departure, Song Mai wrapped up her tasks and borrowed some basic makeup from Lin Ran. After a quick application, she retrieved a suit that had not been worn in a long time from the changing room. When Lin Ran saw her, her eyes lit up. You should really take the time to dress up. You look stunning now. The clothes you usually buy might be inexpensive, but they're a waste of your beauty. With such looks, it's a pity to go barefaced every day. Song Mai waved her hand dismissively. It is merely a facade. Why concern ourselves with such trivialities? Chapter 20. You are the gratitude. Lin Ran found herself both amused and exasperated by her words. What should one truly care about? Song Mai replied calmly. Although it's pleasing to the eye, I would still prefer a rougher exterior over a delicate impoverishment, as long as I have some money in hand. Moreover, she never considered herself particularly attractive. Objectively speaking, her appearance could be described as elegantly simple and refreshingly understated. If one were to stretch it, one might even deem it dignified, yet devoid of any sensual allure. Even when meticulously adorned, she exuded a beauty that was pleasant, yet too understated, inevitably leading others to perceive her as somewhat lackluster. At 4 in the afternoon, Song Mai, alongside Fang Yu and Zheng Yao, set off punctually for the Yunxing Grand Hotel. Uncharacteristically, Zheng Yao remained silent throughout the journey, neither instigating conflict nor adopting a sarcastic tone. Naturally, Song Mai refrained from initiating conversation with her. Just before they disembarked, Fang Yu and Song Mai exchanged a few words regarding the project before they all entered the hotel. In the VIP room of the hotel, representatives from the Western National New Energy Company and Yunxing had just settled in. As the translator, Song Mai took a seat next to the project manager from the Western National New Energy Company. The project manager, a middle-aged man with a bushy beard, greeted Song Mai with great enthusiasm upon seeing her. Fang Yu and Zheng Yao, on the other hand, sat beside the project manager from Yunxing. Throughout the evening, the bearded man not only engaged in discussions about collaboration with Yunxing but also conversed with Song Mai, inquiring about various local customs and traditions. However, Song Mai could not shake the feeling that the bearded man's gaze lingered on her in a manner that made her uncomfortable. While she possessed an admirable figure, standing at 168 centimeters with a slender waist and long legs, Zheng Yao could not compete with her in this regard. Moreover, wearing professional attire accentuated her physical advantages. Fang Yu occasionally exchanged a few words with the representatives from Yunxing, while Zheng Yao remained utterly silent, either listening to others or consuming her meal, leaving her intentions inscrutable. Nevertheless, Song Mai paid little mind to her demeanor, reminding herself that her role as a translator was her primary concern, and anything unrelated was of no significance to her. Fang Yu, noticing something amiss, inquired with genuine concern. "What's wrong? Are you feeling unwell?" Zheng Yao, blushing, whispered a few words into his ear, prompting Fang Yu to reply, "Then you should stay a little longer. When the time comes, you can leave first." Zheng Yao nodded in agreement, though her gaze towards Song Mai now held an unusual intensity. As the dinner progressed, the wine bottles on the table were emptied. Yet, the bearded man still appeared unsatisfied, and the perceptive representatives from Yunxing arranged for a bottle of 76 Bordeaux red wine to be brought in. Upon its arrival, the bearded man immediately poured a glass for Song Mai. Despite her repeated refusals, he insisted that she partake, claiming it was a celebratory drink for the successful negotiations. Seeking assistance, she glanced at Fang Yu, who nodded and softly urged, "It's fine to drink one glass." Only then did Song Mai accept the glass of wine. After downing the drink, the bearded man lavished her with compliments. Meanwhile, Zheng Yao, having entered Fang Yu's car, shed her earlier feeble disposition. She pulled out a tissue to remove the concealer that masked her lips and applied lipstick, her elevated brows revealing a sense of triumph. Fang Yu leaned back against the driver's seat, lighting a cigarette, and with a raised eyebrow, observed Zheng Yao. "Are you satisfied?" he asked. Zheng Yao, focused on her reflection, replied, "If the situation turns out well, then certainly." Fang Yu smacked his lips. "The most venomous of hearts, indeed, is not just a saying." Zheng Yao gritted her teeth, her beautiful visage appearing somewhat contorted in the mirror, her eyes glinting with malice. "She has always been a thorn in my side. Since she married Chu Xing, let her be unfaithful. I believe that even if Chu Xing adores her, he would never tolerate his woman straying to another." Fong Yu flicked the ash from his cigarette, watching as it fell like specks of stardust in the night. His voice was low and laced with an eerie chill. So, how do you plan to thank me? Zhang Yao turned to him. What do you desire? In the next instant, Fong Yu abruptly wrapped his arm around her slender waist, pulling her into his embrace with a firm grip. What do you think I want? A flicker of panic crossed Zhang Yao's eyes, but she quickly composed herself and attempted to pull away. Manager, you are already married. Why not choose another form of gratitude? Yet Fong Yu showed no intention of releasing her, tightening his hold once more. His other hand traced her forehead, cheek, chin, and neck, seemingly intent on continuing downwards. Zhang Yao grasped his hand abruptly, her heart racing. Manager, this isn't right. Fong Yu's lips curled into a sardonic smile, his eyes glinting with a chilling mockery. It's too late. Did you not consider this possibility when you flirted with me? Zhang Yao vehemently shook her head. No, I did not. Ah. Fong Yu chuckled lightly. To play the harlot while erecting a facade of virtue? That tactic may work on others, but not on me. With that, he lowered his head and kissed her fiercely. Meanwhile, within the private room, the handshake between the two project managers signified the successful collaboration. Song Mai finally exhaled in relief. The project manager from Yunxing poured wine for the bearded man, who in turn poured a glass for Song Mai. She repeatedly declined. I am truly unable to drink any more. However, the bearded man persisted. Let us celebrate our meeting today and the success of our collaboration. Song Mai intended to continue her refusals, but noticing the persistent glances from Yunxing's representative, she relented, adhering to the principle that the client is always right, and finished the drink. After conversing for a while longer, a sense of unease began to creep over her. Her body felt hot, not as if she were ill, but rather as if a torrent of heat surged within her, seeking an exit, yet finding none, rampaging throughout her being. She felt a heaviness in her chest, an incessant urge to take deep breaths. Pouring herself a glass of water, she found temporary relief as the cool liquid eased her discomfort for a few minutes. However, the wave of heat returned with a vengeance, threatening to engulf her entirely. Something was amiss, profoundly so. Chapter 21. The gift. She cast a glance at the few individuals present, noticing they were engrossed in discussions about collaboration, utterly oblivious to any unusual occurrences. As she felt her body becoming increasingly heated, as if she might ignite, her eyes inadvertently fell upon the half-filled glass of red wine on the table. A sudden jolt of alarm surged through her, and a thought emerged unbidden in her mind. Could it be that something had been added to the wine? But who could it be? The dinner party was drawing to a close, and Song Mai gritted her teeth, determined to endure until both parties had risen. The heat within her made her cheeks flush crimson, and she clenched her fists tightly, her fingertips piercing her palms, the blood glistening in stark contrast. Yet she felt as though she were numb to it all. The project leader from Yunxing shook hands with the bearded man, proclaiming, "Let's wish for a pleasant collaboration." At that moment, the effects of the drug had fully taken hold, and Song Mai found her vision blurring, her consciousness drifting away. She leaned against the dining table, forcing a smile as she translated the project leader's words. As she uttered the phrase, the leader patted her shoulder, and Song Mai nodded in response. The representatives from Yunxing departed hastily, and she bid farewell to the bearded man and others from the Western New Energy Company. Struggling to retrieve her bag, her legs felt weak, and her body swayed slightly as she stepped forward. Observing her retreating figure, the bearded man's eyes glinted with a predatory gleam. Upon reaching the garden at the hotel entrance, Song Mai could no longer hold on. She grasped a pillar, gasping for breath. The flames within her surged, and shadows danced before her eyes. It was unbearably hot. Her lips parted slightly as she murmured, the sound imbued with a suggestive allure that could not help but provoke the imagination of others nearby. Determined to move forward, she lifted her leg, but her knees buckled at the slightest motion. Just as she braced for a fall, a hand suddenly caught her waist, steadying her. The familiar yet pungent scent of cologne wafted toward her. It was the bearded man from earlier. Startled, she instinctively took several steps back, a sense of foreboding creeping into her heart. Yet she mustered enough spirit to express her gratitude. The bearded man smiled knowingly, his voice dripping with implication. Are you feeling unwell? Shall I take you to my place to rest? The insinuation was unmistakable. Alarm bells rang in Song Mai's mind as she quickly steadied herself. No need, I have matters to attend to. I must be going. She turned to leave in haste. But the bearded man seized her wrist and yanked her back with surprising force. At that moment, Song Mai felt utterly powerless, devoid of strength. The bearded man effortlessly pulled her into his embrace, encircling her waist with his arms. The overwhelming scent of cologne mixed with his distinct foreign aroma created a peculiar and nauseating blend, prompting her to gag involuntarily. Let me go, she gritted out, struggling against his grip in vain. The disparity in their physical strength was vast, and with the drug's effects surging through her, any attempt to resist was futile. Gripping her slender waist, the bearded man inhaled deeply, a look of satisfaction gleaming in his eyes, as if he were a hunter reveling in the capture of his prey. You are my gift. How could I possibly let you go? Song Mai glared at him fiercely. But the effect of the drug rendered her menacing glare merely enticing in his eyes. He caressed her cheek with a lecherous smile, his gaze narrowing, exuding an unsettling charm. I quite like your spirit. It's admirable. Song Mai arched her back, desperately trying to distance herself. You've lost your mind. Such behavior is unacceptable in your country. Impatience flickered in the bearded man's eyes as he hoisted her up effortlessly. My little beauty, today you shall learn of my prowess. Wherever I am, I will act as I please. Song Mai fought back with all her might, striking at him and calling for help, yet the bearded man laughed heartily. Do you truly believe anyone will come to your rescue? Her throat grew hoarse from shouting, but the vast hotel seemed devoid of any witnesses. Just as despair threatened to engulf her, a deep male voice cut through the air like a clarion call. Put her down. In an instant, she recognized the voice's owner. Chu Xing, save me, she cried out. The bearded man turned to the suddenly appeared man, excitement flaring in his eyes. And Song Mai, it appears you are quite in demand. Chu Xing strode purposefully towards the bearded man, not allowing him a moment's reprieve, and delivered a punch to his face. Stunned by the blow, the bearded man was compelled to release Song Mai. His eyes flared with fury as he glared at Chu Xing. Who gave you the audacity to strike me? Chu Xing, lacking proficiency in Spanish, remained unfazed by the words exchanged. All that mattered was to whisk Song Mai away. Without further ado, he kicked the bearded man's knee, following up with 2 swift punches to his chest and abdomen, leaving the bearded man incapacitated. He fell to the ground, clutching his stomach in pain. With an icy demeanor, Chu Xing scooped up Song Mai and hurried towards the roadside. Are you all right? He asked. She shook her head. Fortunately, you arrived in time. Otherwise, had you been a moment later. Song Mai closed her eyes, unable to fathom the potential consequences of a delayed arrival. The faint scent of cedarwood emanated from Chu Xing, a crisp yet comforting aroma that enveloped her. Initially, she merely clung to him, but soon she nestled against him like a sloth, greedily inhaling the soothing scent. Her face deepened in hue, feeling as if the coolness radiating from him alleviated the heat coursing through her. Her cheek rested against his chest as she nuzzled closer. It was then that Chu Xing sensed something amiss. What's wrong? He inquired. She murmured contentedly, continuing to wriggle against him, seeking the elusive chill.
Song Mai?
Noting her silence, Chu Xing's brow furrowed with concern. Chapter 22. Are you married? Song Mai's voice was hoarse, emitting some shameful sounds beyond her control. Yet she could not respond to Chu Xing's inquiry. Damn it! Chu Xing cursed under his breath, feeling a murderous rage welling up within him. He raised his hand to hail a taxi to the city hospital. Song Mai had completely lost her reason. Upon seeing him, her lucidity and defenses crumbled, vanishing without a trace. In the back seat of the taxi, under the influence of medication, the woman had transformed from her usual aloofness. The tailored suit jacket had been shed at some point, and the 2 buttons of her shirt collar had come undone, revealing her delicate swan-like neck and collarbone. The stark contrast of her fair skin against the night created an overwhelming visual tension, heightening the charged atmosphere between them. Initially seated beside the man, Song Mai found herself increasingly drawn to him, as if he were a great block of ice radiating a comforting chill. Yet, amidst this comfort, a yearning for more began to stir within her. She squirmed restlessly, ultimately straddling the man's lap, her graceful figure exuding an intoxicating allure. Her lips, warm and inviting, repeatedly inched toward his, craving deeper connection, but each time her suddenly awakened reason halted her advance. "I'm feeling so unwell," Song Mai whispered, while Chu Xing's gaze darkened further. Time slipped by, and he felt his once proud restraint teetering on the brink of collapse. "Song Mai, stay awake," he growled, as the taxi driver discreetly observed their every move through the rearview mirror. "Chu Xing, I can barely hold on." The woman bit her lip, drawing forth crimson droplets, a dangerous yet beautiful sight reminiscent of blooming flowers. Chu Xing's throat tightened. He gently cradled Song Mai, lifting her from his lap, whispering soothingly, "It's all right. We'll reach the hospital soon. Just hold on." He then turned sharply to the driver. "Step on it." He tossed a stack of cash onto the passenger seat, prompting the driver's eyes to light up as he slammed on the accelerator. The taxi sped through several red lights before finally screeching to a halt outside the city hospital. Driven to the brink by Song Mai's torment, Chu Xing swiftly carried her into the building. "Is Dr. Zhang here?" A startled nurse was taken aback by the man's hasty arrival, stammering as she pointed in a direction. "Dr. Zhang is on duty on the third floor." No sooner had she spoken than Chu Xing dashed toward the elevator. Meanwhile, Dr. Zhang Jihui was enjoying a cup of tea in his office, as night shifts typically remained uneventful unless an emergency arose.
Bang!
The office door was kicked open, crashing against the wall and nearly dislodging from its hinges. Startled, Zhang Jihui's hand trembled, causing his teacup to slip and stain his lab coat. He hurriedly grabbed paper towels to clean up, only to realize that the intruder was none other than Chu Xing. "Could you be a bit quieter? Are you trying to scare me to death, friend?" Zhang Jihui remarked, but Chu Xing, with a darkened expression, ignored him and laid Song Mai on the examination table. "What are you waiting for? Hurry up and help her." Though placed on the bed, Song Mai clung to Chu Xing, refusing to let go. The man's eyes blazed with urgency, veins standing out on the back of his hand, his demeanor suggesting he was on the verge of violence. Zhang Jihui glanced at the woman on the bed and then at the frantic Chu Xing, leisurely clicking his tongue. "Have you been busy with this lately?" Zhang Jihui teased, continuing his work with unhurried hands. As Song Mai's hands wandered over Chu Xing, tugging at his clothing, she wore only a shirt. The collar already undone and feeling overly warm, she attempted to shed her garment entirely. Seeing this, Chu Xing's expression darkened further. He removed his suit jacket and draped it over her, covering her completely. "Enough chatter, move quickly." Zhang Jihui drew blood from her arm, swiftly retrieving a syringe from a drawer. As he injected her with a sedative while Chu Xing restrained her hands, Song Mai gradually drifted into slumber. Chu Xing furrowed his brow. "What did you give her?" Zhang Jihui instructed a nurse to send the blood sample for testing while discarding the syringe into the trash. "We must conduct a blood test before administering any medication. I've given her a sedative to stabilize her until we have the results." Hearing this, Chu Xing let out a sigh of relief, fatigue washing over him as he slumped into a chair. Zhang Jihui poured him a cup of tea, casting a sidelong glance at the woman on the bed. "Are you in a relationship? This doesn't seem like your usual type. Have you changed your taste?" Chu Xing drained his cup in one go. "She is my wife." Zhang Jihui nearly dropped his cup again, the gravity of the revelation causing him to spill tea all over himself. What? You're married?" His eyes widened, struggling to process the unexpected information. "Yes, it was my grandfather's arrangement." Zhang Jihui's expression shifted from shock to a peculiar blend of sympathy and understanding. "But I hadn't heard about this." "Don't be too disheartened. In families like ours, we can hardly escape the clutches of arranged marriages. Now that you're married, I fear my own parents won't let me escape for long either." As he spoke, a sense of melancholy washed over him, a shared sorrow for their fates. Chu Xing shook his head. "She is not from a wealthy family. She is just an ordinary girl with a modest background."
"But why?"
Zhang Jihui inquired, perplexed. In families like theirs, children's marriages were often viewed as transactions. They could date but rarely married freely. Marriages were orchestrated by their parents, and no matter how hard they resisted, they were often caught in this web of fate. He couldn't fathom why an ordinary girl would be arranged. Chu Xing briefly explained the circumstances, and Jiang Jihui nodded in understanding. He glanced at the woman sleeping peacefully, her breathing steady, the flush on her cheeks the only evidence of her earlier distress. Chapter 23. The ordinary ones we had agreed upon and signed a prenuptial agreement, stipulating a divorce after 1 year. Jiang Jihai finally sighed in relief. That is good. However, how could the old man have thought to arrange such an ordinary woman for you? Such women are clearly everywhere, and is he not afraid she may have ulterior motives? After all, your family. He did not continue the latter half of his sentence. She does not know. I have not disclosed my specific circumstances to him. I have considered everything you mentioned, and I will not enter into a marriage for personal gain, nor would I jeopardize my family's interests for an unknown woman. I have also conducted a property notarization before marriage. Furthermore, she believes I am currently unemployed, without a house, a car, or savings. Jiang Jihai nodded slightly, his eyes suddenly widening. Where are you living now? At her home. This information left Jiang Jihai momentarily stunned. So, are you living off her? In her eyes, you are essentially a man of no means. The man's expression darkened, yet he did not deny it. Setting aside her ignorance of his identity, he indeed appeared to be living off her. Jiang Jihai could not comprehend. Since you possess nothing, not even a job, why would she choose to be with you? Is she wealthy? A bare house. The man's thin lips parted to utter 4 words. Jiang Jihai's expression morphed into one of confusion. Why? What does she seek? Have you never wondered? Could it be that she already knows your true situation? Perhaps Grandpa Chu has informed her? Chu Xing fished a cigarette from his pocket, only to remember this was a hospital just as he placed it between his lips. He tossed the cigarette into the trash can. Could it not be for my looks? Jiang Jihai choked on his tea, coughing it out. How could you utter such shameless words? Chu Xing dismissed it nonchalantly. Even if I possess nothing, there are plenty of women willing to support me solely based on this face. Jiang Jihai felt a wave of revulsion at the man's arrogance. He had never realized how shameless he could be. Whether this boldness stemmed from a long-hidden confidence or the influence of this woman remained unclear. Yet, he remained puzzled. Since you are already legally married, why take her to the hospital? You could simply assist her yourself. You would be far more effective than any medication. Chu Xing's face turned cold as he kicked Jiang Jihai's calf, causing him to yelp in pain. Get lost. We are merely a couple in name. Jiang Jihai, while rubbing his leg, remarked. So what? A couple in name does not preclude you from doing something, especially since you are helping her. She would not blame you. One must seize opportunities. Chu Xing shot him a glare. Do you wish to be kicked again? At that moment, the office door was knocked upon, and a nurse entered, holding the blood test report. Whether she had overheard something outside was unclear, but her cheeks were slightly flushed. Dr. Jiang, here is the blood test report. Jiang Jihai flirtatiously winked at the nurse, who promptly fled, flustered. How does your hospital still tolerate your presence, you scourge? The man retorted. Jiang Jihai glanced at the blood test report. What of it? My medical skills are exceptional, and I have not truly done anything wrong. I am a doctor with morals, principles, and looks quite different from you, a man of no means. Chu Xing. Fortunately, although the dosage is somewhat high, it is not a prohibited substance. It is likely something procured from a small pharmacy. She will receive in 4 tonight for observation, and if all goes well, she can be discharged by tomorrow morning. In a daze, Song Mai felt her heart burning with an alarming intensity. The moment that cool body vanished, she felt as though her very soul was ablaze. It was only when a sharp pain shot through her hand, followed by the cool liquid flowing into her body, that she felt some relief, and eventually, she succumbed to a deep slumber. After settling the ward, Chu Xing pushed open Jiang Jihai's office door once more. Jiang Jihai's eyelids twitched, an ominous premonition creeping into his mind.
What now?
Jiang Jihai frowned. Your wife is in such a state, and you are not here. Is it appropriate for me to take care of her? The man donned his coat. Jiang Jihai nodded. I still have to be on duty. I will instruct the nurses to keep an eye on her and will check in frequently myself. As Chu Xing descended the stairs, Assistant Liu had already brought his Maybach to the entrance, quickly opening the door for him. Master Yun, where shall we go? The man's gaze darkened with a hint of danger. To the Yujing Grand Hotel. By the time they arrived at the Yunxing Grand Hotel, it was already 11 at night. Many patrons had dispersed, yet the vibrant atmosphere still lingered. This establishment ranks among the finest in the region, bustling with guests and business discussions that extend until the early hours. Upon seeing the Maybach pull up, the doorman rushed over with a beaming smile. However, upon meeting the man's piercing gaze, he could not help but shiver. "Call your manager." The doorman, feeling apprehensive, asked, "May I inquire what you require, sir?" Assistant Liu, who had parked the car, approached. "No need. Just summon the manager." 10 minutes later, in the corridor outside the surveillance room, the manager stormed in, grumbling. "Who is it you didn't inquire about? What are they doing in the surveillance room? You know very well that not just anyone can enter this place. We only accommodate the affluent. No ordinary person should even think of seeing me. If I find out someone unworthy has come, you better pack your things and leave." The doorman jogged alongside him. "I truly do not know who he is, but he does not appear to be an ordinary person. His aura is quite imposing. When I asked what he needed, he only insisted on seeing you, and I have no idea how he managed to get here." As the manager reached the door to the surveillance room, a cold voice echoed, "Do you think I, this ordinary person, am unworthy of meeting you?" The blue light from the monitor illuminated the man's face, and the manager recognized him instantly, his legs weakening as he nearly fell to his knees. "Master Yun, why did you not announce your arrival? I would have personally welcomed you. There was no need for such trouble." Assistant Liu wore a smile. Yet his words felt heavy. The manager must be quite busy. "We feared to intrude, and we were unsure if we, as mere ordinary folk, were worthy of your presence, which is why we had to involve the doorman to summon you." Chapter 24. The intimidation of the big shot. The manager was instantly drenched in cold sweat. His heart lodged in his throat. "Assistant Liu, what do you mean by that? This Yunxing belongs to the Chu family. I have no authority here. It's just that unruly ruffians often come here to act like they own the place. Over time, I unconsciously. Ultimately, it's this young man's ignorance. He knew and failed to recognize you." Chu Xing's gaze was as frosty as a winter's night. "I am not here to seek retribution. Step inside." Hearing this, the manager was momentarily stunned, quickly wiping the sweat from his brow. He approached the man, saying, "Master Yun, what is your command?" The man took a drag from his cigarette, casting a sidelong glance at the manager. "One of my people has been drugged here. Shouldn't you provide me with an explanation?" Upon hearing this, the manager broke into a fresh sweat, his clothing damp against his back, his heart racing as if it might leap from his throat. He had claimed not to be seeking vengeance, but what else could this be? "I had no knowledge of your person being here. Had I known, I would never have allowed such an incident to occur. Master Yun, I beg for your mercy this time." The manager was on the verge of tears, internally cursing the one who administered the drug. Why choose to target this esteemed individual's people? Was this not a death wish? Assistant Liu, smiling, hoisted the manager up and threw him by the surveillance monitor. "Since you are unaware, let us cooperate to get to the bottom of this matter." For a full hour, Chu Xing fast-forwarded through the surveillance footage from that evening. He finally spotted a woman exiting the private room 107, her expression somewhat flustered. Chu Xing's narrowed eyes widened suddenly. "Stop." The manager, trembling, hastily pressed the pause button. "Investigate this woman's movements." The Yunxing Hotel boasted a comprehensive surveillance system designed to retrieve evidence in the event of lost valuables or disputes.
Indeed.
The footage revealed the woman intercepting a waiter delivering drinks to room 107. Under the cover of darkness, she stealthily poured a small packet of powder into the decanter. Once the powder dissolved, she composed herself and entered the room. He recognized her. She was the receptionist from Song Mai's company, who had previously attempted to tarnish Song Mai's reputation. Chu Xing reviewed the footage again but found no unusual behavior from Zheng Yao beyond administering the drug. It appeared as though she acted alone, but what a coincidence. Just after she drugged the beverage, Fang Yu left, leaving Song Mai alone. The bearded man then harbored ulterior motives towards Song Mai, leading to his subsequent actions. If all this were orchestrated solely by Zheng Yao, Chu Xing could not believe it, nor did he think she possessed such capability. "Send me a copy of the surveillance footage." Yes. With that, Chu Xing strode away, leaving the manager slumped on the floor, gasping for breath. A newly arrived waiter, perplexed by the manager's fear. Queried, "Manager, that man called Master Yin, didn't he seem so terrifying?" The manager shot him a fierce glare. "You foolish child, you have no idea. Losing a job is minor. I nearly lost my life. Next time, keep your eyes peeled. If you see him, come tell me immediately." He pushed open the hospital room door to find the woman had finished her 4-drip, lying quietly on the bed. The room was dimly lit, enveloped in darkness. The man approached her bedside, using the corridor light to quietly turn on the lamp. Beneath its glow, the woman's features appeared softer, devoid of the allure and seduction brought on by the drug. At this moment, she looked exceedingly meek, just as she had when he first encountered her, plain and unremarkable, akin to a lukewarm glass of water, quenching yet uninviting, unless one was parched. The woman clutched the blanket tightly, as if troubled by a nightmare, her expression tinged with fear. Chu Xing gently adjusted the blanket until it covered her shoulders. Checking her forehead, he found her temperature had returned to normal, easing his worries. "No need. Arrange a room for me. I shall stay here as well." "Understood." The next morning, Song Mai awoke with a throbbing headache. The slightest movement made her feel as if her body had turned to jelly, her palms aching as she raised her hand to discover they had been bandaged. Struggling to sit up, she surveyed her surroundings, the pungent scent of disinfectant confirming her suspicions that she was indeed in a hospital. Yet the environment seemed different. Every hospital room she had encountered was shared, furnished with metal-framed beds. Each occupant afforded only a nightstand, perhaps a television, and little else. Here, the conditions rivaled that of a 4-star hotel: a plush mattress, flowers on the nightstand, a sofa, a television, a refrigerator, and even a private bathroom. As she attempted to rise for a better look, the 4 in her hand restricted her movement, compelling her to call out. A nurse entered upon hearing her voice and exclaimed, "Wonderful. You're finally awake. I'll go inform your husband." As Song Mai caressed the bed linens, it became apparent that this truly was a hospital. After a brief wait, Chu Xing entered, clad in a cheap gray suit, carrying 2 takeout containers that appeared to be from a breakfast vendor. "You've come." He nodded, placing the containers on the nightstand and unveiling their contents: a bowl of congee and a serving of dumplings, simple yet appetizing. After a moment, Song Mai discovered her phone beside her pillow, realizing it was already 9 in the morning. "Oh no, I'm late." She made a move to remove the 4-needle. "Are you trying to endanger yourself?" He interjected, swiftly preventing her. "The doctor said the drug in your system is potent. You need another round of 4 fluids to recover fully. Just lie down and rest." "But I have to go to work." He handed her a spoon. "I already called in for you. Your manager approved your leave without hesitation upon hearing you were ill. Don't worry. Missing one day, one tea bring the company to its knees." Only then did Song Mai feel a slight relief, albeit with a twinge of regret. Missing a day means losing my attendance bonus this month, resulting in a deduction of 500 yuan. Chapter 25. Getting positioned upon hearing the woman's voice. The man remained silent, preoccupied with placing a small bedside table beside her bed and propping a cushion behind her. "Eat, you must replenish your strength." Song Mai picked up her chopsticks and eagerly devoured a soup dumpling. She was genuinely famished, having had a busy night with little sustenance. She felt as though her stomach was touching her back after sleeping for so long. The aroma of the dumplings ignited her appetite. As one dumpling slid down her throat, she felt invigorated. "Wait, where am I?" Chu Xing, seated on the sofa, lifted his gaze slightly from his phone upon hearing her speak. "At the municipal hospital." "That can't be right. I've been to the municipal hospital, and the wards are not laid out like this. It's a public hospital. How could there be such luxurious accommodations?" "VIP ward." Song Mai's eyes widened in astonishment. "What? VIP? How much does that cost?" "Don't ask. It's a price that would make you wince." Gasping, Song Mai felt her distress overshadow her headache. Goodness. Between the ward fees, medical expenses, and the lost wages, how much will this cost? I reckon it must be several thousand at the very least. What job is there to return to? The overtime pay from last night's dinner pales in comparison to what I've spent. If I had known, I wouldn't have gone and put myself in such a predicament. Biting her lip, she was overwhelmed with regret. Chu Xing set aside his phone and listened to her inner turmoil before finally speaking. "I'll cover the medical expenses. You needn't worry." Song Mai slapped the bedside table in frustration. Even if you pay, it's still your family's money. What difference does it make? This job has turned out to be an utter loss. Chu Xing privately regretted that in his eagerness to secure her a hospital room, he had overlooked the option of a standard ward. But it was too late for regrets. I know the doctor here. I pulled some strings to get you a lower rate for the VIP ward. Don't fret. I was just joking earlier. It's not significantly more expensive than a regular ward. Hearing this, Song Mai felt a modicum of relief. Did you notice anything unusual last night? Nothing at all? After a moment of contemplation, she added there was something odd. That bearded man's intentions seemed overly clear. Despite both Zheng Yao and I being in the private room, his gaze was peculiar towards me during dinner. Zheng Yao is certainly more attractive than I am. Why did he decide on me from the very beginning? Though she lacked evidence to prove that the bearded man was responsible for the drugging, she was certain he was undoubtedly involved. The man retrieved the surveillance footage from his phone and tossed it to Song Mai. What she did last night was her doing. But I suspect she wasn't alone in this. As she studied the video, Song Mai's expression darkened.
Why?
Why is this happening? There's no animosity between Zheng Yao and me. We've only had minor disputes before. Why would she go to such extremes? Chu Xing's gaze was unwavering. What do you plan to do? Gripping the blanket tightly, Song Mai declared, this time, I won't let her off easily. Let me know if you need assistance.
All right.
He had numerous matters to attend to regarding his business, so Song Mai refrained from probing further. Meanwhile, at the company's reception area, Zheng Yao was testing a new lipstick shade, humming a tune, her spirits evidently high. Fong Yu stood at the office door. Zheng Yao, please come to my office. Upon hearing this, Zheng Yao swayed her hips into the office, closing the door behind her. Upon entering, her eyes sparkled with pride. Manager, Song Mai has taken a leave of absence, and her husband requested it for her. Doesn't that imply that my plan worked? Close enough, but as he spoke, Fong Yu's gaze lingered on her curves. How do you intend to thank me? Zheng Yao had been secretly reveling in the news of Song Mai's leave. But this unexpected question caught her off guard. How about I treat you to dinner? At this, Fong Yu's smile vanished, and a glint of menace appeared in his eyes. Zheng Yao, do you think I'm a fool? I helped you because you made it abundantly clear that you needed my support. Now that the task is completed, you intend to brush me off with a meal? Are you planning to stay in the company? Seeing Fong Yu's demeanor shift, Zheng Yao quickly reverted to her previous tactics. She feigned innocence and took his hand gently. Manager, I'm young and inexperienced. If I've offended you in any way, please forgive me. You know I'm just a humble receptionist. My monthly salary is meager. This is truly the best way I could think to express my gratitude. Please don't take it amiss. Fong Yu's expression darkened, and he forcefully removed her hand, his anger palpable. Don't try that with me. How did you speak to me before I helped you? And now this is how you repay me? Do you think I'm easily deceived? You think a little charm will suffice? Realizing Fong Yu had turned hostile, Zheng Yao dropped her pretense. Her smile vanished completely. Fong Yu, don't forget we're in this together. You can't intimidate me. Offering to treat you to dinner is already quite generous. Don't push your luck. Fong Yu, taken aback by her sudden coldness, slammed his hand on the table, rising in anger. Do you believe I could have you thrown out of here at a moment's notice? Unyielding, Zheng Yao shot him a sidelong glance. You wouldn't dare. If you terminate my position, I'll expose everything you've done. Exploiting employees and leaking client information. If I go down, you won't be spared either. With that, she tossed 500 yuan onto Fong Yu's desk and strode out, her head held high. Enraged, Fong Yu swept everything off his desk, the clatter startling everyone outside, who looked up in surprise. Lin Ran glanced at Zheng Yao, and then at the closed office door. Picking up her phone, she sent a voice message to Song Mai. Isn't it strange? Zheng Yao, that scheming green tea, usually gets along splendidly with Fong Yu. Yet today they had a fierce argument. She even had the audacity to confront him. Although I couldn't hear their conversation, we all heard him smashing things in there. Chapter 26. He is not quite capable. Lin Ran cannot help but feel a twinge of worry and promptly sent another message. How have you been? Are you feeling better? However, her inquiries seemed to vanish into thin air. The next day, when Song Mai arrived at the office riding her electric scooter, Lin Ran was the first to rush over to her. Upon unlocking her phone, Song Mai noticed that Lin Ran had sent her several voice messages the previous afternoon. I apologize. My phone has been acting up lately, lagging terribly and causing delays in receiving and sending messages. It's possible I received them later, but simply did not see them, Lin Ran observed, glancing at Song Mai's dilapidated old phone, which looked ancient compared to the sleek models others were using. With a hint of disdain, she remarked, "You are far too frugal. Look at that phone of yours. If you don't replace it soon, it will be less responsive than a landline." Song Mai snatched her phone and placed it on her desk. "You are exaggerating. While my phone is indeed old and a bit sluggish, it still functions adequately. If it works, why rush to replace it? I'll wait a bit longer. You can afford to invest a considerable sum into your husband's entrepreneurial ventures, yet you cannot spare a few coins to upgrade your phone?" Lin Ran expressed her frustration. "What do you know? I believe in prudent spending, only indulging when necessary." Lin Ran shook her head in disbelief. "There is some truth to that. But you are denying yourself while allowing your husband to spend freely." After chatting for a while, Zheng Yao arrived. The moment she spotted Song Mai, she eagerly exclaimed, "What brings you here? I thought you wouldn't come." Lin Ran was perplexed by Zheng Yao's sudden enthusiasm. Just yesterday, she had been wild in Fang Yue's office, and today she was speaking strangely. Nevertheless, in her protective instinct for her friend, she instinctively retorted, "Are you unwell? Isn't that akin to wishing ill upon someone?" Zheng Yao could not suppress her laughter. "Oh, Lin Ran, you're defending her, but you think she's sick? The truth is, she might be off enjoying herself somewhere, completely unconcerned." Song Mai feigned a slightly guilty demeanor, her gaze darting around as she stammered, What are you talking about?" Seeing her flustered state, Zheng Yao felt her suspicions confirmed. Something must have transpired the previous night. With a hint of pride, she teased, "Song Mai, I didn't realize you were such a good actress. Care to share the extraordinary events of the past few days with us?" Lin Ran, bewildered, tugged at Song Mai's sleeve and whispered, "What is going on?" Song Mai shook her head and gestured for her to be quiet. Not understanding the situation, Lin Ran complied. "I have no idea what you are implying," Song Mai said, her voice tinged with panic as her eyes wandered. Zheng Yao grew increasingly animated, eager to reveal her gossip. "Don't be stingy. Share your good news with us, so we can bask in your joy. I still remember the other day when you, Manager Fong, and I went to discuss a project. During the dinner, I noticed you exchanging glances with that foreign gentleman. At first, I thought I must be mistaken, but then it became evident that there was a spark between you two." As soon as Zheng Yao finished speaking, someone in the crowd could not help but whistle. The audience erupted in speculation. "Goodness, isn't Song Mai married?" "Yes, if memory serves me correctly, she is indeed married. Does this not imply infidelity? And with a foreigner at that. They have not been married for long, have they?" Lin Ran, too, began to question her own understanding of the situation and quietly tugged at Song Mai's sleeve to inquire softly. Song Mai patted her hand reassuringly, signaling her to remain calm. Then she turned her attention back to Zheng Yao, her expression no longer one of shock at being exposed. With her arms crossed and a cold gaze fixed on Zheng Yao, she asked, "You claim you witnessed us going to a hotel. So I have a few questions. Where exactly did you see us? Was it at the Yunxing Grand Hotel? Or somewhere else?"
Zheng Yao,
realizing she had not actually seen anything, fabricated an answer. "Naturally, it was at the Yunxing Grand Hotel." Song Mai pressed on. "As I understand it, the first 3 floors of the Yunxing Grand Hotel are banquet halls. The guest rooms start from the 4th floor. We were in room 107 that day. Even if you were looking for something, you would only search on the 1st floor. How could you have seen us going to a hotel? Even if you saw us enter the elevator, that would not confirm we were heading to a room, would it?" Zheng Yao, taken aback by Song Mai's logical questioning, had not anticipated her would find a flaw in her own statement. Yet deep down, she was convinced that something had transpired between Song Mai and the bearded foreigner. And even if her words were somewhat nonsensical, the fact remained that infidelity had occurred. Chapter 27 Objectification. She raised her neck defiantly and declared, "If I had only seen you two entering the elevator, I certainly would not have jumped to the conclusion that you were heading to a hotel room. But you two, unable to contain your emotions, began to kiss passionately right at the elevator entrance, and I happened to witness it. We are all adults here. Who would believe that this wasn't a rendezvous?" Her words immediately stirred a tempest within the company. People exchanged incredulous glances, their eyes filled with disbelief toward Song Mai. Could it be? She appeared so quiet and unassuming. Could she really possess such a daring side in private? Thus, the old adage rings true. One should not judge by appearances. Perhaps her demeanor at work was merely a facade, while in private, she indulged in vice. How unfortunate that I missed such an exhilarating scene. As she listened to the unsavory remarks from the crowd, Zheng Yao felt a surge of pride. Her gaze toward Song Mai laced with provocation, as if to say there was no contest in this rivalry. Initially, the others merely echoed Zheng Yao's comments, but soon they began to embellish the tale, transforming it into a complete mockery, each word directed as an insult toward Song Mai. Lin Ran could no longer endure the slander and forcefully pushed through the crowd. What do you all know? Did you witness it with your own eyes? Otherwise, on what grounds do you make such wild speculations? A middle-aged, portly man stood in the corner, grinning lewdly. We didn't see it, but didn't someone else? Doesn't that clarify the matter? If you ask me, women can't be trusted. Even when married, they engage in extramarital affairs and with foreigners no less. Is their thirst truly that desperate? As he spoke, he cast a scornful glance at Song Mai. Infuriated, Lin Ran seized a folder from the table and hurled it at the man, striking his arm with precision. Are you out of your mind? Am I wrong in what I say? The overweight man shouted indignantly. Lin Ran, hands on her hips, pointed at him and retorted, her words flowing in a torrent. Fueled by indignation and the desire to defend her friend, the man's face turned crimson with rage. Lin Ran, I haven't offended you. Why are you reacting this way? She shot him a fierce glare, then took Song Mai's hand firmly, stating, Song Mai is my sister. Anyone who dares to slander her is crossing me. Turning to the others, she continued, have you all forgotten? Not long ago, Zheng Yao was flirting with my husband at the front desk, even touching his thigh. Didn't you all see the surveillance footage? With her own sordid deeds thrown back at her, Zheng Yao's words were no longer credible. Song Mai's gaze remained icy and unyielding. Last time, I presented evidence to clear my name. Why don't you demonstrate your claims as well? Seeing the tide begin to shift against her, Zheng Yao quickly interjected. I merely saw something at the time. I had no chance to pull out my phone and record. I swear, if nothing happened between you two, would I speak such nonsense? Song Mai scoffed, this isn't your first time fabricating tales. If there's no video, the hotel still has surveillance footage. Why should the victim exert effort to prove their innocence while the accuser can speak freely? Zheng Yao stared at Song Mai with incredulity. What nonsense are you spouting? You think that it's just any small eatery where one can easily access the footage? That's Yunxing, it's exclusive, and even with money, one cannot easily enter. You really are delusional. In the next moment, Song Mai slammed her phone onto the table in front of Zheng Yao. The cracked screen began to play a video. Zheng Yao grimaced in disdain. Are you sure that phone can play videos? Lin Ran rolled her eyes. Are you blind? Isn't it right there? As Lin Ran leaned in to watch, several young women gathered around, intrigued. The video was brief, lasting only a minute and a half. However, once they finished watching, their expressions shifted dramatically, and they regarded Zheng Yao with a peculiar gaze. Curiosity prompted others to crowd around. Zheng Yao stood defiantly, her back straight. A young woman who had just watched the video smirked knowingly. Zheng Yao, why don't you take a look? Before long, the 20 or so people gathered had all viewed the video. The recent gossip about Song Mai had taken a sudden turn. They looked at Zheng Yao with a strange intensity. Where did you get that drug? I've never heard of such a thing being sold. I thought it only existed in internet novels. She's quite resourceful, willing to go to any lengths to harm others. Zheng Yao grew increasingly uneasy, her mind racing with doubt. Reluctantly, she turned to Song Mai and said, open your phone. Let me see what video it is. However, as the video began to play, Zheng Yao's face drained of color, her complexion turning ashen. The footage revealed the very moment she had drugged someone. This can't be. This isn't possible. The crowd pointed at her, their gazes filled with judgment. Lin Ran looked at her disdainfully. The surveillance footage is right in front of you. What is impossible about it? You can't fabricate a story now. In a fit of rage, Zheng Yao seized the phone from the table and threw it against the wall, shattering it into pieces. Lin Ran yelled in frustration, "Zheng Yao, are you insane? Why destroy someone else's phone? You owe them compensation." Ignoring her, Zheng Yao's eyes bulged as if they might burst. She pointed at Song Mai, her hand trembling. "Tell me, why did you fabricate that surveillance video? You knew I couldn't obtain it, so you must have altered it before showing it to everyone, right? The video can be authenticated. It has never been fabricated." Song Mai replied firmly, intensifying Zheng Yao's torment. Lin Ran chuckled derisively. "Are you really that amusing? You have no evidence, yet she does. Now you claim her evidence is false. Isn't that just absurd?" Zheng Yao could hardly fathom that Song Mai could produce such evidence, even acquiring surveillance from Yunxing. The thought gnawed at her, and suspicion festered within. Could it be that the bearded man had betrayed her? Otherwise, how could Song Mai possibly gain access to such privileged information? Zheng Yao's complexion darkened, her expression filled with venomous hatred as she glared at Song Mai. "Where did you acquire that surveillance footage?" Chapter 28. Financial losses. Song Mai did not deliberately conceal anything and added, "Our relationship has always been strong. So please refrain from maliciously attempting to undermine it. Your actions only lead me to believe that you harbor ulterior motives, hoping to instigate our divorce to elevate your own status." Zheng Yao's eyes burned with anger, yet she became increasingly convinced of Chu Xing's extraordinary identity. The ability to obtain surveillance footage from the Yunxing Grand Hotel suggested a level of wealth beyond the ordinary. Even if her plan were to fail, she believed that eventually she could still enjoy wealth and luxury alongside Chu Xing. She could not fathom that a man who would be enamored with Song Mai could possibly overlook her. As these thoughts swirled through Zheng Yao's mind, her frustration lessened somewhat, but she remained adamant in her denial regarding the surveillance video. "Even if there is footage, what does it prove? It does not indicate the nature of the substance I may have placed in the drink, nor does it imply that you had any involvement with that foreign man." With her phone broken and the video lost, she was resolute in her belief that Song Mai could not leverage anything against her. At that moment, a commotion erupted at the entrance. Despite the security's repeated attempts to intervene, a foreign man with a bushy beard barged in, speaking in an unintelligible language. He halted only upon spotting Song Mai, his arm in a cast and his head bandaged. Were it not for his distinctive facial hair, Song Mai might have struggled to recognize him. Many present were from the Spanish department, and after listening for a while, they quickly identified the bearded man as a member of the project team from the Spanish New Energy Company. A flicker of panic crossed Zheng Yao's eyes, fearing that he might disclose their private communications. However, the bearded man paid her no mind and continued demanding to see the manager. The uproar was so loud that Fong Yu soon emerged from his office, visibly displeased. Yet, upon noticing the bearded man, his irritation vanished, replaced by an abundance of smiles. "What brings you here?" A perceptive young woman from the Spanish department stepped forward to translate. The bearded man pointed at Song Mai, his face ablaze with fury. "Is this how your company treats its guests?" Fong Yu, utterly baffled, recalled that everything had been fine when he left the previous night. How had matters deteriorated so drastically? "I do not comprehend your grievances. Was there a failure in hospitality? I humbly ask for your forgiveness." The bearded man accused, "Last night, I merely shared a joke with her when a man suddenly attacked me, resulting in my injury. I spent the entire day in the hospital. Shouldn't your company provide me with an explanation? I place my trust in you and in Yunxing, traveling a great distance to discuss cooperation. And this is how you treat me?" No sooner had he finished speaking than Fong Yu's phone rang. It was the project manager from Yunxing, calling to express his outrage. Despite the previous night's smooth discussions and the impending contract signing, the other party had abruptly changed their mind, refusing to continue the collaboration. All prior efforts now seemed futile. And the project manager demanded answers, only to be told, "If you wish to know the reason, consult the translation company." Overwhelmed by the tirade on the phone, Fong Yu felt a headache coming on. Based on Zheng Yao's earlier guidance, the bearded man was supposed to facilitate Song Mai's departure. After such an incident, it was clear that Song Mai would remain silent, and the project would proceed smoothly, earning Fong Yu recognition for his work from the executives. Zheng Yao would undoubtedly express her gratitude as promised. However, it was now apparent that every step had gone awry, and in front of so many witnesses, he could not directly inquire. Fong Yu continued to apologize, assuring that he would investigate the matter, and the project manager reluctantly ended the call. Stuffing his phone into his pocket, Fong Yu feigned ignorance and furrowed his brows, questioning Song Mai, uncertain of Fong Yu's role or his awareness of the situation. Song Mai took a moment to lay everything bare. After speaking, she fixed her gaze on Zheng Yao, saying, "Manager Zheng, while I am an employee and prioritize my work, it does not justify sacrificing my integrity, does it?" Song Mai's reasoning was impeccably clear, something Fong Yu had witnessed previously. However, he was taken aback by her ability to procure evidence. A glance at Zheng Yao revealed her panic-stricken face. Since Zheng Yao had already shown her true colors, Fong Yu saw no reason to shield her further, especially as he himself was in a precarious position. Clearing his throat, he continued, "Given that the situation has become quite evident, as department manager, my handling of this matter may not be entirely impartial. Since it has escalated to this extent, it would be prudent to let the company handle it. They will surely provide an explanation once resolved." Zheng Yao cast desperate glances at Fong Yu, but he remained indifferent to her plight. Once Fong Yu finished speaking, her heart plummeted into despair. The bearded man, seeing no resolution to his outburst, followed Fong Yu to meet the general manager. Zheng Yao, filled with dread, remained at the front desk throughout the day. As the end of the workday approached, Lin Ran approached her, her expression dark and displeased. "You can either compensate for the damages or replace the phone, your choice." Zheng Yao had no desire to engage in such discussions. What value did Song Mai's broken phone hold? Even if she were responsible, did that warrant purchasing a new one? Lin Ran pressed on relentlessly, "You broke it, hence you must pay for it. Regardless of its condition, it was functional before, and now it is unusable due to your actions. If you don't take responsibility, who will?" Annoyed by Lin Ran's insistence, Zheng Yao wished to avoid further entanglement over such trivial matters. She pulled out 500 yuan from her bag and tossed it to Lin Ran. "This is all I can offer. Her phone isn't worth more than this." Chapter 29. Should I change companies? As Lin Ran placed the money on Song Mai's desk, the woman was engrossed in her work. Upon noticing the money, she paused momentarily before turning to Lin Ran. "What is this?" "It's the money Zheng Yao owes you for your phone. You seem remarkably nonchalant about it. She chooses not to pay, yet here I am, like a eunuch, scurrying around for you." Song Mai playfully pinched Lin Ran's cheek and said, "You're the best. It's not that I don't want it, but this new project has overwhelmed me with tasks. If I don't start now, I might be working overtime indefinitely." With that, she carelessly shoved the money into her drawer, prompting a long sigh from Lin Ran. "Are you treating me to a meal? What will it be? Stir-fried rice noodles or spicy hot pot? Perhaps it's best to skip it. You're quite stingy, so save what you can. After all, you truly have no money left, having spent your savings on the wedding." Song Mai lowered her gaze and pursed her lips. "Actually, it's not so dire. I still have a few thousand left, and my salary will be deposited next month so I can manage. However, I didn't foresee my phone getting smashed again. Zheng Yao's compensation is considerable, but my old phone wouldn't fetch more than 300 or 400. 500, alas, is insufficient for a new phone, so I must supplement it myself." Reflecting on her plight, Song Mai felt a wave of melancholy wash over her. She had done nothing to deserve this misfortune, yet calamity seemed to follow her. While she had faced challenges in the past, they were never this relentless. Now, even drinking cold water feels like a chore. Lin Ran pondered for a moment before arriving at a difficult conclusion. "Could it be that your husband is a bane to your fortune?" Song Mai replied, "In the 21st century, dear sister, what sort of statement is that?" She pouted in disbelief. Lin Ran nodded in agreement. "Nonetheless, it's all right. When your birthday arrives, I shall gift you a pair of Nikes." Before the workday ended, Song Mai finally finished her tasks, albeit in a rushed manner. As she stepped out of the office, she spotted Zheng Yao conversing with Chu Xing, her demeanor one of coyness. Upon seeing Song Mai approach, Zheng Yao's expression soured dramatically. The man, ever compliant, wrapped his arm around her waist, and they rode off on an electric scooter, leaving Zheng Yao fuming in their wake. "What did she say to you?" "She told me to divorce you and be with her." Song Mai couldn't help but chuckle, her eyes twinkling with amusement. "It's truly a case of a man leading a nation astray. She has only met you a few times, yet she is willing to make such sacrifices." If you were to be with her, I dread to think of what else she might do. It wouldn't affect you, but I might end up in peril. Having resolved a significant issue today, Song Mai was more talkative than usual, appearing far more spirited than her typical fatigued self after work. The man donned a helmet and placed it on Song Mai's head, listening as she rambled on about the day's events. When she mentioned that the bearded man had come looking for her, Chu Xing's expression darkened noticeably, and he inquired with concern, "Are you all right?" Song Mai shook her head.
Fine.
"Merely fine for now, but the company has lost a significant contract, and how this matter will be handled, including any potential repercussions, remains uncertain." Chu Xing adjusted his helmet, then solemnly asked, "Have you considered changing companies?" Song Mai sighed deeply. "Of course I have. But I've been with this company for many years. The salary is relatively stable, and the benefits are decent. It's just that there are individuals who occasionally wish me ill. If I were to resign, I would face a plethora of new challenges. I've heard that Yunxing's marketing department is in need of professional translators. Have you thought about applying there?" At the mention of Yunxing, Song Mai's eyes sparkled momentarily before dimming again. She had wished to join them upon graduation, but at that time they had no vacancies. As she became engrossed in work and life, she lost the energy to pursue other options. Now, given her current predicament, she doubted they would want her. The man nodded knowingly. "If there's an opening next time, you should certainly give it a shot. You might just succeed." Inquisitively, Song Mai turned her head to glance at the man behind her. It dawned on her that he had been waiting for her to finish work. She pulled out her battered phone, wearing an expression of dismay. "Look at the state. I need to buy a new one." As Song Mai navigated through the throngs of people on her electric scooter with Chu Xing, he observed her silhouette, feeling an inexplicable heaviness in his chest. Eventually, he retrieved his phone from his pocket and sent a message to Assistant Liu, adding at the end, "The sooner, the better." Before heading to the restaurant, Song Mai stopped by a nearby supermarket to purchase some fruit. Chu Xing attempted to dissuade her, informing her that his grandfather had no need for such things. Yet Song Mai insisted, declaring it was a gesture of goodwill. The restaurant was not far from her office. It was not particularly lavish, but possessed an elegant charm, embodying a traditional Chinese garden with the gentle murmur of flowing water upon entry. As they entered the private dining room, the elderly Mr. Chu sprang to his feet. "Xiao Mai, it's been far too long." Song Mai beamed with excitement. For her, growing up in an environment where she felt neglected, Mr. Chu had always been kind to her. Despite their limited time together, she sensed his genuine affection, akin to that of a true grandfather. "Mr. Chu, how have you been lately?" she inquired sweetly, causing the wrinkles at the corners of his eyes to deepen with joy. "Quite well. All is well. It's thoughtful of you to worry. Unlike this rascal, who becomes so busy that he forgets even his old grandfather." While Chu Xing brewed tea nearby, he caught his grandfather's pitiful act and felt an inexplicable irritation. "Weren't you the one who said you found me bothersome and wanted me to keep my distance?" The facade crumbled, and the smile on Mr. Chu's face faltered. "Xiao Mai, don't listen to him. He simply doesn't take good care of me. Rather than waste time, he should focus on his own affairs." Hearing this, a pang of bitterness welled up in Song Mai's heart. Chu Xing poured a cup of tea for her, gazing deeply into her eyes. He wished to clarify that things were not as they appeared, yet Mr. Chu's disapproving glance silenced him. Chapter 30. Let us have a child. The old man's gaze seemed to convey a warning that if his plans were thwarted, the consequences would be dire for his grandson. Song Mai delicately placed a piece of tofu into the elderly gentleman's bowl, and instantly, Old Man Chu beamed at her. His demeanor a stark contrast to how he had treated Chu Xing moments before. The waitstaff continued to bring dish after dish, filling the table to the brim. Song Mai felt a pang of concern, her small face falling slightly. "Grandpa Chu, we truly don't need so many dishes for just the three of us. It's quite wasteful," she remarked. With a gentle, loving gaze, Old Man Chu looked at the girl before him. "This is the first meal we are sharing together since you became my granddaughter-in-law. It is only fitting." As he spoke, he patted his wallet with a proud expression. "Enjoy your meal, my dear. Grandpa has the means." Song Mai couldn't help but chuckle at his playful demeanor, and the atmosphere between the two was filled with warmth and harmony. Chu Xing, seated nearby, occasionally served them both, contributing to the congeniality of the meal. As they neared the end of the dinner, Old Man Chu suddenly sighed, his mouth opening as if he had something to say. Noticing his hesitation, Song Mai promptly urged, "Grandpa Chu, please share what's on your mind. We're all ears." The corners of old man Chu's wrinkled eyes glistened with moisture, tears pooling in his gaze, rendering him quite pitiable. Song Mai quickly offered him a tissue to wipe his tears. Chu Xing has been under my care since he was little. His parents were often preoccupied, and aside from me, no one else showed him affection. He has always been independent, and as he grew, he caused me little concern, except in matters of the heart, where I have fretted for him considerably. He then turned his gaze to Song Mai, his eyes filled with gratitude. "I chose you for him. I am at ease knowing he is with you. I understand you two have faced hardships growing up. May you support one another in the future. If he misbehaves, do not hesitate to inform me, and I shall set him straight. Of course, I also hope you cherish him, for he is a vulnerable child." Upon hearing this, Song Mai looked at Chu Xing, her eyes brimming with sympathy. "So, he shares the same plight as I do?" Chu Xing, somewhat exasperated, cast a glance at his grandfather, who, with a sly wink, revealed a fox-like grin when he thought Song Mai was not looking. Old man Chu took both their hands and gently said, "As long as you two are happy, I will be at peace." The warmth of his fingertips gliding across the man's palm sent a shiver of electricity straight to his heart, causing it to flutter slightly. And the way he looked at Song Mai trembled with unspoken emotions. Song Mai nodded earnestly, only to hear old man Chu, with a twinkle in his eyes, pose the question, "When do you plan to give me a great-grandchild?" With a startled gasp, Song Mai dropped her cup, which clattered to the floor. Chu Xing's expression darkened. "Don't speak nonsense. I've told you." Old man Chu, seemingly unfazed, maintained his jovial demeanor. "You rascal, feeling shy, are you?" He then turned to Song Mai, his face filled with anticipation. "Mai, I am not joking. I genuinely hope you two will have a child soon. You are both not getting any younger, and I wish to see my great-grandchild in my lifetime." Song Mai wished to assure him that there would indeed be opportunities for that. But the thought of being the one to bear such a responsibility under the circumstances of her contract with Chu Xing rendered her momentarily speechless. Old man Chu continued to extol his grandson's virtues. "Though my grandson may lack certain abilities, he is at least handsome, and you, Mai, are both beautiful and kind. The offspring of your combined genes will undoubtedly be splendid. Plus, my grandson is in good health." "Grandpa." Hearing old man Chu's increasingly outrageous remarks, Chu Xing could bear it no longer and interrupted hastily. "Mind your manners." He shot a glance, reminding him that Song Mai was present. Old man Chu bristled. "What are you thinking, you rascal? I meant he is healthy enough to care for children." Yet, immediately after scolding his grandfather, Chu Xing was taken aback when he heard the old man's next words. "Is your husband lacking? Surely you're not implying he is?" The man's face turned as dark as a pot's bottom, disbelief evident in his gaze as he looked at Song Mai. Did he really appear inadequate? While he often exuded an aura of restraint, he maintained a fitness regimen and was in excellent shape. He had no issues in that regard. Song Mai, puzzled by his sudden scrutiny, found him looking at her with an odd expression, but she dismissed it, prioritizing the importance of dining with the elder. Once they exited the private room, a black Volkswagen was parked outside the restaurant. The old man waved, and the driver promptly came to open the door for him. Song Mai was intrigued by the driver's relationship with old man Chu. In her experience, drivers were rarely so courteous to their passengers. However, she refrained from asking until Chu Xing, seemingly perceiving her curiosity, explained, "He is a family friend. Grandpa often relies on him for transportation, and they share a close bond." Nodding in understanding, Song Mai felt an increasing sense of pity for Chu Xing. It seems he truly bears the weight of family matters. It's disheartening that, in such circumstances, his parents are absent, leaving an elderly man to manage his own outings. How can one feel at ease in such a situation? "Don't worry, there are people at home to take care of him." This reassured Song Mai somewhat, and she retrieved her keys to ride her small electric scooter over. Seated in the car, old man Chu lowered the window halfway and leaned out to gaze at the surroundings. Chu Xing pointed at the little scooter Song Mai had pushed over, prompting a wave of hearty laughter from old man Chu. "Ha ha ha, look at you now."
Chu Xing,
Gritting his teeth, managed to mutter through clenched jaws, "This is all you're doing." Old man Chu erupted into another fit of laughter as the car pulled away. Song Mai donned her helmet and patted the back seat, cheerfully announcing, "Prince, please hop in." Chapter 31. Teasing her, the woman's eyes sparkled with a playful glimmer, evoking in Chu Xing the sensation akin to the infusion of a few drops of lemon juice into plain water, tart yet subtly sweet. Chu Xing, with his long legs slightly curled, sat on the back seat of the small electric scooter. Observing his somewhat aggrieved expression, Song Mai pondered for a moment before suggesting, "Why don't you ride, and I'll sit behind?" The man pinched the bridge of his nose and unhesitatingly declined. He preferred to remain seated at the back, where he could avoid drawing attention to himself. As dusk descended, the electric scooter glided forward at a leisurely pace, stirring gentle breezes. The woman's long hair danced in the wind, and Chu Xing caught a whiff of her faint shampoo scent, fresh and clean, devoid of the complexity and heaviness of perfume, which momentarily alleviated his fatigue. Yet, that question resurfaced in his mind. Suddenly, he spoke. "Do you have any grievances against me?" Song Mai was taken aback. "What?" The man abruptly grasped her waist, startling her into an urgent stop, the scooter screeching against the ground. "What's wrong?" Chu Xing stood up from behind, moving to face her. Under her gaze, he pinched her chin and said, "A man cannot be deemed incapable, do you understand?" Confused, Song Mai replayed his words in her mind repeatedly, unable to recall saying anything of the sort. Yet, with his handsome face so close and the ambiguous nature of his actions, she instinctively leaned back. However, the seat of the scooter was limited, and leaning too far back almost caused her to topple over. In that instant, Chu Xing swiftly caught her waist, and before she could react, she found herself back on the seat. Whether from fright or another reason, her heart raced. His hand reached for her chin again, and as her heart quickened, he pinched the clasp of her helmet, pressing it firmly, producing a satisfying click. He tapped her helmet lightly. "Make sure to wear it properly." Song Mai bit her lip, her heart skipping a beat. "Oh, thank you." Throughout their journey, silence enveloped them. Song Mai found herself slightly distracted, nearly running a red light on several occasions. As they approached the neighborhood, Chu Xing suddenly broke the silence. "Shall we buy a phone?" Considering her wallet's balance, she smiled and shook her head. With payday just 2 days away, she decided to hold off. The man pressed his lips together. "Let us first get some groceries." It was the first time Chu Xing had taken the initiative to suggest a trip to the supermarket, and without much thought, Song Mai agreed, suspecting he might have specific cravings. After selecting a few seasonal vegetables, she turned to the man behind her. "Do you have anything you wish to eat?" "I'm fine with anything," he replied, shaking his head. Initially, she thought he was being polite, but after asking a few times and receiving the same answer, she ceased her inquiries. As Chu Xing pushed the cart towards the checkout, he was halted by Song Mai's call. When he turned, she was already heading towards the home goods section, prompting him to follow quickly. There, she was examining a folding bed. "What do you think? Is it the right size?" she asked, gesturing to illustrate the man's height while measuring the bed. Watching her, Chu Xing felt a wave of warmth in his heart, appreciating the care she showed. "It's quite suitable," she remarked, lying back on the bed briefly before dragging it towards the checkout. "But you said you had no money?" he questioned, puzzled. "Buying a folding bed instead of a phone?"
I still have a little left.
"The phone can wait. I have a computer at home where I can check messages.
Besides,
my salary is coming soon. I can't have you sleeping on that small sofa forever. And this is on sale. It might not be available later," she explained, pointing to the sale tag affixed to the bed. At the checkout, the total came to 538 yuan. Chu Xing intercepted her. "This time let me handle it. Grandpa Chu asked me to take care of you, so you must listen to me. Besides, you saved me last time. So let this be my way of thanking you." Though she was quite poor, she always felt a kinship with those who shared her struggles. She had not delved deeply into Chu Xing's family circumstances, thinking that once their year-long contract expired, they would part ways without unnecessary entanglements. However, after hearing what Grandpa Chu had shared today, she felt a twinge of sympathy for him. While their situations might differ, the shared experience of lacking love compelled her to offer him kindness. Perhaps, if he feels cared for, the world might seem a bit brighter to him, she mused. As she tucked the change into her small wallet, Chu Xing tightened his grip on the folding bed, pondering her unspoken thoughts. Does it feel brighter? He gazed out the window, contemplating perhaps it does. After they completed their purchase, a young man, dressed in an ill-fitting suit and tie, approached Song Mai at the supermarket entrance, resembling an insurance salesman. May I help you? The young man pointed to a nearby wooden box adorned with the words Lucky Draw. Excuse me, could you share how much you spent today? After Song Mai disclosed the amount, the man exclaimed, What luck you have. You've just qualified for our anniversary celebration. Spending over 500 yuan grants you a chance to win prizes. He went on to detail the offerings, eventually pointing to a sign advertising the grand prize, a state-of-the-art phone valued at 12,999 yuan. Song Mai was more interested in the smaller appliances nearby than the phone, dismissing the notion of ever winning anything, especially not a grand prize. If only I could win a small appliance, she thought wistfully. The young man pushed the lucky draw box toward her. Why not give it a try? Casually. She reached into the box and pulled out a card. Upon glancing at it, her eyes widened in disbelief. Grand prize. She rubbed her eyes and checked the card multiple times to assure herself she was not dreaming. Excitedly, she tugged on Chu Xing's arm, presenting the card before him.
Look.
I won the grand prize.
I really won.
Chapter 32. Dismissal. The woman's eyes sparkled like stars scattered across the night sky, perfectly resting in her gaze. Chu Xing curled the corners of his lips, revealing his own happiness. Song Mai joyfully handed the card to the young man, asking, Can I redeem this now? The young man, beaming with delight, replied, Of course. He then handed her a smartphone from the table beside them.
It is yours now.
As Song Mai held the phone, its cool surface elicited an unreal sensation. Even after a while of grasping it, she felt as though she were in a dream. Unbeknownst to her, as she turned away, Chu Xing patted the young man's shoulder, who nodded respectfully in return. Upon returning home, Song Mai continued to touch the phone, marveling at its value. Chu Xing. I really won the grand prize. I've never won anything this significant in my life. To be precise, I've never won anything at all. Previously, I only encountered misfortune, and never a true prize. Every possession she had earned through relentless effort, but this time, fortune had smiled upon her unexpectedly. The man beside her was unfolding a folding bed, listening to her share her joy, a smile playing on his lips. After adversity comes prosperity. Things will only get better. This phrase, which Song Mai had previously doubted, brought her immense joy today. Perhaps everything wasn't as bleak as it seemed. With the phone, she saved a considerable expense, making future days more bearable. The next day, Song Mai arrived at the office as usual, sitting at her workstation to apply a screen protector on her phone. Lin Ran appeared out of nowhere, draping an arm around her shoulder before noticing the phone on her desk, incredulous. Song Mai, have you struck it rich? Song Mai, focused on the air bubbles on the screen, replied without looking up, No, not at all. Lin Ran picked up the phone for closer inspection, confirming it was the latest model, worth over 10,000 yuan. Don't kid me. This phone likely costs more than your current savings. Be honest, where did you get it? Only then did Song Mai recount her fortune at the supermarket the previous day. Lin Ran listened, filled with envy. Had it not been for work, she would have rushed to the supermarket immediately to try her luck. Meanwhile, the HR manager placed a notice of termination on Zheng Yao's desk. Upon picking it up, she immediately noticed the bold characters dismissal near the end. The company is firing me? The HR manager raised an eyebrow nonchalantly. You brought this upon yourself. It's only fitting. Did you think a penalty would suffice? Zheng Yao slammed her hand on the desk, resentment boiling within her. Why should this happen? I've been with the company for years, and while I may not have achieved great feats, my efforts should count for something. You can't just dismiss me. The HR manager found her reaction amusing. Zheng Yao, understand this. You are merely a receptionist. You've contributed no value to the company, nor have you worked diligently. Your only achievements involve discord with colleagues and sabotaging others. How can you claim to have put in effort? Zheng Yao glared defiantly, her teeth clenched. I refuse to leave. I absolutely will not. Suit yourself, but by the end of the day, you'll have to vacate the premises. Growing irritated by her menacing demeanor, the HR manager left with a dismissive remark. Zheng Yao stared at the notice, unable to accept the reality. Why was Song Mai still in the company while she had to leave? What would she do without this job? The more she contemplated, the more she felt she could not leave. If she did, all her prior scheming would be in vain. With no other options, she marched into the manager's office holding the notice. Lin ran, idly passing time, sensed juicy gossip as she saw Zheng Yao enter the manager's office. What is she doing in there? I recall her storming in here not long ago, furious enough to throw things at the manager. A young girl beside her chimed in. Indeed, how bold of her to barge in again. Fang Yu was reviewing project translation documents when he heard someone enter without knocking. His brow furrowed slightly. Don't you even know to knock? But upon seeing it was Zheng Yao, his expression darkened, his tone growing cold.
What do you want?
As Zheng Yao was the receptionist of the Spanish department, she fell under his supervision. However, given the light nature of her duties, Fang Yu had rarely paid her much attention over the years. Without responding, Zheng Yao walked straight to Fang Yu, shoving him back into his chair and sitting on his lap, one hand playfully toying with his chest. Are you going to let me go? After their previous encounter, Fang Yu was no longer naive. He pushed her away firmly. This is a workplace. Please conduct yourself appropriately. Zheng Yao soon realized his calm demeanor. You already knew the outcome, didn't you? Fang Yu lit a cigarette, glancing sideways at her. What if I did? This is the company's decision. If you disagree, take it up with them, but don't come here to cause trouble. Having been used by Zheng Yao in the past, Fang Yu had seen through her true nature. She was fickle, indifferent when it suited her, and only caring when it was convenient. Seeing Fang Yu's cold attitude, Zheng Yao panicked. She swiftly grabbed the lighter before he could, lighting his cigarette tenderly. Her voice, soft and seemingly pitiful, pleaded, Manager Fang, it was all my fault before. I was young and reckless. Please forgive me this once. I truly cannot leave the company. At this point, Zheng Yao began to weep, her tears flowing like a delicate flower in the rain. Since joining the company, I never imagined leaving. I was too concerned with Song Mai and inadvertently hurt those who cared for me. This is all my fault. She clung to Fang Yu's arm, resting her head on his shoulder, appearing vulnerable and fragile. Regrettably, had it not been for the recent events, Fang Yu might have been swayed by her display. He held the cigarette, the ember flickering dimly, his gaze remaining unyielding despite her act. This place is too small to accommodate someone like you. The company has made its decision. There is nothing I can do. Chapter 33. Those who do not act for themselves shall perish. Zheng Yao quickly resorted to her usual tactics. Softly sobbing as she took Fang Yu's hand and placed it against her chest, her eyes glistening with tears. Manager, feel my heartbeat. My feelings for you are genuine. I implore you to assist me once more, for the sake of our past connection. Helping you is not out of the question. But what reason do I have to assist you without cause? With Fang Yu momentarily relenting, it became clear that something would have to be exchanged for his help. Zheng Yao bit her lip and whispered a few words into Fang Yu's ear, instantly eliciting a smirk of dubious intent on the man's face, giving him an unsettlingly lewd appearance. After a brief moment, Zheng Yao exited Fang Yu's office, her lips curled into a triumphant smile, a stark contrast to her demeanor upon entering. Lin ran, unable to bear the sight, remarked sarcastically, "Oh, you seem quite pleased, even after being dismissed." A flicker of disdain crossed Zheng Yao's eyes, yet she responded with an even more brazen smile. I won't be leaving. Lin ran scoffed at Zheng Yao's unwarranted arrogance. The notification letter has been issued. Didn't he, the HR manager, just hand it to you? Are you still denying it despite the black and white evidence? Lin Ran was perplexed. Why persist in bravado when the situation was so dire? Zheng Yao, however, remained unfazed in her confidence.
Let me assure you.
The company will not let me go. The HR manager merely handed me the notification letter, and no email has been sent company-wide, meaning the final decision is yet to be determined. Just wait and see. With that, she strutted away in her 10-centimeter heels, her head held high. Lin Ran glanced at Zheng Yao, and then at the closed door of Fang Yu's office, a sudden thought igniting in her mind. Could it be? During lunch, Lin Ran pulled Song Mai aside to discuss the matter. Do you think Zheng Yao might have some sort of relationship with the manager? Song Mai, having been at the company longer, might possess insights Lin Ran lacked. After all, why would Zheng Yao provoke Fang Yu so fiercely before? only for them to appear so amicable today. Moreover, Zheng Yao emerged from Fang Yu's office with unwavering confidence that she would not be dismissed. Despite having received the notification letter, Song Mai swallowed her food, contemplating for a few seconds before responding. As for any relationship, I haven't heard anything. I joined before Zheng Yao, and there's no indication of any familial ties. Besides, Zheng Yao didn't know Fang Yu when she started. Lin Ran lowered her voice, glancing around. Could it be that kind of relationship? Why else would Fang Yu, who has no connection to her, advocate for her? The last high-profile dinner. Wasn't it because you were wrong that he took you along? But why would he take a receptionist when there are so many others in the department? As Lin Ran's conviction grew stronger, Song Mai hesitated before speaking. While your suspicions are not without merit, Fang Yu is a married man, and I recall he and his wife seem very loving. Just the other day, he posted something on social media, and perhaps he invited Zheng Yao simply because she is attractive? Lin Ran nodded at first, but soon shook her head, her expression deep in thought. It can't be that simple. Yes, she is attractive, but that alone wouldn't compel him to extend such significant help without ulterior motives. Moreover, men are excellent actors. Even if they flaunt their love publicly, it doesn't preclude them from infidelity. The way Fang Yu looks at Zheng Yao is anything but innocent. You should be wary of your husband. Powerful, wealthy, and handsome men attract attention. Although your husband may not possess the first three traits, he is handsome, and even someone as ambitious as Zheng Yao might take an interest. If you're not careful, you could end up wearing a very real green hat. Song Mai chuckled, but remained silent. She and Chu Xing were in a contractual marriage, a year of mutual non-interference, after which they would part ways. She had no reason to concern herself with his private affairs. At midnight, in a high-end hotel in the eastern part of the city, a man donned in a brown suit arrived as expected. The woman had already changed into a sexy, fitted outfit, waiting in the room for the man's imminent arrival. As soon as Fang Yu appeared, the woman rushed forward to greet him. Upon seeing the curvaceous beauty before him, Fang Yu's eyes sparkled, and he swiftly pulled her into his embrace, leaning in to kiss her. However, Zheng Yao interjected, her delicate finger halting him at the lips, her eyes glimmering with seduction. You promised to fulfill your end. Fang Yu chuckled, releasing her and moving aside to uncork a bottle of red wine. I never realized how cunning you truly are. Zheng Yao tucked a stray lock of hair behind her ear, her eyes igniting with fierce resentment. Is there anything wrong with acting in my own interest? In this world, if one does not look out for oneself, one will surely perish. Fang Yu handed her a glass of red wine, raising his in a toast. Naturally, as long as I am satisfied tonight, I shall fulfill my promise. After downing a glass of wine, the man loosened his tie and tossed it onto a chair before picking Zheng Yao up effortlessly. Beneath the dim yellow lights, their silhouettes intertwined, punctuated by their passionate sounds as they indulged in a night of ecstasy. The following afternoon, the entire company received an email detailing the deduction of Zheng Yao's year-end bonus as a penalty. Lin Ran, incredulous, read the email multiple times. Is this it? Others shared her disbelief. No way, didn't they say she would be fired yesterday? Exactly. The company wouldn't flip-flop this dramatically. Moreover, given Zheng Yao's behavior, only a deduction of her year-end bonus seemed absurdly lenient. Zheng Yao, seated at the reception desk, finally felt a significant weight lift upon reading the email. She retrieved her powder compact from her bag and reapplied makeup to her neck. Fang Yu, passing by the reception, cast a lingering glance at Zheng Yao, his gaze laden with ambiguity, while she returned his look with a flirtatious smile. Yet, their interaction went unnoticed by those around them. Chapter 34. A woman who forgets her brother's Lin Ran's fingers struck the keyboard with a furious rhythm. Unable to tolerate her agitation, Song Mai tossed a bag of cookies onto her desk. Why so irritable? Lin Ran shot a fierce glare towards Zheng Yao's direction, her face a mask of fury. It's utterly unfair. She treats you like this, and all they do is deduct your year-end bonus? What is the difference from a mere punishment of 3 cups of wine? In contrast to Lin Ran's explosive rage, Song Mai remained composed, seemingly on the verge of tearing Zheng Yao apart. She has her talents. I suspect she has worked hard for this. Lin Ran fumed, her grip on the mouse tightening. No matter how capable she may be, she cannot blur the lines of right and wrong. If your husband hadn't intervened that day, I cannot imagine the consequences. It was evident she intended to drive a wedge between you and your husband, just so she could create space for herself. How malicious. Song Mai chuckled quietly to herself, reflecting on how she had never anticipated such events unfolding before her marriage. While she had heard tales of beauty leading nations astray, she never fathomed that male allure could wield such influence. If she dares to harm me again, I shall report her to the authorities. Through this ordeal, she gained clarity. That day, in a state of confusion, she was hastily taken to the hospital by Chu Xing. Later, she inquired at the Yunxing Hotel whether the bottle of red wine remained, but the manager, though courteous, informed her that it had been cleared away after their departure. The hotel had a strict policy. All leftover food and beverages must be disposed of within 2 hours. Thus, despite the existence of surveillance footage, a crucial piece of evidence was missing from the chain. After much contemplation, she hesitated to report the incident. However, it now appeared that Zheng Yao had powerful connections, able to alter company decisions, indicating a workplace rife with individuals who could not distinguish right from wrong, indifferent to the injustices faced by a long-standing employee like her. If another incident were to occur, she would resort to legal measures to safeguard herself. Lin Ran patted her shoulder. That's the way to go. If you had reported it, she might still be languishing in the station, rather than acting so brazenly now. Perhaps feeling a chill in her heart, Song Mai spent the entire afternoon in a lethargic daze, the office air conditioning set uncomfortably low. Despite wearing a thick coat, she still felt cold. As she left work, the rain began to fall, though lightly. Did you bring an umbrella, Mai? Lin Ran asked, her bag slung over her shoulder. Song Mai shook her head. Oh, you. I truly don't know how to advise you. Since your marriage, life seems even harsher. The next time I see your husband, I shall have a word with him. In recent days, Chu Xing appeared particularly busy, hardly ever home for dinner, often leaving early and returning late, leaving Song Mai with little opportunity to see him. Battling against the wind on her electric scooter, the gusts whipped her damp hair against her face. Fortunately, she had groceries from a few days ago, sparing her a trip to the market. Upon arriving home, she quickly changed out of her wet clothes and hurried to the kitchen. Feeling dizzy, she opted to lounge on the sofa, aimlessly scrolling through her phone. Gradually, her eyelids grew heavier, urging her to close her eyes. But her efforts to stay awake proved futile. When Chu Xing opened the door, he found 2 dishes that Song Mai had prepared sitting on the table. Her complexion appeared unnaturally flushed, half reclined on the sofa, lost in a deep slumber. Song Mai, he called gently, but she remained unresponsive. Aside from her flushed cheeks, her face was pale, an unsettling sight. Concerned, he called her name several more times, yet she did not stir. After shaking her gently, she murmured softly. Though her words were indecipherable, her brow furrowed in discomfort. He reached out to touch her forehead. Hot, scalding hot. She has a fever. His expression darkened as he swiftly lifted her from the sofa and carried her to the bedroom. He fished out his phone, dialing a number. I'll send you the address. Bring the medical kit immediately. Jiang Jibai, having just finished 2 surgeries and finally settling into bed, was startled by his ringing phone. Sitting up abruptly, he spoke with a hint of anxiety. What happened? The man on the other end replied, It's not me. It's her. Try to arrive within half an hour. Before Jiang Jibai could protest, the call ended, leaving him no room for refusal. Frustrated, he pounded the bed, muttering about a woman who had forgotten her brothers. Yet recalling Song Mai's previous condition, he wasted no time, hurriedly changing clothes and grabbing the medical kit before heading out. As he settled into the driver's seat and activated the navigation, he couldn't help but curse under his breath.
Damn.
Over an hour's drive, and I have to make it in half an hour? Is this even humanly possible? With a flurry of expletives, Jiang Jibai sped off, pushing the limits of the speedometer in his urgency. However, the route grew increasingly remote until he parked beneath an old, dilapidated residential building. Arrived at destination, the navigation voice chimed, reassuring him that he hadn't erred. Glancing at his phone to confirm the address, he felt a wave of unease. Are you sure this is the right location? He asked when he called Chu Xing. Yes, I sent you the unit number. Come up yourself. His worry deepened. Why would they be here? Had something truly gone awry? Gripping the medical kit, he soon realized the building lacked an elevator. By the time he knocked on the door, he was out of breath. The door opened to reveal Chu Xing, his face as cold as ice. Jiang Jibai immediately assessed him from head to toe. Are you alright? Chapter 35. Take it easy. Chu Xing bent slightly, allowing him to enter first. Jiang Jibai lifted his foot to step inside, but was halted by Chu Xing's call. The man retrieved a pair of disposable hotel slippers from the drawer and tossed them to him. Change your shoes.
What?
Jiang Jibai stared in bewilderment at the slippers in his hand, then glanced at Chu Xing's cheap suit. If it weren't for the fact that this man was undeniably the Chu Xing he knew, arrogant and imposing, he would have almost doubted his recognition. Hurry up, the man urged impatiently. Although he resided in this home, all the cooking and cleaning had always been managed by Song Mai alone. Chu Xing led him toward the bedroom, while Jiang Jibai gaped in astonishment. What kind of place is this? I've never seen anything like it in my life. Is it even suitable for living? The man shot him an irritated glance.
Noisy.
Song Mai lay half asleep, indistinctly aware of voices, unable to discern whether it was a dream or reality. Jiang Jibai performed a brief examination. 38.9 degrees. With timely treatment, it should be fine. He took a syringe from the medicine cabinet and prepared to inject the woman. As the needle pierced her flesh, Song Mai let out a soft whimper, her brow furrowing tighter, prompting an annoyed reminder from the man beside her. Be gentle. Jiang Jibai felt a laugh bubbling up in frustration. Come on, this is an injection. I can't possibly make it feel completely painless. And please trust my professional competence. I won't mishandle your wife. After administering the injection, Jiang Jibai prescribed a few medications, ensuring to label the dosages clearly before handing them to Chu Xing. He did not leave immediately, but lingered in the living room for a while. Chu Xing poured him a glass of water, and his towering figure made the small room feel even more cramped. A barrage of questions emerged from him. Chu Xing glanced at him. This is her home. I'm currently living here. Jiang Jibai could hardly believe his eyes. You left your villa to live in this rundown place? He surveyed the room, which was pitifully small and damp, with many areas of the walls already moldy. A small, tattered sofa leaned against the wall. Although it had a cushion, it was evident that the sofa was both dirty and old, with grime visible beneath the cushion. Where do you usually sleep? He recalled Chu Xing mentioning that he and Song Mai were contractually married. Surely, they could not be sharing a bed. The man pointed to a foldable bed squeezed between the sofa and the refrigerator. Jiang Jibai couldn't help but admire Chu Xing. To go to such lengths just to please the old master was no small feat. After chatting for a while longer, Jiang Jibai took Song Mai's temperature again, noting that it had returned to normal before leaving with his medical kit, reminding Chu Xing to ensure she took her medicine on time. Call me if anything arises. Okay. After receiving a fever-reducing injection, although Song Mai's fever had subsided, she was drenched in sweat and felt unbearably hot. She tossed the blanket aside and clutched the corner of it as she slept. When the man saw her, she lay curled up in the middle of the bed, her face pale as paper, appearing fragile and pitiable. Chu Xing pulled the blanket over her, but after a short while, she yanked it off again. After several attempts, he grew somewhat impatient and wrapped her tightly in the blanket. Song Mai, drenched in sweat, found her clothes clinging to her skin, and the added layer of the blanket made her feel increasingly uncomfortable. She struggled repeatedly, softly murmuring, "So hot." Hearing her, Chu Xing finally released her. Upon touching her arm, he confirmed she was indeed soaked in perspiration. After a moment's thought, the man went to the bathroom, filled a basin with lukewarm water, and retrieved her towel, carefully wiping her arms and legs. However, her wet clothes remained, causing her to toss and turn on the bed, tugging at her garment as if trying to remove it, yet finding it impossible. Seeing her discomfort, Chu Xing contemplated helping her out of her clothes, but ultimately deemed it inappropriate. Observing her restlessness, he devised a plan. After wrapping Song Mai in the blanket, he tugged at her pant leg to remove her trousers and pulled at her collar to take off her top. Instantly, Song Mai felt much better, no longer attempting to throw off the blanket, but instead snuggling into it comfortably as she drifted off to sleep. The next morning, when Song Mai awoke, she was struck by a wave of severe discomfort, accompanied by pain and dizziness. Supporting her head, she barely managed to sit up, glancing at her phone on the bedside table to discover it was just past 5 in the morning. She intended to lie back down for a bit longer, but the blanket slipped off due to her movement. Upon seeing herself, she let out a sharp scream. Chu Xing had just risen and knocked on the door upon hearing the sound, his voice composed and calm. What happened? It can't be. No way, no way. She could hardly believe anything would happen with Chu Xing. Despite their contractual marriage, she considered him a gentleman, one who had never acted inappropriately and had assisted her on numerous occasions. Furthermore, she believed her looks and figure would be beneath his standards. The man outside the door, hearing her inner thoughts, found the situation amusing. Noticing her silence, he continued knocking. What's going on? May I come in? Jiang Jibai's voice trembled as he spoke. It's nothing.
Come in. Oh.
She hurriedly lay back down, ensuring the blanket covered her completely, leaving only her small head exposed. Chu Xing, seeing her color had improved significantly, felt somewhat reassured. He picked up the thermometer from the table and handed it to Song Mai. Take your temperature. Take a day off today. Don't go to work. Song Mai remained oblivious to the events of the previous night, dazed as she received the thermometer. Chu Xing observed her perplexed expression and explained. You had a fever last night. Nodding, Song Mai shifted slightly within the blanket, placing the thermometer down. The man then turned to leave. She bit her lip. Her cheeks flushed, and timidly called out, Wait.
What is it?
Chu Xing turned back, raising an eyebrow at her. After much hesitation, she bit down hard and said, My clothes. What? Song Mai's eyes widened in disbelief, as if they might pop out at any moment. At that moment, despair overwhelmed her. Oh heavens! How could this be? Just when I thought I was safe. The expression on her face nearly shattered, rendering her pitiful and broken, as if she were about to fall apart at any second. Gripping the blanket tightly, her sense of resolve crumbled little by little. Chu Xing stood at the foot of the bed, observing her, intrigued by her expressions and thoughts. Initially finding her dull and unremarkable, he now discovered an unexpected depth to her. With a hint of amusement in his eyes, he cleared his throat and remarked, We are indeed married. There's no need to be concerned about such things. I believe you wouldn't mind. Would you? Song Mai managed a smile that was more akin to a grimace. Her small figure turned away, too timid to meet his gaze. Though she was no longer young, her romantic experience was entirely lacking. Were she in a conventional marriage, she would feel entitled to such acts from her husband, yet the unique nature of her relationship with Chu Xing rendered everything complicated. How could she face him again after such an incident? I hesitated for a moment before she finally, as if steeling herself, asked, So, have we done anything? The moment those words escaped her lips, her entire face flushed crimson, and even from the side, Chu Xing could see the telltale redness creeping into her ears. Yet, Chu Xing was resolute in prolonging this playful banter. He feigned ignorance, asking, What do you mean by that? A rush of electric shock coursed through Song Mai's mind, as if struck by numerous bolts of lightning, leaving her feeling both exposed and vulnerable. Is he not a man? After all we've discussed, does he truly not comprehend? She took several deep breaths to steady herself, finally articulating, the things that occur between husband and wife. The man chuckled softly, his tone inscrutable. After a pause, he inquired, What is going through your mind? You've been burning up with fever. Do you believe I am the type to take advantage of someone in distress? Besides, do I appear that desperate? Not to mention, she lacks any real allure. Even if I were inclined, it would hardly be appropriate while she is delirious with fever. This would not merely be opportunistic, it would be criminal. Upon hearing this, Song Mai exhaled a sigh of relief. I just woke up to find my clothes missing, which led to my wild thoughts. I apologize. Chu Xing glanced at his watch. He had an important meeting to attend, and was running out of time. Regaining his composure, he explained, Last night, after your fever broke, you kept complaining of feeling hot and refused to cover yourself. I wrapped you in a blanket to prevent you from catching a chill and inadvertently removed your clothing. I did not see anything untoward. With his thorough explanation, Song Mai finally felt at ease. Was it you who brought me the medicine last night? Jiang Jibai came by. Song Mai nodded, recalling the name. She had a vague memory of being in a daze at the hospital after her ordeal, but she distinctly heard Chu Xing address the doctor by that name. Thank you, she expressed sincerely. Turning to meet the man's gaze, her cheeks still slightly flushed. Her eyes appeared clearer than before. "It's nothing," he replied briefly before taking his leave. As the bedroom door closed behind him, Song Mai noticed a bottle of medicine, a glass of water, and a note on the bedside table. She rose and picked up the note, which bore the man's elegant handwriting. "Take your medicine on time." A wave of warmth surged through her heart at the thought of being cared for. Following the instructions left by Jiang Jibai, she took the medicine. Though the water had grown cold, she wondered when it had been placed there. Perhaps it was last night. Song Mai unusually took a sick day off work. Initially, she worried about losing her perfect attendance, but the severity of her illness left her no choice but to concede. After several attempts to rise from bed, she found herself utterly exhausted, her arms trembling as she propped herself up. Lin ran message to check on her, but after taking the medicine, her eyelids grew heavy, and soon she succumbed to sleep. When she awoke again, it was already afternoon. The dinner she had prepared the previous night remained untouched on the table. Chu Xing had not eaten. Summoning her strength, she reheated the food and devoured it ravenously. A day without food had left her ravenous, perhaps contributing to her fatigue. Just as she exited the kitchen after washing up, she heard footsteps and voices at the door. Initially, she paid little attention to the sounds, accustomed to the comings and goings of various residents in the old building. However, as the conversation grew louder, she recognized the voices, her mother and sister-in-law. Cautiously, Song Mai crept to the door, pressing her ear against it to listen. The voices became clearer through the door. "Mom, it's a bit early for us to be here. Song Mai hasn't he finished work yet? What do you know? We need to catch her before she leaves. That clever girl could slip away if we're not careful. If we don't wait here in advance, how can we possibly catch her?" Her sister-in-law chimed in. "Mom is right. You're so clever to think of this." Chapter 37. Ruthlessness. This girl truly perplexes me. She has a good life, yet insists on taking care of a gigolo. I refuse to believe that this gigolo could possibly be better than Lu Weiqiang. Sister-in-law Song Mai has been unable to shake off her worries regarding this matter. If it weren't for Song Mai's persistent refusal to divorce, would she be in such a state of agitation now? Lu Weiqiang has warned her time and again. If this continues, their peaceful life may be irrevocably shattered. The plans for purchasing a house and a car have been entirely shelved due to Song Mai's unwillingness to cooperate. The money remains in the hands of her parents, who are as obstinate as ever. She has implored her brother to retrieve it, but he has proven himself to be utterly useless, failing to bring it back after multiple attempts. She has hinted and implied on several occasions, yet those two stubborn old souls refuse to part with the money, insisting that it must wait until matters are resolved. The prolonged absence of those funds has robbed sister-in-law Song Mai of her peace at night. Song's mother cast a glance at the door, her expression darkening. Now that she has moved out and no longer adheres to her authority, she mused that if she had dared to disobey her in previous years, she would have met a far worse fate. Regardless, this time she was not there to negotiate. Whether Song Mai agreed or not was of little consequence. Once she led a good life, she would naturally express her gratitude towards me. Sister-in-law Song Mai, perceptive as ever, noticed Song's mother's resolve and affectionately inquired, "Mother, what are your plans then?" On the other side of the door, Song Mai felt as if her heart had turned to ice. She recalled the kindness of old Master Chu, the concern of Chu Xing, and the protection offered by Lin Ran, and her heart sank anew. It was a stark reality that, despite sharing blood ties, her family was less caring than a group of strangers. Strangers would at least show concern for her, yet her family, indifferent to her plight, behaved like vampires, only seeking to extract benefits from her. What exactly do they consider her to be? If they are so indifferent and disdainful, why did they even bring her into this world? Song's mother's voice resonated once more from beyond the door. "I have already made arrangements with Weiqiang. He and his associates are lying in wait downstairs. When that stubborn girl Song Mai appears, if she listens to reason, we'll accompany her to the Civil Affairs Bureau for divorce proceedings tomorrow morning. If she remains obstinate." At this point, a malevolent glint flickered in Song's mother's eyes. "Then let me not hold back as her mother. We shall have Weiqiang forcibly take her away, keeping her locked up for a day and a night. If she still refuses to comply, then it will be 2 days and 2 nights. Eventually, she will have no choice but to listen. These words weighed heavily on Song Mai's heart. A bitter smile crept across her lips. This is what a mother can do to her own daughter?
So heartless, so cruel.
This is not maternal love. It is akin to human trafficking. While traffickers sell other people's children, she intends to sell her own. Fortunately, she overheard this today. What if she had gone to work as planned? In her current state, she would not have stood a chance. Upon hearing this, sister-in-law Song Mai couldn't help but give Song's mother a thumbs up. It takes a seasoned hand to handle such matters, doesn't it? Of course. Have I not lived long enough to deal with a mere girl? Our family's well-being is far more important, came the reply. Mother, you are wonderful. From now on, my brother and I will ensure we honor our elders properly. Song Mai leaned against the door, a heavy weight pressing against her chest, making it difficult to breathe. Indeed, they were a family, and she was merely an outsider. Lu Weiqiang had grown increasingly impatient, storming to Song Mai's door, his piercing eyes glaring at Song's mother, causing her previously confident demeanor to falter, her voice trembling. Are you toying with me? Is she coming or not? Lu Weiqiang let out a cold snort, his venomous gaze sweeping over the two. Today, we must resolve this matter. Otherwise, I will not spare your Song family. Upon hearing this, Song's mother quickly replied, We will do our utmost. We will certainly see this through. Song Mai, eavesdropping by the door, dared not make a sound. If they discovered her presence, Lu Weiqiang would surely storm in without hesitation. At that moment, she realized she had neglected to check for messages from Chu Xing opening WeChat. She found no message from him. In light of the current situation, this was not a good sign. She hurriedly retreated to the restroom and dialed his number. His deep voice resonated, and perhaps due to the tense atmosphere, her heart quickened at the sound. Where are you? I'm almost downstairs. What's wrong? She was unsure whether Lu Weiqiang could recognize Chu Xing. They had scarcely met. Yet it mattered little now. Even if Lu Weiqiang did not intercept him at the stairwell, once he reached the door, his identity would be unmistakable. A note of vigilance entered the man's voice, deepening its timbre. Song Mai had never elaborated on her family situation nor the hasty nature of her marriage. For now, she could not explain clearly due to the circumstances. After a brief exchange, she heard commotion outside and hastily ended the call, leaving no further words. Meanwhile, Chu Xing, gripping his phone, furrowed his brow deeply. He was unaware of the unfolding events, yet an instinct warned him that Song Mai was in distress. Chapter 38. Is she even fit to be a mother? At the staircase, Chu Xing held 2 bags of takeaway meals, ready to ascend. Upon raising his gaze, he noticed a group of individuals lurking in the narrow passageway cluttered with discarded items beneath the stairs. The leading middle-aged man bore a fierce countenance, with a rotund face and a greasy demeanor. When he caught sight of Chu Xing, Lu Weiqiang felt a fleeting sense of familiarity, yet could not quite recall where he had seen him before. Thus, he bellowed, What are you staring at? Hurry up and get lost. As he spoke, he cast a glance upward. Chu Xing did not recognize him, but the presence of this group confirmed his suspicions. Something was indeed afoot. The extent of its connection to Song Mai, however, remained uncertain. Ignoring the man at the forefront, he continued his ascent. Upon reaching the door, he finally spotted the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law duo who had been waiting there for quite some time. As soon as Song's mother saw Chu Xing, she immediately recognized him, swiftly grasping his arm, and called out to Lu Weiqiang below, Weiqiang, come quickly. Though Lu Weiqiang had not seen Song Mai appear, he sprang into action upon hearing the call, rushing upstairs without hesitation, accompanied by several ruffians who effectively blocked the narrow corridor, leaving Chu Xing no opportunity to escape. Lu Weiqiang, noticing Chu Xing's puzzled glance at Song's mother, demanded, Why are you seizing him? I want Song Mai. Song Mai's sister-in-law nudged him with her elbow. Are you foolish? That girl has vanished without a trace, and we have been waiting here for ages. Instead of lingering aimlessly, we might as well capture this pretty boy. Song Mai is so fond of him, surely she will come looking for us. Upon hearing this, Lu Weiqiang scrutinized Chu Xing closely, observing the man's handsome features. He felt a pang of jealousy, mixed with disdain. So, you are the man Song Mai has been hiding from me. I thought you were something special. But it seems you are merely a pretty face, relying on your looks to live off others. How shameless. After so many days, Song's mother finally glimpsed hope, sensing progress in their endeavors. Her eyes sparkled as she regarded Chu Xing, akin to a demon spotting its prey. Regardless of his identity, she was determined to seize him. Believing that once he was captured and confined, Song Mai would inevitably reveal herself. With a firm grip, Song's mother clutched Chu Xing's sleeve. The man shot her a look of utter disdain, his eyes brimming with aversion. Please let go. He had researched Song Mai's family background and recognized the two women before him. One was Song Mai's sister-in-law, and the other her mother. Though perplexed, he maintained a courteous demeanor. As for the portly man, Lu Weiqiang, he had previously seen his photograph and dossier, informed by Assistant Lu that this individual was secretly investigating him. Having altered his personal information, he had not paid much heed to Lu Weiqiang. However, witnessing these three together, blocking the entrance, he sensed the situation was indeed delicate. Song's mother refused to release her hold, tightening her grip as she spoke. Lu Weiqiang glanced impatiently at the closed door and remarked, "Let us take him away first. I lack the patience to wait any longer." With a wave of his hand, the ruffians closed in on Chu Xing. Hearing the commotion outside, Song Mai realized that Chu Xing was about to be taken away because of her. Disregarding everything else, she burst through the door. "Stop!" The sudden opening of the door captured everyone's attention. Song's mother immediately released her grip on Chu Xing, pointing an accusatory finger at Song Mai. "What a heartless girl. Your sister-in-law and I have been waiting for you at the door for ages, and you are here lounging comfortably at home, skipping work in broad daylight and keeping a secret lover. You truly have become quite accomplished." Pale as a ghost, yet remarkably composed, Song Mai responded, "I fell ill. What is wrong with taking a day off? Should I drag myself to work even if I'm on the brink of death? What matters more, money or my life?" After standing at the door for so long that her legs ached, Song's mother finally realized that Song Mai had indeed been in her room all along. "I refuse to believe you didn't hear us. We've been waiting here for so long. You didn't even open the door, clearly avoiding us. Yet now, for this pretty boy, you're willing to come out?" The term pretty boy dripped with disdain from Song's mother's lips. Gasping for breath, Song Mai felt a heaviness in her chest that made her uncomfortable. She had always been frail, and after years of inadequate nourishment, her recent illness had rendered her even more delicate, as though she might faint at any moment. Leaning against the door, she surveyed everyone present. Lu Weiqiang continued to regard her with his lecherous, disgusting gaze, as if appraising a commodity for trade, his eyes filled with an insatiable desire to possess her. Only Chu Xing remained calm and composed, exhibiting neither anger nor fear in response to the unfolding scene, which oddly provided Song Mai with a sense of reassurance. With a cold laugh, Song Mai retorted, "Am I the one being excessive? Who is truly overstepping? A sister-in-law and a mother who would marry their daughter off to a lecherous old man for 50,000. How is that acceptable?" Upon hearing her words, the previously silent man cast a glance at Song Mai, his expression betraying a mix of complex emotions. Chapter 39. Was it truly like this? So, her agreement to obtain a marriage certificate without having met him was an act of desperation, forced upon her by circumstances. The man gazed into the depths of the woman's eyes, where traces of sympathy and heartbreak emerged. He had investigated her family background, knowing only that it was troubled, with parents who favored sons over daughters, but he had not anticipated the extent of her plight. Song's mother, unabashed and brazen, confronted her daughter with a sense of righteousness regarding her shameful actions. "You ungrateful girl, don't you see who this is for? It's for you to marry into a good family and live a life of comfort and abundance. Given your circumstances, who else but Wei Chong could provide that for you?" Listening to these words, Song Mai found it utterly amusing, yet his laughter turned to tears that cascaded down her cheeks. She wiped her eyes and looked resolutely at those present. "Marrying this lecherous old man equates to finding a good family? Keeping the 50,000 in dowry for yourself is a sign of wanting me to live well? Ask around, is there such reasoning in this world?" With her words ringing with determination, Song Mai's heart had been shattered. Upon hearing her, Song's mother was enraged, raising her hand to strike Song Mai. Reacting swiftly, Chu Xing extended his long leg, causing Song's mother to stumble forward. Song Mai's sister-in-law quickly caught her, preventing her from falling. In a panic, Song's mother patted her chest and turned her ire towards Chu Xing. Well, you two heartless wretches. It's one thing to be unfilial, but now you dare to lay hands on me? Do you wish to put me out of my misery? Her face contorted with rage, lined with wrinkles. She appeared both hideous and terrifying. Song Mai slowly closed her eyes, unable to fathom how a mother could be so merciless towards her own child for the sake of money. You must understand our good intentions, Mai. Song Mai's sister-in-law feigned concern. We genuinely want what is best for you. Others wish to harm you, but Wei Chong is a good man. Even though you are second-hand goods, he does not mind. This shows his sincerity. Lu Wei Chong stood behind Chu Xing, a cigarette dangling from his lips, his appearance reeking of a rogue, making one's stomach churn. Indeed, you are second-hand. Rather than being with this pretty boy, why not be with me? After all, what does it matter who you sleep with? Serve me well, and I will buy you anything you desire. As he spoke, he grinned, revealing yellowed teeth from years of smoking and chewing areca nut. Song Mai felt nauseated and barely managed to divert her attention. She refused to acknowledge him, instead fixing her gaze on Song's mother. You can endure such vile words aimed at your daughter? With a darkened expression, Song's mother appeared to regard Song Mai not as her daughter, but as her enemy. The harsh words, though unpleasant, were grounded in truth. What future do you see with this pretty boy?
Can he support you?
You barely earn anything, and after spending it all on him, how will you repay your father and me? The last statement revealed Song's mother's true sentiments. Song Mai looked coldly at her, her heart having sunk into an abyss. Perhaps it is not just about repaying you two, but more about supporting your son. Her brother was married and had children, but had no ability to provide for his family. Every expense in the household, large or small, had been borne by her. How absurd! Song Mai's sister-in-law chimed in. Yes. Mai, you know your brother is useless and your nephew is still young, a time when money is vital. Our parents are aging, and we're all counting on you. The relentless stream of words suffocated Song Mai, forcing her to clench her fists, her fingers digging into her palms. Is it only money that matters to you? Song Mai's sister-in-law feigned concern as she placed a hand on Song Mai's shoulder, only to be shrugged off. Of course not. We care about you. And the Song family. Already feeling faint, Song Mai leaned against the door, nearly collapsing. Noticing her instability, Chu Xing rushed to support her, asking with concern, Are you all right? Song Mai managed a bitter smile and shook her head. I apologize for the spectacle. He strode quickly into the bedroom, prompting Song's mother and sister-in-law to follow suit. Why are you still dawdling? Hurry, and take this ungrateful girl away. Song's mother shouted. Hearing this, Lu Wei Chong wasted no time and swaggered in with a group of ruffians. Upon seeing Song Mai lying on the bed, a glimmer of lust sparked in his eyes. He grinned and rubbed his hands together, ready to touch her face. If you like it here, we can stay. This is my first time in your bedroom. It's quite thrilling. Song Mai felt revulsion wash over her, spitting in disgust. Get away. Look in the mirror. See what you truly are. You should seek them out for money. In a flash, Chu Xing yanked Lu Wei Chong by the belt, delivering a powerful kick that sent him flying. Lu Wei Chong stumbled, nearly losing his balance as he cursed angrily.
How dare you? I've shown you enough respect.
You're just second-hand goods, already played with by other men. I'm the only one who doesn't mind you. I'm offering 50,000 to marry you. You would do well to be sensible, or don't blame me for being rude and taking you by force. Upon hearing Lu Wei Chong's words, his lackeys erupted into raucous laughter, their amusement both crude and despicable. Boss, don't hesitate. Take her now. A woman must be conquered. Otherwise, she won't fear you. As Song Mai gazed at her mother standing at the door, tears flowed uncontrollably. Even in such a situation, a biological mother can remain a mere spectator. She braced herself, attempting to rise from the bed. The chaotic scene around her left her unable to find solace, even with Chu Xing having placed her there to rest. Chapter 40. Heart racing, be obedient. I shall handle this, Song Mai remarked, gazing at the man's retreating figure, her heart a tumult of emotions. Even her own family treated her so poorly, yet this contractual spouse was willing to confront such adversity for her sake. It would be disingenuous to claim she was not moved. She gently patted the man on the back. "Thank you." With those words, she resolved to rise. Just as Lu Weiqiang approached, rolling up his sleeves. "Damn it, you will listen to me today," he declared, casting a disdainful glance at Chu Xing. "If you know what's good for you, get lost. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude." However, the man remained impervious, not even granting him a glance. "And what if I refuse?" Lu Weiqiang had initially intended to take Song Mai away, but this pretty boy's persistent interruptions ignited his fury. "You refuse? Then I shall beat you to a pulp." With that, he swung a fist towards Chu Xing's left cheek. The nearby ruffians cheered him on. Song Mai's heart lurched. Instinctively, she reached out to grab Chu Xing. How could such a refined gentleman possibly contend with Lu Weiqiang? It was already her fault that he was embroiled in this mess. How could she bear to watch him be struck? Anxiety engulfed her, wishing she could absorb that blow in his stead. Yet the man did not flinch, appearing almost stunned. Song Mai was so tense she could hardly breathe, watching Lu Weiqiang's fist hurtling toward Chu Xing's face. She wanted to warn him to dodge, but her voice failed her. Paralyzed by fear. Just as she prepared to shut her eyes, Chu Xing suddenly moved with astonishing speed, evading Lu Weiqiang's strike effortlessly. In an instant, he retaliated with a precise punch to Lu Weiqiang's jaw, sending him crashing into the ruffians behind him, disoriented and momentarily dazed. The ruffians scrambled to assist him, but he shoved them away.
Get lost.
"All of you, step aside." Well, I didn't expect you to have some skill.
Today.
"I refuse to believe you can walk away from me unscathed," he growled, raising his fist once more to attack Chu Xing. The man still did not evade. This time, a swift kick sent Lu Weiqiang flying. Song Mai stared, aghast. Even her mother and sister-in-law were rendered speechless. Who could have predicted that this seemingly delicate young man would possess such formidable prowess, overpowering Lu Weiqiang? With each successive attack falling short, Lu Weiqiang felt humiliated. "Why are you all just standing there? Get them both," he shouted at the ruffians. They surged forward toward Chu Xing. Song Mai anxiously clutched the fabric of the man's shirt. "Just go.
Don't worry about me."
He gently patted her hand, as if to reassure her. Moments later, with a few deft movements, he dispatched Lu Weiqiang and the remaining ruffians with ease. The once tidy room was now a scene of chaos. The man stood steadfastly beside Song Mai's bed, embodying a protector-esque stance. Lu Weiqiang lay on the floor, grimacing in pain, his arms seemingly dislocated. Gritting his teeth, he spat threats at the man. "You wait. I want to let you off the hook. I'll let you off this time, but next time, you won't be so lucky." The other ruffians shakily rose from the ground. The man merely curled his lips in a slight smirk, devoid of any amusement. "Very well. I shall wait." Lu Weiqiang, along with his gang of thugs, retreated in humiliation, a stark contrast to their earlier bravado. Song Mai and her sister-in-law exchanged incredulous glances, unable to comprehend the turn of events. Their intention in bringing Lu Weiqiang had been to ensure the day a success, yet it unfolded so differently. Song Mai settled back onto her bed, feeling a sense of calm. "So, are you planning to stay for dinner?" Song Mai's mother regarded Chu Xing with growing trepidation. After witnessing his prowess, she could no longer view him as she once had. It was no wonder Song Mai had dared to speak to her so boldly. This was the reason. With that, she hurriedly led her mother out. Chu Xing meticulously tidied the disarray in the room, moving about with an air of tranquility that belied his earlier ferocity. Song Mai watched him, her curiosity piqued, yet she hesitated to voice her thoughts, her mouth opening several times without uttering a sound. Sensing her unspoken questions, the man turned to her after placing the last fallen book back in its place. "Feel free to ask whatever you wish. Is this how it is?"
Yes.
If he said so, then it must be true. He unpacked the meal and set it on the dining table. "Dinner is ready." Song Mai sprang from the bed, feeling oddly invigorated after the earlier events. The meal was exquisite. Though simple home-cooked fare, it was a feast for the senses. Having gone without food all day, and now that everything was resolved, her appetite surged. And she eagerly dug in. The man ate in silence, both of them exchanging no words until Song Mai was nearing fullness. Suddenly, Chu Xing spoke up. Is this the reason you married me? Song Mai paused, her hand halting midair, her eyelashes fluttering as a hint of sadness crossed her features. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to take advantage of anyone. I was truly at my wit's end. Just then, Mr. Chu's grandfather introduced us. And you were willing to marry me right away, so if there had been another way, who would want to marry someone they had never met? Indeed. Chu Xing nodded in understanding, choosing not to press further. He finished his meal, packed his leftovers into a bag, and retrieved a couple of garments from the cabinet before heading to the bathroom.
Wait.
Song Mai called out to him. Raising an eyebrow, he inquired, What is it? For reasons unknown, the moment her gaze met his, her heart inexplicably raced. Chapter 41. Caught in the act regarding today's events. I am truly grateful to you. To be precise, I should express my gratitude to him on 2 occasions. Previously, he had rescued her from peril at a critical moment, for which Song Mai had already been profoundly appreciative. Now, once again, he stepped forward in such a crucial time. Had it not been for him, she would indeed have been taken away by Lu Weiqiang. The man, however, remained unfazed. It's nothing. At least for this year, I am still your nominal husband. It is only right to protect my wife. Song Mai pondered for a moment and then expressed her concerns. You must be extremely cautious in the future. Lu Weiqiang is far from a good man. If he has set his sights on you, you may find yourself embroiled in considerable trouble. Do not worry. I will be vigilant, he reassured her. After resting for a night, Song Mai finally felt considerably better. Aside from a lingering fatigue and weakness, she experienced no further abnormalities. Chu Xing left early, as was his custom. By the time Song Mai rose, he had already vanished. After taking her medication, she prepared a simple breakfast for herself and departed for the office. As she settled into her workstation, Lin Ran approached with a glum expression. After Song Mai recounted her experience of getting drenched in the rain and falling ill, Lin Ran finally exhaled a sigh of relief. You scared me. I thought something else had occurred. After all, the last time you took leave, it was due to that incident. You, the little miser, never take leave. It's truly rare for you to request time off for illness, Lin Ran remarked. Song Mai smiled wryly. Who wishes to take leave if they can avoid it? After all, 1 month of hard work is at stake, and taking leave means losing the attendance bonus. I felt quite regretful yesterday, but after the events of the afternoon, I suppose the deduction is worth it. Noticing Song Mai's silence, Lin Ran felt her forehead to check her temperature. How are you now? Are you feeling any better? Song Mai patted her chest nonchalantly. No need to worry. I am completely recovered. Initially, I was concerned about losing the attendance bonus, but this month's deduction was indeed justified. With time still on their side, she recounted the events of the previous day from start to finish, inciting Lin Ran's fury. She slammed her hand on the table, her demeanor suggesting she wished to tear Song Mai's family apart. This is unacceptable. They are your family, especially your mother. How could she be so mercenary? A mere 500,000, and they are already scheming to sell you to Lu Weiqiang? Even after your marriage, they still want to let go. Lin Ran had met Lu Weiqiang before and, to be honest, she admired Song Mai's mother and sister-in-law. To lie so brazenly to someone like him, what a skill that is. Noticing several colleagues had turned their attention to Lin Ran, she quickly lowered her voice. Keep your voice down. Fortunately, the situation has been resolved. It turned out to be a close call. I initially intended to recuperate at home, but perhaps fate was concerned I would regret the expenditure, thus orchestrating such a valuable incident for me. Lin Ran scrutinized her carefully, confirming she bore no injuries before finally relaxing. Song Mai nodded. She shared the same sentiment. After chatting a bit more about Song Mai's family, Lin Ran suddenly appeared to remember something. She leaned closer to Song Mai conspiratorially. By the way, I have some juicy gossip to share. What is it? Yesterday, Fang Yu's wife came to the office. Can you guess why she came? Song Mai pondered. To bring lunch? Lin Ran immediately felt a sense of frustration, as if she were dealing with someone hopelessly obtuse, and playfully tapped Song Mai's forehead. Could you exhibit a bit of gossip spirit? Do I really need to tell you about something as mundane as bringing lunch? What then? Song Mai remained puzzled. Having always been oblivious to office gossip, she focused solely on her work and thus lacked any sense of curiosity. Lin Ran glanced around cautiously, ensuring no one else was paying attention, and whispered 2 words, "Caught in the act." Now it was Song Mai's turn to be confused. "Are you certain you aren't mistaken? To come to the office to catch someone in the act? Who is it?" She had always viewed Fong Yu as quite honest, with acceptable professional capabilities, thus holding him in high regard. Lin Ran glanced toward the reception area. "Song Mai, think carefully about the recent projects the company has been involved in. As far as I recall, we haven't engaged in any new projects lately. What business would there be for socializing? We are in the Spanish department, not the marketing department. We don't need to socialize every day." Bingo! Lin Ran shot Song Mai an appreciative look, as if she had finally grasped the concept. "Precisely because we are in the Spanish department and everyone knows there haven't been any new projects recently, Fong Yu's wife wouldn't need to exert much effort. A mere inquiry around the office would reveal Fong Yu's fabrications." Unfortunately, despite her uproar in the office, she gained little concrete evidence. Fong Yu has been blocking her, yet she has been threatening to expose anyone who dares to have an affair with her husband. In such circumstances, who would dare to step forward? Song Mai surveyed their department. Most of the staff were young women, many of whom were quite attractive. Thus, it was understandable for Fong Yu's wife to harbor suspicions. Yet, she couldn't discern who might be the culprit. Lin Ran smirked. "Actually, I have my suspicions." "Who?" Lin Ran, shrouded in mystery, teased. "Imagine boldly who has recently grown close to the manager? And Fong Yu has been bustling about helping her, providing her with numerous advantages?" Prompted by Lin Ran's hints, a name sprang to mind for Song Mai. "Zheng Yao." Lin Ran nodded vigorously. "I suspected as much. Just the other day I noticed a hickey on her neck, which no amount of foundation could conceal. As far as I know, Zheng Yao doesn't have a boyfriend. If she isn't Fong Yu's mistress, how else can we explain that mark?" Chapter 42. Calm water. Song Mai did not wish to indulge in malicious speculation. As she powered on the computer atop her desk, she remarked, "Even if she has a hickey on her neck, it doesn't necessarily indicate it was from Fong Yu. Perhaps she already has a boyfriend, whom she simply hasn't disclosed to anyone." However, Lin Rand appeared utterly convinced. "Impossible. I possess a certain talent for gossip, and I sense that the situation is far more complex than it seems." In fact, Lin Ran had already begun to form a general hypothesis in her mind. Why was Zheng Yao so certain that the company would never dismiss her? And why did Fong Yu's wife arrive at the company only shortly after she had remained? Was this not already indicative of something significant? Meanwhile, on the top floor of Yunxing Group, following the conclusion of a crucial meeting, a man pushed open the office door, revealing a slender stack of documents on the desk. Chu Xing took a seat at the desk and began to peruse the materials, which contained information on Lu Weiqiang. Previously, Lu had been investigating Chu Xing, and Assistant Lu had also conducted a reverse inquiry into him. However, nothing substantial had surfaced, so Chu Xing had not given it much thought. Following the events of yesterday, Chu Xing increasingly felt that Song Mai was in a difficult predicament, and he deemed it necessary to delve deeper into the individuals surrounding her. After being assigned to investigate Lu Weiqiang, Assistant Lu had learned some details about how the Song family had effectively sold Song Mai to Lu Weiqiang in exchange for a dowry, prompting him to express his disdain. Are these truly her biological parents? To think they would sell their daughter to such scum for 500,000. What a shocking revelation. Initially, Assistant Lu had little impression of Song Mai, only knowing she was Chu Xing's hastily married partner. However, upon learning these details, he began to feel a sense of sympathy for her. She truly is a pitiable soul. Without hesitation, Chu Xing discarded the documents into the shredder, a displeased expression crossing his features. "Keep a close watch on him. Report every action and movement to me immediately." "Understood," Assistant Lu replied, yet he did not depart immediately. Instead, he regarded Chu Xing with a hint of amusement. "I wonder if it is merely my imagination, but it seems the president is increasingly concerned about his hastily married partner." Cautiously, he inquired, "Are you finding your time with her enjoyable?" "Quite so," came the terse reply. "Have you, too, ignited any sparks?" Assistant Lu's tone was laced with curiosity. Suddenly, the The man lifted his gaze, his cold eyes locking onto Assistant Liu. The latter's spine stiffened, as though struck by an unseen force. Swiftly, Assistant Liu made a silencing gesture and hurriedly exited the office. As he reached the door, the man called out, "Find out which hospital they went to. Ensure they have ample time to recover." "Yes, sir." Meanwhile, Lu Weiqiang seemed to have vanished, perhaps intimidated by Chu Xing's previous display of skill, as he neither sought trouble with Chu Xing nor approached Song Mai. Day by day, Song Mai went to work, prepared meals, and occasionally dined out with Lin Ran. Her life appeared to have settled into a comfortable routine. On Friday afternoon, Fang Yu unexpectedly summoned Song Mai to his office. "Do you have any plans for the next few days?" "I intend to come in Saturday to finish up a project that is nearing completion. Other than that, I have no plans." Fang Yu nodded, glancing at the time. "I may need you to go on a business trip. Would that be convenient for you?" A subtle crease formed on Song Mai's brow. "How long will it take?" "Approximately 3 days. You would be traveling to Ningqing for a very important meeting that will last 3 days. We require someone with sufficient experience and adaptability to attend. Please consider it. But the project I'm currently handling." Song Mai hesitated. She had been overseeing this project from the beginning, coordinating with all team members. And now that it was in its final stages, it seemed unreasonable to suddenly hand it off to someone else. Moreover, a sudden change in personnel would be viewed as highly irresponsible by the collaborating company. A perfect conclusion was critical. If issues arose due to a change, it could lead to significant losses for the company. After a moment of contemplation, Fang Yu inquired, "When is the deadline for the final wrap-up?" "There is one last summary meeting scheduled for next Wednesday. I have already organized the preliminary work materials and submitted them to the project team. I am currently preparing the content for the summary meeting." Song Mai had not initially wished to go, as she had numerous tasks at hand. These past 2 months had been the busiest for the company, and she had just completed one project, with another now approaching its conclusion. She was meticulous and dedicated to her work. Thus, even with the prospect of triple pay, she needed to consider the quality and integrity of her work. However, upon hearing about the potential bonus in addition to her current salary, she resolved to go. "Very well, I will attend. When do we depart?" "Before long." Fang Yu handed her a stack of documents regarding the meeting. After completing part of her work for the project wrap-up, Song Mai copied the materials Fang Yu provided onto a USB drive and then headed to the changing room. At the front desk, Zhang Yao had been secretly observing her every move. Noticing Song Mai step away from her workstation, she feigned nonchalance as she passed by with a water cup, pretending to fill it. Upon returning, she carelessly bumped into the corner of Song Mai's desk, spilling a few drops of water onto it. With a feigned expression of concern, she rushed to wipe the water from the desk. Lin Ran, witnessing her actions, warned, "Do not touch her things." Chapter 43. Return to mother's home. Upon hearing those words, Zhang Yao immediately halted her actions, assuming a demeanor of profound grievance. "Is it wrong for me to wipe up the water I spilled?" Lin Ran scoffed lightly, casting a skeptical glance in her direction. "Who invited your mischief? If you were more diligent, no one would suspect you. It would be wise for you to keep your distance from Song Mai. Given your previous antics, should she misplace anything, you would be the prime suspect." A pang of apprehension surged within Zhang Yao as she scrutinized Lin Ran's every gesture, pondering whether Lin had uncovered something. Yet, Lin's words seemed to be mere rhetoric. As she quickly returned to her work, seemingly untroubled, Zhang Yao felt a flicker of reassurance and, with a calculated smile, raised her hands before everyone, declaring, "Since I am under suspicion, let it be known that I have taken nothing from her. I merely wiped up a few drops of water." The crowd turned to observe, indeed noticing the dampness still lingering on Zhang Yao's hands. "If Song Mai happens to lose something, do not lay the blame at my feet," she added, swaying her hips as she departed. The others paid her no mind. They were aware of Zhang Yao's considerable influence within the company, and while some speculated about Fang Yu's involvement, they lacked evidence. Zhang Yao's repeated misdeeds had earned her the disdain of the entire department, leading everyone to merely glance at her in silence. Yet, unbeknownst to the onlookers, a triumphant smirk curled at the corners of Zhang Yao's mouth. She fondled the USB drive nestled in her pocket, a thrill of excitement bubbling within her. She could hardly believe that despite numerous attempts, that wretched woman had always managed to evade her. The more fortunate Song Mai became, the more determined Zheng Yao was to bring her downfall. Zheng Yao was familiar with the appearance of Song Mai's USB drive, the most ordinary and inexpensive model available. A casual search online yielded results effortlessly, and she had purchased the identical model, initially without a concrete plan, simply thinking it might prove useful one day. To her surprise, that day had arrived. The more she contemplated, the more she reveled in her own foresight. Seated at the reception desk, her eyes sparkled with mischief. The thought of Song Mai, toiling away on a business trip and entrusted with significant responsibilities, only to discover an empty USB drive, nearly made her burst into laughter. Since she had chosen to remain in this company, she would not allow Song Mai any respite. Meanwhile, Song Mai was blissfully unaware of Zheng Yao's schemes. She pondered whether to copy the documents Fang Yu had sent her onto another USB drive, and whether it was necessary to also carry a hard copy. The company's computer could not connect to the internet, meaning she would be unable to access Fang Yu's documents once she left the premises. Therefore, she had decided to save them onto a USB drive. Generally, this would pose no issues. However, bringing a physical copy would certainly be more prudent. As she deliberated, Fang Yu approached her, seemingly able to read her thoughts. Indeed, there are numerous documents. I estimate they weigh nearly 20 pounds. Coupled with your laptop and various other items, carrying everything by yourself may prove quite challenging. Lin Ran chimed in. I agree. Those documents seem heavy enough to crush you if you attempt to carry them alone. Navigating the station will be a struggle. Since there is a printer available, it would be wiser to print them out in advance. Heeding their advice, Song Mai ultimately decided against lugging the cumbersome stack of papers. She sent a voice message to Chu Xing, explaining her sudden business trip arrangements. The man offered no objections, merely reminding her to exercise caution while alone. Unlike previous trips that had included a companion, this time it was solely up to her. After acknowledging his words, she shared a few brief reminders for him to stay vigilant regarding the Song family and Lu Weiqiang. Even though he was quite capable, one person could not contend with many. She wished to shield him from any repercussions or harm stemming from her endeavors. The man said little more, simply acquiescing. Just moments later, Chu Xing found himself amused by the absurdity of his thoughts. He had grown accustomed to being indulged, so much so that he had immersed himself in this role, leading to such a comical notion. While he was engaged in discussions with several vice presidents about entering the software development realm and the potential acquisition of a company, a WeChat notification suddenly interrupted him. He caught a glimpse of the message and couldn't help but chuckle, causing the vice president who was speaking to abruptly fall silent, bewildered and questioning whether his opinion had been ludicrous. The vice president hastily clarified, "President, if you find any faults in my suggestion, please do not hesitate to point them out." Yet, Chu Xing appeared oblivious to the interruption, lost in his own reverie, a faint smile playing upon his lips. His typically icy gaze had transformed, warmed by a hint of spring. The vice president, unable to suppress his curiosity, quietly inquired of Assistant Lu standing nearby, "Is the president in love?" Assistant Lu struggled to contain his amusement, managing only a slight smirk. Vice President Li, the president prefers not to discuss his private affairs. It would be wise to refrain from probing further, he advised, gesturing playfully as if to cut his throat. Vice President Li promptly fell silent, a strong instinct for self-preservation urging him to avoid further inquiries. Chapter 44. The twine tends to snap at the finer points until the man's slender fingers struck the screen. Typing 3 words. Got it. Why has it stopped? Continue. Vice President Li felt somewhat wronged, but dared not voice his thoughts, allowing the NAVE individual to complete his opinions. However, after the discussion concluded, as several vice presidents exited the office, Li let out a long sigh, feeling a sense of relief wash over him, as if he had expelled the pent-up frustration from his chest. Meanwhile, the younger Vice President Zhang appeared to possess an understanding demeanor. He patted Li on the shoulder, offering consolation. "Vice President Li, do not take it to heart. If one day we have a first lady in the company, you shall have a share in the credit." Ningcheng was not far, merely a 2-hour ride by train. When Song Mai arrived in Ningcheng, it was 7:30 in the evening. Although the distance was somewhat inconvenient, she carried a considerable amount of belongings despite not having any printed documents. Nevertheless, as all expenses incurred during the business trip would be reimbursed by the company. She did not hesitate to hail a taxi at the station, heading directly to the meeting venue. Logically speaking, there was no pressing need for her to be there that evening. Her hotel was quite a distance from the meeting location, and she could have simply woken up early the next morning to prepare the necessary printed documents. However, Song Mai was always meticulous and serious in her work, unwilling to leave matters until the last minute, primarily out of concern for unforeseen circumstances. The meeting was set in a grand hall in the suburbs, which had been fully prepared. Upon her arrival, Song Mai encountered only the security personnel of the hall. No one else was present. After verifying her identity, she was granted access. Although the hall was 2 hours away from the city center, the environment was indeed splendid, peaceful, and luxurious. Song Mai found the printer with little effort, but upon opening her computer and inserting the USB drive, she discovered that not a single file resided within the folder. In an instant, cold sweat trickled down her back. How could this be? Could it be that the USB drive had failed to load? She pondered this, waiting a moment longer. Yet, regardless of how long she waited and reopened the folder, it remained void of any files. Not only had the recently copied documents vanished, but all previous files had also disappeared without a trace. It was as if the USB drive had never been used, appearing entirely new. But how could this be possible? She had purchased this USB drive long ago and had never encountered any issues. It had never failed her in any significant situation. Moreover, Song Mai had checked the files multiple times after the copying process, confirming that they had indeed been transferred. Now, how could everything be gone? With the prior files missing, she could hardly imagine how other projects would fare, especially given that this meeting was the most urgent matter at hand. She yanked the USB drive out and repeatedly reinserted it into the computer, but still found nothing. Song Mai even began to suspect that perhaps the computer itself was malfunctioning, leading her to negotiate with the security personnel at the entrance to borrow a computer from the monitoring room. Yet, regardless of which computer she used, the outcome remained unchanged. No files. Not a single one. Under the dazzling lights of the grand hall, the woman examined the USB drive repeatedly, confirming several times that there was nothing amiss with it. She had always cherished her USB drive, and despite its long period of ownership, it bore no signs of wear. Regardless, the situation demanded resolution. Since Fong Yu had entrusted this crucial meeting to her, and she had gone to great lengths to attend, Song Mai could not afford to falter at this moment. Returning was her only option. Although the hour was late, it was still not yet time for the meeting to commence, and she had ample time to prepare. As long as she did not discover the issue at the last moment before the meeting began, she would still have a chance. Comforting herself, she opened the ticket purchasing application. The company's computers could not connect to the external network, only to the internal network, meaning that even if she confessed her mistake to Fong Yu, he would be powerless to send her the files. Yet, as fate would have it, misfortune had a peculiar way of striking when least expected. Her hope, which had just begun to rise, was once again dashed, leaving Song Mai in a state of agitation. She rubbed her hands together, desperately brainstorming potential solutions. Although informing Fong Yu and being forthright might enable him to assist her in coordinating a resolution, given the significance of the meeting, he might even be willing to deliver the documents himself that evening. However, acknowledging her substantial error would establish her culpability, and she could not even begin to fathom the consequences. Losing her bonus would be the least of her worries. Avoiding punishment from the company would be a considerable feat. In a moment of desperation, Song Mai muttered to herself, "If only there were no electronic files, and someone could bring me that stack of printed documents from my desk." Suddenly, she smacked the back of her head, and a name surfaced in her mind: Chu Xing. Song Mai was unsure why he came to mind at this moment, as he had neither a car nor money, and likely could not be of any assistance. Yet, in this instant, she found herself harboring a flicker of hope in him. She hastily dialed his number, feeling a surge of courage welling within her. Before long, the call connected. "Are you at home right now?" The man seemed engaged in some activity, as Song Mai could hear the sound of typing in the background. After a brief pause, he replied, "No." Song Mai pressed on. "Are you busy?" The man was always somewhat aloof, offering only a curt as an affirmation. Her heart sank, and that glimmer of hope teetered on the edge of oblivion. "Is there something you need?" His voice was low and composed. And the silence on the other end left Song Mai with nothing but the sound of his keystrokes and his steady breathing. Chapter 45. The exchange. Song Mai smiled faintly. Yet the words she intended to utter remained unspoken. It's nothing, you carry on with your work. With that, she ended the call. However, the very next moment, the man's call came through again.
Song Mai.
The man's voice bore a hint of concern. What has happened? Song Mai slapped her forehead in frustration, realizing how foolish she had been to call him. It was clearly her own predicament. They were hardly even friends, and how could she trouble him? She hurriedly reassured him. It's nothing. I can handle it myself. You just focus on your tasks. I won't disturb you any longer. As she spoke, she prepared to hang up once more. Yet, just as her finger was about to touch the disconnect button, the man's voice resonated from the receiver.
Song Mai.
He pronounced her name gently, and for some reason, she felt an air of helplessness in his tone. In the vast and quiet hall, his voice floated delicately, landing softly upon her heart, stirring feelings of tenderness and longing. Her breath caught unexpectedly. To her surprise, the man continued, at least for this year. You are my nominal wife, and I am your husband. There are many matters I can assist you with, and I shall do my utmost. Now, please tell me, what troubles you? His words were succinct yet powerful, as if they imparted an invisible strength to Song Mai, calming her flustered heart. She laid bare the events that had transpired, articulating the series of occurrences clearly to Chu Xing. After listening to her, Chu Xing fell silent for a few moments. Does your company still have anyone present? Song Mai bit her lip, her heart racing with anxiety. I'm not entirely sure. Sometimes there are people who work late, but it's not guaranteed every day at this hour. Chu Xing pondered briefly, pausing his actions, and then swiftly devised a plan. Song Mai's company provided each employee with 2 work computers, a desktop for regular use and a laptop for business trips. Song Mai chewed her lip, realizing that she had already considered this solution. But our company's computers cannot connect to the external network. Even if someone were to send me something from the office, my laptop cannot access the company's internal network to receive it. Is there any other feasible method? After a moment, he halted his fingers, which had been fiddling with the documents on his desk. What about the physical documents? Somewhat sheepishly, Song Mai admitted, actually, I called to see if it would be possible for you to deliver a copy of the physical documents to me. But I hesitated, thinking it would be too much trouble for you to travel across the city at this hour. I thought it best to find another way. The more she contemplated, the more unrealistic it seemed. Could she truly expect him to spend an entire night on a train just to deliver the documents? Chu Xing, however, remained unfazed. He simply closed his laptop and stated, I'm an outsider. It's inconvenient for me to enter your company. Find someone you trust to retrieve the physical documents, and I will deliver them to you. His words were spoken with such ease, as if it were merely a trivial task for him. Song Mai was nearly moved to tears. You don't have to go to such lengths. It's too much trouble for you. And at this point he interjected, kindly reminding her, every USB drive has a unique identification number that appears when connected to a computer. With that, the man ended the call without hesitation. Chu Xing casually donned his black coat draped over the sofa and called his assistant Lu as he headed out. Prepare a discreet vehicle for me to wait outside her company. Though Lu was unaware of the specifics, the tone of his boss suggested that he was about to make a concerted effort for love, and without a second thought, he agreed. Fortunately, after numerous attempts, Lin Ran finally answered. What on earth is going on, my dear? Weren't you on a business trip? Why the sudden call? Lin Ran, unable to resist Song Mai's persistent pleas, acquiesced after only a few exchanges. All right, I understand. I'll head over now. Once again, Song Mai expressed her gratitude profusely before hanging up. Thankfully, Lin Ran lived nearby, so the trip wouldn't take too long. She couldn't shake the feeling that something was amiss. It turned out the issue lay here. In no time, she located the USB drive's identification number. Without needing to compare extensively, she immediately noticed that the 2 numbers were entirely different. Moreover, the last 4 digits indicated the year of production. And there was a full year's difference between the USB drive she purchased and the one currently in her possession. Thus, the truth emerged. It wasn't her USB drive that had failed her at a critical moment. She had been set up. This USB drive was not hers at all. How could it possibly contain the documents she required? A surge of anger erupted within Song Mai as her fist struck the table, feeling no pain whatsoever. Chapter 46. Don't leave tonight. Who could it be? Last time it was Zheng Yao. Who could it be this time? Could it possibly be her again? Or perhaps someone else? Song Mai pondered these questions, yet she remained unable to ascertain who was responsible for the incident. She couldn't even confirm her suspicions. It might be Zheng Yao, but just because she was involved previously does not mean she is the culprit this time. It is possible that someone else, driven by jealousy, took the opportunity to frame her. Regardless, the fact that the adversary had prepared a USB drive in advance indicates that their intention to harm her was premeditated rather than impulsive. After a lengthy contemplation without reaching any conclusion, Song Mai decided to pack her belongings and head to the hotel. Tomorrow's meeting was of utmost importance, and she needed to be well rested to ensure everything went flawlessly. Lin Ran was quick and efficient. By the time Chu Xing arrived at the company, she had already gathered the documents and was waiting for him downstairs. The moment the man stepped out of the car, Lin Ran felt as if she were witnessing a scene from a novel featuring a domineering CEO. Her imagination even conjured up descriptions of the typical appearance of such characters. She couldn't help but wonder if this man was truly just a kept man supported by Song Mai. Could a mere gigolo possess such an aristocratic demeanor? In fact, even the scions of wealthy families paled in comparison to his poise. Coupled with his striking features, it was no wonder that Song Mai willingly supported him, even capturing the attention of someone as materialistic as Zheng Yao. Lin Ran shook her head in disbelief. Chu Xing said nothing, accepting the documents with a simple thank you before turning to leave in another direction. Watching his retreating figure, Lin Ran murmured to herself, I can't fathom how these two manage their relationship. Song Mai is already so reserved, and she chose a partner who is even more taciturn and aloof. How do they not suffocate at home? However, she quickly reassured herself that perhaps the couple had their own way of interacting. After all, it was commendable that he was willing to make a late-night trip to Ningqing to deliver documents for Song Mai. As Song Mai arrived at the hotel, she received a message from Chu Xing informing her that he had acquired the documents. Assistant Lu parked the car and rushed to open the back door for Chu Xing, only to be stopped by him. The car keys, he said. Assistant Lu was taken aback. Where are you going? Ningqing. Upon hearing this, Assistant Lu felt a wave of concern wash over him. Chu Xing glanced at his watch. It was nearly 11 o'clock. He took his seat in the driver's position, placing the documents in the passenger seat before instructing Assistant Lu, report anything urgent to me. Before Assistant Lu could fully process the situation, Chu Xing pressed the accelerator, and the car shot off down the road, disappearing from sight. Assistant Lu was left in a state of disbelief, realizing that if things continued this way, the old man's dream would likely soon be realized. Meanwhile, Song Mai dozed off on her bed, only to awaken abruptly at 3 o'clock, startled and checking her phone for messages from the man. Feeling a sense of unease, she instinctively wanted to call him but hesitated, fearing she might disturb him if he was asleep on the train. Ultimately, she refrained, opting instead to send a message inquiring about his whereabouts.
Come down.
I'm waiting downstairs. His voice was low, perhaps made slightly hoarse by the night's chill, yet it retained a compelling clarity. Song Mai's heart raced inexplicably. She could not discern the reason. Perhaps it was the relief of resolving her worries, or the satisfaction of finally connecting with him, or maybe the anticipation of seeing him soon. Okay, she replied hastily, slipping on the hotel slippers and dashing outside. The man sat in the car, a cigarette delicately balanced between his fingers. The ember glowed intermittently in the darkness. As Song Mai exited the hotel, she searched for him but found no trace of the familiar figure. Just as she was about to call Chu Xing, a car horn blared nearby. She immediately approached the vehicle. Inside the black Volkswagen, the man leaned back in the driver's seat, eyes slightly squinted, dark circles betraying his fatigue. He handed her a stack of documents. I'm leaving now. Take care of yourself. Song Mai gazed at him, feeling a wave of gratitude wash over her. Clutching the documents tightly, she realized that despite their contractual relationship, he treated her with more kindness than her own parents ever had. After a moment of contemplation, she hesitated before speaking. Why don't you stay? His half-closed eyes suddenly widened as he regarded her with a meaningful gaze. Song Mai felt her cheeks flush with embarrassment. If it weren't for the cover of night, she would have blushed fiercely. I didn't mean it that way. He continued to look at her intently.
Oh,
Then what did you mean? Chu Xing neither agreed nor declined. He merely raised an eyebrow. Then where will I stay? Indeed, where would he stay? It had completely slipped her mind that they were in a hotel, momentarily forgetting that they were not at home. Chapter 47. A dinner invitation, surely. Two individuals cannot share a single bed. She bit her lip fiercely, displaying a visage of extreme shyness intertwined with deep conflict. Unbeknownst to her, Chu Xing smirked subtly in a place she could not see, his gaze drifting towards the hotel behind her. It appeared to be a rather upscale establishment, with an estimated price of around 800 for a night's stay. Song Mai felt an overwhelming urge to slap herself. She could not comprehend why, nor could she ascertain when it had begun, but she found herself uncontrollably uttering thoughtless remarks in his presence. Finally, she steeled her heart. I will book you another room. She had initially presumed he would arrive by train, preparing for his morning arrival, envisioning herself taking documents to the meeting while he rested comfortably at the hotel without the need for haste. Yet, she had never anticipated his swift arrival by car. Observing her forced expression of pain, the amusement in the man's eyes deepened. Can you bear to do that? Of course not. Before Song Mai could articulate her thoughts, her inner voice had already spoken for her. Chu Xing found her conflicted and frugal demeanor amusing, momentarily lifting his spirits. Upon hearing his words, Song Mai found herself at a loss, experiencing a peculiar emptiness within her heart. However, since he had spoken, she felt it inappropriate to detain him any longer. This car is borrowed. It suddenly struck Song Mai that this vehicle was the same one she had seen Elder Chu using during their last meal together. He had indeed gone out of his way to procure it for her. The man made no show of reluctance. Having agreed, he started the engine. Song Mai stood at the hotel entrance, quietly watching him depart until the car completely vanished into the night, leaving her feeling somewhat chilled. She had lost all sensation in her hands without even realizing it. Meanwhile, Chu Xing had rushed through red lights, anxious not to delay her affairs or miss the morning's gathering. He hardly dared to blink throughout the journey. The following day, Song Mai stuffed the documents into her bag and made her way to the conference hall. As Fong Yu had predicted, the meeting was indeed grand and of great significance. Nearly half of the pharmaceutical company heads from Eastern China congregated to discuss the developmental plans for the pharmaceutical sector over the next 3 years. After distributing the documents to the attendees, Song Mai settled into her designated seat, her fingers gently caressing the papers. At that moment, the weight of the information settled firmly in her heart, both resolute and comforting. Meanwhile, Zheng Yao sat at the front desk, applying a vibrant red nail polish while humming a tune under her breath. Lin ran past by, casting a disdainful glance in her direction, pondering how someone could appear present yet be so absent-minded, as if her thoughts had already taken flight elsewhere. Zheng Yao paid no heed to Lin Ran's look. She was in an exceedingly good mood, eagerly awaiting news from Song Mai's end, anticipating the company would deliver a severe reprimand to that detestable individual. Ideally, she wished for her dismissal as a means to alleviate her pent-up frustration. Regrettably, events were unfolding contrary to Zheng Yao's wishes. After receiving the documents late last night, Song Mai hardly slept, hurriedly familiarizing herself with the content until dawn, when she finally managed to catch a brief nap. She had expected to feel lethargic, potentially compromising the quality of her translation. Instead, she found herself remarkably invigorated, her mind exceptionally clear. Throughout the morning, Song Mai engaged in simultaneous interpretation, not only delivering fluent translations of the Spanish segments, but also interpreting speeches from several British attendees who were not initially on the participant list. Her translations were precise and on point, earning her a discreet thumbs up from the event organizers. The meeting was lengthy, spanning 3 days, with each day lasting no less than 6 hours. The first day extended until 4 in the afternoon. Just as Song Mai felt her stomach grumbling with hunger, the meeting finally paused. She exchanged pleasantries with the organizers and attendees, and by the time everything concluded, it was nearly 5 o'clock.
Zheng Yao,
having awaited the anticipated news all day without success, could hardly contain her restlessness as she burst into Fong Yu's office. Fong Yu found her behavior peculiar. Ever since learning of Zheng Yao's manipulations, he had been waiting for news to promptly address the meeting's mishap. Yet, as the first day's meeting drew to a close, there was still no word from Ningcheng. Perhaps the conference had yet to conclude. Patience was required. Zheng Yao, desperate with anxiety, paced back and forth in Fang Yu's office, her 10-centimeter heels clattering against the floor, which only served to irritate him further. Could you please stop pacing? What good does your urgency do? Zheng Yao was in a state of frenzied impatience. She slammed her palm onto Fang Yu's desk, her meticulously crafted makeup unable to conceal the turmoil etched on her face. How can I not be anxious? I simply cannot fathom it. I've already replaced the USB drive, and she didn't bring the physical documents. Logically, this implies she should have been entirely unprepared, meaning an incident must have occurred from the start. How has she managed to persist until now? This conundrum puzzled not only Zheng Yao, but also Fang Yu. He had gained advantages from Zheng Yao, just as he had provided her with the information she needed to effectively deal with Song Mai. However, he remained indifferent to the specifics of Song Mai's punishment, whether she would be dismissed or manage to evade disaster. In fact, if the meeting had proceeded without disruption, he would be spared the need for urgent remediation and accountability to the company. Zheng Yao urged anxiously, "You must call her and inquire about the situation." Fang Yu, reluctant and hesitant, dragged his feet at the prospect of making the call. He was uncertain of the circumstances in Ningcheng. It was possible that Song Mai, aside from the USB drive, had made other preparations. Therefore, she might not have realized that the USB contained nothing, or perhaps she had discovered it, but found alternative solutions. Yet, if he were to inquire at this moment, and if Song Mai already suspected the USB's issues, would he not inadvertently raise her suspicions? Chapter 48. Confidence in his appearance as Zheng Yao, her face flushed with anger, repeatedly urged for a response only to be met with silence, she exclaimed in frustration. What a useless bunch. With that, she stormed out. Lin ran, engrossed in her work, glanced up towards Fang Yu's office upon hearing the commotion. The door had been slammed shut with a resounding bang, prompting her to mutter under her breath, "What on earth is happening now?" A young woman nearby chimed in teasingly, "Perhaps they're having a lover's quarrel." Lin Rand's amusement deepened at this remark, as she found their sentiments aligned. Over the past 3 days, Song Mai had been exceedingly busy, flitting from one meeting to another, tirelessly managing related documentation, and finding scarce moments to prepare for the summary meeting. The individual coordinating with Song Mai from the organizing committee was a meticulous middle-aged man whose fastidiousness extended to identifying even the minutest flaws in her work. This left Song Mai no choice but to approach her duties with utmost seriousness, sacrificing much of her precious sleep in the process. Thankfully, she finally reached the last day, and as the conference concluded, her endeavors in Ning City drew to a close. After compiling her work from the past few sleepless nights, she handed it over to her counterpart, releasing a sigh of relief only after receiving an approving nod. "If there are no issues, I shall take my leave," she stated. The liaison tucked the documents into a bag, gesturing for her to depart. Though Song Mai had attended numerous meetings over the years, this was the first time someone had so accurately pinpointed her shortcomings. Despite feeling somewhat disheartened, she also recognized the invaluable lessons learned. She took a brief stroll and, upon passing a clothing store, her eyes were immediately drawn to a men's shirt hanging on a rack. It was not the ordinary black or white, but a delicate sky blue, adorned with traditional knotted buttons at the collar and cuffs. The design, while not overly intricate, exuded elegance and charm. The fabric, though not of the finest silk, shimmered subtly, inviting touch with its promising texture. For reasons unknown, the sight of this garment conjured thoughts of a particular individual, the man who had rescued her on several occasions, the one who had traversed the city overnight to deliver documents to her. Despite his more austere appearance and style, which seemed worlds apart from this shirt's aesthetic, Song Mai felt an inexplicable urge to envision him wearing it, believing it would suit him splendidly. Perhaps it was her faith in his looks, her desire to express gratitude, or simply the wish to gift him something nice. Whatever the reason, she found herself compelled to purchase the shirt without hesitation. It was not inexpensive. Indeed, the price matched that of the cheap suit she had previously bought for him, merely for a shirt. The realization startled her momentarily, as she murmured to herself, "I am uncharacteristically feeling a semblance of warmth akin to home." Content. She later selected a sea blue bracelet for Lin Rand before departing. Meanwhile, within the confines of the Yunxing Group building, a man continued his meeting with the planning department. His lips curled into a thin, cold line, and his eyes held a depth of frost. The majority of those in the conference room dared not utter a word, bowing their heads in anticipation of the superior's wrath subsiding, hoping to survive this ordeal unscathed. Yet, the man seemed far from ready to grant them mercy. His frigid gaze swept over the attendees before finally settling on the planning department director. Do you think the company supports you to lounge idly? After all these days, you dare present me with such a shoddy piece of work? As he spoke, he cast a folder from the table towards the director. The folder hit the surface with a thud, startling the director into a tremor, his complexion paling as he hastily defended himself. We have revised it 6 times. This was completed just last night. However, he regretted his words as soon as they left his lips, for the man's expression darkened further. Take a good look at the proposal your department has produced. How can you call yourself a director if you cannot even deliver on such a simple task? It would be best for you to step aside. The director was drenched in cold sweat, his shirt clinging to his back. He quickly grasped the file, apologizing. I will arrange for a complete overhaul immediately. The man's gaze remained icy, fixated on him, causing the director to avert his eyes in trepidation. I want to see the final version by tomorrow morning. Otherwise, you will find yourself in the same predicament as the others. Meeting adjourned. Yes, yes. The finality of those words felt like a reprieve for everyone present, and they hastily exited the conference room. However, the end of the meeting did not signify the end of their nightmares. The planning department director felt as though death was imminent. Clutching the file, he yearned to find a wall to crash into. This version of the proposal had taken his team 4 days to create, and now it was being dismissed. With the expectation of a new, acceptable version by morning, an impossible feat, some whispered that, since they were doomed regardless, it might be better to resign voluntarily that evening. Assistant Liu, observing the simmering wrath of Chu Xing, cautiously attempted to placate him. Mr. Yun, do you not think the time frame is rather short? Perhaps we could grant them a bit more time, and they might produce something worthwhile. However, before his words could fully leave his mouth, Chu Xing turned to him sharply, his gaze imbued with an endless blizzard as he advanced towards Assistant Liu. Why don't you assist them? If they fail to deliver by morning, you can join them in their dismissal. His voice was dispassionate, yet Assistant Liu felt an overwhelming sense of impending doom, as if uttering another word would cost him his life. He shook his head vigorously. No, no, no. Such matters are best left to the experts. I trust the group has its reasons for employing them. They will surely deliver, or else it would be a waste of the company's resources. Chapter 49. Returning home, the man let out a cold snort, remaining silent and showing no intention of departing the conference room. The atmosphere within was palpably oppressive. When this gentleman was incensed, Assistant Liu felt as though he were gasping for air. In mere seconds, he frantically rifled through an array of phrases in his mind, akin to a brainstorming session. Finally, a spark of inspiration struck him as he glanced at the date on his phone. He picked up his device, opened WeChat, and after a few swipes, located the dialogue with her. Their last exchange had occurred 3 days prior. Chu Xing's expression did not soften in response to Assistant Liu's words. Instead, a tinge of sorrow flickered in his gaze. This heartless woman had not sent him a single message in 3 whole days. After a pause, the man parted his thin lips to express his displeasure with 2 words, not replying. Assistant Liu scratched his head, momentarily baffled by his boss's behavior. Just 3 days ago, he had tirelessly rushed to deliver documents to her, and now he was sulking, unwilling to even meet her. The man did not rest. After a quick shower at the office, he resumed his work. In fact, Chu Xing had been busier than Song Mai over the past few days. The group was in the midst of acquiring a foreign drone manufacturing company, necessitating extensive preparations. A workaholic by nature, he had previously moderated his hours in her presence. But with her absence, he swiftly reverted to his former frenzied workaholic lifestyle. Throughout those 3 days, he barely accumulated 8 hours of sleep, often stealing brief moments of rest before diving back into his tasks, leaving his colleagues feeling utterly oppressed by his relentless demands. Assistant Liu glanced at his own clothes. Unchanged for 3 days, feeling a deep-seated frustration. Eventually, after considering Assistant Lu's words, Chu Xing checked the time. In half an hour, take me over.
Upon hearing this,
Assistant Lu felt a wave of emotion, as if tears were welling in his eyes. After 3 long days, he could finally clock out. However, when he retrieved his phone from his bag, he discovered it had mysteriously run out of battery and shut down. She connected her phone to the charger, took some fresh clothes, and headed to the bathroom for a refreshing shower. Although the hotel she was staying in was splendid and well-equipped, being away on a business trip had left her feeling tense, like a tightly strung bow, without a moment of relaxation. Now that it was finally over, she looked forward to a good night's rest. After washing up, Song Mai emerged from the bathroom, towel drying her hair, and the moment she opened the door, her eyes met his. Chu Xing stood at the entrance, changing his shoes, and upon hearing the sound, he looked up to behold the sight before him. She was clad in a delicate pink nightgown, her damp hair cascading over her shoulders. Perhaps it was the steam from the bathroom, but her eyes appeared misty, like a gentle haze enveloping a fawn, clear yet imbued with a unique femininity. A blush crept onto Song Mai's cheeks, prompting her to instinctively avert her gaze and hurriedly open the bathroom window. The autumn breeze wafted in, alleviating some of the stifling heat inside and dissipating the humidity. Song Mai felt somewhat awkward. The man, as usual, responded nonchalantly, "Have you eaten? I'll go prepare something." Chu Xing was not particularly hungry. After a long day at work, he had no appetite, and it was already late. He had never been one to prioritize dinner. Yet, upon seeing the smile on her face, he inexplicably found himself agreeing. Song Mai's smile widened, and she quickly dried her hair before heading to the kitchen. Thankfully, there were still some groceries left from before her departure. Though limited, they sufficed for 2. She adeptly stir-fried a couple of simple dishes and boiled some porridge, and soon the cramped little room was filled with the fragrant aroma of home-cooked food. As they sat down to eat, Song Mai casually gathered her hair into a bun. "Dinner is served," Chu Xing said aside his laptop, instinctively reaching for chopsticks from the kitchen. He was unsure what it was about her that held such allure. Though he had felt no hunger moments ago, the scent of her cooking now made him ravenous. The dishes were undeniably simple, nothing extraordinary about the ingredients or preparation, but he found them surprisingly delightful. Song Mai, too, was genuinely hungry, after days of inadequate meals. Sitting at home enjoying her own cooking felt immensely satisfying. Lost in thought, Chu Xing paused with his chopsticks and then spoke. "How is the investigation into the USB drive coming along?" At this, Song Mai's smile faded somewhat, her expression growing serious. "I inquired with the vendor and compared the serial number of the USB drive I have. It turns out this one isn't mine. It must have been swapped. Do you know who did it?" Song Mai shook her head. She recalled placing the USB drive on her desk before heading to the changing room. During that time, countless individuals could have had the opportunity to swap it, leaving her unable to pinpoint the culprit. The man pressed his lips together, trying to reassure her, "It's all right.
Take your time.
As long as someone took action, there will certainly be a flaw to uncover." After finishing the last spoonful of porridge, he noticed Song Mai was deep in thought and hesitated before continuing. "With your expertise, you need not remain at this company indefinitely. You've gained some recognition in the field of commercial translation. Given the difficulties you've faced here, it may be worth considering a change of scenery." Song Mai nodded. "I've thought about it, but the fact remains that others have wronged me. I don't want to let those who harm me off the hook so easily. They must understand the consequences of their actions. I may not be competitive within the company, but that doesn't mean I'm easy to bully." This time, she was genuinely incensed. Heaven knows how she would have coped had Chu Xing not delivered the documents to her. Chapter 50. Truly captivating. Chu Xing set down his bowl and chopsticks, gazing intently into her eyes. Those orbs, clear and resolute, appeared far more fervent than when he first encountered her. He couldn't help but wonder if he had misjudged her. Perhaps she was never the dull person he had assumed. "If you need anything, do not hesitate to tell me," he said, making a move to clear the table. However, before his hands could touch the plates, Song Mai interjected. "You've worked hard. Let me handle it." Having been away for 3 days, she had lost weight, and so had he. The faint shadows beneath his eyes indicated sleepless nights, and despite his attempts to maintain a facade of vigor, she could easily discern his fatigue. Instead of immediately clearing the dishes, Song Mai retrieved the shirt she had purchased for him from her bag and handed it over. I'll wash the dishes. You should take a shower and try this on to see if it fits. The man paused for a moment, holding the shirt in a daze. For me, Song Mai had envisioned countless scenarios in which she would present the shirt to him, but now that the moment had arrived, she felt an unexpected shyness. Thank you for your tremendous help that day. I saw this shirt in Yunxing and thought it would suit you, so I bought it. I hope you don't mind. Chu Xing did not decline, though he noted that the color and fabric were not quite to his taste. He unfolded the neatly folded shirt. It had a traditional style and felt decent to the touch. While it wasn't of the highest quality, it certainly did not appear inexpensive. This shirt, he began. But the woman turned to him, a flicker of concern in her eyes. You don't like it? It wasn't that he disliked it, rather, he had never considered wearing such a style. No, it should be quite expensive. Honestly, it's really not necessary to spend this much on me. Song Mai, however, shook her head earnestly. No, it's not expensive. It's merely a shirt, wholly inadequate to compare with the help you provided. I have nothing else to offer you, so I can only express my gratitude with this gift. I hope you accept it. Seeing her earnest demeanor, Chu Xing ultimately could not bring himself to refuse. He took the shirt and went to the bathroom. He was a natural model, with proportions and height rivaling that of a supermodel. Coupled with his striking features, he exuded an aura of elegance. When he smiled, it was as if winter snow melted under the gentle spring breeze. Song Mai was left entranced by the sight. Typically, he donned the inexpensive black suit she had bought him. While he looked handsome, it often obscured his innate refinement. Yet, upon wearing the shirt, paired with simple black trousers, he appeared remarkably striking. The usually aloof man now bore an air of warmth and intellect, softening his previously intense demeanor. At that moment, Song Mai truly grasped the essence of the phrase, "A gentleman on the road is like jade." He looks truly captivating, she silently praised. The man, feeling her unwavering gaze, became slightly uneasy. He had never witnessed such an infatuated expression on her face before. If there are no further matters, I'll change my clothes, he said, handing the shirt back to her. Song Mai swiftly cleaned and hung it up, reminding him to wear it whenever he wished. Chu Xing settled onto the sofa to continue with unfinished tasks. As he glanced up inadvertently, he spotted the freshly washed shirt hanging on the balcony. It was made of silk. She hadn't used a washing machine but had painstakingly cleaned it by hand. After hanging it to dry, it dripped water intermittently, dampening the already worn wooden floor beneath. The air felt even more humid now. As he surveyed his surroundings, a thought began to form. It seemed that after winning the phone, plans to move to a new place needed to be prioritized. However, he would have to devise a natural and unassuming method to facilitate this transition without raising suspicion. This sense of comfort was something she could never find at the Song family home or any upscale hotel. During the past 3 days, Lin Ran had sent numerous messages, mostly inquiring about the progress of her meetings and reminding her to stay safe while alone. Due to time constraints and her eagerness to obtain the physical documents, she hadn't had the chance to discuss the USB drive incident in detail. Now that her business trip had concluded, Song Mai lay on her bed, recounting the entire sequence of events to Lin Ran. And do you recall, Ran after I copied the files and left? Who might have touched my desk while my USB drive was still there? Eventually, she provided a name. The hallway was so wide. Yet she somehow managed to spill a cup of water on your desk, leading to such a coincidence where my USB drive was switched. Isn't that a bit too coincidental? Aside from Zheng Yao, Lin Ran could think of no one else. Although she hadn't noticed whether Zheng Yao had approached Song Mai's desk, it was evident that no one else had come near. If no one had approached, how could such a switch have occurred? Furthermore, she couldn't help but recall the scene from 2 days prior when Zheng Yao had stormed out of the manager's office. Chapter 51. The talent scout. If it weren't for Song Mai's incident, what could possibly provoke such a significant outburst from Zheng Yao towards Fang Yu? Did you see her touch my USB drive? Lin Ran, despite harboring profound doubts about Zheng Yao, could not bring herself to lie in such matters.
No.
After a brief pause, she continued, however, it is impossible for anyone else to have done so. I can assure you, she was the only one who approached your desk. She even wiped the water that spilled on it, but unfortunately, she moved so quickly and I didn't pay close attention to her actions at the time. As she spoke, Lin Ran felt a pang of guilt. Had she been more observant, perhaps this situation could have been averted. And Zheng Yao wouldn't have set the stage so effortlessly. Zheng Yao attracted so much attention. Was it all to orchestrate a preemptive demonstration for everyone? Once that notion took root in Lin Ran's mind, it became increasingly plausible. She shared her thoughts with Song Mai, who, upon hearing them, found them somewhat reasonable. Yet, they were still mere conjectures, ultimately lacking the evidence necessary to expose Zheng Yao, and voicing them might even lead others to believe she was intentionally tarnishing Zheng Yao's reputation. Lin Ran sighed. What do you plan to do? Song Mai leaned back against her bed, gazing at the flickering streetlights below, her eyes reflecting an inscrutable array of emotions. We'll take it one step at a time. But after this, I refuse to be at the mercy of others any longer. The next morning, Chu Xing departed as usual at dawn. The morning air still carried the lingering warmth of late summer. Song Mai opened several windows to let in some fresh air, prepared a simple breakfast, and after eating, rode her electric scooter to the office. According to her plan, upon entering the company, she was to drop off her belongings and report to the manager. However, she found Fong Yu conspicuously absent from the office that morning. As she prepared to knock on his door for the third time, the president's secretary called out to her first. Song Mai, is there something you need? She recalled that the president's secretary rarely came this way. The secretary affectionately placed a hand on Song Mai's shoulder. You're quite low-key. President Han wants to see you. Come with me. Uncertain of what was unfolding, Song Mai assumed the secretary's unusual warmth signified something positive, and thus allowed herself to be half-dragged along. She initially thought it was merely a straightforward work report. Perhaps due to Fong Yu's absence, the president wished to hear the update personally.
Consequently,
she nervously rehearsed her prepared words in her mind. However, upon entering the president's office, she was taken aback to find it filled with a dozen people. Besides the company president, Han Shanyu, various department managers were present, including Fong Yu. Noticing her arrival, Han Shanyu promptly gestured toward the chair opposite his desk. Please. Have a seat. The secretary, displaying keen awareness, poured a cup of tea for Song Mai before quietly exiting the office.
Song Mai cautiously regarded Han Shanyu.
Her mind swirling with questions that she ultimately refrained from voicing until he spoke first. The organizers of the recent meeting informed me of your exceptional professional skills and meticulous work ethic. Just yesterday, they called to lavish praise upon you, and as a result, we've secured a 2-year contract extension with them, specifically assigning you to oversee similar projects in the future. Upon hearing this, Song Mai felt a weight lift from her heart. After modestly deflecting the compliments, she proceeded to report on her recent business trip. Her thoughts were organized, and having prepared a work summary during her trip, she delivered her report smoothly and fluently. Han Shanyu regarded her with admiration while casting a reproachful glance at Fong Yu. Manager Fong, I must say, how could you not mention such a capable employee? If it weren't for the organizers bringing this to my attention, we might have overlooked such talent. Fong Yu's expression soured. He was well aware of Zheng Yao's covert machinations, understanding that she had gone to great lengths to orchestrate a blunder that could lead to Song Mai's dismissal. During the 3 days of her business trip, he had not contacted her, nor had she reached out to him. While he suspected she might have devised a solution to the problem, he never anticipated she would handle it so adeptly, garnering praise from the organizers while avoiding any complaints. Yet, with Han Shanyu's words hanging in the air, Fong Yu had no choice but to respond, forcing a smile. I must admit, I still have much to learn about recognizing talent. If I were her manager, I would have surely recognized her potential sooner. His flattery momentarily placated Han Shanyu. You truly have a way with words, Han Shanyu chuckled. Then Fong Yu subtly turned his gaze towards Song Mai, an imperceptible scrutiny glimmering in his eyes, though his expression remained amiable. I must say, I never realized you possessed such hidden depths. Managing such a challenging task with such finesse. Clearly, I underestimated your capabilities as a manager. Song Mai pressed her lips together, her demeanor calm. You flatter me. She said little, but when Fong Yu mentioned her concealed talents, she sensed he might not be entirely unaware of the situation at hand. Han Shanyu continued to praise her for some time, and ultimately, due to her successful completion of the project and the effortless contract renewal, he awarded her a substantial bonus and hinted at promoting her to the position of deputy manager of the Spanish department. overseeing its operations while Fong Yu retained responsibility for other tasks. Upon hearing the mention of a bonus, Song Mai's eyes gleamed involuntarily, while she remained notably composed at the prospect of a promotion. Han Shanyu found her candid reaction amusing. What's this? Aren't you happy about the promotion? Song Mai furrowed her brow, her heart filled with apprehension. If she became deputy manager, would she not have to relinquish her involvement in the project? Would her commission not evaporate along with it? Chapter 52. Promotion. She nodded, then shook her head. A promotion is a commendable achievement, and I am grateful for Mr. Han's trust in me. However, my financial situation is precarious, and I worry that, should I be promoted, I might be unable to keep up with the project. If that were the case, I would prefer to forego the promotion and continue to dedicate myself to the company. Her thoughts were sincere, and she expressed them without a hint of hesitation, pouring out her innermost feelings almost without thinking. The words may have sounded somewhat ungracious and avoided the topic of money, yet they were, in essence, entirely about financial concerns. At first glance, such sentiments might seem rather mundane. Yet opportunities like this arise only once. If she did not speak up now, she feared there would be no chance to do so later. Moreover, Song Mai firmly believed in being forthright with others, convinced that Han Shanyu would understand her plight. Indeed, upon hearing her refusal, the other departmental managers displayed expressions of disdain, as if she were foolish for rejecting such an opportunity. Only Fong Yu's demeanor differed. His eyes seemed tinged with anger and resentment. His support for Zheng Yao stemmed from his own vested interests, unaffected by the consequences. Yet, the reality had proven otherwise. Song Mai not only remained employed, but was also about to gain authority over business management, soon to be elevated to the rank of deputy manager, standing on equal footing with him. How could he possibly accept that? Han Shanyu, however, was not mired in such intricacies. Seeing Song Mai's candidness, he erupted into hearty laughter. You certainly don't mince your words. Rest assured, you can continue to follow the project, and I will assign you the responsibilities of business management and guidance for the Spanish department. You will receive the appropriate management allowances each month. Your income will assuredly increase, never decrease. I will ensure that the HR manager communicates your benefits thoroughly. Upon hearing this, Song Mai felt a profound sense of relief wash over her, her face lighting up with gratitude. Thank you, Mr. Han. The company, though not vast, held significance. Before long, news of Han Shanyu's decision to promote Song Mai spread throughout the company, leaving her bewildered as to who had been so indiscreet. Mai, this is wonderful. I can finally rely on you. Without needing to ask, Song Mai realized that her impending promotion had reached Lin Ran's ears, leaving her somewhat helpless. Lin Ran adjusted her collar and remarked, "Isn't this a good thing? Ultimately, everyone will know sooner or later. There's no difference whether it's now or later." As she spoke, she cast a glance towards Zheng Yao's direction. "You've been promoted, but I dare say someone is less than pleased. Did you see Zheng Yao's expression just now? It was as if she were ready to devour someone. I found it immensely satisfying." Thinking back on Zheng Yao's face, Lin Ran couldn't contain her joy. Having long endured Zheng Yao's bullying, the taste of vindication was delightful. In contrast to Lin Ran's exuberance, Song Mai remained remarkably composed, as if it were Lin Ran who was being promoted. Let us keep our joy discreet. There may be others besides Zheng Yao who are displeased. We wouldn't want to attract their ire. Upon hearing this, Lin Ran immediately covered her mouth and glanced around nervously. Noticing no unusual reactions from those nearby, she lowered her voice. I genuinely am happy for you. You're so capable and hardworking. A promotion is well deserved. Song Mai winked at her with a smile, playfully brushing her finger against Lin Ran's nose. How could I not understand you? It's just that while there may not be many who dislike me, there are certainly plenty who aspire to rise. If I were to ascend quietly, wouldn't that appear as if I had usurped someone's position? My delight might only serve to provoke envy. As she spoke, she retrieved a sea blue gemstone bracelet from her bag and waved it in front of Lin Ran. I chose this for you in Yunxing. Try it on and see how lovely it looks. Lin Ran, always attentive to her, recognized that although Song Mai was typically reserved, she was indeed quite thoughtful. Convinced by Song Mai's reasoning, she refrained from mentioning the promotion again. Accepting the bracelet, her eyes sparkled. Oh, it's beautiful. Sea blue gemstones are unique to Ningqing, and they're not inexpensive. Song Mai took a sip of water. Of course, I wanted to give you something special. Consider it my gratitude for your unwavering support, for believing in me, and for coming to my aid late at night to collect materials. I have always cherished this friendship. Genuine friends are rare, especially among colleagues. And despite Lin Rant's occasional impulsiveness and straightforwardness, she had consistently shown immense kindness to Song Mai. Burdened by work and her own financial struggles, Song Mai had been unable to express her gratitude with a worthy gift until now. This bracelet encapsulated all her sentiments. Lin Ran did not hesitate, adorning her wrist with the bracelet. In that case, I shall accept it graciously. I plan to continue enjoying life alongside you, and I'll regard this bracelet as a token of your affection. Meanwhile, Zheng Yao at the front desk was nearly beside herself with agitation. She remained oblivious to how the news of Song Mai's promotion had leaked or whether it was even true. Yet, she was unwilling to accept it. She couldn't fathom how, despite her efforts, Song Mai appeared poised to succeed. She was convinced that there was a 95% chance Song Mai would fail to navigate the meeting successfully. Yet, the reality diverged sharply from her expectations, even presenting an utterly contradictory outcome. It seemed she was the one left with nothing despite her attempts to take the lead. Listening to the congratulatory voices from the Spanish department, Zheng Yao felt as if she might shatter her teeth from clenching her jaw. Her long nails dug deeply into her palm, yet she seemed impervious to the pain. She anxiously awaited Fang Yu's return for clarification, but he remained elusive. In desperation, Zheng Yao disregarded everything else, scanning her surroundings to ensure no one was watching before she stealthily followed Fang Yu into the office. He collapsed into his chair, and while he might have concealed his emotions in front of others, the mask slipped now, revealing a countenance that was truly grim. Chapter 53. The temptation. Fang Yu was already seething with anger when he heard Zheng Yao's words, causing him to sweep the documents off the table onto the floor. How would I know? You ask me. Whom shall I ask? He continued. Didn't he replace her USB drive? How could she still manage to attend the meeting without a hitch? Now, not only did she remain unaffected, but she also got promoted. It won't be long before she climbs over me. The mere mention of this infuriated Fang Yu, who wished he could subject Song Mai to 1,000 tortures. Who would have thought that this woman, who usually appeared indifferent, would somehow manage to secure a promotion to vice manager so effortlessly through Han Shanyu? What would be next? Would it be manager or even vice president? Would he be compelled to relinquish his position to her? Zheng Yao was taken aback by Fang Yu's sudden outburst. Though she was still angry, her voice lacked the conviction it had moments before. I did replace the USB drive, and I did it myself. So there's no way it could be wrong. I remember she didn't bring any paper documents. How could she resolve this without anyone knowing?
Could it be?
At this point, she cautiously glanced at Fang Yu, noting his lack of reaction, and continued, could it be that she has some connection with the organizers? Otherwise, they are not fools. Given the gravity of the situation, it would have been surprising if they didn't raise a fuss, let alone commend her. Zheng Yao and Fang Yu had both confirmed multiple times that Song Mai had not brought any physical documents. And it was only when Song Mai had already departed that he witnessed Lin Ran locking the stack of paper documents in Song Mai's desk drawer. Initially, Fang Yu had not cared about this matter. After all, it was a feud between Zheng Yao and Song Mai, and he had no stake in it. His involvement was merely to maintain a mutually beneficial relationship with Zheng Yao. However, the situation had changed. Song Mai had directly undermined his interests, and he could no longer tolerate this woman's rise. He could not allow Song Mai to surpass him. Fang Yu idly fingered the wedding ring on his ring finger, remaining silent, his eyes cold and inscrutable, revealing nothing of his thoughts. After a long pause without a word from Fang Yu, Zheng Yao could not help but ask, what do you plan to do next? Fang Yu let out a cold laugh, his narrowed eyes suddenly widening. Becoming vice manager is not that simple. Meanwhile, Song Mai had tidied her workspace and began drafting a project meeting summary, a task left over from her business trip. She had hoped to find time during the trip to complete it, but over the past 3 days, she had not managed to carve out a single moment. The news of her promotion spread quickly, and the email announcing her elevation was dispatched just as swiftly. By noon, the company had already sent out the notification regarding Song Mai's promotion to vice manager of the Spanish department. Zhang Yao stared at the email as stark black letters on a white background, her eyes reddening as if stained with blood. At that moment, Song Mai had just finished her lunch and was casually chatting with Lin Rand while pouring a glass of water. Zhang Yao, unable to contain her mounting questions, boldly approached and tentatively asked, "I heard your business trip went smoothly?" Song Mai, engaged in lighthearted banter with Lin Ran, felt her smile vanish at Zhang Yao's sudden intrusion. Fortunately, she had no intention of engaging with Zhang Yao, fully aware of her ulterior motives, and deemed it unnecessary to waste her emotions on a charade. Yet, Zhang Yao, undeterred, pressed on, still in disbelief. "Didn't you encounter any troubles during your trip?" If Song Mai had been merely suspicious before, Zhang Yao's second question confirmed her suspicions. The USB switch had undoubtedly been orchestrated by Zhang Yao. No one else could possibly be behind it. However, she feigned ignorance, appearing utterly bewildered. "No, why do you ask?" she replied, glancing at Zhang Yao, her expression deceptively innocent. "Did you perhaps engage in some underhanded scheme to harm me? Did you come here to subtly probe because I managed to escape your trap?" Though her words seemed casual, each one struck at Zhang Yao's hidden anxieties. Zhang Yao's face darkened immediately, her gaze towards Song Mai becoming a mix of malice and guilt. "What nonsense are you spouting? When have I ever harmed you? Don't throw around baseless accusations. I have done nothing." With that, she stormed off, though her expression twisted into a snarl in the shadows, unseen by others. This little vixen was becoming increasingly difficult to handle, yet she refused to succumb to fate. Convinced that together, she and Fong Yu could outmaneuver this woman. Days passed, and Song Mai's office was finally organized. After the HR manager assigned her to the vice manager's office, they discussed the details of her new salary and benefits. As she reviewed the contract outlining her compensation, a flicker of hope ignited within her. Coincidentally, it was payday, and after receiving her salary notification, she stared at her phone for several seconds before tearing her gaze away. She had received 2 deposits, one for her salary and another for bonuses and overtime pay. The total was thrice her regular salary. With her eyes gleaming with excitement, Song Mai quickly messaged Chu Xing, "Are you free tonight?" At that moment, the man was in a meeting. As his phone screen lit up on the table, he picked it up instinctively and saw Song Mai's message. He almost set it down again but reconsidered. "I'll be free after 7. What's up?" Song Mai's fingers danced across the screen as she typed, "I've come into some money. I want to thank you at the dinner. Is that convenient for you?" The man read her words, and for reasons unknown, he felt a surge of joy emanating from them, causing the corners of his mouth to twitch into a barely perceptible smile. The others in the meeting, sharp-eyed as ever, quickly caught onto the subtle shift in his demeanor. One by one, they exchanged glances, discreetly sharing the unspoken gossip. "Convenient, send me the address." After sending those few words, the man set his phone down, and his expression returned to its usual icy demeanor. The mood in the conference room immediately plummeted. They had hoped that the news from Yunyi would spare them from trouble, but it seemed that was no longer in the cards. Chapter 54. Clinging to the thigh after obtaining the man's permission, Song Mai felt elated. She opened a mobile app and selected the finest restaurant within a reasonable distance from her workplace, promptly sending the address to Chu Xing moments later. There was a knock on her office door. Taken aback, she said, "Come in." The door swung open to reveal Lin Ran, who entered with the exuberance of a newcomer in a grand estate, curiously inspecting the office before settling onto the sofa beside Song Mai, crossing her legs.
Ah.
The thrill of clinging to a sister's thigh feels marvelous. Song Mai couldn't help but chuckle at Lin Ran's genuine exclamation. "What kind of thigh do I possess? Have you ever seen such slender limbs?" Yet Lin Ran appeared utterly satisfied. No matter how thin, a thigh is still a thigh.
Do not underestimate it. Busied me.
You are a potential asset. I recognized it long ago. Today, you're serving as the deputy manager, and who knows, you might soon ascend to the position of manager. Perhaps you will become my most significant connection in the future. As Lin Ran's words became increasingly fantastical, she inadvertently painted a picture of Song Mai's boundless prospects. Song Mai couldn't help but laugh at her claims. While I may seem impressive now, the truth is, I have likely caused some displeasure among others due to this situation. Apart from Zheng Yao, Fong Yu is probably the most dissatisfied. Even though Fong Yu had not voiced his concerns, Song Mai could sense his discontent. After all, who would wish for their subordinate to narrow the gap in their respective positions? She would need to tread carefully in the future.
Meanwhile,
Lin Ran's impression of Chu Xing had improved considerably after this incident. Initially, she perceived him merely as a pampered man living off a woman. However, after he crossed the city at midnight to deliver documents to Song Mai, she began to understand her friend better. Handsome and kind to her. What was wrong with spending a little money? After chatting for a while in the office, Lin Ran noticed that Song Mai showed no inclination to leave work. She stood and approached her. "Aren't you leaving? It's been half an hour since we finished work. Why not join me for dinner at the Sichuan restaurant behind the office? Let us celebrate." Song Mai continued organizing her files until Lin Ran suggested dining out, at which point she shook her head without hesitation. Not today. Yet, a sweet smile graced Song Mai's face. "I have plans with Chu Xing. I'm sorry, Ran, but let's reschedule. Next time, I'll treat you to something delicious." Lin Ran immediately sensed something unusual, glancing at the smile on Song Mai's face, and an understanding expression crossed her features. "All right, I see. It seems I was mistaken. A married woman is indeed different. Enjoy your date, and we shall plan again." At 6:30 in the evening, Song Mai tidied up briefly and prepared to leave. Upon her arrival, Chu Xing had just reached the restaurant's entrance.
today,
He wore not the inexpensive suit she had purchased for him, but a beige casual ensemble she had never seen before. The brand was unrecognizable, yet the fabric clearly indicated it was of high quality. This attire suited him well, enhancing his already distinguished appearance with an added touch of elegance. Were it not for Song Mai's knowledge of his true circumstances, one might easily mistake him for a scion of a scholarly family. As Chu Xing appeared at the restaurant's entrance, he captivated numerous gazes, particularly from young women accompanying their boyfriends on dates. Their unabashed admiration was palpable, drawing the ire of many men nearby. Meanwhile, Song Mai parked her electric scooter, clad in her faded jeans and a white shirt, appearing somewhat incongruous beside him. "Shall we go?" She lifted her foot to enter, but was halted by Chu Xing. "Are you certain you want to dine here? The prices are rather steep. A meal here would cost her at least half a month's worth of groceries." The woman smiled confidently, patting her canvas bag. "Don't worry. I just received my salary and bonus. I can afford it. We're capable of treating ourselves." Although she had been the primary breadwinner, and it seemed Chu Xing had no income, he had not been a significant financial burden. Apart from a few clothing purchases and lending him savings for his entrepreneurial venture, he rarely ate at home and never asked for anything. Moreover, he often assisted her, leaving Song Mai grateful and genuinely wishing to improve his dining experience. After all, he had endured considerable hardships alongside her. However, upon hearing her words, Chu Xing's feet remained unmoved, concern knitting his brow. "You don't need to feel obligated. My assistance was not motivated by any expectation." Yet Song Mai remained resolute, her delicate face displaying unwavering determination. "I understand, but I sincerely wish to express my gratitude. Without you, I wouldn't have successfully completed my meeting or received this promotion. My salary will increase accordingly, so let this be a celebration." As she spoke, her eyes sparkled with anticipation for the future. Song Mai found it curious that since marrying Chu Xing, despite facing numerous misfortunes, they had managed to navigate through each challenge. Everything seemed to be progressing in a positive direction. Seeing her enthusiasm, Chu Xing finally relented, albeit with a hint of resignation. All right then. At worst, he would discreetly settle the bill, as it was not his intention to let her bear the cost every time. Yet, as he glanced at the restaurant sign, a flicker of worry crossed his eyes, quickly vanishing. He had frequented this establishment with friends, but since learning of her employment nearby, he had reduced his visits. He hoped fervently not to encounter any acquaintances today. If it were Jiang Jibai, he could manage. However, if he ran into someone else, maintaining the identity he had crafted would prove challenging. Believing he hesitated due to financial concerns, Song Mai grasped his wrist and led him inside. Chapter 55. An unbearable pain. Chu Xing pressed his lips together in silence, gazing at the delicate, pale hand resting on his wrist, feeling an inexplicable softness in his heart. Very well, let her have her way today. The waiter, initially cold towards Song Mai, immediately adopted a respectful and warm demeanor upon noticing Chu Xing behind her. The man quickly gestured for silence, shaking his head at the waiter who was about to address him. The staff at such upscale restaurants are typically sharp-witted, and they quickly grasped the man's intent. "Is that table reserved?" he inquired, pointing to a spot by the floor-to-ceiling window. The waiter checked and responded, "There is one spot available." "Then let us take that one, shall we?" Song Mai readily nodded. This renowned five-star restaurant boasts a Michelin chef imported from France, famed for his exquisite foie gras. Consequently, the establishment is often bustling, with reservations hard to come by even for the wealthy. Song Mai was oblivious to this. Her visits to high-end restaurants were rare and primarily work-related. Most of her meals were self-prepared, and when dining out, she frequented street stalls or modest eateries with an average bill not exceeding 50 yuan. Thus, she was largely unfamiliar with such dining establishments. However, determined to make the most of this meal to express her gratitude to Chu Xing, she had done her research and promptly made a reservation upon confirming that he was free. By sheer luck, she managed to secure a table. Unbeknownst to her, every position in this restaurant holds significance. Nestled by the lake, intriguingly named Moon Bay, the grassy area leading to the restaurant is referred to as Lover's Slope, where many diners enjoy romantic rendezvous post-meal. The prime spots in the restaurant are undoubtedly those by the windows, allowing patrons to admire the shimmering lake by day and the enchanting boats and twinkling lights by night. Occasionally, the lake is adorned with rose petals and balloons for proposals, creating an exceptionally romantic atmosphere. Therefore, when making reservations, most guests aim for the window-side tables, which are considered VIP spots. Only those with black cards are privileged enough to reserve them. For someone like Song Mai visiting for the first time, securing a corner table was already a considerable achievement, let alone a VIP spot. Yet, given that she had made the effort to come, Chu Xing naturally wished to provide her with the best experience. Being a gold card member, he was not required to make reservations in advance. Once seated, Song Mai surveyed the restaurant's surroundings and the moonlit view of the lake, suddenly grasping the essence of earning a living. Perhaps earning money is not merely for survival, but rather to enjoy a comfortable life. Noticing the woman lost in thought, the man inquired, "What are you contemplating?" "Nothing much, let's order," she replied with a bright and sincere smile, radiating clarity towards her contract husband of merely a year. In that moment, Chu Xing couldn't help but recall the old man's words, "You will understand in due time. You won't regret heeding my advice." These past few days, he had indeed gradually adapted to life with her and grown accustomed to her presence. Yet, if he were to speak of regret, perhaps there lingered a hint. Her genuine nature made him reflect on whether he ought to have been so deceitful from the outset, as now he found himself entangled in a web of lies. Nonetheless, upon reconsideration, it mattered not. She was a good person, yet that did not necessarily imply compatibility. Although their relationship was devoid of any vested interests, it was fundamentally a mutual benefit. Two individuals brought together in such a manner would inevitably drift apart, even without the constraints of a contract. Chu Xing ordered only a sirloin steak and a mushroom soup. Song Mai initially intended to indulge in a lavish feast, wanting to make the most of this outing. However, upon opening the menu and glimpsing the prices, she couldn't suppress a gasp of shock. So expensive, astoundingly costly. I could have simply taken, yet here I am treating myself to 2 dishes. The thought of dining here caused her a twinge of discomfort, but she had not anticipated such a profound sense of pain. She managed to squeeze out a few words, just like him. The man found her mixture of distress and stubbornness amusing. "I'll take care of the bill. Order whatever you like." Song Mai shook her head vigorously. "That won't do. I invited you. It wouldn't be right for you to pay. Besides, you're currently without income and in the early stages of starting a business. How can I let you spend money?" "That sentiment should be mine," she insisted. "Order what you wish. There's no need to skimp on my account." The man raised his glass and took a sip of water.
I am satisfied.
Song Mai, still disbelieving, pressed, "Are you serious?" "I'm sincere. You truly need not be courteous." Although Chu Xing claimed to be satisfied, she felt it was somewhat pitiful. How could one invite another to dinner, yet have them secretly try to save money? Thus, after her insistence, she added 2 more dishes. Although it stung a bit, she had come to terms with it. After all, money not spent wouldn't lead to wealth. It was better to enjoy this moment of freedom and happiness. The service at the five-star restaurant was impeccable. Shortly thereafter, the waiter wheeled in their dishes, wishing them an enjoyable meal. Song Mai rarely indulged in Western cuisine. Even during work-related visits to such restaurants, her focus was on her job, leaving little room for savoring the food. Consequently, while she knew how to use a knife and fork, she felt somewhat clumsy in doing so. Struggling to slice her steak, she toiled for a while before finally cutting a piece. The taste was delightful, but it required considerable effort to eat. In contrast, Chu Xing handled his utensils with remarkable finesse, maneuvering the knife and fork as effortlessly as chopsticks, making the task of cutting steak appear effortless and seamless. As Song Mai watched him, she felt a sense of pleasure akin to witnessing a leading man in a romantic drama at dinner. Lost in her admiration, she momentarily forgot herself. Chu Xing, taking her plate, methodically cut the steak, embodying a picturesque scene. Chapter 56, Is That Not Lord Yun? Such occurrences seemed to be commonplace for him. Do you often dine on Western cuisine? She could not help but inquire with curiosity. Fortunately, during my previous employment, I frequently accompanied my superior to social events, so I am somewhat adept at it. Upon hearing this, Song Mai nodded, not questioning the man's words. The man sighed in relief, offering her the neatly sliced steak. What are your plans moving forward? Song Mai's recent promotion was unforeseen by him. While he did not possess complete knowledge of her work, he was somewhat aware of her situation within the company. Her employer did not wish for her to prosper too much, and this promotion, although seemingly a commendation, might have irrevocably offended her manager. If things continued in this manner, her days at the company would only become more arduous. These thoughts were not lost on Song Mai. How could she be unaware of her own circumstances? The smile on her face faded slightly, yet her gaze grew more resolute. I understand that the road ahead will be fraught with challenges, but I do not wish to surrender so easily. In the past, I was indifferent to competition, and even now, I feel that what is meant for me will naturally come to me, and what is not cannot be forced. However, my lack of contention does not signify weakness or worthlessness, nor does it imply that I am to be bullied. Since others wish for me to leave the company, I shall defiantly stay, for my passivity is not an invitation for mistreatment. Her voice was gentle as she spoke, savoring a piece of steak. The evening breeze wafted through the window, carrying the crispness of early autumn intertwined with the lingering warmth of summer's end, as if the wind could scatter her words. Yet her words held weight, resonant and forceful, a manifestation of her long-suppressed feelings and a resolute rebellion against years of grievances. Chu Xing gazed at her, a pang of sympathy stirring within him. In the next moment, as if under a spell, he lightly tapped her hand. If you have made your decision, then proceed forward. If you do not wish to continue, simply tell me. I am also part of this family. It would be disingenuous for Song Mai to claim she was not touched. A part of her heart felt as though it might melt. The large hand resting on her skin seemed to possess a certain enchantment, soothing the autumn breeze while stirring her emotions. A subtle strum of her heartstrings echoed. Is this what it feels like to be cared for? She mused, momentarily believing that maintaining their relationship as it was might not be so bad. Yet, in an instant, a tinge of melancholy clouded her gaze. Was she being too greedy? Perhaps overstepping boundaries? As the two continued their meal in silence, the atmosphere grew subtly charged. Just as Song Mai struggled to find something to say, a somewhat audacious male voice suddenly echoed from a distance. Oh, is that not Lord Yun? You have time to flirt but not to dine with me? How inconsiderate. Soon, the speaker approached them. He was a man clad in a vibrant sports outfit, his hair dyed a striking shade of pink, adorned in luxury brands from head to toe. He resembled a flamboyant butterfly, exuding an unconventional artistic flair. Upon his arrival, he casually draped an arm over Chu Xing's shoulder. Initially, Song Mai wondered if she had misjudged the situation, thinking this colorful butterfly might be addressing someone else. But it soon became clear that the Lord Yun he referred to was indeed Chu Xing. Confusion flickered across her face as she looked at the man opposite her. Chu Xing's long fingers idly twirled a glass, his eyes reflecting a deeper, more dangerous intensity than usual. What are you calling me? However, Xie Xingrong remained oblivious to the tension in the air, his peach blossom eyes still scrutinizing Song Mai. He examined her from head to toe several times before reluctantly accepting his vision. This woman could only be described as demurely charming, not particularly stunning, with a hint of scholarly elegance, yet her attire was far too shabby. Altogether, her outfit likely cost less than 100 yuan. Xing couldn't help but question his life choices. Was this truly the woman Chu Xing was interested in? Surely not. After a moment, he managed to squeeze out a few words through clenched teeth. Your taste is rather unique. Chu Xing pushed him away with a deep, oceanic gaze. I believe you have been rather idle lately. Perhaps I should speak to your grandfather and find you some work? The Chu and Xie families had been friends since their elders' youth, maintaining a strong bond to this day. Chu Xing, Jiang Jibai, and Xing had grown up together. Yet their personalities were vastly different. Jiang Jibai was meticulous and had been interested in medicine from a young age, while Chu Xing was the most introspective among them, always steady and reliable, earning the trust of the elder Chu to manage Yunxing. However, he was disinterested in such matters and preferred to mingle in the fashion world, much to the elder Xie's dismay, who believed he was neglecting his duties and vehemently opposed his involvement in luxury goods and trendy brands. Though Xing was no pushover either and had fought fiercely against his grandfather's wishes, even having heated arguments with him, ultimately, the elder's experience prevailed, and he was unable to win. After relinquishing his aspirations, he felt utterly despondent, unwilling to inherit the family business while abandoning his previous path, leading a life of indulgence that made him appear to be a genuine playboy. The elder Xie was furious, but found himself powerless to change his grandson, ultimately left to admonish him while simultaneously permitting his behavior. However, the elder Xie listened to Chu Xing. Whenever Chu Xing spoke up, the elder would undoubtedly reprimand Xing thoroughly. As expected, upon hearing Chu Xing's words, Xing's expression fell immediately.
No.
I've made a mistake. Is that not enough? I won't say anything. Why must you always threaten me with my grandfather? Chu Xing cast him a sidelong glance. As long as it is effective. Xing felt a wave of helplessness wash over him, as if he could never escape the grasp of his grandfather and Chu Xing. It had been a long time since he last saw Chu Xing. In the past, they occasionally dined together with Jiang Jibai, but recently, for reasons unknown, Chu Xing had become unreachable. Initially, he thought Chu Xing was busy with work, perhaps engaged in some grand endeavor, but today he discovered that indeed, he was involved in something significant, just not what he had anticipated. Ah, Xing, do not be so cold. Please do not treat me this way,
for it truly saddens me.
Chapter 57. Friends and lovers. With a display of profound sorrow, he immediately adopted a woeful expression. Chu Xing had no desire to engage in a prolonged exchange. He simply wished for him to depart swiftly. After all, compared to Jiang Jibai, who was in the know, Xing was blissfully ignorant. The more he spoke, the more he inadvertently revealed, leading to heightened suspicion from Song Mai.
For now,
he intended to adhere to his original plan, waiting until the year-long contract expired to pursue a divorce. There was no need to offer any explanations in the interim. The man was visibly irritated, a hint of displeasure flickering in his eyes. Enough, I have other matters to attend to. You may leave now. Song Mai remained silently seated, refraining from interrupting their conversation, though she was unaware of the nature of Chu Xing's relationship with this flamboyant individual. It was evident that they were quite familiar with each other. What puzzled Song Mai was how Chu Xing came to know such a person. This butterfly of a man clearly hailed from wealth, so how could he be so close to Chu Xing? Moreover, it was apparent that despite his few words, Chu Xing commanded a level of respect from the butterfly. Yet, Xing had no intention of leaving just yet. He boldly proposed, "Oh, since we all know each other, why not share a table? All the window seats are occupied, and I certainly don't wish to be wedged in amongst so many people. It's far too noisy. You haven't finished your meal, so why not allow me to order a few more dishes for us to share? Consider it a chance to meet new friends." With a playful arch of his eyebrow toward Chu Xing, he feigned the discovery of some significant secret. Absolutely not. However, before he could finish his sentence, Chu Xing firmly declined without a moment's hesitation. Sharing a meal with him would be akin to having a loudspeaker at the table. Why not? This meal is on me. I promise not to intrude. Xing cast a pitiful glance at the man. You have already intruded upon us. Perhaps another time, when I can invite Ji Bai along. I will surely include you. Xingran failed to comprehend why Chu Xing was being so unyielding. What if he had found a girl? Surely, he wouldn't disclose that information. At most, he would gossip with Jiang Jibai about it. Even if the girl was not particularly impressive, it was still none of anyone else's business. After all, it was Chu Xing's affair, and it had no bearing on others. Finding no success with Chu Xing, Xingran shifted his attention to Song Mai. Her strikingly beautiful face adorned with a cheerful and radiant smile struck him as somewhat fox-like, invoking a sense of unease within her. "What shall I call you, miss?" Xingran mused, unable to recall any such personage, concluding that she was indeed as ordinary as her appearance suggested. Song Mai glanced at Chu Xing, torn between agreement and refusal. After all, he was his friend, and outright rejection seemed discourteous. Yet, agreeing would likely contradict Chu Xing's disinterest in sharing a table. Contemplating briefly, she replied, "He has been preoccupied with his entrepreneurial endeavors recently, which may have led him to neglect his friends unintentionally."
Please do not take it to heart.
As for sharing a table, I cannot decide. Since you are his friend, if he consents, I certainly have no objections. Upon hearing Song Mai's initial words, Xingran's eyes widened in astonishment. What? An entrepreneurial venture? Does Chu Xing still require such pursuits? With Yunxing being so prosperous, is he not satisfied? Furthermore, even if he wished to embark on a new endeavor, surely it would be more apt to describe it as an investment rather than a startup.
Chu Xing,
Having lost all patience, merely wished to finish his meal and leave. Meanwhile, Xingran rambled on, "Are you truly starting a business? What industry are you involved in?" Chu Xing cast a vexed glance at him. "Yes, I am starting a business. May I ask if you could take your leave?" Initially, Chu Xing had maintained a semblance of politeness, considering Song Mai's presence. However, Xingran's blatant lack of awareness had worn away his patience, prompting him to speak more directly. Xingran, feeling deeply hurt, lamented, "Ah Xing, how can you treat me this way? Am I not your only one?" Song Mai remained silent. Chu Xing swiftly removed the hand Xingran had draped over his shoulder. "Speak respectfully." Xingran pouted, then turned the conversation toward Song Mai. "Miss Song, are you and Ah Xing a couple?" As he spoke, he raised an eyebrow, his words laden with ambiguous implications. Although his taste was somewhat peculiar, he deemed her an attractive woman nonetheless. At a loss for words, Song Mai glanced at Chu Xing, seeking his guidance. What exactly was their relationship? Could it be termed a romantic one? Legally, they were spouses, yet that merely referred to a cohabitation arrangement, as they planned to divorce after a year. In truth, their bond was possibly less stable and enduring than that of ordinary friends. In a sudden display of irritation, Chu Xing seized Xingran by the ear, his eyes glinting with menace. "Are you hoping I should call your grandfather right now?" Xingran shook his head vigorously. "Of course not. Let's communicate properly." Chu Xing, however, had no intention of granting him further opportunity to meddle. He pulled him aside and said, "It's not as you presume. The situation is rather intricate. I shall explain it to you when I have the chance. Either you change tables today or you leave for another establishment." His eyes narrowed, glimmering with a warning for Xingran. "Of course, should you choose to ignore my advice, I will promptly call Old Master Xia." Xingran had initially contemplated persisting, but upon hearing those words, he no longer dared to linger. While indulging in gossip was delightful, preserving his well-being was paramount. After all, his grandfather held Chu Xing in high esteem, believing whatever he said without question. The thought of being lectured at home was far more unbearable than death itself. Thus, he immediately waved his hands, exclaiming, all right, I shall leave." "Ah Xing, you are truly heartless. After such a long separation, you do not express any longing for me, yet you hasten my departure." With a sharp glare from Chu Xing, Xingran promptly fell silent. "Very well, I am leaving. Truly, I am departing." He resolved to share the day's revelations with Jiang Jibai. Chapter 58. Collision. Xingran's eyes lit up, instantly filled with a sense of hope. "Have you changed your mind?" Chu Xing did not even raise his eyelids. "Settle the bill before you leave." Upon hearing this, the joyful expression on Xingran's face immediately fell. His enchanting peach blossom eyes filled with resentment. Are you even human? Chu Xing raised an eyebrow, appearing entirely unbothered. Didn't you insist on treating?
I.
Xingrong seemed as if he had a frog caught in his throat, wanting to speak, but unable to articulate. What I meant was, if you agreed to share the table, I would treat. I never said I would still treat if you were going to chase me away. Song Mai quickly intervened. We agreed that I would treat. Yet, Chu Xing remained steadfast, gazing intently at Xingrong. What's wrong? Are you reluctant to buy me a meal? Having said this, Xingrong naturally found it difficult to continue refusing. Moreover, it was merely a meal after all. Pouting in reluctance, he finally conceded, fine, I'll treat. It's not fair to let someone else pay for the meal. As he spoke, he made his way to the cashier. With Xingrong's departure, Chu Xing finally exhaled in relief. However, upon turning to look at Song Mai, he noticed her expression was quite serious. You shouldn't act like this, she said, her small face stern and deliberate, appearing very earnest. I don't know the nature of your relationship, whether you are merely acquaintances or friends, but we had agreed beforehand that I would treat this meal as my gratitude for your help. No matter the circumstances, he should not be the one to pay. She was unaware of his thoughts, but she had always refrained from taking advantage of others. Perhaps that sum of money meant little to the flamboyant figure. Yet she was unwilling to let it be so. Chu Xing had initially considered this a normal interaction among friends. He and Xingrong had grown up together, sharing a bond akin to brothers. Furthermore, not wanting to impose on her financially, he had instinctively acted in such a manner. However, sensing the woman's ire, he began to empathize with her perspective and realized his actions were indeed inappropriate. In her eyes, Xingrong was merely a sudden presence. No matter how close he and Xingrong were, she was unaware. Moreover, after he had refused to allow Xingrong to sit down for a meal with them, to then ask him to pay seemed rather inconsiderate.
I'm sorry.
After coming to this realization, he spoke without a hint of hesitation. His forthrightness took Song Mai by surprise. She had prepared herself for a thorough debate, yet her seriousness faltered momentarily, leading her to clear her throat awkwardly. It's fine. Just be more mindful next time.
All right.
Yet, upon reflection, she found something peculiar. Are you friends with him? Why does he call you Yinyi? While it was not uncommon for friends to use playful nicknames, the flamboyant man was evidently not an ordinary individual. Even though he appeared eccentric, it was clear he was of considerable means. That person followed his words, and even his grandfather held him in high regard. The thought crossed her mind. Was he truly just an ordinary person dismissed by the company? Unwilling to cast doubt on anyone, Song Mai found the situation too strange to ignore. Upon further contemplation, numerous inconsistencies emerged, rendering the circumstances suspicious. Noticing her growing skepticism, the man pondered briefly before speaking slowly. If, and I emphasize if, what I told you earlier was not the truth. Song Mai felt a weight in her heart, and her expression darkened. There is no if. I detest being deceived. If you have truly lied to me, then our agreement ends here. Her words were delivered with conviction, as if striking a deep, unhealed wound within her, causing a pang of physical pain. Hearing this, the man parted his thin lips momentarily before closing them again. He finally spoke softly. My grandfather and his grandfather were good friends in their youth. I grew up with him, and our relationship has always been strong. In the past, when I was employed, I often treated him to meals. Thus, I assumed it was natural for him to settle the bill today. That was my error for not consulting you first, and I sincerely apologize. His demeanor was earnest, and his words left no room for dispute. Coupled with the trust Song Mai already held for him, she felt no inclination to doubt him after he spoke. I apologize. I was too harsh in my words. Having received his apology, Song Mai, not one to cling to grievances, readily offered her own. With the air cleared, Song Mai felt considerably lighter. She had never been one to harbor unspoken thoughts. Clarity in communication was her preference. Moreover, Chu Xing's attitude led her to contemplate that marrying him might not be an unpleasant prospect. Despite potential material hardships, he at least showed her respect. As the two finished their meal and prepared to leave, they unexpectedly encountered Fang Yu, who was intimately linked with Zheng Yao.
Zheng Yao,
taken aback by the sight of familiar faces, hurriedly released Fang Yu's arm, though the bewilderment in her eyes lingered momentarily. Song Mai immediately sensed the unusual dynamic between the two, but chose not to expose it. "What a coincidence, you two," she remarked. Fang Yu offered a strained smile, his expression betraying an unnatural demeanor, as if caught in an unseemly act. "Indeed, I was handling some matters nearby, and happened to run into Zheng Yao. So, we decided to have a meal together." Song Mai displayed an understanding smile, though her gaze bore a hint of significance. What a coincidence indeed. Zheng Yao, already anxious about her relationship with Fang Yu being discovered by colleagues, now faced the very person she feared. Although Fang Yu had provided an explanation, it was clear that Song Mai held no belief in his words. Feeling guilty, Zheng Yao shifted the conversation, casting a disdainful glance at Song Mai. "What's the matter? Are you here to eat as well?" Song Mai raised an eyebrow. "Is that a problem? Is this establishment yours? Are you forbidding me from coming?" Fang Yu, feeling guilty and anxious about being exposed, wished for Song Mai to leave swiftly. However, Zheng Yao had other intentions, adamantly blocking Song Mai's path with her snide remarks. He tugged at Zheng Yao's sleeve and whispered urgently, "Let us eat our meal. Hurry up and leave." Zheng Yao, who had always looked down on Song Mai, felt a surge of envy as she observed Song Mai's recent successes, her promotion, and now dining in such a restaurant. The audacity with which Song Mai confronted her was intolerable. With a swift motion, she shook off Fang Yu's restraint, her expression brimming with disdain for Song Mai. "This place isn't mine, but not everyone is welcome. At least some people are so destitute that they can't even afford a salad here." Chapter 59. Without shame, her lofty demeanor suggested that merely dining at this establishment elevated her above others. Song Mai found herself at a loss for words at Zheng Yao's inflated self-importance. Indeed, some individuals are unable to afford certain luxuries without relying on others, especially given their income levels. Those who understand. Zheng Yao, working at the front desk, naturally earned significantly less. Furthermore, she had a penchant for extravagant spending, often leaving her finances strained, merely managing to stay afloat without incurring debt.
You.
Zheng Yao seethed, ready to confront Song Mai, but Fang Yu, quick to intervene, restrained her. Visibly displeased, anger etched across his face, nearly growling. "All right, let us dine first." Seeing him truly angered, Zheng Yao felt indignant but dared not protest further, though her glances at Chu Xing were laden with intent. The man, dressed casually yet handsomely, caught Zheng Yao's eye. She recognized that his shirt alone likely cost as much as an average person's annual salary. This only deepened her envy. Why was it that Song Mai could attract such a quality man while she found herself entangled with someone like Fang Yu, a married man? Song Mai smiled knowingly. "Then we shall not disturb you." With that, she linked arms with Chu Xing and made her exit. As soon as Zheng Yao took a seat, she feigned a need to use the restroom, but in truth, she stealthily slipped outside. The restaurant's entrance was crowded with vehicles, yet there was no designated spot for electric bikes, and Song Mai's was parked a distance away. She instructed Chu Xing to wait for her while she retrieved her scooter. However, as soon as Song Mai departed, Zheng Yao appeared beside the man. "Handsome, shall we exchange WeChat?" Her voice, tinged with flirtation, was both alluring and inviting. Zheng Yao's smile faltered momentarily, but she quickly regained her composure, stepping closer to Chu Xing. "I am, after all, a colleague of your wife. Is this how you treat me?" The man scoffed. "Colleague? Only for now." Zheng Yao's expression changed instantly.
What do you mean by that?
Chu Xing refused to meet her gaze, displaying an evident disinterest. "Are you unaware of your own actions? There is no need for others to spell it out for you." Zheng Yao was uncertain how much he truly comprehended, yet she felt exposed before him, as if her every thought and deed were laid bare. A chill ran through her, but she stubbornly feigned ignorance. "I do not understand what you are saying." The man laughed lightly, though the mockery was palpable. "If you cannot comprehend, there is no need to waste words with me." Zheng Yao, having finally found an opportunity to speak with him alone, was unwilling to relinquish it so easily. She pressed on, "Let us exchange contact details. If your wife needs anything, you can reach out to me. Or perhaps consider me. I can offer much more than she does, in every aspect. Seek you out? To provide you the chance to harm her?" Chu Xing's words were sharp, each one striking Zheng Yao like a blow. Were it anyone else, she would not have tolerated such indignities. But this was Chu Xing. She could find no fault with him beyond his biting tongue. Suppressing her anger, Zheng Yao lowered her tone, attempting to soften her approach. Just a contact number, and I will leave immediately. Though she harbored intentions towards him, he consistently rebuffed her advances, and she had limited opportunities to see him. Now that she had finally encountered him, she yearned for a means to maintain contact, wishing to avoid furtive conversations while in Song Mai's presence.
Chu Xing.
Losing patience with her persistence, glanced around, still failing to spot Song Mai. He furrowed his brow. Do you wish to intrude? His words were blunt. Yet Zheng Yao's actions indeed conveyed such an intention. Her expression shifted, the facade she wore threatening to shatter. Do not speak so harshly. I cannot bear to see you mistreated. From the moment I laid eyes on you, I was drawn to you. Being with Song Mai offers you no benefits. Surely you have met her parents? Her background will only drag you down, and she possesses nothing exceptional. Why not divorce her and be with me? I can offer you so much more. Upon hearing this, the man feigned interest.
Oh,
You mentioned something similar last time. What can you offer me? The fact that Chu Xing remembered her previous words filled Zheng Yao with delight, and a coy demeanor blossomed upon her face. She leaned closer, her intentions unmistakable. We are all adults here. You know what I can provide far exceeds what Song Mai can. Suddenly, the man laughed, his gaze shifting to the direction behind Zheng Yao.
oh,
Is that so? It seems your company truly cultivates talent. Fang Yu's expression was as cold as iron, his eyes capable of piercing Zheng Yao through. In an instant, her heart plummeted. Fang Yu gritted his teeth, enunciating each word with venom. Is this what you call going to the restroom? Fear gripped Zheng Yao, who could have anticipated that her brief conversation with Chu Xing would be interrupted by Fang Yu's arrival. Her voice trembled slightly as she cautiously explained, It is not what you think. I merely saw him standing at the door and struck up a casual conversation. What you heard was merely a jest between us. Fang Yu seized Zheng Yao's wrist, his grip so tight that her face turned pale, the pain rendering her momentarily speechless.
I jest?
Do you jest with every man? No, not, she stammered.
Huh. Not.
Then that implies you are merely like him. Everything that transpired before is indeed true, and the rumors circulating among the others at the company are also true, shameless harlot. I had trusted and protected you time and again, only to discover your true nature. His words were harsh, and Zheng Yao found herself unable to counter. I am not as you believe. She managed to force out through gritted teeth. Fang Yu had lost all patience, the pleasant mood of their outing thoroughly extinguished. He dragged Zheng Yao away, heading towards the parking lot. Wretched woman, move quickly. Zheng Yao's gaze lingered on Chu Xing, tears brimming in her eyes, projecting an image of fragility and helplessness, hoping to invoke sympathy and pity from the man. Chapter 60. The scheme. Fang Yu hurriedly pulled Zheng Yao towards his car, while Zheng Yao struggled for half the time. Only when she realized that Chu Xing had no intention of rescuing her did she turn to Fang Yu, pleading for mercy. I was just joking. I never meant to betray you. Fang Yu forcefully shoved her into the car, roughly tugging at her hair with a menacing sneer. You wretched woman. How could I have not seen your lewdness before? Zheng Yao felt a sharp pain in her scalp, as if it were being painfully peeled from her head. I didn't. I just wanted to ruin Song Mai's marriage. That man is a mere parasite. How could I ever be attracted to him? Hearing this, Fang Yu's expression softened slightly. You better be telling the truth. He released Zheng Yao, causing her to abruptly hit the back of her head against the seat. Don't let me catch you doing this again, or you'll regret it. With that, Fang Yu opened the car door and callously pushed Zheng Yao out onto the ground. She tumbled awkwardly, rolling until her lower back collided with a stone, bringing her to a halt. However, ignoring the pain, Zheng Yao gritted her teeth and stood up, limping towards the spot where Chu Xing had stood moments ago. Her opportunities were limited. She needed to seize every chance. Yet, when Zheng Yao finally arrived at the location, she witnessed the scene of Chu Xing helping Song Mai put on a helmet under the setting sun. Song Mai's face radiated with joy, her smile shining even brighter than the sunset itself. But to Zheng Yao, this sight was unbearably blinding. It seemed Fang Yu was dragging her away, leaving her utterly perplexed. Were they not getting along well? Just a moment ago, they had been arm in arm heading out for a meal. And now they were leaving so abruptly. Chu Xing's lips curled into a smile as he picked up a helmet from the basket of the bike, placing it on the woman's head. The helmet was adorned with a cute duck design, making her head appear adorably round. Unable to resist, Chu Xing playfully tapped on her helmet. Perhaps it was a playful jest. Song Mai, seemingly understanding yet shy, turned her head away, her cheeks flushing bright red. Whether it was the lingering warmth of the sunset or simply her innate charm, in that moment, Chu Xing genuinely found her delightful. The following week unfolded smoothly for Song Mai. With the experiences of previous mishaps, she had grown considerably cautious, and Zheng Yao's attempts to undermine her went unnoticed. Meanwhile, the usually distant Xie Xingrong had become a frequent visitor at Yunxing Group. Ever since he had stumbled upon Chu Xing and Song Mai together, he felt like a famished creature in an unripe watermelon patch, desperate yet unable to partake. Initially, he sought information from Jiang Jibai, but the latter remained tight-lipped, stating that Chu Xing had instructed him not to divulge anything. Zhang's reluctance only fueled Xie Xingrong's curiosity, especially as he repeatedly hinted that the matter was significant enough to leave Xie astonished. After several failed attempts to uncover the truth, Xie Xingrong mustered his courage and boldly approached Yunxing Group's building to confront the source directly. Yunxing. Just tell me. I promise I won't breathe a word to anyone. Fearing Chu Xing might not believe him, Xie held up 3 fingers in a vow. Chu Xing remained indifferent, not lifting his gaze. Unless there's a matter of importance, refrain from bothering me. Feeling aggrieved, Xie pleaded. If you tell me, I won't come to bother you again. Not a chance. While sharing with Jiang Jibai was permissible, allowing Xie to know would mean nearly everyone was informed. He had no desire for the matter to become public knowledge. Undeterred, Xie continued to press, and when he sensed Chu Xing's steadfastness, he devised a plan. What if I trade you my secret? Whatever you wish to know, I will tell you. At this, Chu Xing glanced at him. And just as Xie felt a glimmer of hope, the man's lips curled into a sardonic smile. Your secret?
What could that possibly be?
Did you just start dating a model, or had another quarrel with your grandfather? Xie's expression fell instantly. How can you belittle me like this? Is that all you think of me? If not, then what else? Xie racked his brain to prove he was more than the dull, one-dimensional person Chu Xing depicted. But the more he thought about it, the more he realized he fit that description. I have no secrets, but I do have something else. Name your price. And if I possess it, I will exchange it. He appeared resolute. Chu Xing found him amusing, but after a moment's thought, he realized there was indeed something he could trade. Are you truly that eager to know? As Xie's eyes lit up with anticipation, he nodded vigorously. The man smiled slyly. All right, then lend me something, and once I'm done with it, I will tell you. What is it? Xie asked. Curiosity piqued yet excitement bubbling beneath the surface. I recall you have a property at Tidal Lake. Xie pondered for a moment. Yes, there is a place. Though it's been unoccupied for ages, I nearly forgot about it until you mentioned it. Lend it to me. Now it was Xie's turn to be baffled. Do you need a place to stay? That can't be right. Don't tell me Yunxing is going bankrupt. The illustrious Yunyi asking me for a room is utterly absurd. Will you lend it or not? Seeing that Chu Xing was unwilling to elaborate, Xie thumped his chest. Fine, it's just a property. I don't live there anyway, so you can stay as long as you want. Thanks. As Xie waited Chu Xing to eventually share the details of the matter, the man showed no signs of continuing the conversation. Chapter 61. Deceived? Xie Xingrong could no longer contain his curiosity and inquired, Can you tell me now? The man leisurely organized the documents on the table. I said I would inform you once I'm done.
When will that be?
In a year. Xie Xingrong was momentarily struck by a sense of being ensnared. This sly fox had evidently plotted everything meticulously. He had already lent his house, yet he would have to wait an entire year to know the truth. How was he supposed to endure this year? After pondering for a moment, a sudden realization dawned upon him, and he broke into a mysterious smile. You suddenly borrowing my house. It can't possibly be, because of her reflecting on the last encounter with that woman, who appeared somewhat shabby. He began to piece things together. Perhaps it was to keep a mistress in a lavish abode? Chu Xing's expression darkened instantly.
Get lost.
Don't be so heartless. Xie Xingrong recognized that his guess was not far from the truth. Even if he hadn't guessed entirely correctly, He was sure he was close enough. The glint in Chu Xing's eyes held a dangerous depth, akin to a multitude of feral beasts poised to devour Xing in an instant. As he walked away, Xing mumbled, all right, I'll leave. If you don't want to talk, then why be so fierce? In the afternoon, Xing had someone deliver the key to his house at Tidal Lake. The proximity of Tidal Lake to Song Mai's company was convenient. A ride on an electric bike took less than 15 minutes. A stark contrast to her previous dilapidated neighborhood. Chu Xing could endure the old, run-down place, though initially he found it wholly unacceptable. Over time, however, he had gradually grown accustomed to it. He simply did not wish for her to live in such conditions. After all, she was now his wife. The decision to use Xing's house stemmed from its proximity to her workplace and the fact that it was not under his name, alleviating any concerns she might have about discovering anything amiss. He had visited the house before and found its environment and facilities quite satisfactory, believing she would appreciate it. As the man fiddled with the key in his hand, he felt an inexplicable irritation at the thought that their engagement would soon conclude in a few months. It felt as if a lump of cotton had lodged in his chest, causing an uncomfortable pressure. Assistant Lu pushed open the door to the man's office upon hearing his call. Chu Xing tossed the key to him. Have someone tidy it up and make the arrangements. Assistant Lu understood immediately upon receiving the key. Is it the same as last time? Yes. As Assistant Lu silently exited, he felt a twinge of astonishment. They had claimed to be mere contractual lovers, yet his considerations for her were remarkably meticulous. First, he gifted her an electric bike, then a mobile phone, and now he was orchestrating the perfect moment to present her with a house. Was he not smitten? As these thoughts swirled in his mind, Assistant Lu found himself increasingly admiring Chu Xing's grandfather, who evidently understood his grandson well, orchestrating everything with precision. That evening, Song Mai's phone suddenly buzzed with a text message, informing her that due to the longevity of her phone number, she had been selected for a chance to participate in a lottery. After finishing her tasks and feeling somewhat bored with 5 minutes left until quitting time, she fortuitously opened the message, seeking to pass the time. The interface appeared typical, and she casually clicked on the lottery option, causing the wheel to spin. To her surprise, rather than stopping at the usual not a winner, the pointer halted at a different position. Upon closer inspection, she saw the pointer indicating 1-year usage rights to a property. Song Mai rubbed her eyes, struggling to believe what she had just read. This must be a scam, she instinctively thought. These telecommunication companies were becoming increasingly cunning. The ride home was exceptionally pleasant, and as she hummed a tune, she pedaled along with the crowd. Just as she had not traveled far, her phone rang. She found a corner to pull over, noticing it was a number she did not recognize. After answering, a melodious electronic voice greeted her. Congratulations, Miss Song. You have won first prize in our lottery event. When can you come to claim your prize? Song Mai was momentarily stunned, questioning whether she had received a scam call. If she had indeed won, why would it come from an unknown number? I'm sorry, I'm quite broke. You can't scam me. With that, she hung up without hesitation. However, just after she hung up, the caller persisted in calling back. She continued to reject the call, but the other party remained relentless. It seemed they would not relent until she was deceived. Growing frustrated, Song Mai answered again. I told you, I'm really poor. You can't con me out of any money. Only then did she start to entertain the possibility. Really? You're not trying to lure me into a pyramid scheme, are you? The caller responded earnestly. You can bring a friend along. We will arrange for someone to show you the property and hand over the keys. Half convinced, she pondered before asking, where is the property located? I have some time now. Since the caller had already said she could come see the place directly and even bring a friend, she decided to invite Lin Ran to join her. At worst, it would be a wasted trip, but if it turned out to be true, it would be a significant gain for her. The caller quickly sent her the address via text, and upon reading it, Song Mai felt a surge of excitement. It was Tidal Lake. This was a location she had never dared to dream of. It was among the most coveted properties in the city, named after the lake in the center of the community. If she recalled correctly, it was a villa area. The houses were few, with only dozens of families residing there, and to ensure a tranquil living environment, each residence was spaced apart. She had caught a distant glimpse of it while passing by, and it appeared heavenly. Chapter 62. Taking a bold step yet, the more alluring the prize appeared, the more unreal it seemed to her. Even if it were genuine, could such good fortune truly befall her? Song Mai swiftly dialed Lin Ran's number, and upon hearing the news, Lin Ran sprang up from the sofa. If you don't go, you'd be a fool. I'll accompany you, just wait a moment. Before long, Song Mai arrived at Lin Ran's residence on her electric scooter, and together they ventured to Tidal Lake. Upon entering the community, they were rendered speechless by the enchanting surroundings. Though termed a community, they would readily believe it was a scenic spot. Previously, Song Mai had only caught a distant glimpse, which had left her awestruck. Now, stepping inside felt as if she had transcended the mortal realm and entered an ancient painting. Lin Ran pinched her thigh hard, tears welling in her eyes from the pain. Before she could fully comprehend the reality before her, she tugged at Song Mai's sleeve, exclaiming, "Mai, even if this is a deception, I would willingly fall for it. What a celestial wonder this is." While Song Mai was astonished, disbelief lingered within her. Could a telecommunications company truly invest so lavishly to reward loyal clients? This was no ordinary house. It was a gem nestled in the prime Tidal Lake area. After wandering a bit further, they finally spotted a young man in a telecommunications company uniform at the entrance of a standalone villa by the lakeside. As soon as he noticed them, he approached with enthusiasm, introducing himself while guiding them inside. The villa boasted 3 levels, complete with a courtyard and a back garden, featuring an outdoor swimming pool and meticulously tended flowers. Inside, the home was outfitted with all amenities, the rooms exuding an ancient charm without feeling outdated. One could find traditional writing tools and tea sets, alongside modern conveniences like a robotic vacuum and a coffee machine, grand yet comfortable. Song Mai could scarcely dream of living in such a place one day. Lin Ran, brimming with envy, exclaimed, "Mai, what luck you have. First a phone, and now a villa. How can this not incite jealousy?" Yet, it seemed that a turn of fortune had begun for her, though challenges still arose. She managed to navigate through them, and her salary and living conditions continued to improve. Could this be the notion of rising from adversity? Something felt amiss. Assuming Song Mai had simply been rendered speechless with joy, Lin Ran patted her shoulder and said, "Next time I buy a lottery ticket, I will definitely bring you along." While Song Mai's doubts had lessened, apprehension remained. "Is your company always this generous?" The young man chuckled lightly. "We do aim to reward loyal clients, though we are not as affluent as you might imagine. It may seem as though we are offering you a year's use of a Tidal Lake property for free, but in truth, it is a mutually beneficial arrangement." "What do you mean?" Song Mai inquired. The young man continued, "This house belongs to a friend of our boss. His friend has not been residing here, and leaving it vacant is wasteful. Concerned about the property being unattended, our boss devised this win-win solution. Today, as you view the house, we will sign a contract with you. Normal signs of use are acceptable, but any malicious damage will require compensation." With the young man's explanation, Song Mai finally felt at ease. It made sense. They were not only utilizing the reward program to attract clients and enhance their reputation, but also addressing the issue of an unoccupied property. Indeed, it was a clever approach. "How about we sign the contract today so you can move in promptly?" Upon hearing this, Song Mai nodded and scrutinized the contract several times before signing. The young man promptly handed her the keys. "Miss Song, we wish you a pleasant stay. Should you have any concerns, please contact our company."
Certainly.
After he departed, Lin Ran collapsed onto the soft sofa in the living room, rolling about in sheer comfort. "Mai, this house is simply exquisite. You no longer have to wake up so early for work, and that old, decrepit place you lived in always made me anxious for your safety. Just your parents are scary enough. You can save money this year, and when this lease is up, you won't have to return to that old place." Observing Lin Ran's excitement, Song Mai smiled gently. "Would you consider moving in with me? Really?" Lin Ran hesitated only briefly before declining. "If you were single, I would agree without a second thought, for who could resist this place? But since you have a husband, I cannot intrude." Song Mai bit her lip. "He is hardly home, it wouldn't affect us, and there are plenty of rooms." Lin Ran sprang up from the sofa, patting Song Mai's shoulder.
All right.
"Your blissful days are finally beginning. How could I interrupt? You two enjoy your little life together, and when I have the time, I'll come over for a few days, treating it like a vacation." Just don't mind me. Touched by Lin Rand's consideration for her, Song Mai responded, "Of course not." They explored the house a little longer before Lin Rand departed. Immediately, Song Mai called Chu Xing to share the delightful news. In contrast to her excitement, Chu Xing maintained a calm demeanor. "Have you seen the house?" "I have, and I really like it." Hearing this, the warmth in his voice became evident. "That's wonderful." Though Tidal Lake was splendid, her belongings still resided in her previous home. She planned to move over the weekend, and then return to terminate the lease on that old, shabby place. Finally, the weekend arrived, and Song Mai rented a van for the move. Her possessions were few, consisting mostly of assorted, inexpensive items. Chapter 63. The feeling of home. In truth, many items need not be transported to the new abode. However, upon reflection, she realized that she would only reside in that house for a year. Thus, after a thorough selection, Song Mai resolutely decided to bring everything along. Chu Xing, on the other hand, exhibited remarkable adaptability to the change of residence. He assisted Song Mai in organizing her belongings before retreating with his laptop to the study. Now that they had a spacious house, he no longer had to sleep in the living room. Unperturbed by his presence, Song Mai chose a bedroom at random, deposited her belongings, and after a brief tidying up, proceeded to the kitchen. As it was their first meal in this new place, she wished to prepare something sumptuous. With the burden of rent no longer weighing upon her for the year, her finances had become considerably more manageable. She first visited the nearby supermarket, returning with a plethora of ingredients to fill the refrigerator. Upon entering, she noticed a small patch of vacant land next to the courtyard wall. Contemplating the possibility of cultivating a small vegetable garden there, envisioning the delight of harvesting her own produce in the future. Unbeknownst to her, a man had appeared silently behind her, his gaze warm and reminiscent of the gentle glow of a setting sun. He could not fathom her thoughts but was captivated by the way she gazed blankly at the patch of land, her expressions shifting in a lively and engaging manner. "What are you thinking?" Song Mai was startled by his sudden inquiry. "I'm contemplating how to plan this space. I would like to develop a vegetable garden here. What do you think?" A slight smile curved the man's lips, and he appeared genuinely pleased. "Sounds good." He was typically reserved, offering constructive suggestions only at crucial moments, and even then he spoke little when she asked him questions. "Why did you come down?" As she mentally calculated when to purchase vegetable seeds, she casually inquired. "Finished my work and thought I would check if you needed any assistance." As Song Mai recounted the vegetables she had bought and asked if he had any preferences, the man's gaze remained fixed on her. A few beads of sweat adorned her fair forehead, and her eyes sparkled with clarity. Reminiscent of the first rays of sunlight piercing through the morning mist, her lips curving into a smile. Her joy was palpable, emanating from the depths of her heart, and he could sense it even without her voicing it. With practiced ease, Song Mai tied on the apron she had brought from her old house. Although this new residence appeared uninhabited, it was remarkably well equipped. From the largest furniture to the smallest kitchenware, everything was available, rendering her previous cooking endeavors in a cramped, dilapidated kitchen almost laughable by comparison. Song Mai was an adept cook, having prepared meals since childhood in the Song household. She had continued to hone her culinary skills after moving out to save money. As she busied herself in the kitchen, Chu Xing relaxed on the living room sofa, his view through the frosted glass capturing her animated silhouette, igniting an unfamiliar sensation within him. It was akin to a sense of belonging, a feeling of home. Before long, 4 dishes were presented on the table, far more appealing than her usual simple fare. Today, her cooking appeared exquisite and refined. "Try this," she offered him chopsticks. Having previously tasted her culinary creations, he found them delightful, though not on par with a 5-star chef. Yet today, a single bite awakened his taste buds to a new realm of flavor. "How is it?" he inquired as he sampled a piece of yam, its texture rich and delicate. "Quite good," he replied. Seeing him relish the meal brought Song Mai joy, and she joined him at the table. However, a dream she harbored grew more urgent than usual. Meanwhile, a group of individuals stealthily approached Song Mai's doorstep. Among them were 7 or 8 youths clad in a manner suggestive of ruffians, accompanied by several burly figures wielding clubs, lurking by the staircase. Song Mai's mother stood ominously at the entrance, her expression dark. "Do you think she will come out if we knock?" Song Mai's sister-in-law asked with concern. What if she ignores us altogether? At her words, a malevolent glint appeared on Song Mai's mother's wrinkled face. Humph, that wretched girl, I dare say she won tea. We are more than prepared today. Even if she plays dead inside, we can simply break down the door and drag her and her scoundrel of a man out. As she spoke, she turned to Lu Weiqiang, whose arm was still bandaged from their last encounter. Ever since he had clashed with that man, his injury had lingered longer than expected despite visiting several reputable hospitals. What should have been a minor wound had delayed their plans. He could not bear to swallow his pride any longer. Originally, he intended to merely retrieve Song Mai, but after the previous incident, he resolved to teach that young man a lesson, avenging his grievance. Weiqiang, do you feel confident this time? Song Mai's mother inquired cautiously. Lu Weiqiang snorted, a ferocious gleam in his triangular eyes. Look at the company I've brought with me. These are my brothers, seasoned fighters who have shed blood for years. That young man will be easily dealt with, though I fear it may end badly if we aren't cautious. Upon hearing this, Song Mai's sister-in-law paled, instinctively stepping back a few paces, distancing herself from Lu Weiqiang's entourage. It is better to exercise restraint. A beating is one thing, but if someone dies, the consequences would be dire. Her heart raced at the thought. She merely sought the 50,000 and cared little for the rest. However, should a life be lost, matters would escalate beyond her control, with the police inevitably involved. Lu Weiqiang, however, scoffed at her concerns. And what of it? Has that young man married Song Mai? Does he have family or friends? Perhaps he is an orphan. What if I were to kill him? I could ensure no one finds out. Song Mai's mother trembled at the thought, fearing entanglement in a murder trial. Weiqiang, just give him a beating to vent your frustration. Our priority is the divorce. Once the paperwork is done, Song Mai will be your wife. Think about it. If something goes wrong, how will you both live? Lu Weiqiang, uninterested in her ramblings, shoved her aside. Knock on the door. I have my own sense of discretion. Stumbling slightly, Song Mai's mother quickly steadied herself and raised her trembling hand to knock. Chapter 64 moved away, however. After knocking for a while, the silence within the door was deafening. Could they be out? Sister Song Mai expressed her concerns. Mother Song, with an anxious countenance, firmly asserted, impossible. It's the weekend. Where could she possibly go? She had deliberately avoided causing a scene at the company, fearing that forcibly taking Song Mai would invite interference from others. After all, no matter how formidable Lu Weiqiang's men were, they were ultimately just thugs. If they forcibly took Song Mai again and someone from the company alerted the police, it would create an insurmountable problem. Initially, Mother Song intended to apply pressure through her words to make Song Mai yield, but after several unsuccessful attempts, she had completely abandoned that approach. This matter could not be delayed any longer. If it continued to drag on, it was likely that Song Mai and that rogue's child would soon be born. By then, it would be too late to say anything. Even if she managed to hand Song Mai over to Lu Weiqiang, what good would it do? Moreover, the entire family would be implicated. Having witnessed Lu Weiqiang's ruthless nature, Mother Song was even more convinced that if they failed to meet his expectations,
He would not spare the Song family.
that wretched girl is certainly hiding from us, trying to play the same trick as last time by pretending no one is home. I will not fall for her ploy again. With that, Mother Song kicked the door of Song Mai's home and shouted angrily, "Wretched girl, come out immediately. Don't think you can hide in there and be safe. We are not leaving easily today." Sister Song Mai feigned a tone of earnest concern, saying, "Mai, please come out. Look at how old Mom is. It's not easy for her to keep running here for your sake. As a daughter, how can you refuse your own mother entry?" Yet, the silence within persisted. Mother Song, hands on her hips, was visibly agitated, her chest heaving with anger. It seemed that Song Mai was resolutely refusing to come out. Sister Song Mai, relishing the unfolding drama, exclaimed, "Mom, it's up to you. Whatever you decide, we will follow." Mother Song stepped back a few paces, her features contorting into a somewhat obsequious smile. "Weiqiang, look." Lu Weiqiang let out a cold snort, his face quivering with displeasure. "What are you waiting for? Just break the door down and take them both away." As his words fell, a group of thugs behind him surged forward, collectively forcing the already flimsy door open. Upon witnessing this, Mother Song was elated, waving her arms like a captain leading a charge. "Let us go in together," she declared, striding in with hurried steps. But once inside, she was met with an empty space. There was no sign of Song Mai. The home had been completely cleared out. Sister Song Mai and Mother Song were momentarily stunned. Sister Song Mai tugged at her sleeve, whispering, "Mom, it seems she has moved away." Mother Song angrily shrugged her off, her face a mask of displeasure mingled with deep fear. "Do I need you to tell me that? Can't I see for myself?" Lu Weiqiang seized Mother Song by the collar, rendering the seemingly plump, middle-aged woman powerless in his grip. "Old hag, you dare to play tricks on me," he growled. Terrified, Mother Song felt her life drain away. Today, she intended to resolve this matter once and for all. If this issue was settled, she would no longer have to live in constant fear. Furthermore, if Song Mai were with Lu Weiqiang, she could safely pocket the 50,000. Until this matter was resolved, she would be on edge, always fearing that Lu Weiqiang might retaliate against their family. At that moment, she could not dare to deceive Lu Weiqiang. In fact, her desire to conclude this matter was perhaps even greater than his. She shook her head repeatedly. "I didn't. Weiqiang, you must believe me. I have always stood by your side. How could I dare to trick you?" Sister Song Mai chimed in. "Yes, Brother Weiqiang. Our family has been tirelessly busy with this matter. You can see for yourself. Who would have thought that wretched girl would be so cunning, pulling a fast one on us?" Lu Weiqiang snorted coldly, eyeing the two with suspicion. "How do I know it wasn't all of you conspiring against me? You initially assured me that you would deliver Song Mai to me, but in the blink of an eye, that wretched girl marries another man. I held no grudges and was willing to accept her as a second-hand item, yet what has the Song family done? You took 50,000 and still failed to deliver, repeatedly deceiving me. How do you propose to settle this account?" Mother Song felt her heart leap into her throat. Lu Weiqiang's grip was so strong that even with one hand holding her, her feet barely touched the ground. She could neither stand firm nor find a place to brace herself, feeling an overwhelming sense of dread. "Weiqiang, we truly dare not. We understand your capabilities. Even if we had such intentions, we wouldn't have the courage. We are just a small, impoverished family. How could we oppose you?" Sister Song Mai found Mother Song's predicament utterly amusing. She thought that perhaps Lu Weiqiang should be more forceful, eliminate this old hag, and then they wouldn't have to return the 50,000. Unlike the current situation, where without Song Mai they could not touch the 50,000, and this old hag still clutched the money tightly. If this old woman were to die, the remaining family member would be of no consequence. That money would eventually be hers, and Lu Weiqiang would likely feel too ashamed to demand the 50,000 after killing someone. Even if he did, she could always call the police, who would likely side with them. As Lu Weiqiang's threats loomed over them, they could take the 50,000, sell the house, and escape to another city to start anew. Contemplating this, Sister Song Mai felt a flicker of anticipation arise within her. Lu Weiqiang scrutinized Mother Song, realizing that her words seemed genuine, and finally released her. "You wouldn't dare to cross me. Now tell me, what do you plan to do next?" But Mother Song had no idea what to do. She had never anticipated that Song Mai would act so ruthlessly, leaving without a trace. At that moment, she was at a loss for words, and seeing Lu Weiqiang's fierce demeanor, she hurriedly reassured him, "Weiqiang, don't be hasty. This situation has escalated. Let us deliberate on our next steps." Lu Weiqiang shoved her away, his face contorting into a menacing snarl. "Deliberate? The fact that I am even willing to accept her as a second-hand item is already magnanimous of me, and you expect me to wait any longer?" Chapter 65. The grievance of Do Isong's mother stumbled and nearly fell to the ground, her voice trembling as she hurriedly exclaimed, "I didn't mean it like that." "Then what did you mean? That girl is not young anymore. Do you plan to let her be toyed with by that young man until he's bored, and then have me take over?" Song's mother shook her head repeatedly. How could she dare to entertain such thoughts? Heaven knows she was so frightened that she couldn't sleep all night. "Even if you let me a couple more of your bravado, I wouldn't dare. Song Mai being with you is already a blessing for our family. As her mother, I only wish for her to live a good life with you. Weiqiang, you are capable. What kind of woman can't you find? To be with Song Mai is her fortune." But who could have anticipated that this heartless girl not only fails to understand my earnest intentions, but also insists on mingling with that rogue? Right now, I can't even find her. Why don't I return the 500,000 to you, and you can find a fresh young lady? Surely anyone would be better than that little minx Song Mai. If Song's mother weren't utterly desperate, she would never have considered parting with that 500,000. Initially, she had heeded Song Mai's sister-in-law's advice, believing it would secure a good match for Song Mai, with a generous bride price of 500,000, which would benefit both Song Mai and their family. However, Lu Weichang was unwilling, insisting that if Song Mai could divorce and marry him in a short time, he wouldn't hold this against them. He even threatened multiple times, declaring that if this matter did not resolve, he would not spare the Song family. Thus, Song's mother devoted herself wholeheartedly to the task. But as events unfolded, she found herself exhausted and disheartened after having done so much. The longer she held on to this money, the more reluctant she became to part with it. When she uttered those words, she was nearly gritting her teeth in distress. Song Mai's sister-in-law could no longer restrain herself and pinched herself. Upon hearing this, Lu Weichang laughed. Good. If spending money can resolve this, then I feel relieved. Yet, the next moment, Lu Weichang declared, however, the sum to be returned is not 500,000, but 1 million. Upon hearing this, Song's mother's eyes widened in shock. She couldn't help but exclaim, what? 1 million? Song Mai's sister-in-law quickly interjected, Weichang, perhaps you've mistaken the amount. You promised us 500,000. Lu Weichang's expression darkened, his eyes flashing with menace. I offered you 500,000, but due to the length of time, your family has caused me significant losses. You must compensate for my losses. Song's mother felt a surge of panic. You know our family's situation. How can we possibly come up with 500,000? If we could afford that, we wouldn't rely on Song Mai to support us. Lu Weichang remained unyielding, coldly observing Song's mother and her sister-in-law. I don't care whether you can produce it or not, borrow or sell your house, it's all up to you. But 1 million is non-negotiable. Song's mother turned pale, her hands trembling. The only way to scrape together 1 million would be to sell their house, but what would happen to their family then? Song Mai's sister-in-law clutched her mother tightly. Mom, we truly cannot come up with that money. With a determined bite of her lip, Song's mother declared, I will find a way. I will definitely send that girl, Song Mai, to you. Lu Weichang glanced at the thugs beside him and chuckled. Oh, what other methods do you have? Didn't you just say you couldn't find her? Resolute, Song's mother responded, I will wait for her at her company, regardless of the circumstances. I will provide you with an answer as soon as possible. Good. Lu Weichang left with his entourage, while Song's mother felt as though her strength had been entirely drained. Song Mai's sister-in-law was momentarily lost, unable to fathom what they would do if they couldn't locate Song Mai. Mom, where do we go next? Song's mother's face was so dark it seemed to ooze water. Are we not looking for Song Mai? In a fit of rage, Song's mother slapped her sister-in-law across the face. Look for her? You're so capable. You go find her. It's the weekend. Where am I supposed to search? Isn't it because of you that we got tangled up with Lu Weichang? If you hadn't said that marrying him would be good, I wouldn't have found myself in this mess. Song Mai's sister-in-law clutched her face, incredulous. You dare hit me? After all these years of toil and labor for your family, this is how you treat me? Song's mother's expression hardened. Her gaze filled with disdain as she looked at her sister-in-law. You know very well what you've done for our family. I won't give Lu Weichang 500,000, nor will I give it to you. At this, Song Mai's sister-in-law was so furious, she stormed off, her face dark with anger. Song's mother slammed the door to Song Mai's house and then followed her down the stairs. The weekend passed uneventfully, and Song Mai, feeling rejuvenated, went to work. The new apartment was conveniently located near her office, allowing her to start her day just half an hour earlier than usual. As she settled into her office, Lin Ran approached her, a teasing glimmer in her eyes. Oh, you seem in high spirits. Is it the comfort of your new home, or perhaps the sweet nectar of love? With a hint of exasperation, Song Mai pushed her away. Stop talking nonsense. But Lin Ran was relentless, pressing her for details. Come on, didn't your husband express his gratitude for such a spacious home? Shouldn't he show some sincerity? Though unspoken, the implications were clear. And even Song Mai felt a flush of embarrassment. Her cheeks flushed with color. She was acutely aware of the reality, yet the words eluded her, leaving her to feign ignorance. All right, let us keep marital matters private. Lin Rant's expression shifted to one of understanding. However, as soon as the workday ended and she stepped outside, a hand seized her. Instinctively, she tried to break free, only to find herself face to face with Song's mother, her face ablaze with fury. Where have you been? Do you know how long I've been searching for you? You've become successful now, getting married without telling me, moving without a word. Do I not matter to you anymore? Song's mother's voice was loud, and with the hustle and bustle of the end of the workday, a crowd quickly gathered to witness the scene. Song Mai's expression darkened instantly. Did you go to my house looking for me again? Without warning, Song's mother dropped to the ground, weeping as if she had suffered the greatest injustice, her wails echoing louder than Do-E's grievances. What are you saying? As a mother, I can't even find my own daughter. Chapter 66. Inversion of truth surrounding individuals were pointing fingers at Song Mai. Isn't she from our company's Spanish department? Indeed. I've seen her. She was just promoted recently. It's hard to tell. She seems so unfilial, moving without even informing her mother. Now that her mother has come to the company, she still appears displeased. How can one be like this? Listening to the murmurs around her, Song Mai glanced at her mother, who was sitting on the ground, wailing and throwing a tantrum. A headache began to brew. Initially, she had believed that moving would be a positive change for her. Besides the new environment, it would also help her avoid a repeat of the previous incident where she was blocked at her door. At least her and Chu Xing's safety would be assured. Although Chu Xing had driven away Lu Weiqiang's men last time, she still felt a lingering fear. What if Chu Xing were not around next time? Or worse, what if he were there, but outnumbered? However, she hadn't anticipated that her mother would learn of her move so soon. Please get up, she urged, attempting to help her mother to her feet. Yet, her mother stubbornly insisted on causing a scene, remaining immobile despite Song Mai's pleas. I won't get up. You just want me to leave. You ungrateful daughter. I raised you for so many years, supported your education. Now that you've achieved something, you don't even recognize your own mother. What pretense of kindness is this? You want to help me up? I refuse. I want everyone to see your true colors. Song Mai's mother's voice was sharp and raucous, creating a striking scene amidst the bustling office building. Even those from other companies who did not know Song Mai paused to observe the spectacle. Seeing her mother disregard her dignity, Song Mai decided not to help her any further, her expression darkening. You claim you supported my education? I took out student loans for my university fees, which I repaid after graduation. I earned my living expenses through part-time jobs. So, what university did you support me through? She was all too aware of how she had survived during those university years, while others enjoyed their college life. She worked multiple part-time jobs just to scrape together enough for her living expenses. When others graduated and struggled to make ends meet, they relied on parental support. Yet, she had to endure job pressures while scrimping and saving to repay loans, all while her mother occasionally demanded repayment for her so-called upbringing. Only after finally repaying her loans did her life become somewhat manageable, yet her mother continued to take the little money she had left each month, claiming it was needed for her brother's wedding and house purchase. Song Mai's mother momentarily faltered, a flicker of guilt crossing her eyes, but then her voice grew louder, as if to mask her insecurity. When you were in university, we had financial difficulties. I truly couldn't afford to give you money. But without my sacrifices over the years, how could you have achieved what you have today? Hearing this, Song Mai felt a profound chill. She responded with a cold smile. Yes. You gave birth to me and managed to raise me, but you know very well how you treated me over the years. Even if you made sacrifices, I have repaid you. Since my graduation, I have been sending you money every month for home renovations and to support my brother's wedding. Which of those expenses did I not cover? Sitting on the ground, Song Mai's mother realized her arguments were weak and ineffective. She shouted, pounding the ground, "Ungrateful daughter. Is our relationship only about money? Do you think that as long as you repay me for raising you, everything is fine? What about my time and effort spent on you?" At this point, her mother disregarded her image entirely, with the situation spiraling out of control. Her only goal was to pressure Song Mai into a divorce. Song Mai looked up at the sky, then around at the crowd of onlookers, feeling as if her heart was suffocated by a cotton ball. When would this life end? When could she fully escape such an existence? Zheng Yao, noticing the commotion, hurriedly squeezed through the crowd to assist Song Mai's mother. Auntie, why are you sitting on the ground? Get up quickly, it's cold down there, you might catch a chill. Her concern appeared genuine, prompting Song Mai's mother to grasp her hand eagerly. Look at her. She is not even related to me, yet she cares about my well-being. And you, my own daughter, have you ever shown concern for my health after all this time? Truly unfilial. Zheng Yao, observing the crowd's reactions, quickly chimed in, yes. Song Mai, you are indeed in the wrong. The most important thing for a child is to be filial. You cannot treat your mother this way. Watching the two of them play off each other, Song Mai couldn't help but feel amused. One might think they were the real mother and daughter. The crowd began to murmur in agreement. How can she act this way? Even if she has sent money, it's not everything. Indeed, she is heartless, neglecting her own mother. Looks like a thankless child, thriving outside while abandoning her parents. Zheng Yao felt a rush of satisfaction as she witnessed the crowd's condemnation of Song Mai. However, Song Mai remained unfazed by the onlookers' opinions. She raised an eyebrow and turned to her mother and Zheng Yao. The reason you're causing a scene here is still about that previous matter, isn't it? For those unaware, I have been living frugally since I graduated, constantly supporting the household. No matter how tough or strained my own life has been, I have never ceased to send money home. For all these years, my family has relied on my income. Meanwhile, my sister-in-law and mother remain unsatisfied, attempting to marry me off to a man significantly older than me for a bride price of 500,000. I refuse to be a pawn in their game, regardless of how much I have sacrificed for this family. I will not allow my marriage to be used as a transaction. Hearing Song Mai lay bare the family's grievances without restraint, her mother hastily interrupted. What nonsense. It's not as you say. Stop twisting the truth. With a piercing gaze, Song Mai looked at her mother, her eyes clear and unwavering. Nonsense? Do you dare deny that Lu Weiqiang didn't give you 500,000? Can you claim that you didn't accept that money? Chapter 67. Marrying the One I Love. Song's mother choked momentarily, struggling to articulate a rebuttal. Yet words eluded her. With a cold laugh, Song Mai continued, I refuse to marry, and I have wed the one I adore. Despite your unwillingness, you have relentlessly pressured me to divorce, through various means. Even for 50,000, you sought out that old man, attempting to forcibly take us to divorce, intending to hand me over to him. Is this how a mother behaves? What right do you have to accuse me? Her voice resonated powerfully, each word a deliberate unveiling of her concealed wounds, laying bare the bloody truth before all. The crowd, initially perplexed and critical of Song Mai, shifted their stance upon learning the full story. Goodness, how can a mother be like this? In this day and age, how can one still sell their daughter? It's outrageous to stand here and blame her. The thought alone was despairing. To be betrayed by one's own mother was profoundly sorrowful. Song's mother intended to leverage public opinion to coerce Song Mai into compliance, but she had not anticipated that Song Mai would openly reveal the facts, rendering her mother's stance untenable. Trembling with indignation, she pointed at Song Mai, exclaiming, Unfilial daughter. What do you know? I do this for your own good. Have you even considered the kind of man you've chosen? What capabilities does he possess? Can he support you for a lifetime? He is but a kept man, reliant on you. I will never consent to your marriage to him. And how does this kept man compare to Wei Chong? Don't speak of 50,000. He would be fortunate to muster 5. Song's mother professed her motives as being in Song Mai's best interest, casting her daughter in a light of ingratitude. Even Zheng Yao chimed in, Song Mai, your mother is, after all, your mother. Surely, she is considering your well-being in every regard. How could she wish you harm? The onlookers were momentarily at a loss, exchanging glances, uncertain of who was truly in the right. Seizing the opportunity, Zheng Yao stirred the crowd. Song Mai and I work at the same company. Her mother has approached her more than once, all due to her secret marriage. She eloped with a man devoid of wealth, work, or capability. How could any parent not be worried? At this, the crowd murmured in agreement. That makes sense. Ultimately, it is still her own fault for choosing such a man. What parent could rest easy knowing their child is with someone like that? It would be better for her to divorce sooner than risk being abandoned. Indeed, if he can live off her, he could just as easily do so with someone else. Who knows when he might stray? The consensus was that a divorce at her age would be challenging, but as her mother suggested, a divorced man, albeit older, might not be entirely unacceptable if he were financially stable. As Song Mai listened to the cacophony of voices, her gaze coldly swept across Zheng Yao's face, which bore the satisfaction of having achieved her aim. You are destined to lose, Zheng Yao silently mouthed, her lips barely parting. The surrounding chatter grew louder, seemingly solidifying the belief that whatever Song Mai said was merely a defense. She attempted to break free, but two men surged from the crowd, seizing her arms. Recognizing them as the thugs who had appeared at her door with Lu Weichong, she realized they were indeed prepared, everything meticulously orchestrated. Desperately, she struggled to escape their grip, but Zheng Yao interjected. At first, the crowd found the sudden arrival of these two men somewhat suspicious. Yet upon hearing Song's mother and Zheng Yao's words, they accepted that these men were Song Mai's cousins, thus deeming their actions reasonable. Those who intended to intervene hesitated, allowing them to take Song Mai away. Let go. This is illegal. This is kidnapping. With the dilemma seemingly resolved, Song's mother appeared visibly relieved, gesturing to the thugs. Take her away. Song Mai, unable to break free from their hold, cried out for help, but the crowd, having believed Song's mother, remained indifferent. Her hands were painfully gripped as she surveyed the crowd, her gaze ultimately falling on her mother. In despair, she implored, "Have you ever truly seen me as your daughter?" With a cold snort, Song's mother retorted, "It is precisely because you are my daughter that you must heed my plans." A sudden laugh escaped Song Mai, a solitary tear rolling down her cheek. A daughter? Am I truly your daughter, or merely a pawn to be traded for profit? As the thugs prepared to drag her away, just as despair threatened to consume her, a deep, resonant voice broke through. Who dares to take her away? The crowd turned in unison toward the source of the voice, beholding a man clad in a beige trench coat, standing at the periphery. His features were striking, eyes deep-set and exuding an air of nobility and pride, yet an icy demeanor enveloped him. Upon spotting the woman restrained by the thugs, the warmth in his gaze vanished, replaced by an overwhelming chill. The previously animated crowd fell silent, all eyes fixated on the man, instinctively parting to grant him passage. Someone in the throng murmured, "How handsome," earning unanimous agreement. Song's mother, having witnessed Chu Xing's prowess before, felt a wave of unease wash over her, realizing that her fears had materialized. He had arrived at the most inopportune moment. Chapter 68. The savior Chu Xing approached Song Mai step by step, his gaze imprisoning a fierce and terrifying beast. Cold and simmering with rage. "Release her," he commanded, his presence exuding an aura as perilous as a tempest. The two ruffians instinctively stepped back, yet their grip on Song Mai remained unyielding. With a surge of courage, Song Mai's mother rushed forward to obstruct Chu Xing, though the tremor in her voice betrayed her anxiety and fear. "I have every right to take my daughter away." As Song Mai watched the man draw closer, she felt a blend of indignation and fear, or perhaps it was the comfort of finally encountering someone who could offer her solace, her nose tinged with a bittersweet sensation, nearly bringing her to tears. The man's thin lips curled into a faint smile, yet his eyes remained icy, radiating disdain and mockery. "You just claimed these two are her cousins. What names do they go by?" Caught off guard by this sudden inquiry, Song Mai's mother's heart raced as she hastily fabricated names, Cheng Feng and Cheng Yuan. With a scoff, Chu Xing's laughter rang out, his gaze as clear as the morning bell. "As far as I know, your surname is Feng, while Song Mai's is Song. How could her cousins bear the surname Cheng?" His words, though not loud, sliced through the facade, unveiling the truth bit by bit. Taken aback, Song Mai's mother faltered. She had hastily spoken to deflect suspicion, neglecting this crucial detail. Yet, having ventured this far, she had to continue, or her deception would become evident. In desperation, she exclaimed, "They are distant relatives, mere distant cousins, with little blood relation." Seeing Song Mai's pallid complexion, and the ruffian still adamantly holding on to her, Chu Xing seized the shoulder of the left ruffian, exerting a sudden force. With a crack, the ruffian's grip on Song Mai's wrist slackened, rendering it as if devoid of bones.
Ah!
The ruffian screamed in agony, his cries piercingly distressing. Witnessing this, the other ruffian dared not maintain his hold on Song Mai and quickly released her. Chu Xing took her hand, shielding her behind him. His expression filled with concern as he examined her. "Are you all right? Does it hurt?" As Song Mai pressed her pained wrist, she shook her head. "I'm fine." His expression softened slightly, yet the coldness in his eyes did not wane. Instead, his imposing aura intensified. Are they truly distant cousins, or are they ruffians sent by that old man to seize you? Cornered by the truth, Song Mai's mother averted her gaze, yet stubbornly insisted. "They're undoubtedly Song Mai's cousins. What do you know? You're merely a gigolo. You fear she might leave you and jeopardize your source of income." Chu Xing, tall and imposing, stood protectively around Song Mai. As she gazed at his tall figure, a sense of security enveloped her. Chu Xing continued his inquiry with deliberate calmness. "If they are distant cousins, from which branch do they hail? If I recall correctly, just a few days ago, when you and that old man you coerced her to marry caused a scene, these two were still his lackeys. How could they have transformed so swiftly? You must be mistaken." Chu Xing surveyed the crowd, his patience waning with her obstinacy. The onlookers whispered amongst themselves, "No wonder she wants to marry this man. If it were me, I would too. He is so handsome, a sight to behold. Who would choose to wed a man decades older? This man exudes a sense of security, and his attire is exquisite. How could he truly be a gigolo? Indeed, it is a modern era that champions free love. Finding such a dashing protector is a rare gift. What more could one desire? I suspect this mother isn't genuinely seeking a prosperous match for her daughter. Perhaps she covets that 50,000 herself." Exactly. This couple shares a strong bond. Why must anyone interfere? Money can be earned through mutual effort, and marrying for love is far superior to wedlock with someone who seems utterly unappealing. As public sentiment began to shift, Song Mai's mother grew frantic. Unfortunately, the ruffians were no match for Chu Xing, and with Lu Weichong absent, her carefully laid plans appeared futile. Yet, she still sought to resist. "I am her mother. How could I harm her? You are all outsiders, unaware of the truth. How can you judge so freely?" Chu Xing did not respond to her outburst, but turned to Zheng Yao, his gaze laden with significance. "You claim to be her colleague. Thus, you must be well acquainted with her family matters." Zheng Yao, unsure of Chu Xing's intentions, could only nod. "And what of it? Do you believe that old man is a suitable match for marriage?" Zheng Yao had consistently defended Song Mai's mother, and now she could not waver. Even if she found Lu Weichong repulsive, should Song Mai marry him, she would not object. After all, a mother's choice for her daughter would surely be sound. With a piercing glance, Chu Xing scrutinized her. "As far as I know, you're still single. Since that man possesses such commendable qualities, why not consider marrying him yourself? You have been selflessly advocating for Song Mai. Allowing her to hand over such a fine man to you would be her way of expressing gratitude." This sentiment, uttered from anyone else, might have been inconsequential, but from Chu Xing, it felt like an affront. Zheng Yao understood his intentions, yet his words, spoken before so many, felt like a public humiliation. Her complexion shifted dramatically. "What does her family matter have to do with me? She can marry whomever she pleases. Why should I be implicated?" Chu Xing's gaze sharpened. "Indeed, what does it have to do with you? You flail about like a clown, insisting a mother could never harm her child. If that man truly possesses such fine qualities, would you be willing to give it a try?" Chu Xing's words were always blunt, devoid of leniency. Yet such directness was rare. Now, before a crowd, he cast this challenge at Zheng Yao, and she felt the weight of their stares. Many in the audience began to agree with Chu Xing, deeming her a scheming instigator. Feeling her pride at stake, she desperately argued, "I did not. I simply cannot bear to see a mother suffer so greatly due to her daughter's ingratitude. Is it wrong to feel sympathy?" Chapter 69. A failed scheme. As Chu Xing contemplated speaking again, the woman behind him quietly grasped his hand. Her touch was frigid, devoid of warmth, clutching his like a block of ice. With newfound determination, she stepped boldly in front of him, directly facing Song's mother and Zheng Yao. "I am an adult, approaching my 30s. I possess my own discernment and will take responsibility for my choices. I shall state this unequivocally. I will not divorce. The gratitude you claim to have instilled in me since childhood has long been repaid many times over. If you hold that man in such high regard, then by all means, introduce someone else to him. It need not be me. The troubles you have conjured are yours to resolve. As she concluded her declaration, several girls nearby could no longer contain their applause in support of her. This is how it should be. A challenging upbringing can be compensated through one's own efforts, and one can also contribute to their family. However, if one gives to a certain extent, yet the original family remains ungrateful and devoid of conscience, one must not allow their life to be overshadowed by them. How empowering! The young woman should possess the confidence to confront any situation without retreating. Upon uttering these words, Song Mai felt an immense sense of relief wash over her. It was as if, at that moment, she had finally unshackled the mental chains that had bound her. She held the man's hand tightly, and the shadows in her eyes dissipated like clouds parting after a torrential rain, revealing rays of sunlight. The man felt a subtle stirring in his heart, the icy facade in his gaze thawing somewhat, revealing a hint of tenderness akin to the depths of a tranquil sea. Drawing one into its embrace, they walked hand in hand, leaving Song's mother to vent her anger alone. What an ungrateful wretch! A veritable wolf in sheep's clothing. After all these years of nurturing you, you cast aside your own mother for some rogue. Song Mai, you will inevitably regret this. However, the surrounding crowd gradually dispersed, leaving only a few who prepared to leave, indifferent to Song's mother's tirade. Zhang Yao's eyes flared with resentment. She had once thought that Chu Xing was merely toying with Song Mai. After all, it was evident that Song Mai was unaware of Chu Xing's true identity, leading her to believe that even if she failed to snatch him away, a woman like Song Mai would not captivate a man's interest for long. She presumed that it would not be long before Chu Xing lost interest in Song Mai altogether. Yet witnessing the current situation, Zhang Yao realized her misjudgment. Chu Xing seemed to harbor genuine feelings for that woman. The way he had looked at her moments ago confirmed that, in his heart, Song Mai was no ordinary woman. Such a gaze could only be bestowed upon a beloved. With this thought, Zhang Yao dared not ponder further. She could not bear to consider whether she would still have a chance if this continued to develop. Meanwhile, the thug nursing a dislocated arm grimaced in pain. Clutching his injury as he spoke to Song's mother, I am heading to the hospital. You will accompany me. Song's mother, already in a foul mood from the failed plan, snapped back, what does my going to the hospital have to do with you? The thug bristled, baring his teeth. I was injured while assisting you. You must take me to the hospital, cover my medical expenses, and compensate me for my suffering and loss of enjoyment. Upon hearing this, Song's mother erupted in fury. Her meticulously crafted plan had crumbled due to their incompetence. Despite their bravado, they could not even best Chu Xing, that pretty boy. Had it not been for them, her plan would not have failed. It was entirely their fault, and instead of compensating her for her losses, they were demanding she pay theirs. What audacity! If these men had been capable enough, they could have easily taken Song Mai and Chu Xing away together. How could they have failed so miserably? If Lu Weiqiang learned of this failure, he would surely be furious. Moreover, without this opportunity, Song Mai would likely be on guard next time, making it impossible to execute anything as smoothly as today. The injured thug, in agony, felt his temper flare upon hearing Song's mother's words. He signaled to another thug with bleached hair, who promptly advanced toward her. Song's mother, trembling, instinctively stepped back. What do you intend to do? The thug wore a sinister grin. While we may not be able to overpower that pretty boy, dealing with an elderly woman is well within our means. We came to assist you, and now, due to your negligence, we are injured. Is it unreasonable for you to cover our medical expenses? Panic surged within Song's mother as she realized it was after hours, with only a few pedestrians occasionally passing by. Even if she cried for help, it was unlikely anyone would come to her aid. Her wrinkled face was etched with terror. This is not my responsibility. You should seek compensation from Lu Weiqiang for your injuries. I have no obligation to you. The thug cracked his knuckles ominously. Our leader made it clear that this was your responsibility, and despite your failures, he granted you another chance. We are merely following orders to assist you. And if we are injured in the process, It is your duty to take responsibility. The thug with the bleached hair seized Song's mother and pulled her closer. Since you refuse to cooperate, perhaps we should go speak to our leader and inform him that today's plan has once again failed. Wait. I will go to the hospital with you. I will cover the medical expenses. The bleached-haired thug glanced at the injured thug before grinning. You could choose not to go to the hospital. If you pay us the medical expenses, compensation for suffering, and damages now, you may walk away. Song's mother, desperate to escape, trembled and asked, "How much do you want?" The injured thug gritted his teeth. "Not much, just 20,000. 20,000? Such an exorbitant sum." Song's mother exclaimed in disbelief. For a mere dislocated shoulder to demand such an amount. Was this not extortion? The bleached-haired thug crossed his arms and positioned himself behind her, blocking her escape. "It is a modest sum. My brother has suffered significant injuries, and this amount is already a discount." Chapter 70. Cry if you wish. How could Song's mother possibly part with 20,000 all at once? Even if she lacked experience, she could discern that the ruffian's injury was merely a dislocation. The medical costs and rehabilitation would not amount to 20,000, at most just a few thousand. Gritting her teeth, she said, "I will accompany you to the hospital, and I will pay the medical fees directly." If paid directly to the hospital, the expenses will certainly be reduced. However, the yellow-haired thug saw through her intentions. "Do as you wish. In any case, it's 20,000, not a penny less. Whether you come or not makes no difference." He was resolute in claiming this sum, regardless of what Song's mother said. After running around for so long and sustaining injuries, they dared not speak in front of their leader, but felt it was acceptable to extort some benefits from Song's mother. A heavy weight settled in Song's heart once again. She opened her mouth, attempting to articulate something, but her lips trembled for a long while before she could utter, 20,000 is truly excessive. I simply cannot produce that amount. Could we negotiate for a lesser sum? Upon hearing this, both the yellow-haired thug and the injured ruffian erupted in laughter, as if they had heard the grandest joke. Excessive? You took 500,000 from our boss, and you think 20,000 is too much? Regardless, my brother is injured. You must provide this 20,000, whether you can or cannot. With that, the yellow-haired thug seized her by the collar and dragged her forward as if she were refuse. Song's feet barely touched the ground, her body leaning forward, as if she would fall the moment he released his grip. How could her frail body withstand such treatment?
Where are you taking me?
With a cold snort, the yellow-haired thug retorted, "Did you not say you would accompany us to the hospital? This is also an opportunity for the doctor to examine you." In a state of panic, Song's mother exclaimed, "I am not ill. I refuse to go." Yet the yellow-haired thug would not relent. "Whether you are ill is not for you to decide, but for me," recognizing the threat in his words. Song's mother felt utterly helpless and quickly conceded, "I will pay. I will pay." Upon hearing this, the yellow-haired thug finally released her, a smug smile spreading across his face, which was thoroughly detestable. "But you'll have to wait a couple of days. I don't have that much cash on me. I will go to the bank in a few days and call you once I withdraw the money." The yellow-haired thug shot her a fierce glare. "Old hag, don't try any tricks. I wouldn't dream of it. I genuinely do not have that much money on me. If I did, I would give it to you right now. Rest assured, I will call you as soon as I withdraw the funds." With that, the yellow-haired thug snorted disdainfully and departed with the injured ruffian. Meanwhile, Song Mai had been leading Chu Xing far away, stopping only when the company was no longer in sight. She stared blankly at the streetlights illuminating the distance, her gaze unfocused, betraying her thoughts while she clung tightly to the man's hand. After a moment, just as he was about to speak, her voice drifted softly. Why can we never escape?" "Song Mai," Chu Xing called her with concern. Yet she remained unresponsive, standing there lost in her thoughts. He called her name again, but she still did not answer. Her demeanor worried him. In a sudden movement, he pulled her back, causing her to gasp in surprise, unprepared as she stumbled backward. Just as she thought she would fall, he firmly wrapped his arms around her waist, drawing her into his embrace. One hand pressed against his chest. She felt her heart race. "You." She gazed at him wide-eyed, unable to meet his gaze, her cheeks still marked by tears. Chu Xing held her waist, his voice cool yet soothing. "Cry if you need to." A faint scent of cold musk enveloped her, a gentle reminder of the space between them. Song Mai was indeed heartbroken, not because she still harbored hope for her mother, but because she could not fathom how a mother could be so cruel to her own daughter, disregarding her life for money. As a mother herself, she feared Lu Weiqiang and worried about what he might do to the Song family. Did she not care at all for her daughter's safety?
Indeed.
If she had even an ounce of concern for her daughter, things would not have escalated to this point. His words resonated in her ears, inexplicably providing a sense of security, as if he could sense the grievances building within her. Tears flowed forth, an unstoppable flood. Perhaps that is the nature of humanity. One can endure suffering alone, but when faced with someone who matters and offers a sense of safety, the burden becomes too heavy to bear. Initially, Song Mai wept silently. Then her sobs turned into quiet gasps, ultimately escalating into full-blown cries. Chu Xing held her in silence, gently wiping away her tears. Until his shoulder became drenched from her tears, she finally cried herself out, her face resembling that of a disheveled cat. Feeling a twinge of embarrassment at having soaked his shoulder, she hesitated to step back from his embrace.
Don't worry about it.
He removed his trench coat, revealing a simple yet clean white shirt beneath, which appeared softer and more appealing in the glow of the setting sun. Suddenly, Song Mai found herself unable to look directly at him. Although he seemed unchanged, she felt that his gaze held something different, something both added and taken away. Yet she could not pinpoint what it was.
All right.
Song Mai nodded, turning to walk towards the parked electric scooter. But after a few steps, she realized her hand was still intertwined with his. Are you reluctant to let go? He teased lazily, a hint of mockery in his tone. Song Mai's face flushed crimson, reaching all the way to her ears. Embarrassed, she quickly released his hand, apologizing like a child caught in mischief. I'm sorry. Just teasing you, he chuckled, this time taking her hand in his. Let us go. His hand was warm and dry, perfectly enveloping hers. Song Mai followed closely behind him as he walked briskly, possibly due to his long legs, forcing her to jog occasionally to keep up. As they reached a traffic light, he paused, waiting for the signal. In her haste, Song Mai collided with him, her small face bumping against his back, reddening her nose. I'm sorry.
I didn't mean to.
She instinctively apologized, prompting him to furrow his brow. How many times has this happened? Confused by his abrupt question, Song Mai could only stare at him, puzzled. Chapter 71. A stir of emotions. What? How many times have I apologized now? Song Mai scratched her head, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Today, she was inexplicably out of sorts, unlike her usual self. Perhaps it was due to her heightened emotions, leaving her mind in a haze and her actions somewhat reckless. I'm sorry, However, her words were interrupted once more by the man. Although we are not in a conventional marriage, and our contract lasts only a year, there is no need for such formality between us. Song Mai nodded in understanding. It was not that she intended to maintain distance. She simply had never perceived their interactions as anything significant. In fact, she felt a sense of gratitude towards him, despite her limited knowledge of his character. She could see from his occasional advice that he was a rational and analytical individual. Living together with him brought her a sense of comfort, as if they were mutually supporting one another. Yet, for reasons unbeknownst to her, Song Mai began to sense a shift, at times. She found herself eagerly awaiting his messages and seeking his opinion on various matters. As the green light illuminated, the man did not take her hand again, but strode forward. Song Mai hurried after him, feeling the lingering warmth of his touch on her hand. Are you finished so early today? She couldn't help but inquire. She had just finished her work, yet he was already waiting downstairs at her office. It seemed he possessed a certain charm. When he was absent, he was often preoccupied with his own affairs, yet he always appeared like a hero from a film whenever she faced danger or trouble, as if he had a knack for timely interventions. Yes, he replied. I had nothing pressing today, so I came over early. And how is your entrepreneurial venture progressing? Not bad. Just 2 words again, unable to express a third. Song Mai silently criticized him. She often found it perplexing how he could shift so dramatically from being comforting, holding her hand one moment to reverting to his icy demeanor the next. He was the one who said not to be so distant, yet he himself was the most aloof. The man walked ahead in silence, his thin lips pressed into a straight line, absorbing her unspoken thoughts. It was not that he deliberately sought to distance himself from her. It was simply his nature, one he exhibited towards everyone. Yet the distance he acknowledged it was somewhat intentional. The sight of her glistening, wounded doe-like eyes stirred a profound sense of compassion within him, momentarily overshadowing his rationality. But upon witnessing the evident dependency and emotion in her gaze, he was abruptly doused with cold reality. They were merely contractual partners, destined to part ways once their agreement expired. If she truly developed feelings for him, it would only lead to her suffering. In truth, Chu Xing had not come over early due to a light workload. His own company was bustling with new projects, demanding his attention. He had merely arranged for surveillance on Song Mai's mother and Lu Weiqiang, reporting their every move to him. Sensing that Song Mai might encounter difficulties, he had made the effort to visit. After all, she was his legal wife, and while he couldn't openly protect her, he could offer her discreet safeguards. Moreover, understanding her background and family circumstances made him appreciate even more her ability to maintain such kindness and integrity, which was no small feat at the very least. If they were to separate in the future, she would no longer be in an environment fraught with potential danger. The two remained silent as they walked. However, ever since moving into this house, Song Mai's spirits had lifted considerably. Gone were the days of returning home after a long day and being met with a disarrayed living space that made her feel utterly despondent. The refrigerator was stocked with freshly purchased groceries, and she prepared a few simple dishes that suited his palate perfectly. He consumed them with relish, leaving his plate clean. As she stood to clear the table, he called out to her, and her heart warmed at his gesture. "Don't worry, I will," she replied with a nod. After these encounters, it could be said that Song Mai's perception of Zheng Yao had been repeatedly challenged. She was aware of Zheng Yao's disdain for her and her inappropriate feelings towards Chu Xing, yet she had never anticipated that Zheng Yao would stoop so low. It seemed that whenever there was an opportunity, Zheng Yao would spare no effort to undermine her, as if she were a mere insect to be crushed. After dinner, the man surprisingly chose not to retreat to his study, but instead sat at the bar working. Song Mai lounged on the sofa, fiddling with her phone, while a dull family sitcom played on the television. She occasionally glanced at the screen, pretending to watch. After a while, she couldn't suppress a small gasp, quickly silencing herself for fear of disturbing Chu Xing.
What is it?
He inquired, his fingers still dancing over the keyboard. Her eyes sparkled with excitement as she turned to him, filled with a mixture of hope and curiosity. "Have you ever been to Xicheng?" He nodded. "Yes, I have." Song Mai turned onto her side, her curiosity piqued. "What was it like? Was it fun?" "It was quite nice." She glanced at a colleague's travel post on social media, feeling a twinge of envy. She had never truly traveled, despite having visited numerous places for work, with no time to explore. The man looked at her, noticing her expressions fluctuating between joy and contemplation, her face adorably scrunched up like a bun. "Do you want to go?" Song Mai nodded eagerly. "Of course. I've never been, only seen pictures. The scenery looks beautiful and livable, and this time of year is perfect for travel." Chapter 72. Nightmare. There will be opportunities, the man said, simultaneously picking up his phone to send a message to Assistant Liu. Holding her phone, Song Mai's gaze drifted with a hint of melancholy. After years of toil, her efforts had been dedicated to the Song family, her parents, and her siblings, yet she had never truly lived for herself. Each time she observed her colleagues and friends traversing the globe, indulging in their desires, she maintained a calm facade, while deep within, envy consumed her. That was a life she had long admired, yet could never attain. Meanwhile, Assistant Liu had just finished tidying up the mess left by Chu Xing when his phone buzzed in his pocket. Upon checking, a brief message brought forth a mix of amusement and exasperation. Was this the third time? First the phone, then the house, and now travel. Such a considerate contractual partner was hard to come by. The previous instances had been lucky draws. This time, it had to be something more plausible. That evening, while sprawled on her bed, Song Mai stumbled upon an advertisement in her social media feed. It promised a chance to win a complimentary 7-day trip for two to Xicheng. After a moment's contemplation, she decided to share the advertisement within her circle of friends. She held no expectations, merely hoping for a miracle. If fortune favored her, splendid. But if not, she would suffer no loss. That night, Song Mai was haunted by a dream in which she was captured by a group of thugs. trembling in fear. She begged for mercy, but they merely sneered. From behind them emerged her mother, who struck her repeatedly, seething, "You ungrateful wretch! After all my efforts, you dare to be so defiant." Song Mai, her cheeks stinging, demanded to know why her mother treated her so cruelly. Was she not her daughter? With arms crossed, her mother loomed over her, eyes brimming with scorn. "I have never regarded you as my child. You are merely a means to an end. If I can exchange you for more money, I would do so without hesitation. After all, my son is what truly matters. What use is a daughter except to bring in some cash?" As she spoke, Lu Weiqiang stepped forward, a lascivious grin on his face. "From this moment on, you belong entirely to me." With that, he reached out to caress her face. Song Mai struggled fiercely, but the thugs held her with an unyielding grip, rendering her efforts futile. "No, please." She shook her head, her eyes pleading with Lu Weiqiang for mercy. Yet, the more desperate she appeared, the more exhilarated he became, with the others joining in their laughter. A wave of despair washed over Song Mai as she cried out helplessly, "Mom, please, don't treat me this way. I am your child." Chu Xing, having labored late into the night to complete his tasks, was on his way downstairs for a drink when he heard a commotion from Song Mai's room. The sounds grew increasingly unsettling. A woman's voice laced with tears and palpable terror, as if she had experienced something horrifying. He knocked gently on her door.
Song Mai?
The cries within only intensified. Without a moment's hesitation, he pushed the door open. Inside, Song Mai was curled beneath her blanket, trembling as if she had faced some unspeakable horror. Chu Xing rushed to her side, flipping her over to reveal her drenched in sweat, hair disheveled, eyes tightly shut, and her face devoid of color. "Song Mai, wake up." He shook her gently, yet she continued to sob softly, gripping the blanket tightly as tears streamed down, soaking her pillow. Growing anxious, Chu Xing touched her forehead, relieved to find she had no fever. After shaking her again, her eyelashes fluttered. Finally, she slowly opened her eyes, which brimmed with tears, reflecting helplessness, sadness, and anguish. Emotions spilling forth from her gaze. The sight startled him. What depth of despair must she have experienced? "Did you have a nightmare?" he asked softly. Although her eyes were open, they appeared unfocused, reminiscent of a fragile porcelain doll abandoned by the roadside, on the verge of shattering. "Ah, it seems so," she replied, dazed, lacking the indifference he had first encountered in her, stripped of her usual defiance and anger, as if her very soul had been drained, leaving her feeling hollow. Her gaze fell upon Chu Xing's face, and after a prolonged moment, the light in her eyes began to coalesce. His features were striking, with subtly arched brows and elongated, graceful eyes that hinted at a flirtatious charm, yet beneath lay a chill, akin to the frost and snow of winter atop a mountain peak, enveloping those who dared to meet his gaze. At this moment, however, those eyes held a flicker of concern. "What time is it?" Song Mai inquired, fumbling about for her phone, but finding nothing. "It's 1:30, he replied. She nodded, feeling a weight upon her chest that made it difficult to breathe. Chu Xing remained still, his gaze unwavering upon her, and after a long silence, he stepped outside. Within minutes, he returned to her door, holding a towel and a glass of warm water. "There's no need for that," she protested. But he paid no heed to her reluctance, approaching her bedside with purpose. In that moment, the ordinary glass seemed to radiate an air of elegance in his grasp. He placed it in her hands and gently began to wipe the sweat from her brow with the damp towel. The room was enveloped in silence, so profound that the rustling of leaves outside could be heard, and Song Mai was acutely aware of her own swallowing. Their proximity was intimate. She could see the fine, delicate hairs on his face. "Your skin is lovely, and your eyelashes are long," he remarked, pausing momentarily, casting a deep glance at her. Song Mai instinctively recoiled, feeling oddly exposed under his penetrating gaze, as though he could see through her very being. His touch was gentle and meticulous, as if he were caring for a precious antique or exquisite jewelry. Chapter 73. Are you joining too? Song Mai's heart raced fervently, pounding as though a drummer resided within her chest. Her eyes flitted aimlessly, never daring to rest upon the man before her. The more she squirmed, the more she perspired. Even after Chu Xing wiped her brow, beads of sweat emerged anew. The man furrowed his brow. Are you feeling hot? Song Mai swallowed nervously. A bit. He moved aside and cracked open a window. The crisp autumn breeze washed over her, bringing with it a semblance of clarity. After finishing her glass of water, the heaviness in her chest began to dissipate, alleviating the earlier discomfort. You should get some rest, she said, placing the cup on the bedside table. Her gaze lingering on the silhouette of the man. Chu Xing sat at the edge of her bed, his dark eyes gazing out into the night. Yet he remained still, as if oblivious to her words. It's going to rain soon. Song Mai looked at him, puzzled by his cryptic remark. Beyond the flat expanse lies the spring mountains. With that, he gathered a towel and the cup from the table and departed, closing her bedroom door behind him. Murmuring the line of poetry, she turned her attention to the direction he had been looking. Beneath the street lamp, a hibiscus swayed gently in the breeze. Indeed, it was bound to be a heavy downpour. After the rain, the sky would clear, washing away the past. She resolved to press forward, chasing the wind and the moon without delay. If those who had wronged her had long since disregarded the past, why should she, the victim, remain ensnared in its shadows? A sudden clarity washed over her, and her lips curved into a satisfied smile. Ding-dong. Her phone rang suddenly, and she tossed aside the covers to find it at the foot of her bed. It was his message, call me if needed. Just 4 brief words, yet they warmed her heart. Recalling his earlier demeanor made her pulse quicken and her cheeks flush. The sensation was peculiar. She yearned to flee, to distance herself from him and hide her embarrassment, yet she also longed to draw closer. He felt like a beacon of light. Proximity to him promised warmth and illumination. After some time, she typed back, let's arrange the trip promptly. He did not inquire about her dreams, but he could surmise from her expression that her years had been fraught with hardship. Yesterday, she had bared her wounds before so many. How could it not be painful? When he had looked at her, he had an instinctive urge to embrace her, believing it might offer her solace. Yet, he resisted that impulse, fearing that once he crossed that line, he could no longer control the unfolding events. In the morning, Assistant Liu awoke to a flurry of messages urging him to act. A wave of deep resignation washed over him. This is what you call a lack of feeling? A disinterest? A forced marriage? Clearly, he was more invested than anyone. It seemed that the position of the CEO's spouse might soon become available. Song Mai rose early, preparing breakfast before Chu Xing awoke. When he saw her, he paused momentarily. Up so early? With a radiant smile, she replied, I wanted to rise early. It's good for my health. Today, she wore a simple white dress, devoid of embellishments or brand labels, yet it was clean and fresh, pleasing to the eye. It was evident she had truly emerged from the shadows of yesterday. After finishing their meal, with time still on their side, Song Mai began to till the soil in the yard. Her vegetable seeds had arrived, and she was eager to prepare the empty patch of land. Chu Xing observed her, showing no inclination to return indoors, so he instructed Assistant Liu to park the car a little farther away. Noticing he was about to leave, Song Mai brushed the dirt from her hands. Do you need me to drive you? Not necessary. After a moment's thought, she added, the transportation around here seems a bit inconvenient. Since it's still early, I can drive you. The man checked his watch and realized it was already getting late. I'll take the bus. As Song Mai continued to work the soil, she suddenly remembered that there seemed to be no bus service nearby. How had he managed to take a bus? Assistant Liu parked at the community entrance, spotting Chu Xing from a distance, and quickly exited the car to open the door. The vehicle sped away, and the man glanced at the time before opening his laptop. Assistant Liu looked at Chu Xing through the rearview mirror. Mr. Yun, the travel arrangements have been made. When would you like her to be informed? Without lifting his gaze, Chu Xing typed swiftly. What are my work commitments for next week? Assistant Liu recited the schedule verbatim. Upon hearing this, the man frowned.
Cancel them.
Which ones? All of them. Assistant Liu nearly jumped, the car swerving dangerously as he struggled to regain control of the wheel. Chu Xing's expression darkened. Do you not wish to proceed? Assistant Liu felt a wave of despair. The man had casually dismissed all of next week's plans. What did that even mean? The group's acquisition strategy had only just begun to take shape.
It was far too early to discard everything.
And no, of course not. My apologies. I'll be more cautious. However, several meetings next week are crucial, including a dinner with the vice president of a drone company from country M. Perhaps we could reconsider? The man paused, his fingers halting on the keyboard, his tone devoid of warmth. Would you rather take my place? Assistant Liu felt a chill run down his spine. Good heavens, whom had he offended? He had merely spoken up, and now he was being threatened.
I didn't mean it that way.
Chu Xing lapsed into silence again, sending Assistant Liu's heart racing as if it might burst. If I may inquire, do you have other plans for next week? The man's lips moved slightly. I'll be going on a trip. Assistant Liu's face was a canvas of confusion. Are you going too? Chu Xing glanced at him.
What?
Am I not allowed? And no, of course you can. But next week is quite busy. Assistant Liu simply could not fathom the whims of a man in love. Just last night, he had urged him to finalize the travel plans, and now he intended to join the trip himself. Logically, everything should be going smoothly, yet he seemed perpetually on edge, snapping back at every comment. He was merely a humble worker. Was his life truly in jeopardy? After a moment's contemplation, Chu Xing tightened his grip on the mouse and said, "Change the meetings to virtual. Ask him if he is available this week, and if not, we'll devise another plan. Convert everything else that can be held online." Understood. Chapter 74. Another when Assistant Liu silently smacked his lips, unable to discern that their president harbored any romantic inclinations. When Song Mai arrived at the company, she encountered Jing Yao, who feigned a harmless demeanor while greeting her, as if she were not the one who conspired against Song Mai alongside her mother the previous day. Yet, the malice hidden within her autumn-like eyes was unmistakable. Song Mai ignored her entirely, as if she were invisible, striding past Jing Yao, who was left fuming in frustration. Lin Ran cast a glance in Jing Yao's direction and silently gave her a thumbs up. "Well done, Mai." Song Mai chuckled lightly, reasoning that maintaining a facade with Jing Yao would only lead to resentment on both sides. Why should she put on a show that disgusted her? She opened the office door, and Lin Ran followed her inside. Upon hearing Song Mai's thoughts, Lin Ran nodded in agreement, echoing her sentiments. She had come to the realization that one should not live solely for others. It was time for her to live for herself. After all, she had decades ahead of her. Why should she concern herself with the opinions of those who did not care for her? Others merely viewed her as a tool. So, why should she continue to be affected by their judgments? As she watered the potted plants by the windowsill, watching them bloom, a smile tugged at her lips. Lin Ran observed her for a moment before suddenly exclaiming, "Mai, you seem different." Beneath the floor-to-ceiling windows, Song Mai, clad in a pristine white dress with her hair cascading gracefully behind her, looked momentarily puzzled. "What do you mean?" Lin Ran scratched her head, struggling to articulate the change she sensed. In any case, she seemed more carefree than before. Song Mai smiled knowingly. It was simply a matter of clarity. She could not allow the malice of others to affect her own happiness. After all, she had done nothing wrong. She was not the villain. Why should she be saddened by the actions of those who were?
Exactly. You should think this way.
Let us not be disheartened. The more they wish for our downfall, the more we must show them our success, Lin Ran encouraged. Just as she finished speaking, Song Mai's phone on the desk chimed with a message. It was a notification congratulating her on winning a 7-day free trip for two to Xicheng. She read the message repeatedly, her eyes widening with disbelief. Unable to put her phone down, Lin Ran leaned in curiously. "What happened? Why do you look like that?" Initially thinking something unfortunate had occurred, Lin Ran's expression held a hint of concern. Song Mai set the phone down and clasped Lin Ran's hand, her voice steady yet tinged with excitement. Ran, I've won again." Lin Ran's eyes widened in astonishment.
"What?
You've won again? What is it this time?" Song Mai recounted the series of events, leaving Lin Ran envious beyond measure. "No way. How come I never noticed your luck before? What is going on with you lately? Are you under a lucky star?" Song Mai found it quite miraculous. Everything seemed too coincidental. Just the other day, she saw friends posting pictures from Xicheng, mentioned her desire to go to Chu Xing, and then stumbled upon this event. After casually sharing it, she ends up winning? It seemed absurd, especially since she had only recently won the rights to a property at Chaoxi Lake. Could this be the magic of big data combined with good fortune? Holding her phone, She felt a flicker of anticipation, despite her previous skepticism about the authenticity of such wins. If this prize were indeed genuine, it would be splendid. Lin Ran seized her hand eagerly. Do you have time after work?
Huh?
Let us go buy lottery tickets. I refuse to believe that with you, my lucky charm. I can't strike it rich. Thus, after work, Lin Ran took Song Mai to a lottery shop, where they scratched off a pile of scratch cards, only to end up losing 200. Lin Ran patted her now empty wallet, on the verge of tears. I brought you along, and we still lost so badly. Under normal circumstances, she would never splurge on so many tickets. She usually bought just one or two for fun. Today, however, with Song Mai's apparent good fortune, she thought perhaps it would rub off on her. The outcome was unexpectedly disappointing. Not only did they not win, but they also ended up losing money. Song Mai comforted her with a sympathetic pat. It's all right. The odds are always against us with these things. Just treat it as a bit of fun. Lin Ran grumbled. But I brought you along. Song Mai chuckled, bemused. She had merely won 3 times in a row. Her luck was not always this favorable, and she often faced more misfortune than the average person. That evening, upon returning home, Song Mai received a call from the event organizers of the Xicheng 7-day trip, providing her with redemption details and reminding her to claim her prize before Friday. After hanging up, she was filled with exhilaration, yet also torn. Should she take a week off work or go on this trip? Should she invite Lin Ran or go with Chu Xing instead? As Chu Xing entered, he found Song Mai lost in thought at the table, her meal already prepared, seemingly unaware of his arrival. What are you thinking about? Startled, Song Mai jolted back to reality. However, during dinner, it was evident that her mind was elsewhere, her expressions revealing a multitude of thoughts. What's going on? Chu Xing served her a piece of sweet and sour pork ribs, urging her to eat. Song Mai opened up about her recent win. Initially, she had never expected to win. She simply shared the event casually, but now that she had, she felt conflicted. If she went, she would need to take a week off, jeopardizing her perfect attendance and salary for that week. This perspective had not occurred to him. Her concerns were not merely about travel expenses, but also about her salary. Go ahead. Haven tea you always wanted to visit? Song Mai stirred her porridge contemplatively. I do want to go, but... Chapter 75. Let us go together. There's nothing to hesitate about. If you wish to go, then go. Money is never-ending. And now that the burden of rent is alleviated, indulging in a little relaxation is perfectly acceptable. Song Mai, already torn in her thoughts, felt a flicker of excitement at his suggestion. Are you free next week? She reasoned that since it was a trip meant for two, it would be illogical to embark on it alone. After all, he was her nominal husband and had assisted her greatly. If he had the time to travel with her, it would be quite delightful. If he was unavailable, she could always ask Lin Ran, who might be willing to take a leave of absence to join her. The man pretentiously opened his phone, glancing at his cleared schedule. I'm available. Song Mai's eyes sparkled. Then can we go together? Observing her elation, the corners of the man's mouth curled into a barely perceptible smile.
All right.
Once the decision was made, Song Mai promptly exchanged her reward and secured her leave. Since her promotion, Fang Yu had found various reasons to be displeased with her, always looking for an opportunity to create trouble. Yet, her meticulous nature, coupled with her position as deputy manager, rendered him powerless to act against her. Now that she was taking a week off, no longer a thorn in Fang Yu's sight, he was only too eager to grant her request without a second thought. However, when Zheng Yao heard the news, her reaction was quite pronounced. She shot up from her bed, her beautiful eyes tinged with anger. Why didn't you tell me such an important matter? Fang Yu, puzzled, replied, if she wants to take leave, let her. Why would I want to see her? Have you not noticed her attitude? Ever since her promotion, she has been increasingly dismissive of me. Most people in the department now turn to her for inquiries. Who still cares about me, the department manager? This is a perfect opportunity to set things straight and let everyone know whose words truly carry weight. Zhang Yao's gaze darkened, her lips pressed tightly together in silence. That miserly Song Mai would never splurge on an expensive meal, so how could she afford to take a week off? It was important to note that taking leave would result in a quarter of her salary being deducted, a significant sum indeed. Do you know why she is taking leave? Fong Yu leaned back on the bed, his hands caressing the slender, delicate legs of the woman beside him, satisfaction gleaming in his eyes. I don't know. She just said she had something to do, and I consented. Zheng Yao was infuriated, her chest tightening with frustration. Why don't you ask anything? She must have some secret, and now, you don't even know why she's taking leave. She was seething but couldn't fully express it, her expression sour. Fong Yu, sensing her reproachful tone, shifted his hand from her leg to her waist, pulling Zheng Yao into his embrace. Are you blaming me? Zheng Yao felt a knot in her heart but bit her tongue.
No.
Fong Yu scoffed. You're upset that I didn't inquire further. But do you really think that shameless Song Mai would divulge any hidden secrets to me? If she wishes to conceal something, she could easily fabricate a reason for her leave. Zheng Yao remained silent, her mind racing with speculations about Song Mai's motives for taking leave. Could it be that she intended to divorce and marry that older man? Beyond that, Zheng Yao could fathom no other reason for Song Mai's absence. Yet, these past few days, she and T appeared to be in such a predicament. In fact, her spirits seemed rather high. Fong Yu noticed her distraction and pressed her down beneath him. When you're with me, you must not think of anything else. With that, he impatiently tore at Zheng Yao's cool attire and eagerly descended upon her. Zheng Yao had little desire for such activities, instinctively attempting to push him away. Hadn't they already? However, before she could finish her thought, Fong Yu sealed her ruby lips with his hands roving over her body. What happened before is in the past. What is happening now is the present. Who says we can only indulge once? In an instant, the room was filled with the warmth of spring. The next day, Friday had arrived, and Song Mai had already compiled a list of items needed for the trip, eagerly awaiting the end of her workday to make her purchases. The thought of traveling after today filled her with immense joy. She hummed a tune as she entered the office, not sparing a glance for Zheng Yao at the front desk. Zheng Yao, eager to engage, watched as Song Mai walked past her, feeling as though she had swallowed a fly, her complexion shifting from green to red. During lunch, Lin Ran approached Song Mai to chat. Have you prepared everything? Almost. I'll buy a few more things after work today. Zheng Yao, holding a cup, pretended to refill her water in the pantry but paused outside Song Mai's office, discreetly eavesdropping on their exchange. While Lin Ran and Song Mai engaged in casual conversation, Lin Ran shot a glance towards Zheng Yao, who was clearly standing behind the frosted glass. Song Mai recognized the silhouette instantly. It could only be Zheng Yao. She raised her voice deliberately. Who's standing there? Is there something you need? Come in if you have something to say. Caught off guard, Zheng Yao felt embarrassed as she entered, her smile appearing forced and unnatural. Lin Ran let out a disdainful scoff. Oh? Are you talking to someone or are you eavesdropping? Lin Ran didn't hold back in exposing Zheng Yao's pretense, causing her forced smile to falter, like a mask cracking, threatening to shatter at any moment. Whatever you say, I can't understand. I'm obviously talking to someone else. Lin Ran settled onto the sofa, her gaze towards Zheng Yao filled with contempt. You better be. As soon as Lin Ran arrived, both she and Song Mai ceased their conversation, occasionally glancing at Zheng Yao, seemingly waiting for her to leave. However, Zheng Yao, having come this far, had no intention of departing just yet. Despite the awkwardness, she racked her brain for something to say. I heard you're taking leave next week? Song Mai's eyes twinkled with inscrutable amusement. You're quite well informed. I don't recall mentioning it to anyone. At least, aside from Fong Yu and Lin Ran, she hadn't disclosed it to anyone else. Zheng Yao's gaze darted around, searching for clues in Song Mai's office. I only heard Manager Fong mention it during lunch. Why are you taking leave for such an extended period? Is there something going on? Since you're so close with Manager Fong, didn't he mention it to you? It seemed she still doubted Zheng Yao's relationship with Fong Yu, which was hardly surprising considering she had witnessed their interactions firsthand. Chapter 76. Ordinary colleagues. As Zheng Yao mentioned her relationship with Fong Yu, she instinctively averted her gaze, feeling a pang of guilt. From Song Mai's expression, it was evident that she had already perceived something, stirring an unsettling feeling within Zheng Yao. We are merely ordinary colleagues. Our relationship is nothing extraordinary, she asserted. Song Mai, feigning ignorance, nodded without hesitation. Is that so? However, I encountered you both at a restaurant with my husband last time, and you were holding hands, appearing quite close. Lin Rand's interest was piqued immediately, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. When did this happen? Why haven't you mentioned it before? Zhang Yao had initially sought to gather information, but at that moment, she felt as if she were the subject of discussion, a sensation that left her feeling exposed and uncomfortable. She forced a smile, insisting, "Our relationship is just fine. It's nothing significant." Fearing that Song Mai and Lin Ran would continue their inquiries, she quickly interjected, "By the way, why did you suddenly take such an extended leave? Are you unwell, or is there something happening at home?" The last few words were spoken tentatively, with a hint of anticipation. Song Mai immediately discerned her underlying thoughts. "Are you hoping I am unwell, or that there are issues at home?" Her words were sharp, causing Zheng Yao's expression to shift dramatically.
What do you mean by that?
Song Mai shrugged. "Literally what I said. I'm curious about your intentions in coming here to eavesdrop, and now it seems you've shifted to prying.
Zheng Yao.
How much do you wish for my misfortune?" The candidness of Song Mai's remarks laid bare Zheng Yao's hidden anxieties, causing her forced smile to falter. She glared at Song Mai, her once delicate features now marred by a hint of fury.
What do you mean, Song Mai?
"I came with good intentions to check on you, and you accuse me of malicious intent. That's utterly insulting." Lin Ran, unable to contain her amusement at Zheng Yao's serious demeanor, chimed in, "You know whether your assumptions are malicious." Song Mai, having lost patience for a verbal spar, replied, "My leave is a personal matter. Given our strained relationship, I see no obligation to explain, nor do I desire your concern.
You may leave now."
Zheng Yao, feeling both humiliated and enraged, stormed out, her temper flaring. Meanwhile, Lin Ran continued to observe Song Mai, her gaze scrutinizing until Song Mai felt an unsettling chill under her scrutiny. "What's wrong? I feel like I barely recognize you anymore. When did you become so assertive?" "I absolutely adore it." Lin Ran had always believed Song Mai to possess a gentle disposition, accommodating and amiable, often oblivious to when she was being taken advantage of. Recently, she had noticed a change in Song Mai, but it was only now that she realized she may have never truly known her. Song Mai chuckled softly. "I've always been this way. I just preferred to avoid trouble. You know my circumstances, so I aim to minimize conflicts." However, she soon discovered that her unwillingness to confront issues led those with ill intentions to perceive her as easy prey, resulting in repeated attempts to undermine her. As her short holiday commenced, Song Mai felt an immense sense of tranquility. She gazed at the setting sun, brewed a pot of tea, and placed it on the stone table in her garden, rolling up her pant legs to tend to the untidy vegetable patch. Such simple days were ones she would willingly embrace for a lifetime. In stark contrast to Song Mai's leisurely pace, Chu Xing was engulfed in work. The tasks he had forced himself to address over the past week now piled high upon his desk. Even as the clock approached closing time, an abundance of work remained. Assistant Lu stood by, observing the man tirelessly sift through yet another document, unable to suppress a feeling of admiration. A man in love possesses boundless energy. Despite it being an entire day, he showed no signs of fatigue, as if weariness were a mere illusion. Concurrently, he was conducting the day's final meeting. "I will be unavailable next week. Direct any urgent matters to me promptly. The marketing department must continue to follow up on the acquisition plan, and the project proposal for collaboration with country M remains unsatisfactory. I have already made this abundantly clear. How is it that such low-quality work continues to reach my desk?" The vice president overseeing the marketing department trembled in fear, stuttering, "We have endeavored to amend it as per your requirements." Chu Xing's expression was as cold as frost, and the atmosphere in the conference room was suffocating. "Endeavored? What I require is finished work. After all these years at the company, do I still need to explain this to you?" Large beads of sweat trickled down the vice president's forehead as he wiped it furiously, repeatedly promising to improve before the end of the day. Upon hearing that, the others turned ashen. A few anxiously glanced at the time. It was already 9 in the evening. The implication of finishing by the end of the day meant that those who failed to do so would be deprived of leaving that night. Chu Xing merely grunted in acknowledgement before shifting his gaze to the legal department. "What's the status on the infringement issue? Why has it not been resolved yet?" The vice president of the legal department cautiously replied, We have engaged in multiple discussions with the opposing company, but they steadfastly maintain that they have not infringed upon our patent rights. With an icy demeanor, Chu Xing regarded the vice president like a winter's chill. Do you require my guidance on how to handle this? The vice president hesitated, wishing to defend himself, yet under Chu Xing's penetrating gaze, the words eluded him, leaving him feeling like a quail. I will handle it promptly. With that, Chu Xing scanned the room, each individual trembling at the thought of being singled out. Just as he was about to address the vice president of the information department, his phone rang. He glanced at the screen and answered. The woman's voice was calm, seemingly in good spirits. Upon closer listening, one could detect a hint of laughter, like a gentle spring breeze against his skin, melting away some of the frost in his eyes. His gaze softened, and his tone unconsciously became more tender. Chapter 77. Cohabitation. The woman on the phone spoke words that were lost on him, and the man merely acknowledged her before ending the call. Meanwhile, the individuals in the conference room strained to eavesdrop. If the previous encounter had merely hinted at suspicion, this time it was undeniably confirmed. Their esteemed president was not only in a romantic relationship, but had also taken the significant step of cohabitation. Such rapid progress could hardly go unnoticed. They had not heard of any work commitments that would require Chu Xing to be away, and it was rumored that he had even cancelled an entire week's worth of engagements. Without needing to specify his destination, the implications were glaringly obvious. It seemed he was contemplating matters of a lifelong commitment. Interrupted by Song Mai, he suddenly realized how late it had grown. Let's conclude here for today. Proceed as I previously instructed. The vice president of the information department felt a wave of relief wash over him as he exchanged a knowing glance with the beleaguered vice president of the marketing department, as if silently communicating that someone was blissfully unaware of the looming overtime. Perhaps in a moment of overly buoyant spirits, he unwittingly let slip a reminder to Chu Xing as the others departed. Yunyi, while work is paramount, one must also nurture personal relationships. Women require time and attention. The man's gaze was as sharp as a sword. Are you quite idle? The vice president of the information department instinctively recoiled. No. I must attend to pressing matters. Chu Xing toiled until 4 a.m, finally clearing the backlog of work. By the time he returned home, dawn had begun to break. After a refreshing shower and a change of clothes, he packed his luggage before catching a brief respite. At 7 a.m, as Song Mai rose, Chu Xing also emerged from his room, his eyes tinged with faint shadows, betraying his fatigue. Did you not sleep well? She inquired. He replied, pinching the bridge of his nose. I'll catch some rest during the journey. I'll prepare breakfast first.
All right.
Song Mai quickly assembled a simple breakfast, making a special cup of coffee for Chu Xing. By 8 o'clock, they set off for the airport promptly. Upon checking in, Song Mai was delighted to discover that both she and Chu Xing were booked in business class. Clutching her ticket, her eyes sparkled with excitement as she proudly displayed it to Chu Xing like a schoolchild showcasing an award. Look, it's first class. I've never flown first class before. This prize is truly worth it. Chu Xing regarded her with a newfound fondness, a smirk gracing his lips as he replied, Indeed. Quite impressive. This simple acknowledgement imbued Song Mai with immeasurable joy. She tilted her head proudly. I feel the same way. Though she had flown for work before, it had always been in economy class, sometimes even on discounted tickets. She had never experienced such luxury. While Song Mai flitted about, her curiosity piqued by every detail, Chu Xing remained remarkably composed, effortlessly answering her questions about everything she pointed out, as if first class and fine dining were second nature to him. Have you flown first class before? She asked, her curiosity getting the better of her as she leaned closer. Chu Xing had already adjusted himself comfortably, donning an eye mask. Yes, he replied succinctly. Were you previously well compensated? How could you afford first class? I just checked the prices. They are quite steep. She mused that even if she stumbled upon a windfall, she would hesitate to spend so lavishly on transportation. Fortunately, I've only experienced it once or twice. Song Mai was brimming with questions, eager to understand how he could be so familiar with first class, but seeing his weary visage, she refrained from prying further, opting instead to sit quietly in her seat. Although not fatigue herself, she was mindful not to disturb him. recognizing that he had likely not slept much. So, she lay back, her eyes wide open, taking in the sights around her. The journey to Xicheng was relatively short, spanning just 2 hours.
Yet,
Song Mai felt as though she hadn't fully savored the experience by the time they arrived. The event organizers had meticulously arranged their transportation. As they emerged with their luggage, the driver called Song Mai. He was already waiting at the arrivals area, holding a conspicuous sign. "Miss Song, Mr. Chu. I will be your driver for the week. Please do not hesitate to contact me for anything you may need." Taken aback, Song Mai replied, "Aren't you just here to pick us up?" The driver, a middle-aged man with an earnest demeanor, smiled warmly, his eyes crinkling like crescent moons. "Indeed, however, considering that you are not familiar with Xicheng and that many attractions require transportation to experience the natural beauty, my company has arranged for me to be your driver for the week. This service is included in your package." Upon hearing this, Song Mai felt her decision to take leave had been well worth it. Although she wouldn't have lost a week as salary or attendance bonus, she knew such an opportunity for a luxurious trip would be rare to come by again. "Your company is exceptional. What's the name? I'd love to recommend you for future travels." The driver appeared somewhat bashful, glancing at Chu Xing before responding, "No rush. Let's get you settled in first. I'll take you to your hotel." Song Mai found it peculiar, after all. Who wouldn't want to promote their company when a guest expressed a desire to do so? Nevertheless, her curiosity dissipated as the prospect of viewing the hotel took precedence. The hotel, located in the city center, was renowned as an artistic establishment in Xicheng, designed by a celebrated international architect, radiating an unmistakable artistic ambience. Standing at the entrance, Song Mai gaped in disbelief, momentarily frozen. The attentive bellboy quickly approached to welcome them, and it took her a moment to regain her composure. "Is this hotel truly arranged for us?" she asked the driver incredulously. He nodded with a smile. "Yes, it is indeed." Still in disbelief, she continued, "Really? Such a splendid hotel. Your company must have ulterior motives, right? Just for a raffle event, how could you afford such extravagance?" Given her insights into the ways of capitalists, she assumed that despite her winning, the organizers would not indulge her with such lavish accommodations. After all, who would willingly allow others to take advantage? Her exaggerated expression elicited laughter from the driver. "Rest assured, Miss Song, our company is thriving, and there are no signs of decline for the foreseeable future. The reason for such generous accommodations is twofold. This hotel is part of our group, and we are financially secure enough to offer such amenities without jeopardizing our stability." Even for promotional events, Song Mai remained skeptical until she stepped into the hotel, her feet sinking into the plush carpet, and still found it hard to believe that all of this was real. Chapter 78. A spacious bed. The hotel reception was exceedingly cordial as they received the identification cards of the two guests. A luxurious king-sized room had been prepared for them, and they were handed the room card with a cheerful wish for a pleasant stay. Without a moment's hesitation, Song Mai accepted it, only to realize the implications of what she had just heard. A king-sized room? How would they manage that? She cast an awkward glance at Chu Xing. In truth, Chu Xing had not anticipated there being only one room. He had entrusted everything to Assistant Liu, never considering that Assistant Liu would book a king-sized room upon learning they were a couple under a 1-year contract. Suddenly, he recalled how Assistant Liu had smiled knowingly before their departure, remarking that everything had been arranged splendidly and wishing him a delightful time. He had paid it no mind then, but now understood the underlying intentions. The man's expression darkened, clearly displeased. Song Mai hastily explained, "I had no idea it would be this way." "Indeed," Chu Xing replied tersely, his reticence making Song Mai uneasy. She couldn't help but think, "Surely, he doesn't believe I purposely requested a single room? If that were the case, I would be utterly wronged." As she brooded, the man suddenly glanced at her. As if to clarify, "I understand." With that, she felt a wave of relief and turned to negotiate with the receptionist. "Perhaps we could forego the luxurious king-sized room and opt for 2 standard rooms instead? We can cover any additional costs if necessary." The receptionist maintained a polite smile. "I'm afraid all the standard king-sized rooms have already been booked." While labeled as standard, in such a hotel, they were far from ordinary. They merely paled in comparison to other room types within the establishment, yet when compared to other hotels, they were exceptional. Thus, Many guests seeking a lavish experience would choose the more reasonably priced king-sized rooms, resulting in none being available. The man furrowed his brow, then book another luxurious king-sized room. Song Mai quickly interjected, "What is the rate for that room?" "Certainly. The rate for a luxurious king-sized room is 888 per night." Upon hearing this, Song Mai's eyes widened in disbelief. She nearly thought she had misheard. 888? That's equivalent to my entire monthly salary. Is the bed made of gold? She quickly caught Chu Xing's arm and whispered, "Perhaps we should reconsider. It's too expensive. We could explore other options." She offered a slightly pained smile and turned back to the receptionist. "Alternatively, could we switch to a twin room? Unfortunately, those are also fully booked. We do have a presidential suite available which should meet your requirements, though it would entail an additional fee." "How much?" "The standard rate for the presidential suite is 888. Song Mai was taken aback. "Isn't that even pricier than booking another luxurious king-sized room? Is this hotel a necessity?" In that moment, she contemplated abandoning her chance to stay at this artistic hotel and instead sought two standard rooms elsewhere. Yet, considering the significant expense and the hotel's exquisite ambience, she hesitated. The driver, sensing her dilemma, interjected, "It seems I was misinformed. I received word that you two were a couple. Is that not the case?" Unable to explain their unique situation, Song Mai could only bite her lip and tug at Chu Xing's sleeve. "What do you think? Shall we make do?" Upon uttering those words, her cheeks flushed, wishing she could vanish into the ground. The man nodded. "If you have no objections, then I am agreeable." Seeing their consensus, the driver departed, and Song Mai, pulling her suitcase, followed closely behind Chu Xing. The hotel was indeed stunning. Both the interior and architecture resembled an art gallery, prompting her to silently marvel multiple times at the design ingenuity. What kind of designer could conceive such thoughtful details? As she admired the hotel's displays and murals, the awkwardness faded from her mind. Every few steps, she encountered masterpieces hanging on the walls. Whether calligraphy or paintings, there were countless works, enough to rival even a genuine art museum. It wasn't until Chu Xing opened the door to their room that her heart began to race. The driver had been correct. Not staying here would indeed be a loss, and a considerable one at that. The room's design and decor were uniquely distinctive. However, upon seeing the heart made of rose petals on the king-sized bed, her face flushed anew. This was rather considerate. The more embarrassed she became, the more acute her senses sharpened. She could hear every sound, the chirping of birds outside, the whisper of the wind, and her own breath, each one crystal clear. Song Mai cleared her throat. "The rose petals are quite lovely." The man ignored her, having already retrieved his laptop from his bag and seated himself to work, appearing utterly unfazed by their surroundings. "You can tidy up. Call me when you're finished."
All right.
Seeing him unperturbed eased her own discomfort. She opened her suitcase and busied herself with unpacking, even remembering to share some snacks she had brought with Chu Xing. The man remained engrossed in his work, his expression serious, which made her reluctant to disturb him. Once she had finished organizing, she sat on the bed and played with her phone until Chu Xing finally shut his laptop. He glanced at the time. It was already 1 p.m. "Why didn't you call me?" "No need. We have a whole week for this trip. There's no rush." She changed into casual attire, a stark contrast to her usual formal wear. The day before departure, Lin Ran had given her several lovely dresses, encouraging her to enjoy the trip and take plenty of beautiful photos, steering clear of her typical monotonous outfits. She hung all her clothes in the wardrobe and then pulled out a light blue floral dress. With her fair complexion, the pale blue accentuated her skin's radiance, giving her a fresh and elegant appearance. A simple touch of makeup enhanced her beauty, contrasting with her usual bare face. Previously, her mind had been consumed solely with the pursuit of wealth, focusing daily on maximizing her earnings and minimizing expenses, leading to a rather dismal quality of life. Chapter 79. A surprise now that she had opened her heart and ventured out, her spirits naturally lifted, prompting her desire to adorn herself. She was not strikingly beautiful, nor did she possess the enchanting allure of a fairy-like beauty, yet she had her own distinctive style, simple, clean, gentle, yet imbued with a touch of grace, accompanied by a hint of literary charm. As soon as she emerged from the restroom, a glimmer of astonishment flickered in the man's eyes. "Are you hungry?" He observed her from the sofa, the blue hem of her dress swaying with her movements, reminiscent of a fluttering butterfly, captivating and graceful. Song Mai nodded earnestly.
A bit.
He smiled. "Let us go eat." The driver was already waiting downstairs. Prior to her arrival, Song Mai had done her research. Yet when it came time to choose a dining venue, she heeded the driver's suggestion, opting for a mushroom banquet that showcased local flavors. The prices were reasonable, and the restaurant appeared clean, its overall style resonating with local characteristics. Song Mai dined joyfully, sharing tales of peculiar happenings she had encountered. His handsome features and attentive demeanor quickly drew the gaze of many young women, eliciting envious glances directed at Song Mai. This made her ponder, saying, "While a beautiful girlfriend brings pride to a man, is it not the same for women?" However, the moment she stepped through the door, a wave of anxiety washed over her. She sat uneasily on the bed, stealing glances at Chu Xing. As he packed his belongings, he remarked, "I'll sleep on the sofa tonight." His initiative provided her with some comfort, yet she also felt a twinge of guilt. "Then I'll take the sofa tomorrow. We can alternate. I can't let you travel and be stuck on the sofa." He dismissed her concern. "It's fine. It's only right. Would you like to shower first?" Song Mai was momentarily taken aback.
All right.
Clutching her bathrobe, she awkwardly made her way to the bathroom. Although they had lived together before, never had they been this close. After her bath, she hesitated for a long time in her robe before finally emerging from the bathroom. Chu Xing glanced up at her, his gaze unconsciously drifting from her porcelain cheeks to her neck, then to her exposed collarbone, finally resting on her long, slender legs. His eyes deepened with intensity, igniting a warmth within that made Song Mai feel somewhat uncomfortable. She walked over to the mirror to dry her hair, but before long, a large hand grasped hers. "I'll do it," he said softly, his voice resonating deeply in the stillness of the night. His palm radiated warmth, yet she felt it burn her skin. "No need. You should shower. I can manage." Chu Xing insisted on taking the hairdryer from her, his fingers deftly untangling and drying her hair. Her locks cascaded to her waist, often tied up carelessly, so he had never noticed their length before. Although she tried to avoid looking at him, his striking features were simply too captivating, and despite her efforts to divert her gaze, her eyes ultimately found their way to him through the mirror. The woman reflected in the glass bore cheeks tinged with a delicate blush, reminiscent of two blooming clouds. His fingertips occasionally brushed against her ear and neck, sending shivers down her spine and painting her skin with an unnatural flush. Eventually, he finished drying her hair, placing the hairdryer on the table before turning to retrieve his bathrobe from the bathroom. Her heart felt as though it had been stirred by a gentle hand, leaving her restless and unable to settle her thoughts. Never mind, sleep. Why dwell on such matters? Yet, as her mind raced with unwelcome thoughts, the notion of an unexpected encounter with him crossed her mind. Startled by her own peculiar musings, Song Mai promptly climbed into bed, cocooning herself tightly beneath the covers. After all, once she fell asleep, she would think of nothing at all. However, just as she began to regain her composure, a voice emerged from the bathroom. "Song Mai." Her breath caught in her throat, and she instinctively swallowed hard. Why was he calling her now? What's wrong? Her voice trembled slightly. "Could you please hand me the towel?" His voice, clear and melodious, seemed to carry a veil of steam from behind the door, enhancing its allure and igniting a desire to draw closer. Glancing at the towels on the cabinet that he had neglected to take, she responded, "All right.
Thank you." Slowly,
She descended from the bed, collecting both the bath towel and the hand towel, intending to place them on the washstand by the door.
thud.
Her heart, which had just begun to calm, raced once more. As she rolled about on the bed, she suddenly understood Lin Rand's description of Chu Xing as a charming fox. He truly deserved the title. He had done nothing at all yet exuded an air of restraint and aloofness, stirring her heartstrings in a way few men could. Ding-dong. Her phone on the bedside table chimed. Picking it up, she discovered a message from Lin Ran. "How's it going? Is your little world together blissful? Song Mai." This girl, a single dog herself, had an irrepressibly quick tongue. Upon seeing her exasperated emoji, Lin Ran sent another message, teasing her with a playful remark. I prepared something for you, just in case you're feeling shy. Perplexed, Song Mai asked, prepared what? Lin Ran replied with a cheeky emoji. In that pile of clothes I gave you, just open it and see. There's a surprise. Curiosity piqued. Song Mai glanced at the still-closed bathroom door, then climbed out of bed once more to open the bag Lin Ran had given her. According to Lin Ran, the bag contained an assortment of exquisite dresses she had bought, many of which had never been worn, specifically chosen for this trip. Yet, Song Mai felt no need for such adornments. She had never been fond of taking photographs, and her relationship with Chu Xing was not that of a true couple. Chapter 80. Is it beautiful? There's no need to be overly concerned about appearances. Clothing should simply be comfortable to wear. Thus, she casually stuffed the bag into her suitcase, without ever opening it to see its contents. She opened the wardrobe and retrieved the bag she had carelessly placed at the bottom while packing. Inside were 3 dresses, each distinct in style. However, upon removing the dresses, she discovered a small black pouch hidden beneath them, so diminutive that one would hardly notice it unless the dresses were taken out. Song Mai pulled the pouch out and carelessly emptied its contents. A mere glance caused her cheeks to flush crimson. It was a dazzling set of red lace lingerie, not excessively revealing but undeniably sensual, perfectly accentuating the curves of a woman's body without appearing vulgar. Lin Ran had indeed put thought into her selection, but unfortunately, it was of no use to her. Holding the alluring lingerie, Song Mai found herself in a rather absurd predicament. This young lady seemed to be preoccupied with thoughts far removed from her own single status, instead plotting for this married woman. Just as she was lost in contemplation, the bathroom door suddenly creaked open and a man emerged. Initially, he paid her no mind, assuming she was simply tidying up her clothes. Yet her actions were somewhat furtive, piquing his curiosity. What are you doing? He inquired, not having noticed what she held, only a vague glimpse of a red object she had stuffed into the bag. Song Mai wished she could disappear into the ground, desperate to evade his gaze. She was uncertain whether Chu Xing had truly seen anything, but when he asked, she could only muster a response with a forced bravado. And nothing. Just organizing my clothes. Her eyes darted nervously, betraying her unease.
Chu Xing,
Perplexed by her disjointed explanation, remarked, you seem a bit off. Gripping the black pouch, Song Mai stammered, it's lingerie, so. Fortunately, upon hearing this, the man did not press further, allowing her to exhale a sigh of relief. How about it? Do you like it? I spent a long time picking it out. I guarantee your husband will be entranced when he sees you in it. Have you worn it? Is your husband captivated by you? With looks like his, how can you resist? Have you ever even tried? Song Mai cast a glance at Chu Xing, who had just emerged from the shower, droplets of water cascading down his neck to form a small pool at his collarbone. He wore a bathrobe casually, and as he moved, it slightly opened at the front, revealing a well-defined chest that hinted at his muscular physique. The contrast between his serious demeanor and the underlying allure created an intoxicating tension that was irresistibly captivating. Indeed, he seemed rather enticing. Song Mai couldn't help but stare. Perhaps her gaze was too fervent, for he suddenly turned his head, their eyes locking. Startled, her pupils dilated, her heart skipping a beat. Is it beautiful? He asked unexpectedly, leaving her baffled. What? He looked at her as if she were foolish. It was then that Song Mai realized she had been caught in the act of peeking, her face flushing a deep crimson. I wasn't. She wished to explain that it was not intentional, but the very act of spying rendered her justification somewhat absurd, and she swallowed the rest of her words. Yet, she had already arrived at an unspoken conclusion. It is beautiful, truly stunning. With a soft chuckle, he shook his head and returned to his work, while Song Mai, having been exposed, dared not look at him again. Yet, the more she resisted, the more a voice within her urged her to steal another glance, whispering that it would be harmless. She surreptitiously stole a few more looks. The man engrossed in his work exuded a captivating charm that drew her gaze time and again. After a while, she sighed and texted Lin Ran. He really is quite handsome. Lin Ran nearly dropped her phone in surprise. No way, sister. You're just now realizing your husband is handsome? What is your taste? This handsome man has been right in front of you, and you only now acknowledge it? How utterly tragic. It's as if you've overlooked a masterpiece. A flurry of messages from Lin Ran left Song Mai chuckling softly. She had long known he was handsome, but now she truly felt the magnetic allure he possessed, a quality that no other handsome man could evoke. Song Mai fidgeted with her blanket, struggling to redirect her thoughts. She knew she could not dwell on him any longer, lest she succumb to uncontrollable urges. Instead, she pulled out the photos she had taken that day, meticulously editing each one. Only when weariness began to wash over her did she finally set her phone aside, preparing for sleep. As Chu Xing continued his work, he glanced at the woman on the bed, noticing she seemed to have drifted off. He switched off the main light, leaving only a small reading lamp aglow, casting the room into a dim ambience. After a while, once her steady breathing filled the silence, he set aside his laptop and swiftly entered the bathroom. He soon dialed a number, lowering his voice slightly as he spoke. How are the negotiations with the drone company progressing? They remained steadfast on the price they previously offered and refused to budge. With a scoff, he replied, "They've long been operating at a loss. Though their technology is commendable, they lack foresight. If they continue down this path, bankruptcy is inevitable. I am willing to invest a considerable sum to acquire them now, which is already a concession on my part." Chapter 81. Pure desire, after all, apart from Yunxing, no other enterprise could possibly amass such a significant sum of money in one go. The price offered by Yunxing was not insignificant. It was not that they could not afford a higher price, but rather that the offer did not warrant such a valuation. Assistant Lu's expression was grave. I conveyed this to them, yet their president remained adamant, stating that if we did not agree to their proposed price, there was no point in further discussions. Assistant Lu proceeded to report on various developments within the company, and the man prepared to end the call. Just as he was about to press the disconnect button, Assistant Lu unexpectedly inquired, "Are you satisfied with the arrangements for this trip?" His inquiry, rather than eliciting a response, caused the man's countenance to darken instantly. Assistant Lu, perplexed, considered what he might have done wrong, only to realize that the man had already hung up. What had he done to deserve such a reaction? He recalled that he had made the arrangements quite well. This was rather ruthless. After all, it was Africa. Assistant Lu's face fell, and he felt as though the once bright future had plunged into an abyss of darkness. When the man emerged from the bathroom, the woman remained in slumber. She seemed to feel a bit warm, as the blanket covering her had slipped down to her waist, and her nightgown was disheveled from her tossing and turning. At this moment, her neckline was wide open, exposing her fair, delicate shoulders. Her pale pink arms lay unconsciously atop the blanket, while her beautiful eyes were closed, and her lips were a deep crimson, standing out vividly against the dim yellow light. The scene was both innocent and alluring, undeniably captivating. The man felt his throat tighten, and his gaze darkened, becoming intensely heated as it rested upon Song Mai. In the next instant, he hastened forward, pulling the blanket tightly around her waist, shielding the enticing view before him. Only then did Chu Xing let out a breath he hadn't realized he was holding, momentarily appearing dazed. However, Song Mai was deeply asleep and suddenly felt overheated, uncomfortable in her sleep. She turned, inadvertently kicking the blanket aside, revealing her long and graceful legs. The man's gaze darkened further, fixated on her legs for a few seconds before he once again pulled the blanket up over her. Feeling her discomfort, he lowered the air conditioning a few degrees, and a cool breeze swept through the room. This brought some relief to Song Mai, and the furrow in her brow gradually relaxed. Sensing the heat within him, Chu Xing re-entered the bathroom. He thought to himself that the earlier shower had been in vain. He spent a full 15 minutes under the cold water before emerging, towel-drying his hair while glancing at the bed with an air of intention. Before long, the hotel's housekeeping delivered the blanket he had requested. After spreading it out, he lay on the sofa, hoping to drift off to sleep. Yet, the images from earlier kept replaying in his mind. Frustrated, he attempted to shift positions, only to find that his tall frame barely fit on the sofa, making it impossible to turn comfortably. Chu Xing was puzzled by his own reaction. He had encountered numerous beautiful women, many of whom had gone to great lengths to seduce him, yet he had remained indifferent, even repulsed. But today, having merely glanced at Song Mai, and it not even being an explicit view, he found himself unable to forget it. This was utterly unscientific. Meanwhile, Song Mai was blissfully unaware of the turmoil. Having just arrived in Xicheng and exhausted from a day of travel and exploration, she was genuinely fatigued. The bed was incredibly comfortable, arguably the best she had ever slept in, and she remained deeply asleep, oblivious to how Chu Xing spent his night. Listening to the steady rhythm of her breathing, he felt a stirring restlessness within him. After tossing and turning for what felt like an eternity, he finally fell asleep in the early hours of the morning. When Song Mai awoke the next morning, the blanket had been kicked to the floor, and her nightgown was askew, barely concealing anything except for her essential areas. Alarmed, she quickly pulled the blanket back over herself and glanced towards the sofa. Chu Xing was still asleep, showing no signs of waking. Relieved, she quietly adjusted her nightgown under the blanket. Clearly, wearing such a loose garment to bed was unwise. Last night she had thought it acceptable. But given her laziness to change, she had opted not to. Little did she know how easily it could come undone during her sleep. Fortunately, he had not awakened. If he had seen her, it would have been utterly mortifying. With these thoughts lingering, Song Mai felt a twinge of anxiety. She reached for her phone on the bedside table and checked the time, only to find it was merely 7:30 in the morning. With no need to rise early for work, she had no intention of starting her day too soon. After all, a trip was meant for rest and relaxation. If she filled her schedule to the brim with activities, it would be more exhausting than a regular workday. Since Chu Xing was still asleep, she decided against going downstairs for breakfast, tossing her phone aside and burying herself under the covers. After all, such leisurely mornings wouldn't be a daily occurrence. It was better to sleep well and recharge, ensuring she had energy for her adventures. The two remained in slumber until nearly 9 o'clock. Song Mai was the first to rise, tidying up until Chu Xing finally stirred. Upon seeing her, memories of the previous night flooded back into his mind. "Good morning." She greeted him with a bright smile, yet he remained silent, seemingly preoccupied, and headed straight to the bathroom to freshen up. According to their plans, they were to visit a renowned ancient town in Xicheng today, followed by a meal and an evening stroll by the sea, an impeccably perfect day. She packed her essentials into her bag while the driver arrived downstairs. They both boarded the car, with the man remaining taciturn throughout the ride. Song Mai, however, was brimming with excitement. Having never visited Xicheng before, everything felt novel and enchanting. This coastal city, imbued with ethnic and romantic charm, offered an array of unique experiences. As she gazed out the window at the scenery, she occasionally shared her observations with Chu Xing. Chapter 82, Intoxication after finishing dinner in the evening. Song Mai changed into a pair of shorts and strolled along the beach, splashing in the water with the man. The vibrant, fiery sunset mingled with the azure sea, casting a romantic purplish hue upon the water's surface. By this time, the beach had become lively, with groups of 3 or 5 gathering together. Some sat on the sand chatting, while others lingered near a quaint tavern, sipping drinks and listening to the resident singer strumming the guitar and performing indie songs. Song Mai, barefoot and holding her shoes, walked along the shoreline. The waves ebbed and flowed, splashing against her calves, while the soft, damp sand beneath her feet felt delightful. She called out to Chu Xing to join her, but after a few refusals, she ceased to insist. She continued to wade into the water, with him trailing behind, accompanying her along the shore. "Have you ever been to Xicheng?" she inquired, tilting her head to look at him.
Chu Xing not dead? When?
"A few years ago." Song Mai did not press further, and turned her gaze to a nearby food truck selling ice cream and coffee. Excitedly, she exclaimed, "Let's go there."
With that,
She lifted her legs and ran ahead. Watching her retreating figure, the corners of the man's mouth lifted, revealing a silent smile. In that moment, her vitality seemed to embody her true essence. At the food truck, Song Mai purchased 2 cups of coffee and 2 ice creams, handing one to Chu Xing. He glanced at the ice cream she offered, a barely perceptible frown forming on his brow. "You eat it," she insisted, savoring her strawberry-flavored treat. "I already have one."
this was meant for you.
Reluctantly, he accepted it, hesitating before taking a small bite. The creamy sweetness melted in his mouth, a refreshing chill coursing through him, alleviating the oppressive heat that had settled in his chest. "How is it?" she asked, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. "Not bad." His approval elicited an immediate smile from her. As night fell, the beach grew increasingly crowded. During the day, many had found it too hot, leaving the sand eerily quiet, but now, the sky was cloaked in darkness. The heat dissipated, and the night breeze carried a refreshing coolness, creating an immensely comfortable atmosphere. It seemed that only at night could one truly realize the arrival of early autumn. Torches flickered outside the tavern, where many gathered, enjoying the music and dancing. Song Mai perched upon a large rock, her hair tousled by the sea breeze. She gazed at the distant lights, a hint of yearning in her eyes. "Do you want to go?" she asked eagerly, nodding vigorously. She indeed longed for that feeling of carefree freedom. "Then let's head over," he replied, striding in the direction of the tavern, prompting Song Mai to scramble off the rock to follow him. At the tavern entrance, a barbecue stall was set up with numerous tables, where a few patrons were scattered, enjoying grilled delicacies. Song Mai sat down, ordered several skewers of barbecue, and requested a bottle of plum wine, relishing the night breeze while watching the nearby revelry, feeling utterly content. However, Chu Xing remained still, not having touched the skewers before him. She handed him a skewer of beef, but he held it for a moment before placing it back on the plate. "Don't you like it?" she asked, a hint of confusion in her voice. "It's fine." He observed the diners around him, devouring skewers while clutching beers, their greasy expressions causing a slight discomfort within him. It wasn't that he disliked barbecue. He simply found the cleanliness of such stalls concerning. Pouring him a small cup of plum wine, she didn't press him to eat the barbecue. This moment was the pinnacle of enjoyment for her, akin to stolen time, making each second feel precious. A smile graced her face as she downed one cup after another, seemingly untouched by intoxication. Seeing her delight, Chu Xing took a sip from his glass as well. The rich blend of alcohol and concentrated plum flavor flooded his mouth, causing him to grimace slightly. As the bottle neared its end, Song Mai reached for the remaining liquid to pour herself another glass. Quick as a flash, Chu Xing snatched the bottle from her grasp. "No more. Be careful not to get drunk. This is hardly quality wine. If you drink too much, you might end up with a headache."
Yet.
She was unwilling to relent, her eyelashes fluttering as her gaze turned misty, almost dreamy. "I'm not drunk. I just want one last cup." Clearly, she was already tipsy. Her cheeks flushed, laughing with an abandon she rarely displayed. "You're drunk. You can't drink anymore." She shook her head vigorously. "No, I'm not. Just one more, I promise." She gazed earnestly at him, her tone teasing like a playful pout. With no other option, he poured her a small glass. Song Mai eagerly seized the cup, downing it in one gulp, a glimmer of satisfaction reflected in her eyes. It was around 9 o'clock in the evening, not too early, yet not late either, and the beach was alive with activity. The tavern's resident singer had transitioned from love songs to rock, passionately belting out tunes on a makeshift wooden stage. The lively music reverberated through the air, and the crowd surrounding the bonfire danced in rhythm. "Come on, let us not stop now. It's still early,"
He sighed.
his patience tested. "Song Mai, you're drunk." With her chin lifted defiantly, she retorted, "I'm not." Just then, two young girls dressed in traditional attire approached, warmly inviting. "Come dance with us." Without a second thought, he declined, but Song Mai eagerly accepted, swept away by the girls. Though she couldn't dance, the slight intoxication made everything feel surreal and joyous. She swayed gently with the crowd, reveling in the moment. Chu Xing preferred solitude, disinterested in mingling amidst the noise. He found the music increasingly grating, yet he couldn't leave her side, anxious about her being alone. So, he remained nearby, waiting for her to return. Chapter 83. Sharing the same bed, a woman adorned in a striking red strapless beach dress settled into the spot where Song Mai had just been, her gaze brimming with flirtation as she regarded the man. "Hey there, are you here alone?" The man, disinterested, offered her not even a glance, his eyes fixed intently on Song Mai, who was dancing. "No, I'm here with my wife." The woman, radiant and voluptuous, had dressed provocatively, accentuating her curves, making her stand out in the crowd, attracting the attention of numerous young men who approached her. Yet, she was uninterested in them. Her eyes quickly fell upon the solitary figure of Chu Xing dressed in a crisp white casual shirt over a white t-shirt. He exuded a clean and handsome appeal. She was taken aback to discover that such an attractive man was married. A fleeting shadow of disappointment crossed her features, but she persisted. "So why are you here alone?" "Waiting for my wife." The woman pulled out her phone, her eyes sparkling with mischief. "How about we exchange numbers?" The man, losing his patience, retorted, "Do you think that would be appropriate?" Her pride bruised by his bluntness, she realized the impropriety of pursuing a married man. Despite her attraction, she understood the futility of her intentions. However, something about him felt unique, as if missing this chance meant losing an unparalleled opportunity. Thus, she boldly sought his contact information, only to be met with his cold rejection. "I'm not interested in making friends." He drained the remaining half of his drink in one swift motion. Following his gaze towards the dancing crowd, she spotted Song Mai, grinning foolishly, which ignited a spark of disdain within her. This simpleton was his wife. Though her features were decent, she paled in comparison to the woman's striking allure. How could such an ordinary person be with a man of his caliber? "Is that really your wife?"
Yes.
"She doesn't seem impressive. Why not share your contact with me? We could have some fun together." Chu Xing's brows knitted tightly in irritation. He felt no inclination toward this forward woman, only a growing distaste. "I'm not interested." Rising abruptly, he strode into the throng of dancers, locating Song Mai with precision, taking her hand and leading her away. "But why are we leaving so soon? I haven't had enough fun yet," Song Mai protested, still reveling in a moment. Chu Xing felt a pang of exasperation. "You might be enjoying yourself, but others have their eyes on your husband." He walked briskly, and Song Mai had to jog to keep up.
What?
She heard his voice but couldn't make out his words. "Nothing." Once the door was pushed open, she flopped onto the sofa, the scent of the plum wine lingering in the air. The man's expression was dark as he tossed a bathrobe and towel at her. "Go take a shower." Uncertain of the cause of his displeasure, she sensed his discontent but was too intoxicated to inquire about it, her eyes dazed as she stumbled toward the bathroom. Chu Xing watched her unsteady gait with concern, yet he knew the boundaries of their relationship. He could only wait outside, listening for any sounds from within. As expected, it wasn't long before her startled cry echoed from the bathroom.
Ouch.
He hurried to the door, his voice tinged with worry. "What happened?" "I just slipped," she replied, nursing her sore bottom. "Is it serious?"
Can you stand?
"I'm fine, I can manage." After a struggle, she finally finished her shower, awkwardly donning the bathrobe, only to be overtaken by a wave of sleepiness. She felt as though she might faint, her eyelids heavy and threatening to close. Stumbling to the sofa, she shooed Chu Xing away. "I'm sleeping on the sofa tonight. You'll sleep in the bed."
No.
"It's only fair if we take turns. Get up, I need to sleep." Seeing him unmoved, she even resorted to pushing him with her small hands. Yet, he was not one to be easily budged. In her exhaustion and growing irritation, she insisted, "Get up."
Chu Xing.
Having no genuine intention of allowing her to sleep on the sofa, lifted her effortlessly and deposited her onto the bed. "Just sleep here, I'm a man. It's only right I take the sofa." With that, he tucked her in securely. As her head met the pillow, she succumbed to sleep almost instantly. Once she was peacefully slumbering, he took his bathrobe into the bathroom. Song Mai was unaware of how long she had slept. Upon awakening, the sound of running water reached her ears. Blinking in confusion, she rubbed her eyes and, instinctively seeking comfort, crawled back onto the sofa. When Chu Xing emerged, he found her soundly asleep on the sofa, clutching her blanket tightly. The following morning, as Song Mai stirred from her dreams, a pounding headache greeted her. Struggling to rise from the sofa, she felt unwell and decided to sleep a bit longer. However, on autopilot, she wandered to the bed, pulling back the covers and slipping in. Chu Xing, having endured 2 sleepless nights, was utterly exhausted. He had worked late into the early hours, and just as he fell into a deep sleep, he was oblivious to the presence of another person beside him. When Song Mai awoke a second time, sunlight streamed through the window, casting playful shadows on the bed. She instinctively pressed her temples, reaching for her phone on the nightstand. Suddenly, it dawned on her. How had she ended up in bed? A wave of shock coursed through her as she froze in disbelief. Chapter 84. Is it just a mistake? She instinctively checked to see if Chu Xing was asleep on the sofa, but when she raised her eyes, The sofa was empty, with only the blanket she had brought over in disarray. Suddenly, Song Mai remembered that she had drowsily lain down on the bed after going to the bathroom. This realization meant he might also be in bed. The thought rendered Song Mai as rigid as a marionette, her heart fervently hoping that the man had not yet awakened and discovered her error. She cautiously turned her head for a glance, and upon seeing him with his eyes tightly shut, she let out a sigh of relief. Then, she lifted the blanket, preparing to stealthily get out of bed. Song Mai's eyes widened in shock, yet she dared not turn to face Chu Xing. "Where are you going?" The man, clearly just awakening, spoke in a voice laced with languor that sounded irresistibly alluring. Song Mai felt a tingling sensation in her ears and hurriedly explained, "I accidentally slept in the wrong place. It wasn't intentional. I went to the bathroom and was too tired." "So, you ended up sleeping in my bed?" His tone rose slightly, tinged with a barely perceptible mockery, yet his voice was so melodious that it made her heart race. With her back to Chu Xing, Song Mai's face flushed with embarrassment. It was indeed true, but hearing him say it transformed the reality into something oddly shameful. "I'll go to the sofa now." She pretended to get out of bed again. Having already slept, how could she still leave? Was she planning to simply dismiss it as a mistake? Song Mai's face turned crimson, feeling as though she had committed a grave error, merely having slept in the wrong bed for a short while. Yet he made it sound so peculiar, as if she had not merely slept in a bed. "Because I made a mistake, I should change places. If you want, I can apologize. I truly didn't mean it." She was nearly in tears, fearing that the man might misconstrue her intentions. In her heart, she silently lamented, "Oh, heavens! How could such a melodramatic scene unfold? I genuinely have no ulterior motives, yet it feels as if I harbor some inappropriate desires." The corners of his mouth curled into a faint smile. "When did I say you did it on purpose?" Song Mai felt despondent. "Then what do you want?" "As if I were some shameless man who refuses to take responsibility." Chu Xing found her inner turmoil increasingly humorous. His large hand, resting on her slender waist, exerted a gentle pressure, effortlessly turning her to face him. Song Mai's eyes widened in disbelief as she stammered, What are you doing?" Sunlight streamed onto the man's face, casting shadows that accentuated his chiseled features, making him appear even more enchanting with a smile. "After all that, why are you still afraid to look at me?" Song Mai's eyes widened further. What? Had she truly heard him correctly? Those words escaped his lips? They sounded so unrefined. She managed to force out a smile that was more akin to a grimace. "I was sleeping in a bed. That's what I said." Song Mai nearly choked on her breath, wishing he would cease uttering such suggestive remarks that could easily be misinterpreted. Her heart was fragile, unable to withstand such repeated provocations. "Today was my fault. You should continue sleeping. I'll take my leave." She felt that if she remained beside him any longer, her heart would surely give out from the tension. This time, she had learned her lesson. She swiftly removed his hand from her waist and hastily got out of bed. But she was quick, he was quicker. Chu Xing caught hold of the belt of her robe, pulling her towards him with ease. The robe, already loosened from her movements and attempts to get out of bed, came undone with minimal effort, revealing her bare shoulders and chest. Having consumed alcohol the night before, she had not dressed properly, leaving her upper body nearly exposed, and her mind went blank in that instant. Chu Xing seemed equally surprised by the turn of events. Initially amused by her flushed visage, he had intended to tease her, never anticipating this outcome. The woman's snow-white skin and delicate figure, now revealed, showcased the unique beauty of femininity. Typically clad in loose garments, it was only now that he realized how curvaceous she truly was. Chu Xing's brown eyes remained fixed upon her, the icy demeanor within softening, igniting a fervor that rendered his breath hotter. As Song Mai reached for the blanket to cover herself, the man had already enveloped her in his embrace, pressing his lips against hers. Though not petite, standing at nearly 1.68 meters, she found herself dwarfed in his arms, his towering stature allowing him to envelop her entirely. As tender kisses fell upon her, Song Mai was engulfed in disbelief. The direction of events had veered into unimaginable territory. His hand covered her eyes, his deep, melodious voice infused with an irresistible allure commanded, "Close your eyes." Under some enchantment, she gradually complied, her heart pounding like a drum, the warmth of his lips leaving her immobilized, forgetting to resist. Meanwhile, he silently chuckled, having begun his conquest. He pried her lips apart, seeking entrance with a gentle yet assertive touch. By the time Song Mai realized she wanted to push him away, her limbs felt utterly weak, as if she were a puddle about to dissolve. In her mind, she thought, I must be out of my mind, allowing myself to be swept away with him. Yet, she found it curious that despite knowing it was wrong, a twinge of delight surged within her, leading her to entertain the notion of indulging just this once. A phrase suddenly popped into her head. Desire clouds judgment. The moment the thought crossed her mind, the smile on the man's lips deepened. That glass of water had transformed into honey, making him yearn for her all the more, wishing to consume her entirely, leaving nothing behind. His kisses, initially gentle, soon grew increasingly dominant and forceful. Chapter 85. Your anger. Song Mai tilted her head back, resigned to endure. She had no prior experience in matters of the heart and was unfamiliar with the art of kissing. Yet, in this moment of entanglement, an unexpected harmony enveloped them. The man's breath grew heavier as his hands found their way to her waist, gently caressing her back. Song Mai was unsure if it was merely her illusion or if his bathrobe had loosened. The hand resting against her chest seemed to radiate warmth from his heart. That large hand roamed across her body until it settled on her bosom, and the man made a move as if to press down upon her. At some point, he had shed his bathrobe, leaving her to cover herself with a blanket, her lips flushed from their recent kiss, presenting the appearance of someone who had just been ravaged. Chu Xing lay on the bed, pausing for a few seconds to regain composure. A flicker of regret washed over him. Despite his conscious efforts to ensure she did not develop feelings for him, it was he who ultimately faltered. I'm sorry, he murmured. Song Mai shook her head. It's all right. The room fell into silence as neither of them spoke. After Chu Xing retreated to the bathroom, Song Mai exhaled deeply, releasing the tension. When he emerged from his shower, Song Mai had already changed into her clothes, presenting an aura as if nothing had transpired. Let us grab a bite to eat first. Then we can explore the ancient town, she suggested, planning as usual. Chu Xing observed her, hoping to glean something from her expression, but she remained remarkably composed, betraying no hint of emotion. All right, he replied. He dried his hair, changed his clothes, and left with her. However, when they got into the car, she chose to sit in the passenger seat, seemingly intent on maintaining distance. The driver glanced at them, sensing something amiss. Miss Song, why are you in the passenger seat? It's better for the view, she replied. The driver nodded, choosing to remain silent. Throughout the journey, Song Mai kept her head turned towards the window, her usual chatter replaced by an unexpected silence that left Chu Xing feeling unsettled. When the car halted at the restaurant, Song Mai quickly communicated the timing with the driver before entering the establishment without waiting for Chu Xing. This local specialty restaurant was bustling with patrons at lunchtime. In no time, Song Mai had ordered her desired dishes and then passed the menu to Chu Xing. They dined in silence, each lost in thought. As Song Mai finished her meal and began fiddling with her phone, Chu Xing could no longer contain himself. Are you upset? No, she replied, her calm demeanor betraying no signs of emotional fluctuation, yet Chu Xing sensed something was off. He pondered if he had inadvertently offended her, prompting her to ignore him. This morning, he began, but she interrupted. Nothing happened this morning. Noticing the confusion in his eyes, she added, even if something did occur, we shall consider it as if it never happened. At her words, Chu Xing found himself at a loss. If his memory served him correctly, he had previously investigated that Song Mai had no romantic history, making this morning's encounter likely her first kiss. Did any woman truly disregard the significance of her first kiss? It seemed Song Mai discerned the perplexity reflected in his gaze. I have no romantic history, but I am not young anymore. I am 27. Furthermore, you are my nominal husband, a normal man with natural physiological needs, which I can comprehend. Therefore, I do not blame you. However, our relationship is merely contractual, and such occurrences should not transpire in the future, for both our sakes. I shall maintain appropriate distance from you going forward, she articulated candidly, her eyes clear and sincere. In stark contrast, the man's expression darkened abruptly. The food on his plate lost its flavor. He set down his chopsticks, withdrew several hundred yuan bills from his wallet, and placed them on the table. Without granting Song Mai a chance to respond, he turned and walked away. Realizing the man was angry, Song Mai could not fathom the reason behind it. She was merely considering his feelings and had not pressed him for explanations, yet he seemed displeased. "Check, please." She called to the waiter, gesturing to the bills left by Chu Xing, indicating that they should be used to settle the bill. After all, he was the one obligated to pay, so let him do so. It felt as though he benefited while displaying displeasure. In truth, Chu Xing's departure was not solely out of spite. He had a sudden meeting in Xicheng. Initially, he intended to accompany her, and since the meeting was not crucial, he thought it could be postponed. Yet, with events unfolding this way, he found little inclination to accompany her to the ancient town and opted instead to attend the meeting. When the driver arrived to take Song Mai to the ancient town, he noticed she was alone and curiously inquired, "Where is that gentleman?" Song Mai's expression soured slightly, yet she made an effort to remain polite. He had to attend to something. The driver assumed she was upset due to the man prioritizing work over her and kindly advised, "Men often have their careers to consider. I see that, mister. Chu may not speak much, but he treats you well and is quite attentive. His leaving you for work is indeed inconsiderate, but try not to take it to heart. Mutual understanding is essential in a marriage." Song Mai felt a mix of amusement and exasperation. She wanted to clarify that it was not as he presumed. Yet she deemed it unnecessary to explain herself to a stranger. Instead, she offered a few vague affirmations. Xicheng, located in the southwest, experienced late sunsets. And it was not until 8 in the evening that the lights of the ancient town began to twinkle. Song Mai found a small eatery in an alley, slurping noodles while admiring the emerging glow of lights in the town. Suddenly, her phone lit up on the table. She picked it up and discovered a message from the man. Upon checking her contacts, she realized she had never saved his number. Recalling how she had lost herself in drink the night before, a wave of concern washed over her, prompting him to send her a message. The man, increasingly anxious, decided to hail a taxi and head toward the ancient town. Upon arriving at the town entrance, he spotted a black car parked by the roadside. The driver was resting inside, and he approached the car, knocking on the window. Chapter 86. A kiss will suffice upon recognizing the arrival of Chu Xing. The driver promptly lowered the car window. "Mr. Chu, have you finished your business?" "Yes, where is Song Mai?" "Thank you for your hard work. I shall go find her." After uttering these words, the man lifted his leg and strode towards the ancient town. Songzhuang Ancient Town is a renowned attraction in Xicheng, celebrated for its unique style and expansive area. Since its development into a tourist destination, an increasing number of merchants have established themselves here, transforming it into a bustling hub. Chu Xing searched the ancient town for a considerable time, attempting to reach Song Mai with 2 phone calls, yet she did not answer. It was not until nearly 9 o'clock that he spotted her at a stall selling fragrant sachets. Sweat beaded on his brow from anxiety, and his expression relaxed only upon seeing Song Mai. "Why didn't you answer your phone? How was I to hear it amidst all this noise?" Though he intended to admonish her for her carelessness, the relief of her safety rendered his words unspoken. "Xicheng is not entirely safe. Please be cautious and refrain from wandering about. Thank you for your concern." Song Mai, having stated her desire to maintain distance, genuinely adhered to it, responding to his worry with utmost politeness. This left Chu Xing momentarily speechless, taken aback by her ability to provoke him. As she continued to select sachets, he found himself uncertain of her emotional state. Her demeanor seemed to suggest anger, yet her words and actions appeared entirely normal. Conversely, when he sensed her calmness, something felt amiss. This conundrum perplexed Chu Xing, who sighed silently and chose to accompany her in silence. His tall, handsome stature attracted attention amidst the crowd, drawing the gazes of numerous young women. Song Mai paid little heed to their stares. However, she noticed that when they looked at Chu Xing, they also scrutinized her with disdain and condescension. Her frustration reached a boiling point when she overheard a girl whisper, "His girlfriend isn't even that pretty." With a sudden turn, she fixed a serious gaze upon Chu Xing. "Please keep your distance. If you are to attract admirers, do not involve me. I did not come here to be judged by others." Initially, Song Mai felt indifferent, but as time wore on, the annoyance grew. The situation between her and Chu Xing had inexplicably soured, leaving her with a pent-up frustration that needed release. Previously, Zheng Yao had caused her trouble after merely a fleeting encounter with him, and now, while walking alongside Chu Xing and Zicheng, she was constantly subjected to others' disparaging remarks about her unworthiness. Song Mai, we are a couple, united as one. She cast him a sardonic glance. Couple? Merely a contractual arrangement. In just over 2 months, we shall become strangers once more. Moreover, this is Zicheng, where no one knows you or me. You are free to pursue your own pleasures without being bound by this superficial identity. I need not endure the insults directed at me in your company. Her words, blunt and piercing, struck a chord. While the truth of her statement was undeniable, they had shared 2 months of experiences together. Song Mai had once believed that, even after their eventual divorce, they could remain friends. However, the events of the morning had made her realize that such a friendship was now impossible. Once a relationship began, it could only become increasingly complicated. Coupled with her suppressed anger, she articulated this painful truth with unvarnished clarity. Chu Xing's expression turned as cold as the snow-capped peaks of Zicheng's highest mountain, devoid of warmth. His gaze bore into Song Mai's, sharp as an arrow. Is this how little you care? Song Mai found his question amusing. What was there for her to care about? Her concern for their relationship? For him as a person? There is nothing to care about. I simply wish to enjoy my travels unimpeded by your romantic entanglements. She spoke with an air of indifference. In a sudden motion, he grasped her hand, forcibly drawing her into a secluded corner away from prying eyes. What are you being so obstinate about? If you are still upset about this morning, I can apologize and make amends. He had never encountered someone as contradictory as her, professing indifference while her every action betrayed her inner turmoil. Song Mai forcefully wrenched her hand free, her expression resolute and defiant. I have made myself abundantly clear. We shall maintain our distance. With that, she took 2 steps back, creating a physical barrier between them, seemingly embodying her own words. This display deeply wounded Chu Xing. The more she distanced herself, the more he felt compelled to draw closer. He seized her once more, holding her tightly in his embrace. Let go of me. Song Mai struggled vehemently. This was the 3rd time he had embraced her. The first was for comfort, the second was driven by impulse. And what did this 3rd embrace signify? Chu Xing's strength rendered her efforts futile, and her brows furrowed in frustration, anger radiating from her features. What are you doing? Their struggle attracted the attention of passers-by, and a man even whistled as he walked by. Hey, when a woman is angry, you shouldn't be so gentlemanly, sometimes. A kiss will suffice. Song Mai shot him a glare, prompting the man to hastily walk away. Song Mai. He called her name with a hint of resignation in his eyes. She remained silent, awaiting his next words. I apologize for this morning. I am merely a normal man. And since you chose to sleep in my bed, you bear some responsibility as well. Yet, the primary fault lies with me. I assure you, I will not offend you again, and I hope you will refrain from deliberately distancing yourself from me. Chapter 87. Embarrassment. Song Mai responded with a soft acknowledging the situation. She understood that the accidental mishap was unintentional, but what truly irked her later was the man's inexplicably dismissive attitude in the restaurant.
Yet,
Witnessing his solemn apology and assurances alleviated much of her anger. After all, there were only a few months left. As long as there was no recurrence, why should she dwell on it? The man continued, I sincerely apologize if the words of others affected your mood. This is beyond my control. But I hope you refrain from saying you are you, and I am I. At the very least, we are legally married, and even if you refuse to acknowledge our marital bond, I can still consider myself your friend. I am genuinely delighted that you invited me on this trip, and I thoroughly enjoy our leisurely conversations and strolls together. Please do not deliberately distance yourself from me, all right? His words were sincere, although unspoken was his earnest desire for her to regard him as her husband. He yearned for them to coexist like an ordinary couple. However, his rationality and emotions were at odds. Every time such thoughts arose, logic would intervene, reminding him that it was merely a fleeting impulse, a habit formed from prolonged companionship. This was neither affection nor love. He handed her something, saying,
it tastes just like the last time.
Song Mai accepted it, a laugh escaping her lips. It was thoughtful of him to remember. She was not one to indulge in petty grievances. Once a matter was addressed, it was settled. She would not dwell on it. As long as they could revert to their previous state of camaraderie. Song Mai carried her blanket to the bed. Tonight, I'll sleep in the bed. Fine. From now on, it's your turn, he replied. Song Mai stubbornly shook her head. No, we'll take turns. I want to take advantage of you. And you don't need to concede over such trivial matters. Chu Xing sat on the sofa, his laptop in hand, freshly showered with damp hair occasionally dripping water. He smiled, a mischievous glimmer in his eyes. I fear you might sneak into my bed again, if I end up at a disadvantage. I wouldn't know how to explain myself. His playful tone flushed Song Mai's cheeks with embarrassment. She silently vowed, I shall never drink again. The saying holds true, drinking leads to trouble. Had she not consumed alcohol, how could she have ended up in his bed? Even if she had forgotten in her sleep, she would have at least changed into proper attire instead of sleeping in a bathrobe. With a defiant chin, she insisted, I want tea. It was the alcohol that caused this, and I promise I won't drink again. Chu Xing chuckled lightly. Oh, is that so? After preparing her blanket, Song Mai rummaged through her suitcase for her pajamas. She had packed them, but upon discovering a comfortable bathrobe on the first day, she had opted not to take her pajamas out. Last night, after drinking, she had lacked the energy to search for her sleepwear and had settled for the bathrobe once more. However, tonight, she intended to retrieve her pajamas. Yet, she had forgotten that her suitcase was nearly empty, aside from her pajamas. Only the bag containing the enticing sleepwear that Lin Ran had given her remained. As she carelessly pulled out her pajamas, some items from the bag tumbled out, revealing themselves. She entered the bathroom, planning to tidy up her suitcase after her shower. Tomorrow, they were set to depart for the ancient city next to Xicheng, and all their belongings needed to be packed. After her shower, Song Mai emerged, dried her hair, and began organizing her luggage. The bag had been tossed carelessly onto the bed. The man, seated on the sofa, was working when he absent-mindedly glanced up and noticed a flash of red slipping from the bag, adorned with lace trim. It seemed he had never seen her in such a color. Driven by curiosity, Chu Xing reached out, pulling the vibrant red garment from the bag and scrutinizing it. His expression shifted to one of incredulity. This is also your clothing? He inquired, disbelief lacing his tone. Song Mai turned at the sound of his voice, her entire being freezing in shock. Internally, she screamed, Heavens! Oh Lord! Just let me die. How had this piece of clothing escaped? Was it not a death sentence for her? Why must he be the one to see it? Her face flushed crimson as she stammered. And no, it's not what you think. Intrigued, the man pressed, Oh? Then what is it? It was Lin Ran. She thought we could use it. So she secretly tucked it into the pile of clothes she gave me. I only discovered it after I arrived. In short, it's not what you're imagining. He bore a knowing look. Aside from this, she packed you quite a bit. Are there other styles? Song Mai felt as though she were speaking to a brick wall. Oh heavens, that is not what she meant. She was on the brink of losing her sanity. No, that pile consists of dresses. This is the only one of its kind. Leaning back against the sofa, Chu Xing found her flustered expressions utterly amusing. The more distressed she became, the more he felt compelled to tease her. Since you were prepared, why then the great vexation? Is it because things did not unfold according to your plan? Song Mai fell silent, feeling as if he were unable to comprehend her words. Despite her clear explanation that Lin Ran had tucked it away, he seemed to have interpreted it as her being well prepared. Exasperated, she pinched the bridge of her nose. No, I had no idea she had brought this. I never even opened that bag. She only informed me after I arrived and I stuffed it into my suitcase without taking it out since. How did you describe our relationship to her? Why would she think we would find this useful? With a resigned sigh, Song Mai reflected. She must have assumed we were newlyweds. Chu Xing glanced again at the striking red lace lingerie, unable to deny that her taste was exquisite. You would look stunning in this. The color would suit you beautifully. Her fair skin was flawless, and while such a hue might appear garish on others, it only served to enhance her porcelain complexion and vibrant allure. In an instant, he envisioned her donning the garment, his gaze growing warmer with the thought. Chapter 88. Perhaps it will be useful. Song Mai strode forward, swiftly snatching the clothing from his hands and curling it into a ball. I tossed it away, but the man blocked her path. Why throw it away? Keep it, it might come in handy. Song Mai's face flushed crimson, akin to a boiled shrimp, and without hesitation, she discarded the garment into the trash bin. Chu Xing's gaze darkened, and he refrained from saying anything further. Vendors selling an array of souvenirs and various snacks had emerged, and Song Mai wandered about joyfully, glancing at this and purchasing that, trinkets that were delightfully inexpensive, and she was quite generous in her spending. In no time, her bag was brimming with purchases. She also selected a tie-dye dress for Lin Ran, fresh and elegant, imbued with ethnic charm. After settling the bill, she bounced ahead with her bag in tow, while the man followed closely behind, carrying several bags of his own. He had attempted to pay for her several times, but she had consistently refused his offers. Song Mai continued until she reached the end of the ancient town, where the bustling marketplace was no longer visible. Besides being a tourist attraction, the ancient town still housed many local residents. Beneath a bridge, a few middle-aged women dressed in traditional attire were washing vegetables and fruits in the stream, occasionally chatting in their dialect, their laughter resonating with joy. At that moment, it was lunchtime, and wisps of smoke were rising from various homes in the ancient town, drifting gracefully among the tiled roofs, creating a vibrant scene of daily life. Song Mai gazed at this tableau with longing. How wonderful it would be to live here forever. Upon hearing her silent yearning, Chu Xing turned to look at her. Do you really like it here? She nodded earnestly. I truly do. It epitomized the life she yearned for. She harbored no grand ambitions, only a desire for stable work and a little home of her own. Each day would be filled with work during the hours of labor, followed by a fulfilling life. Cooking, gardening, enjoying the occasional outing with friends. If she could have someone she cherished by her side, that would be even better. Yet, she was not disheartened by the prospect of solitude. Achieving the aforementioned was already a considerable feat. Have you ever thought about settling down here? Song Mai's eyes brightened momentarily, before dimming again. She had never considered it, for it was a dream too distant to grasp. She longed to settle here, yet felt it was unattainable. Her pockets were scarcely filled, rendering her incapable of affording a home in Xicheng. Renting while working would merely make her an ordinary wage earner, unable to appreciate the city's beauty, and she might not even find a job as favorable as the one she had now. Thus, the key to realizing her ideal life lay not in settling in Xicheng, but rather in possessing the means to go wherever she desired. And she evidently lacked that. Perhaps one day, I will truly settle here, but not now. I simply cannot. The man gazed at her intently, his expression unusually serious. What if I said I could help you achieve that? Moreover, he was unable to treat her as he once did. His affection for her blossomed from the depths of his heart, growing wildly and uncontrollably. He contemplated how, after their divorce, he would assist her in attaining the life she desired. She had endured too much hardship over the past 2 decades, and he wished for her future to be brighter. Song Mai glanced at him with intrigue. How would you do that? If I'm not mistaken, you're still relying on me. He nearly forgot that before Song Mai, he was not the affluent Yunyi, but merely a penniless youth. The previous statement had been somewhat ill-considered. After pondering, he replied, After all, I am starting a business. Who knows, my company might go public one day. By then, gifting you a house would be a simple matter. Song Mai took his words as a jest, laughing as she playfully patted his shoulder. Then I shall count on you. In wealth and prosperity, let us not forget each other. Her laughter illuminated her features, her almond-shaped eyes sparkling with joy, completely shedding the melancholy she had just displayed. The two lingered by the stream for a while longer before Song Mai suggested they grab a bite to eat. Chu Xing's phone had run out of battery, so he asked her to choose a restaurant and wait for him while he retrieved a portable charger from the car. Song Mai casually selected a restaurant adorned with signs boasting the ancient town as specialty dishes. Although not large, the restaurant exuded an antique charm, offering a unique ambience. She chose a seat by the window and perused the menu while awaiting Chu Xing's return. A man with dark skin, whose appearance bore little resemblance to that of a native, was seated at a corner table. As Song Mai passed by, he stood up and they collided rather forcefully. Adhering to her principle of avoiding conflict while out, Song Mai quickly apologized. I'm sorry. However, upon seeing her, The man turned his attention to a middle-aged man seated at the main table, speaking in a language that Song Mai could not comprehend. The middle-aged man glanced at Song Mai, his eyes revealing a hint of satisfaction. In the next moment, the dark-skinned man seized Song Mai's wrist, a menacing glint in his eyes. Confused by their intentions, she quickly sought assistance from the restaurant staff and surrounding diners. Yet, the group appeared to be individuals of considerable significance. The staff and owner looked at them with palpable fear, while the other patrons, being mere tourists, opted to mind their own business. Beside the dark-skinned man stood a diminutive figure, seemingly a habitual beetle nut chewer, with decayed teeth and a mouth stained red, as if freshly imbibed with blood. He spoke in broken Chinese. "Our boss has taken a liking to you. You must come with us and spend the night with him." Upon hearing this, Song Mai felt somewhat incredulous. What was it about her appearance that attracted such attention? Hardly anyone from her own country had ever approached her, and now it seemed that foreign men were the only ones interested. First a Westerner, now this group of Southeast Asians. She cast a glance at the short man and forcefully shook off the grip on her wrist. "This is neither your country nor ancient times. The practice of abducting women is no longer in vogue." Chapter 89. Encountering danger, however, the group had no intention of letting him go. They surrounded Song Mai, and the others seemed incapable of speaking Chinese. Only the diminutive one among them could muster a few phrases, albeit rather poorly. This small man spoke to the middle-aged leader in a language unknown to Song Mai, seemingly conveying her meaning. The leader's discontent was palpable as he spoke a string of words, and after a moment, the small man turned to Song Mai with an exaggerated expression. "Our boss has said that whether you agree or not is irrelevant. We are not here to seek your opinion, but to inform you that our boss is the law in Xicheng. Resistance is futile." The middle-aged man gazed at Song Mai, his yellowed eyes brimming with lust, and his greasy complexion made her feel nauseous. She hastily picked up her phone to call for help. But before she could even grasp it, the man standing beside her struck it from her hand. Realizing the gravity of her situation, she cried out louder for assistance. Yet no one dared to intervene. In a desperate bid, she stomped on the small man's foot and sprinted toward the exit. If she could reach the outside, amidst the bustling crowd, she believed it would be impossible for these thugs to continue their rampage, and the multitude would provide her with a chance to hide. Clutching her head in pain, she noticed the small man grinning triumphantly. In an instant, another man hoisted her over his shoulder and marched toward the restaurant's back door. A white van was parked outside. Panic surged through her. Without her phone, if these men took her away, she would be utterly helpless. Thinking quickly, she shouted to the restaurant owner, who was cowering behind the counter, "Please call the police. We are fellow countrymen. Are you really going to stand by and watch me die?" The restaurant owner trembled. "Miss, it's not that we don't want to help. But they are notorious local ruffians, utterly unrestrained. The police cannot control them. If we offend them, my entire family will be in danger." Despair washed over Song Mai. How could she expect others to risk their families for her safety? Slowly, she closed her eyes and said, "Please inform my friend. He will come looking for me shortly. We were supposed to meet here for a meal." The restaurant owner glanced at the phone on the ground and nodded slowly. At that moment, she could only hope that Chu Xing would arrive swiftly. The man carrying her hurried toward the van, but Song Mai, unwilling to surrender without a fight, sought to buy herself more time. She could not fathom why her trip had taken such a perilous turn. She shouted, "Wait!" The small man, with a blood-red grin, impatiently slapped her. "What now?" Feigning innocence, she replied, "I can go with you, but you mentioned that following your boss would grant me a life of luxury. Can I at least have a meal first? How can I trust you to provide for me if I haven't even eaten?" Without hesitation, the small man dismissed her request. "As long as you willingly come with us, food and drink will be provided." Upon hearing his refusal, she protested vehemently. "You won't even let me have a proper meal before taking me away? How is that fair? With such treatment, how could I ever feel willing?" The small man, fearing further trouble, relayed her concerns to the middle-aged leader. The man surveyed the bustling crowd outside, furrowing his brow. After confirming the absence of police, he finally set Song Mai down. The small man grabbed a menu from the table and hastily ordered a few dishes, urging the owner to prepare them for takeout. Seeing that time was running out, Song Mai protested, "I don't like any of those." The small man, taken aback by her insistence, snapped in anger. It's these or nothing. Take it or leave it. With a pout, she retorted, how can I live well under such conditions? I thought I had secured a benefactor, but it seems I'm merely being offered the cheapest of meals. He begrudgingly added a dish of fish-flavored shredded pork, but refused to order anything else. Song Mai, with anxiety mounting, kept glancing towards the entrance. Meanwhile, Chu Xing had yet to arrive, despite her having sent him the address. Time was of the essence. Soon the dishes would be ready. The restaurant owner, terrified of the group, worked with remarkable speed, and within minutes, the food was prepared and packed into several boxes, which he handed to the small man. The man who had initially carried Song Mai hoisted her again and started toward the back door. Just as despair settled in her heart, a familiar voice resonated like a heavenly melody, put her down. At that moment, tears of relief threatened to spill. He had come to rescue her. The group turned at the sound of Chu Xing's voice. The small man sized him up, a sneer creeping onto his face. You want to save her? Indeed. The small man's laughter echoed, but the restaurant owner hastily whispered, young man, you don't seem to be from around here. You may not understand that these individuals are notorious criminals, responsible for several deaths. They engage in illegal activities, and if you confront them, this young lady won't escape. You are no match for them. Heed my advice and leave Zicheng for your own safety. Chu Xing regarded the owner's well-meaning but futile concern with a sardonic smile. Would you remain indifferent if someone took your wife, merely seeking your own safety? The owner fell silent, unable to counter. Turning to the small man, Chu Xing declared, tell your boss that I will not allow him to take her. If he knows what's good for him, he will let her go and leave quietly. Otherwise, he will regret crossing me. The small man stood in disbelief, struggling to process Chu Xing's audacity before relaying the message to the leader he referred to as his boss. Chapter 90. Inability to engage in human affairs. A few individuals erupted into laughter, as if they had just heard an astonishing joke. Did this young man truly believe he could single-handedly rescue someone from their grasp? Youngster, do not be overly naive. I advise you to leave while you can still walk out of this establishment on your own. Otherwise, do not blame us for our lack of courtesy. Chu Xing approached them, gazing condescendingly from above, his eyes filled with disdain and provocation. Come at me together. Even seasoned police officers would find them a challenge, let alone Chu Xing. The short man sneered derisively. You're quite arrogant. Chu Xing remained silent, merely beckoning them with a finger. The short man, incensed by his audacity, signaled his companions to join in the assault. They did not regard Chu Xing with any respect. Rather, they were eager to teach him a lesson and swiftly charged at him as a group. The restaurant owner, trembling in fear, covered his eyes, unable to witness the impending brutality. Song Mai's heart raced. Having seen Chu Xing's skills before, she had thought he was formidable enough to handle these ruffians. However, after hearing the owner's words, she realized these men were far from ordinary thugs. Could he truly contend with such dangerous individuals? She did not wish to see him harmed, nor did she want him to endanger himself for her sake. You need to leave.
Don't worry about me,
she cried out. The man merely cast her a reassuring glance. Indeed, the assailants were highly skilled, their movements lethal and precise, far exceeding the capabilities of Lu Weiqiang's crew. Song Mai's anxiety mounted as she observed their swift approach from all directions, closing in on him. Just as she was about to cry out in alarm, the man suddenly sprang into action. They were fast, but he was faster. Song Mai could barely comprehend his movements, feeling as if she were in a dream. By the time she regained her senses, the once boastful criminals lay sprawled on the ground, groaning in pain. The short man, relying on agility, attempted to sneak up on Chu Xing from behind as he lay on the floor. However, his intentions were swiftly discerned by Chu Xing. As the man made his move, Chu Xing decisively stomped down on his calf. The sound of bones cracking echoed clearly in the stillness. The short man let out a piercing scream, writhing in agony as he clutched his leg. I will kill you.
Kill you.
The middle-aged man, referred to as the leader, was taken aback by this young man's unexpected prowess, a sinister smile creeping across his face while his eyes glinted with malice, akin to a predatory serpent. As the man who had been carrying Song Mai set her down and prepared to advance, the middle-aged man patted his shoulder. signaling him to halt and uttering an incomprehensible phrase. Song Mai surmised it meant for him to come forward personally. Clearly, this middle-aged man was the most formidable of them all. While she acknowledged Chu Xing's astonishing abilities in the face of such ruthless fugitives, she could not fully trust in anyone's strength. These men were willing to risk everything. When provoked, they could resort to any means necessary. Her heart raced, and though she wished to warn him to be cautious, she feared it might distract him and compromise her safety. She covered her mouth, overwhelmed with trepidation. The middle-aged man advanced towards Chu Xing with a sinister grin. Just when Song Mai thought he was still regaining his balance, he lunged at Chu Xing with lethal intent, aiming to twist his neck. Chu Xing retreated steadily, delivering a powerful kick to the man's calf, yet he merely staggered without losing his footing. Realizing the dire situation, Song Mai feared that Chu Xing was no match for this opponent. The middle-aged man relentlessly attacked, employing vicious and underhanded tactics, leaving Chu Xing on the defensive, appearing helpless as he struggled to protect himself. Initially, the restaurant owner had felt a glimmer of hope upon witnessing Chu Xing's initial victories, believing that if these men were subdued, it would benefit the common folk. However, seeing the middle-aged man's prowess and Chu Xing's continued disadvantage extinguished that hope. Indeed, anyone encountering this group would likely find themselves at a loss. After a prolonged standoff, Chu Xing suddenly exposed a flaw in his defense. The middle-aged man, astonished that this young man in his 20s could endure for so long without being defeated, seized the opportunity to kick at Chu Xing's legs. Yet, everything was under the man's control. Just as everyone anticipated an end to the conflict, Chu Xing deftly blocked the man's kick with his leg, swiftly grasped his wrist, and effortlessly executed a shoulder throw. The middle-aged man realized too late that he had fallen into a trap, silently cursing his misfortune as he scrambled to rise. But Chu Xing was not one to be trifled with. He seized a nearby chair and struck the man forcefully. A roar erupted from the middle-aged man, though none could discern his words. Concerned about further mishaps, Chu Xing delivered a decisive kick to the man's lower body. The anguished cries echoed throughout the restaurant, drawing the attention of onlookers. Song Mai finally exhaled, feeling relief wash over her. At that moment, she felt assured that the middle-aged man was incapacitated and would be unable to engage in further violence. That kick alone was enough to evoke sympathy. The middle-aged man writhed on the ground, clutching his injured self, his face devoid of color. Rushing forward with concern, Song Mai inquired, "Are you all right? Are you hurt? How are you?" Her barrage of questions elicited a smile from the man, amused by her anxious demeanor. The more he smiled, the more agitated she became, prompting her to scold him. "What are you laughing at? I'm worried about you." Chapter 91. Fondness for her. The man held her tightly in his embrace. Was it such a crime to feel happiness? Song Mai inhaled the pleasant scent of pine emanating from him, feeling an extraordinary sense of security in that moment. Instead of pushing him away, she wrapped her arms around his waist, reveling in their closeness. It was as if, having survived a calamity, all contracts and relationships paled in significance before the specter of death. Yet just as Song Mai believed that all was settled, the middle-aged man lying on the ground slowly withdrew a gun from his pocket. The dark muzzle was aimed at Chu Xing's back. Her eyes widened in alarm, while a smug grin spread across the pallid face of the assailant, his eyes gleaming with a ruthless determination. She wished to cry out a warning to Chu Xing, but before she could utter a word, the man's smile grotesquely widened. In the blink of an eye, he pulled the trigger. Song Mai instinctively pushed Chu Xing away, but she herself had no time to evade. The bullet struck true, embedding itself deep within her shoulder. The tremendous force of the impact caused her to cough up blood, while the man on the ground shouted with exhilaration, "Song Mai." The moment arrived too swiftly for him to react. By the time he realized something was amiss, it was already too late. His eyes blazed with fury as he hurriedly caught the almost collapsing Song Mai. He disregarded everything else, his handsome hands trembling violently. With shaking fingers, he fumbled for his phone, pressing the numbers repeatedly until he finally got them right. Onlookers had already called the police, lamenting the misfortune befalling the young couple, who could have anticipated such a calamity while traveling. They hoped fervently that the girl would be all right. Both appeared so youthful, likely still in their honeymoon phase. It would be truly heartbreaking if something happened to them. Indeed, the man was strikingly handsome, and the girl, breathtakingly beautiful. Risking her life to save her husband, a rare feat as the crowd murmured, Chu Xing held Song Mai, anxiety gnawing at him. How do you feel? Song Mai's face had drained of color, her white dress blooming with blood like roses, hauntingly beautiful yet tinged with the aura of death, rendering her ethereal. She smiled serenely, her gaze toward Chu Xing brimming with reassurance. I'm fine, don't worry. Yet, the bullet had indeed penetrated flesh, and despite her resilience, the pain was excruciating. She bit her lip fiercely, striving to appear composed, but the beads of sweat on her forehead betrayed her. The man cradled her in his arms, his voice quivering with an imperceptible tremor. Don't be afraid, the ambulance will arrive shortly. Let us wait a little longer. I will always be by your side. Upon hearing this, Song Mai suddenly smiled silently, gripping his sleeve tightly.
All right.
Though the bullet had not struck a fatal area, it had caused her to bleed profusely. Her white dress now soaked halfway through. As time passed, her complexion grew increasingly pallid, as if a gust of wind might send her drifting away. Fatigue washed over her, and she longed to surrender to slumber. Due to their location in the ancient city, which was teeming with tourists, the ambulance struggled to navigate the congested streets. The police arrived swiftly, apprehending several wanted criminals and expressing profound gratitude to Chu Xing, stating that without his intervention, they might have taken much longer to catch them. Protocol dictated that they should take statements from Song Mai and Chu Xing, but her condition rendered her unfit for such duties. She was slipping into a daze from blood loss. It felt as if she were in a dream. Thus, the police left part of their team to manage the crowd, facilitating the ambulance's access. Initially, Chu Xing considered directing the driver to bring the car closer, but the sheer number of tourists made such a maneuver impossible. Even the ambulance struggled to enter. How could his private vehicle fare any better? Fearing that such actions might delay assistance, he opted for caution, choosing to remain in place and await the ambulance. In hindsight, this decision proved wise. Watching as her eyes gradually closed, Chu Xing shook her gently. Song Mai, don't sleep, the ambulance will be here soon. Can we talk? The hand that clutched his sleeve slowly slackened, as if life itself were slipping away. A pang of anguish pierced his heart, rendering him breathless. It was in this moment that he realized just how deeply he cared for her, far more than he had ever acknowledged. Song Mai, please recover. Let us start anew.
Shall we?
The ambulance finally arrived, whisking them away to the hospital. Upon arrival, Song Mai was immediately taken into the operating room. As the door closed, the man sat anxiously at the threshold, fervently hoping for her safety. Once, Chu Xing had recognized his fondness for Song Mai. Yet he had always maintained a semblance of rationality. Fondness was merely that, nothing more. What could mere affection amount to when the trajectory of a relationship seemed predetermined from the outset? However, during this journey together, he increasingly sensed that his feelings for her transcended mere fondness. That term felt far too light. He found himself compelled to care for her, to consider her emotions, to delve into her thoughts, to fulfill her desires, to protect her and even to draw closer to her, to possess her. He experienced joy in her happiness and frustration when she distanced herself. These were emotions he had never encountered before. Earlier, when she faced peril, she had worried for him, even urging him to disregard her plight. In that crucial moment, she had pushed him aside to bear the brunt of the bullet herself. He believed her heart held a place for him too. Time and again, he had secretly mused that it would be quite pleasant to continue as they were, after all. He harbored fondness for her, and his grandfather was fond of her as well. Yet this time, such thoughts surged with unprecedented intensity, devoid of any ulterior motives, simply because he cherished her and wished to be with her. Chapter 92. Crisis time ticked away, and 3 hours had elapsed since Song Mai was taken into the operating room, yet the door remained firmly shut, showing no signs of opening. The red indicator light blazed brightly, casting a crimson hue over the entire corridor, evoking thoughts of the blood staining her shoulder, vivid as a fresh bloom. It felt as if an eternity had passed when, at last, the operating room door swung open. A cadre of medical personnel hurriedly wheeled Song Mai towards the ICU, her eyes tightly closed, devoid of any semblance of life. "Doctor, how is she?" He urgently intercepted the lead surgeon. The doctor's expression was grave. The bullet was lodged deeply, particularly at the shoulder blade, making the extraction process lengthy. Fortunately, it did not strike any vital organs, but she will need careful rehabilitation. Otherwise, her arm's mobility may be affected. The main concern is her significant blood loss. When she arrived, she was already in shock, and with the anesthesia administered if she does not awaken. The doctor's words trailed off, leaving a heavy silence. How long until she wakes? The doctor wearily shook his head. It entirely depends on her resilience. She has lost a considerable amount of blood, and while we have transfused her, we cannot guarantee she will regain consciousness. If she does awaken, her life will no longer be in jeopardy. The man watched as the medical team receded, the figure of Song Mai slipping from view. A pained frown creased his brow. May I see her? Certainly, thank you. After the doctor departed, Chu Xing immediately dialed Jiang Jihai. Upon hearing the news, Jiang Jihai promptly replied, "Wait for me. I will request leave from the hospital immediately and come over." Following the directions, he found himself outside the intensive care unit, and through the vast glass wall, he caught sight of the frail, pallid girl. She lay there so quietly, as if she might dissolve into the pristine white sheets beneath her, stripped of her usual vitality, as though she could vanish at any moment. A sharp pang of anguish gripped Chu Xing's heart. For the first time, he understood that heartache could manifest as physical pain. He approached a nurse, inquiring, "When may I visit her?" The nurse glanced at the patient within the ICU and asked, "What is your relation to the patient?" "She is my wife. The one who was just brought in with a gunshot wound to her shoulder. Visitation is not permitted today. The earliest would be tomorrow evening. She has just undergone surgery and requires a sterile environment, so no one can approach her. I can arrange for you to visit for half an hour tomorrow night." He nodded. "Thank you." Exhausted, Chu Xing sank into a chair outside the ICU. Moments later, several nurses emerged, pushing a gurney carrying a lifeless child who appeared no older than 10. The boy lay stiff, devoid of breath, while his young parent sobbed, nearly fainting from despair. The frail mother even fell to her knees, pleading with the nurses to save her child. A thought struck him. The prayers heard by the heavens pale in comparison to the cries echoing down the hospital corridor. Yet, the child was undeniably gone, beyond salvation. The mother, unable to bear the reality, eventually collapsed, and her husband hurriedly sought help from the nurses. Once more, Chu Xing glanced at Song Mai, lying motionless on the bed. A man who had always staunchly believed in materialism now found himself fervently wishing for divine protection over the woman in the hospital bed, hoping for her safety. After all, she had never committed any wrong. She had endured over 2 decades of hardship. Good deeds deserved reward, did they not? He stepped onto the balcony and retrieved a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, casually placing one between his lips.
Chu Xing shadow sờ mốc.
He would indulge occasionally, but never in her presence. The wind scattered the smoke and tousled his hair. Learning of the situation, his driver awaited him downstairs. As he descended to settle the bill, he encountered the driver in the lobby.
How is Miss Song Mai?
The man succinctly recounted the circumstances, prompting the driver to express his sorrow. What a wonderful person Miss Song Mai is. How could this happen to her?
Indeed.
Why did a pleasant outing turn into such a calamity? It felt as if the world conspired against her, with every misfortune seeking her out. Such rare occurrences seemed to target her disproportionately. He could not fathom the trials she must have faced in the years before he met her. "Please take me to the police station to file a report." Of course. The driver quickly agreed and hurried to fetch the car. The officer assigned to the case expressed genuine concern for Song Mai's condition. Upon learning of her critical blood loss, a look of sorrow crossed the officer's face. "Mr. Chu, I understand the depth of your feelings for Miss Song. Given this situation, it must be deeply distressing for you. However, you must also take care of yourself. I believe she would not wish to leave you. She will surely awaken, and you will need to care for her. Please, take care of yourself." The man nodded in silence. After the officer completed the report, he finally asked the question that had lingered in his mind. "By the way, have you received any specialized training? Even we have difficulty dealing with those dangerous individuals. How did you manage to subdue them all alone?" The restaurant had security cameras, and when the footage was reviewed, Everyone was astonished by Chu Xing's prowess. Is this truly a level achievable by an ordinary person? The restaurant owner praised Chu Xing profusely, suggesting that if the police could reach such a level, how could they fail to apprehend such criminals? The man pressed his lips together. I have trained in Sonda and studied military combat techniques abroad for 5 years. No wonder. The officer nodded, a look of realization dawning on his face. How could someone with such training fear a group of wanted criminals? Yet, as he regarded Chu Xing, his eyes reflected even greater respect. It appeared that this man was far more remarkable than he had initially perceived. A person capable of mastering military combat techniques was certainly no ordinary individual. It was likely that both his background and identity were extraordinary. The officer then retrieved a transparent evidence bag from his drawer, containing a severely damaged latest model smartphone. This phone was found at the restaurant and should belong to Miss Song. Our technical team has already verified it. It can now be returned to its rightful owner. Chapter 93. Shopping Thank You. Chu Xing took the phone, his fingers instinctively tightening around it. He recalled how overjoyed she had been when she first received this phone, like a child eagerly showcasing a treasured possession. She had exclaimed that she had never used such a fine device before. If she were to awaken and see it in this condition, it would surely sadden her greatly. The driver, noticing his descent from the hotel, expressed his concern. Aren't you resting at the hotel? Miss Song Mai is in the intensive care unit. You actually don't need to visit today. The man's thin lips pressed into a straight line. To the mall. The mall? The driver hesitated, perplexed by his desire to shop at such a time. Isn't it a bit early for that? After all, she hasn't awakened yet. And if she never does, wouldn't those items be unnecessary? The driver kept his thoughts to himself. The man opened the car door and took a seat. It's not too early. She'll need them when she wakes up. Seeing his determination, the driver refrained from further objections and drove him to a nearby mall. Upon entering, he made a beeline for the mobile phone store. After selecting a duplicate of her phone, he produced the battered device from his pocket and handed it to the clerk. Can this phone be repaired? The clerk examined the phone and then passed it to the technician. After a brief inspection, the technician shook his head. It's too damaged. Repairing it would require replacing about 70% of the parts. It would be more prudent to purchase a new one. Can the data be transferred to the new phone? The technician nodded. That can be done. Then please assist me with that. After completing the transaction, the man left the new phone in the store and proceeded to buy some essential items for her hospital stay. Chu Xing took the new phone and selected a matching case for it. Fortunately, the previous phone had not been used for long, and she had treated it with care, leaving no visible signs of wear. Even with the replacement, no one would discern any difference. The technician returned the shattered phone to Chu Xing, but he did not reach for it. Please attempt to repair it. The technician, puzzled, asked, but you've already purchased a new one? This is my wife's phone. She has recently encountered a misfortune. Please do your utmost to repair it, regardless of the cost. Once it is fixed, contact me. He jotted down a number with elegant strokes. The technician's gaze softened with sympathy. You must truly love your wife.
I will do my best.
I will notify you as soon as it is repaired. Thank you. Aside from messages from work colleagues, very few reached out to her. The most frequent were from Lin Ran and Song's mother, followed by Song Mai's sister-in-law. The messages from Song's mother and sister-in-law bombarded him, filled with harsh insults and threats that were suffocating to behold. It was disheartening to witness a mother use such derogatory terms as slut and whore to describe her own daughter. Chu Xing could hardly fathom how she had endured such a life in the shadows. He closed the dialogue with Song's mother and opened Lin Ran's messages instead. Lin Ran had inquired about her enjoyment and whether she had taken any lovely photos. That evening, Zhang Jibai arrived in Xicheng. The medical resources there were neither exceptional nor lacking, certainly inferior to those in Nandu. As a leading physician at the First People's Hospital of Nandu, he swiftly negotiated with the hospital to take charge of Song Mai's care. Once granted approval, he donned protective gear and disinfected himself before entering the intensive care unit to assess Song Mai's condition. He emerged after several minutes. As he washed his hands, Chu Xing anxiously inquired, "How did it go?" "The surgery went well. You know that isn't what I meant." Indeed, as the previous surgeon had indicated, the gunshot wound was not the primary threat to her life. The critical issue was excessive blood loss. As long as she wakes up, I am confident in my skills to ensure her safety, but whether she awakens depends on her own strength. The doctor said she received a considerable blood transfusion. How could she not awaken? Because she was sedated after going into shock, making it more difficult for her to regain consciousness. It also depends on her will to survive. Have you considered that she may not wish to wake up? At this, Chu Xing fell silent, contemplating this unsettling notion. Indeed, after enduring such hardship, she might find life unbearable and prefer to remain in slumber. He dared not dwell further on the thought. Jiang Jibai observed him intently.
I am more concerned about you.
You cannot imagine the panic I felt upon receiving your call. When I learned the gun was aimed at you, my heart nearly stopped. I've always believed in your abilities, that you could handle anything, but a gun is a different matter altogether.
Fine.
I know you are, and I'm grateful for that. It's fortunate she took that bullet for you. I examined her wounds and noted the bullet's trajectory. It was clearly aimed at your heart. That man intended to take your life. Had she not pushed you aside, you would have undoubtedly perished. In such a scenario, he had been facing away from the assailant. Had he not reacted swiftly, that bullet would have struck true. They would have escaped, and he would have been lost, while Song Mai would vanish from this world without a trace. She had saved him, yet he bore no chance of survival. Jiang Jibai remained unsettled even now. He followed Chu Xing to the hospital room, where the man appeared somewhat despondent. I am deeply grateful to Song Mai. She risked herself to save you. Rest assured, I will exert all my medical expertise to save her. I understand your feelings, but I hope you can find the strength to rally. She still needs you. Jiang Jibai rarely witnessed Chu Xing in such a state. The same man now seemed enveloped in desolation. The man retrieved a cigarette case, offering Jiang Jibai a cigarette.
Jiang Jibai declined, quit.
Chu Xing placed a cigarette between his lips, igniting it before realizing he was in a hospital. Though Song Mai was not an inpatient here, smoking would inevitably leave a scent in the room. He extinguished the cigarette and discarded it. Seeing him in such a manner, Jiang Jibai's brow furrowed deeper. You can't possibly be serious about her. The last time he had brought Song Mai to the hospital, it was due to her illness, and now she lay injured and unconscious, leaving him in a state of despair. Jiang Jibai had initially believed Chu Xing was merely developing feelings for Song Mai, but he also understood their contractual relationship. He knew Chu Xing to be a rational individual. Even if he felt some affection, it would not lead to anything significant. Song Mai was an ordinary woman, unremarkable among many. As brothers, Jiang Jibai had never witnessed any woman accompany Chu Xing. He had always been solitary, resembling a work machine more than a living being. Thus, he considered it a positive development for Chu Xing to entertain feelings for someone, to cultivate a relationship. However, this time, Jiang Jibai felt that everything seemed to exceed his imagination. It appeared that his feelings for Song Mai were more than mere infatuation. Chu Xing did not deny this. Jiang Jibai abruptly rose from his chair, his expression grave. Do you truly understand what kind of person she is? Are you not afraid that she approaches you with ulterior motives? Haven't you encountered enough women like her over the years? Chu Xing cast a glance at him. I believe I understand her well. I know her character, her family background, and her experiences. As for your suggestion that she has ulterior motives in approaching me, I am confident that if I choose to play a role, I will not reveal any flaws. To her, I am without wealth, employment, home, or vehicle. What could she possibly gain from me? Jiang Jibai was momentarily at a loss for words. Chu Xing paused before continuing. I mentioned my desire to start a business, and without hesitation, she offered me her last bit of savings. While I have indeed helped her, she insisted that I not concern myself with her. I did not disregard her, but did she never consider the possibility that I might leave her? Yet, she still urged me to prioritize my own safety, even shielding me from a bullet. What do you think she seeks from me? Even if you doubt my judgment, you must trust the old man's insight. He has never erred in his assessments over the years. Unbeknownst to them, they had already shared many experiences together. Although their marriage was relatively short, the number of events they had gone through was surprisingly substantial. Hearing Chu Xing's words, Jiang Jibai began to believe in Song Mai's admirable character. It seemed improbable that a woman deemed worthy by both the old master and Chu Xing would harbor any issues. His concern stemmed from having encountered too many women with ulterior motives, leading him to habitually scrutinize others' intentions. Yet, he could not help but feel some unease. Are you certain your feelings for her are genuine affection rather than mere habit or novelty? Jiang Jibai had an inkling that Song Mai, with her unpretentious demeanor, was not the type Chu Xing would typically be drawn to. He did not prioritize social status or background. He merely wished for Chu Xing to be with someone he truly loved, free from any external influences.
Chu Xing not that?
I am certain. He had contemplated this question before, but at this moment, he felt resolute. He liked Song Mai, without any other considerations, simply a matter of affection. Moreover, I do not wish for you to harbor malicious suspicions about her. She is genuinely good. His affection for her also encompassed a desire to respect her to the fullest extent. At the very least, he did not want his close friend to scrutinize her with doubt. Jiang Jibai nodded slightly. I apologize. My earlier remarks were inappropriate, and I assure you it will not happen again. Yes, her injuries require your attention. Rest assured. Jiang Jibai's unexpected arrival brought great joy to the staff at Xicheng Hospital. After all, he was the youngest chief physician, renowned for his exceptional medical skills and contributions to the field. They promptly arranged a temporary office for him within the hospital, allowing him to see patients for half a day each day. Jiang Jibai did not decline, as Song Mai remained unconscious. He had little to occupy his time and preferred to engage in some work while also exchanging academic insights with the hospital staff. In the ensuing days, Chu Xing brought his computer and clothes to the ward, dividing his time between necessary work and visiting Song Mai. The visits were brief, and at times he felt he had just entered before being urged to leave. Yet, Song Mai showed no signs of awakening, despite his daily conversations with her. She remained unresponsive. Days passed, and with each one, Chu Xing's anxiety grew, leading him to neglect food and drink. For days had elapsed, and he had gone without sleep, waiting for the moment he would receive news of her awakening. However, the long-anticipated news never came. Whenever he managed to doze off, he awoke in terror, haunted by nightmares of her never waking again. As Chu Xing grew increasingly haggard, Jiang Jibai watched with concern. The ashtray on his desk was overflowing with cigarette butts. Yet Chu Xing continued to rummage through his pockets for more cigarettes, finding the pack nearly empty. Frustrated, he tossed the empty pack into the trash, his eyes shadowed with fatigue. Jiang Jibai shook his head disapprovingly. This is not sustainable. She is yet to awaken, and you are on the verge of collapsing. He opened a food container, revealing 3 simple dishes he had procured from the hospital cafeteria, which looked quite appetizing. You should eat something. It's a medical miracle that you've gone this long without nourishment. Chu Xing glanced at the food, his expression indifferent, clearly lacking interest. I have no appetite. Jiang Jibai was exasperated. Do you wish to torment yourself to death? Are you planning to accompany her if she never awakens? No. The man pressed his lips together.
No?
It seems that is precisely your intention. Look at yourself. You are hardly holding together. Even if you do not care for yourself, you must consider her. When she awakens, you need to care for her. At this rate, how can you possibly have the strength to look after her? Chapter 94. 10%. The man's gaze was forlorn as he picked up his chopsticks and forced himself to take a few bites. Yet, the exquisitely prepared meal felt tasteless in his mouth, akin to chewing on wax. After a few mouthfuls, he set down his chopsticks once more. What were the chances of her awakening? Time was slipping away, and it seemed as though her life was ebbing along with it. The longer she remained in slumber, the less likely it appeared that she would awaken, a thought that instilled a deep sense of fear within him. Less than 10%. Jiang Jibai spoke those words with great difficulty. He understood the cruelty and unbearable nature of this reality for Chu Xing, yet as a doctor, he could not deceive him regarding such matters. Moreover, in the case of surgical patients, the longer the period of unconsciousness, the lower the probability of awakening. The man fell into a heavy silence and quietly exited the room. That evening, during visiting hours, he donned protective gear and sanitized himself before entering the intensive care unit. Several patients who had been admitted around the same time as her had already departed. Some had passed away, while others had improved enough to be transferred to general wards. A few patients remained in the ICU. Song Mai had grown increasingly frail. Each day he visited, he could witness her decline. She had always been slender, but now she appeared alarmingly emaciated, with hardly any flesh on her bones. It was as if a mere layer of skin enveloped her skeletal frame, a sight that was deeply unsettling. The blanket covering her body concealed her presence so well that one could easily overlook the fact that a person lay beneath it. She seemed as thin as a sheet of paper, slowly withering away. Her condition was evidently deteriorating, which only heightened Chu Xing's concern. He held her hand, his eyes filled with profound affection. Your dreams remain unfulfilled. You still need to purchase a small house of your own and live the life you desire. Of course. I know you surely do not wish to settle in Zicheng anymore. Let us go elsewhere. Qingxi, Pingjiang, both are beautiful places, and I am certain you would adore them. Do not sleep any longer. You have been in slumber for far too long. I am still waiting for you. Once you have rested enough, please awaken, will you? He spoke softly, his voice gentle yet laced with an imperceptible tremor. However, the woman on the bed continued to lie still, devoid of any sign of life. Song Mai felt utterly exhausted, as if she had been trapped in a long, interminable dream. It seemed profoundly unjust, and so she confronted her mother, only to be met with a beating from Song Mother, who accused her of having grown wings and daring to challenge her parents. She endured the pain in silence as she tended to her wounds, but thereafter, she never again questioned the reasons behind such unfair treatment. She understood that some things were destined to be unjust from the moment of her birth. In a family that valued sons over daughters, her desire for equality was the height of folly. From that point onward, she accepted whatever was given to her, silently enduring it all. Later, she managed to gain admission to a prestigious university, while her brother, due to poor grades, failed the college entrance examination. She excitedly shared her acceptance letter with her parents. But Song Father and Song Mother met her enthusiasm with scorn, discarding the letter in disdain. Panic-stricken, she scrambled to retrieve it, helplessly gazing at her parents. Yet, they unleashed a torrent of insults upon her, with Song Mother viciously grabbing her and squeezing her. The echoes of their derogatory remarks still resonated in her ears. You wretched girl. Your brother failed, and you flaunt your acceptance letter as if you were superior. Don't think for a moment that I am unaware of your thoughts. I tell you, I will not allow you to attend. Clutching the acceptance letter, her face was a mixture of shock and defiance.
Why?
Am I not your child too? She questioned in bewilderment. But Song Mother scoffed. And what of it? What does a girl need with an education? No matter how well you do, you will simply end up married to someone else. Why should I waste money on your schooling? You are a liability. Do not expect me to pay for your university. Her complexion turned pale, yet her expression remained resolute. How am I a burden? If I attend university, I will earn money and support you, just as my brother can. Why is it that he can go to university, while I cannot? Song Father shot her a fierce glare. Song Mai was bewildered. She had always been obedient, shouldering the household chores and striving to avoid being a burden to her family. She had never sought anything for herself, and her admission to university was the result of her relentless efforts. How could a single statement from them undermine all her hard work? No, she would not resign herself to such a fate. I will go to university, she declared defiantly, her gaze unwavering as she faced Song Father and Song Mother. Her tone was not one of negotiation but of determination. Regardless of the obstacles, she would attend the university of her dreams. To forfeit this opportunity would mean the complete annihilation of her aspirations. Song Mother looked at her with a twisted expression, violently seizing an ashtray from the table and hurling it at her. The ashtray grazed her forehead, and warm blood immediately streamed down her face. Yet, amidst the crimson flow, her resolve remained unshaken. Ungrateful girl. You dare disregard your parents' words? You think you have a mind of your own now. I tell you, you will not attend that school. I will not pay a single cent for your tuition. Song Mai wiped the blood from her forehead. If you want to pay, then I want to take a single penny from you. But I will attend that school. With that, she clutched the acceptance letter and fled the scene. Seeing her leave for work, Song Father and Song Mother assumed she had capitulated and said nothing more. Only her brother, Song Jincheng, continued to treat her with disdain, snapping at her at the slightest provocation. However, Song Jincheng, who had always struggled academically, ruled the household with an iron fist, emboldened by their parents' favoritism, and caused trouble wherever he went. Chapter 95. dreaming his parents were constantly cleaning up his messes, as if he were the problem child at school. Originally, Song Jincheng was 2 years older than Song Mai, and they were not supposed to be in the same grade or take the college entrance examination together. However, due to a late start in school and a broken leg from a fight that left him hospitalized the year before the exam, he refused to participate in the college entrance examination and insisted on repeating his final year of high school. His parents had high hopes for him, yearning for him to excel and bring honor to the Song family. They urged him multiple times to take the examination, but he stubbornly refused, even erupting into tantrums whenever they mentioned it. He argued that with a broken leg, there was no point in taking the exam, and he would surely fail. Concerned for their son's well-being, his parents, believing he was merely distressed from his injury, relented and sought the grade director's assistance, ultimately persuading the school to allow him to repeat a year at a cost of 50,000 yuan to secure connections. However, the repeating year did not temper Song Jincheng's behavior. Instead, he became even more reckless. As a senior, he spent his days either fighting or skipping class to go online. In stark contrast to Song Mai's exemplary academic performance, his grades consistently languished at the bottom. Whenever Song Mai excelled while he floundered, teachers inevitably compared the two siblings. Each time a teacher earnestly advised him to learn from his sister, he would feign agreement but privately berate Song Mai, even going so far as to accuse her of being scheming. Song Mai chose to ignore him, unbothered by his words. She could not fathom why all the family's affection was lavished upon him while she struggled. He enjoyed the finest food and clothing, and whenever he requested money, their parents promptly obliged, often giving him more than he asked for. Despite this, he remained unwilling to study diligently. The Song family was an ordinary working-class household. Song father was an accountant at a large machinery manufacturing plant, and Song mother was merely a textile worker. Their financial situation was modest, yet they had never scrimped on Song Jincheng, providing him with the best they could offer, but he remained unsatisfied. Song Mai labored throughout the summer, taking no days off. The nearby electronics factory paid by piecework. The more one produced, the more one earned. To maximize her earnings, she worked nearly all day, often putting in late hours after dinner. Even the factory owner urged her to take care of herself, reminding her that money was not infinite. Yet, she merely smiled and continued to push herself. After a grueling summer, she finally saved up 8,000 yuan, enough to cover her tuition. However, her parents demanded her hard-earned wages, which she refused, insisting that it was her own money for her education. In a fit of rage, Song mother expelled her from the house, declaring she was no longer welcome. Later, upon discovering the possibility of student loans, the pressure of tuition eased slightly. But she continued to juggle part-time jobs alongside her studies, striving to earn her living expenses. Throughout her 4 years of university, she tirelessly fought to keep up with her studies. It felt as though she was reliving her past struggles, the hardships and pains resurfacing, making her feel utterly desolate. She felt weighed down, her mind clouded. It was as if, after 20 years, she was finally poised to escape from this world. What was there to cherish in this life? No one truly cared. Continuing to endure only meant experiencing more suffering. She felt like an extraneous presence since birth, and the thought of slipping away peacefully seemed appealing. A faint voice within urged her on, and as it grew louder, her consciousness began to fade. Chu Xing spoke with her for a while, but she remained unresponsive. "Mr. Chu, visiting hours are over," a nurse announced, and the man slowly rose to his feet. "I shall return tomorrow to see you." Jiang Jibai awaited him at the door. "How did it go?" he inquired. The man shook his head. Jiang Jibai sighed silently, placing a comforting hand on his shoulder. "I will think of another way. She will surely awaken." He retrieved the phone he had purchased for Song Mai, which had died due to lack of charge over the past few days. After locating a charger, he powered it on, only to be inundated with a myriad of missed calls. Among them were calls from Song mother and Song Mai's sister-in-law, but the majority were from Lin Ran. He opened WeChat, where Lin Ran had sent numerous messages, amounting to 99 notifications. Clicking on a voice message, he heard Lin Ran's anxious voice urgently spill forth. As he began to type a message to explain the situation and request that she inform Song Mai's employer of her absence, Lin Ran's call came through. He answered, and her words poured out in a rapid succession. "Oh my God, You finally answered. You have no idea how worried I've been. Where have you been? Did something happen? Did you have a fight with your husband? How could you be unreachable for so long? I nearly died when I saw the news about the shooting involving someone with the surname Song. Only after this call was connected did Lin Ran feel a slight sense of relief. Being both a good friend and colleague, she was well aware of Song Mai's family situation and circumstances. It was precisely because of this knowledge that she understood if something were to happen to Song Mai, her family would not care to search for her, making her worry even more, as besides her husband, there was no one else who genuinely cared for Song Mai. She wished to call Chu Xing to inquire about the situation, but realized she had no contact information for him. After listening to Lin Ran's anxious tirade for some time, the man finally interrupted. This is Chu Xing. Lin Ran's voice abruptly halted, her tone darkening. Why are you the one answering the phone? Where is Song Mai? Chapter 96. 3 days in an instant. Unsettling thoughts invaded her mind, such as the notion that Chu Xing might be a deceiver, luring Song Mai to the border for nefarious purposes. Unfortunately, her fears were not unfounded. Song Mai had indeed been shot. Lin Ran's heart sank, plummeting into despair. How could this happen? Filled with concern, Lin Ran urgently inquired, how is she now? Moreover, there were no signs of her waking. A sense of emptiness enveloped Lin Ran, leaving her with an indescribable feeling. Is there anything more I can do? Can you manage alone? I will take leave to care for her with you. No need. She isn't awakened yet, and I can only see her for half an hour each day. Your presence wouldn't serve much purpose. If anything arises, I will contact you. I appreciate your help at the company. I am her good friend. It is my duty to support her. If you need anything, please let me know, and I shall do my utmost. Moreover, take good care of her. She has suffered enough in this life. I understand. After hanging up, Lin Ran's hand trembled as she clutched her phone, tears streaming down her face as she broke into inconsolable sobs. She could not fathom why fate chose to strike so cruelly. Song Mai, such a good person, had endured so much hardship. And just as she began to experience a few days of happiness, why did the heavens treat her so harshly? Jiang Jibai pushed open the door to the hospital room, his expression heavy with concern. How is she? Jiang Jibai held the report from Song Mai's recent examination. Her injuries were healing well, yet her vital signs were weakening, and she seemed devoid of any will to survive. Chu Xing's gaze darkened, revealing a glimmer of despair. He had anticipated that she might not awaken soon, but he never imagined she would have no desire to return to consciousness. Perhaps the weight of her suffering had rendered her unwilling to face the world again. Is there any hope left? He asked, closing his eyes in anguish. Jiang Jibai pondered for a moment. There is one final option. What is it? You are her last hope. I have learned about her past, and it is indeed filled with suffering. I can understand why she might wish to slip into eternal slumber to escape her pain. However, this choice can only be made once. If she relinquishes it, she may never awaken again. Of course, we cannot change her choice, but perhaps you can.
Me?
Chu Xing fell silent for a moment before responding, I understand. How much time do we have? 3 days. Her vital signs are fading, and her body grows weaker. If she does not awaken within this time frame, even I will be powerless. Understood. Outside, the wind howled, and within mere moments, the sky darkened ominously, like an ink pot spilled across the heavens, shrouding everything in darkness. The man sat by the bed, suffocated by a sense of despair. Yet, he had no choice but to wait, counting down the minutes to the scant half-hour he could spend with her each day. At last, he endured until the following evening. After donning protective gear, he approached the bedside, gently stroking her face, his eyes brimmed with affection and reluctance. Do you know? When I first met you, I thought my grandfather was quite peculiar for introducing me to such an ordinary woman for marriage. He must have known I would not be interested in you. Yet he stubbornly insisted on our meeting. Initially, I found you dull and uninteresting, merely wishing to expedite the marriage to escape his incessant nagging, hoping to naturally part ways after a year. This would be best for us both. However, after spending time together, I realized you were exactly as I had imagined, focused on saving money, buying discounted items, cooking with inexpensive ingredients in a cramped space. I perceived you as materialistic. which tainted my impression of you. Yet, as our relationship deepened, I recognized how gravely mistaken I had been. Your intentions were pure. Your desire for money stemmed from a need to improve your living conditions, to attain the life you wished for. You sought to earn through hard work, saving diligently, without resorting to any unreasonable means. Moreover, while you were frugal with yourself, you were always generous towards me, striving to enhance my living environment. You bought me a folding bed, laid cushions beside the sofa, cooked for me, and when I expressed my entrepreneurial aspirations, you selflessly offered your hard-earned savings without hesitation. I was taken aback by your trust. Although I was deeply touched, I also worried about your naivety and the potential for others to deceive you. I discovered your sensitivity and insecurity, likely stemming from your upbringing, which left you feeling vulnerable. Yet, your principles were solid, upright, kind, ambitious, and diligent. All the commendable attributes could be ascribed to you, without exaggeration. Your spirit was captivating, brimming with intriguing ideas, and you consistently sought to resolve matters independently, preferring not to burden others. Chu Xing grasped her hand tightly, his voice trembling slightly. Song Mai, you are remarkable, truly remarkable. The world is devoid of individuals as wonderful as you, so you cannot leave us so easily, understand? Tears streamed down the corners of his eyes, marking the first time he had wept since reaching adulthood. Chapter 97. True love. A solitary tear rolled down his cheek, plopping softly onto Song Mai's hand. It seemed as if she heard someone calling her, urging her to awaken. The voice was hauntingly familiar, imbued with endless sorrow. Who could it be? It felt like Chu Xing. Upon recalling his name, his faint voice echoed in her ears. Though she could not fully discern his words, she grasped enough to feel a pang of heartache. She was reluctant to awaken, for this life seemed devoid of hope. Song Mai contemplated disappearing from the world altogether. Yet she was tethered by two individuals she could not bear to part with. One was Lin Ran, her dearest friend and the first person to show concern for her. To claim she felt no affection for him would be a falsehood. However, the agreements and contracts binding them compelled her to suppress her feelings, maintaining a distance and pretending her heart had never been stirred. Yet, hearing Chu Xing's heartfelt declarations stirred something within her, a mixture of emotion and reluctance. He gently brushed his fingers over her hand, wiping away the crystalline tear. Song Mai, will you be with me when you awaken? At the sound of his words, she trembled, a nameless feeling blossoming in her heart, awakening her senses with a sudden rush of joy. So he harbored feelings for her too. When they had shared an intimate moment before, she had questioned the nature of his intentions. Was she merely a duty-bound wife or a means to fulfill his physical desires? She had concluded it was the latter, which had fueled her anger. Despite not being particularly beautiful, accomplished, or youthful, she did not wish to be treated as a woman he could dispose of at will. However, after his apology and assurance of no recurrence, she had chosen to release her grievances. Besides, he was quite handsome, so she felt she had not entirely lost out. Now, upon hearing his words, she realized her misjudgment. He indeed cherished her. The clouds that had loomed over her heart began to dissipate, allowing a ray of sunlight to penetrate the gloom, warming her spirit. Chu Xing longed to continue speaking, but the nurse's urging voice interrupted. Mr. Chu, it's time to come out. He glanced at the unresponsive woman on the bed, a flicker of sorrow crossing his features. The dimness in his eyes was instantly replaced by a spark of hope. Song Mai? He called, his voice trembling. Yet she remained still. The nurse, noticing his reluctance to leave, pressed him again. Mr. Chu, time has exceeded limits. Upon hearing this, the nurse hurried to Dr. Jiang Jibai's office. The hospital staff were unaware of Chu Xing's true identity, recognizing only that he was a friend of Dr. Jiang, who had summoned him with a single phone call, indicating his significance, thus earning their respect. Before long, Dr. Jiang arrived briskly from the opposite corridor, urgency in his stride. Is she awake? Chu Xing stepped aside, saying, her hand moved just now. After a swift examination, Dr. Jiang straightened up. What's the prognosis? We should step outside. Chu Xing followed him out of the intensive care unit, his heart racing with anticipation. Her condition has improved significantly. Her heartbeat is stronger. I believe she is pulled through and will awaken soon. Hearing these words, a weight lifted from Chu Xing's heart. The usually stoic man repeated, "That's good," twice. Then strode out with purpose. Dr. Jiang, bemused by his youthful exuberance, called after him. "Where are you going?" "Something important." "Have you eaten? Shall we dine together later?"
Sure.
The man departed swiftly, disappearing from sight. Dr. Jiang shook his head, relieved that there was finally a glimmer of hope. Chu Xing could finally rest easy. Having spent days at the hospital without summoning his driver, he opted to hail a cab to the mobile phone store instead. As he entered, the staff recognized him immediately. "Are you here to collect your phone?"
Yes.
The staff led him to the service counter, where a technician presented a reassembled phone. "It has been repaired as per your request." "Thank you." After settling the bill, he departed. A female staff member leaned against the counter, lamenting, "What a wonderful man. It's tragic his wife has encountered such misfortune. They would have been so happy together. Fate can be cruel." She was finally on the verge of awakening, and Chu Xing longed to offer her the best the world had to offer. That evening, he finally enjoyed a proper meal. For days, he had functioned like a machine, unaware of hunger or fatigue. Now, with the prospect of her awakening, he felt utterly drained. As he concluded a work call with Assistant Liu, the latter inquired, "Is there an urgency? We haven't finalized anything yet. I will inform you when necessary." "Understood." After hanging up, Assistant Liu surveyed the empty presidential office. Unable to suppress a murmur, he doesn't even care about his most valued work. What else could this be but true love? Chapter 98. Long time no see. Miss Song Mai did not awaken until the afternoon of the following day. Although she was conscious, the severity of her injuries, coupled with days of reliance on medication for survival and a complete lack of nourishment, rendered her exceedingly weak. The nurses in the intensive care unit, having received instructions from Jiang Jibai, were vigilant in monitoring Song Mai's condition. Upon noticing her awakening, one nurse rushed to Jiang Jibai's office. "Dr. Jiang, Miss Song has woken up." Without hesitation, Jiang Jibai hurried to the intensive care unit. Song Mai, with her eyes scanning the surroundings, was unaware of how long she had been unconscious or where she was. "Dr. Jiang?" Jiang Jibai smiled gently. "Long time no see, Miss Song." Her pallid complexion suggested that her prolonged coma had rendered her expressions somewhat rigid. She attempted a smile, but found it difficult to muster any expression. "Long time no see." Countless questions surged through her mind, such as the current time, the date, and the whereabouts of Chu Xing. However, before she could voice any of her inquiries, Jiang Jibai interrupted. "I understand you have many questions, but please refrain from asking them for now. Your body is still weak, and speaking excessively will only drain your energy. Let me conduct a quick examination to ensure your well-being, after which you can be transferred to a standard ward." After a series of tests confirmed that her bodily functions had returned to normal, it was determined that her wounds had yet to fully heal, necessitating a few more days in the hospital for observation. Upon hearing that she would need to stay longer, Song Mai's face fell, with concern etched on her features. She turned to Jiang Jibai. "Dr. Jiang, may I ask what time it is?" As he arranged for the nurses to transfer her to her ward, he replied, "It is September 23rd. Upon hearing this, Song Mai's eyes widened in disbelief. This meant her holiday had ended 2 days ago. Was she now considered absent from work? Anxiety swelled within her as the nurses wheeled her out of the CT room, where Chu Xing was already waiting at the entrance. Having initially been in line to pay, Chu Xing rushed over upon hearing the news of her awakening. However, by the time he arrived, Jiang Jibai had already sent her for tests, so he was left to wait. Seeing the woman he had longed for finally before him, he felt an overwhelming urge to embrace her. Yet she lay immobile on the hospital bed. "How do you feel?" he asked softly, instinctively assisting the nurses in pushing her towards the ward. His gaze was filled with an intense longing. Upon seeing him, Song Mai's eyes brimmed with tears. It was evident he had not rested well during her absence. He appeared significantly thinner, haggard and unshaven, looking quite disheveled.
I'm fine.
"Thank you for your hard work these days." Her voice broke slightly, tinged with emotion. Chu Xing immediately grew anxious.
Please don't cry.
"You've just woken up and your body isn't fully recovered. You mustn't become overly emotional."
I'm fine.
"It hasn't been burdensome." Yet, Song Mai understood all too well the toll it had taken on him. She could only surmise how he had coped since the day of the accident, based solely on his appearance. Upon entering the ward, Song Mai quickly noticed the words imprinted on the bed's edge, Zicheng Hospital. She paused, puzzled. Am I still in Zicheng? If she was in Zicheng Hospital, how had she encountered Jiang Jibai? She distinctly recalled him being from the People's Hospital of Nandu. Furrowing her brow, she inquired, then how did Dr. Jiang? Chu Xing took a seat beside her bed, casually peeling an apple with his long, elegant fingers. I called him here. The medical standards in Zicheng do not match those of Nandu. Given your severe injuries, you needed a skilled and familiar doctor. Song Mai recognized the validity of his reasoning. His actions were indeed for her benefit, ensuring she received the best possible care. However, it stirred a sense of worry within her. What kind of debt had he incurred for bringing such a renowned physician here on his word? While touched, she hesitated. I wish to speak with Dr. Jiang. I want to be discharged as soon as possible. Having already taken a week off, an additional 7 days would not only mean losing more wages, but it was uncertain whether her company would grant further leave. Chu Xing, attuned to her unspoken worries, gently ruffled her hair. Do not fret. Your company has already arranged for your leave. Your health is paramount. It must not be compromised for work. Yet, glancing at the ward's exquisite decor, she hesitated to speak. I wonder how much this stay will cost. Having already lost a significant portion of her salary this month, she feared that her meager savings would fall short of covering the medical expenses. The thought of staying in such a lavish room felt extravagant. As these thoughts raced through her mind, anxiety bubbled up within her. Chu Xing, having sliced the apple into small pieces and affixed them to toothpicks, began to feed them to her. Rest assured, we have also aided the Zicheng police in resolving a significant issue. Those individuals were high-profile fugitives with substantial bounties on their heads. The rewards will sufficiently cover your medical expenses, and the Zicheng police will assume full responsibility for all charges during your hospitalization. So, do not worry. Just focus on your recovery. Only then did Song Mai nod, her previously clenched hands slowly relaxing. Chu Xing tended to her with meticulous care, his eyes radiating an unmistakable warmth. As she took small bites of the apple, under his unwavering gaze, her cheeks flushed slightly, and she averted her eyes, feeling a mix of shyness and warmth. Her previously pale face began to regain some color. I can manage on my own, she said, attempting to reach for the toothpick of apple slices in his hand. However, her inability to rise left her grasping for his hand instead. Chapter 99. Becoming accustomed to my care. His large hand enveloped Song Mai's, the warmth and dryness of his palm causing her heart to race. Her hands, though not large, were slender and delicate, with well-groomed, rounded nails and beautiful nail beds. The tips of her fingers were cool, resembling a finely crafted piece of jade, evoking a sense of reverence in him. He caressed her hand, his gaze unwaveringly fixed on her face, attentive to every subtle expression. With his handsome visage so near, Song Mai felt as though she might suffocate at any moment. In her mind, she couldn't help but think, oh dear heavens, is this a ploy to make me faint again from an accelerated heartbeat right after waking? As soon as her thought dissipated, Chu Xing let out a soft laugh. What's the matter? She asked, puzzled. The man slightly repressed his amusement, replying, it's nothing. I merely find you amusing. He then retrieved a newly purchased mobile phone from his pocket and handed it to her. The police took this for examination at the scene. I'm returning it to you. Song Mai took the phone and examined it thoroughly, relieved to find it unscathed. She patted her chest, exclaiming, how wonderful. It's perfectly intact. When it was thrown, I thought for sure it was doomed. It appears that quality indeed reflects its price. Chu Xing observed her joy with silent contentment. As she unlocked the phone, she discovered numerous missed calls from Lin Ran. The last call was made 2 days prior, after Chu Xing had informed Lin Ran of Song Mai's situation and requested her to take leave. Since then, Lin Ran had not called but had sent multiple messages inquiring about Song Mai's recovery. When she dialed Lin Ran's number, it was answered within a second, and Lin Ran's voice, laced with tears, came through.
Me?
Is that you? Song Mai, lacking energy, replied weakly, it's me. Upon hearing her voice, Lin Ran immediately broke into loud sobs. Her cries were somewhat harsh, prompting Chu Xing to furrow his brow. I'll step out to prepare some food. You two can talk.
Okay.
Amidst her sobs, Lin Rand intermittently expressed her relief. You're finally awake. I was so worried. I couldn't reach you for several days and feared the worst. I even imagined your husband might have sold you off for your organs. When I saw on the news about the shooting in Xicheng, my heart sank further. But I kept reassuring myself that you were too lucky to fall into such misfortunes. I had no idea it was true. Had your husband not answered my call, I would still be oblivious to what happened.
Meh.
I almost thought I'd never see you again. Listening to her friend's heart-wrenching cries filled Song Mai with warmth, though she couldn't see Lin Ran. She nodded vigorously in agreement. All right, wait for me. I'll be back to full strength soon. By the way, how's work been lately? Lin Ran couldn't help but tease. You truly are a workaholic, waking up and asking about work. But to be honest, nothing much has changed. Since you've been on leave, our department hasn't taken on any new projects. We're still handling the same old tasks. However, Fong Yu thinks that with you absent, he finally has a chance to flaunt his authority as department manager, which has been quite unbearable for everyone. Meanwhile, Zheng Yao has been riding on his coattails, looking down on everyone and delaying her tasks, and Fong Yu indulges her, saying nothing. But now that you've taken a second leave, Zheng Yao has been persistently inquiring about the reason behind it. Thankfully, I'm clever. When I asked Fong Yu for leave, I told him it was related to a foreign criminal case still under investigation, and if leaked, he would be responsible. It seems he didn't share this with Zheng Yao, judging by her later reactions. Song Mai silently smiled.
Who knows me better than you?
Though there was nothing to conceal in the matter, as the person involved, she didn't wish for her suffering to become fodder for gossip, especially not for Zheng Yao to learn of it. Indeed, who could understand you better? Lin Ran was confident in this regard. Well, I won't disturb you any longer. You must be exhausted after waking up. Rest well. I'll head to work, and when you feel better, we can talk all night. Just remember, you can call me anytime. Okay. Song Mai felt warmth fill her heart. With a dear friend nearby and the presence of someone she cherished, what more could she desire? During her days of unconsciousness, she had subsisted solely on medication, with neither food nor water. Chu Xing sought out a 5-star restaurant specializing in nourishing and restorative cuisine, ordering several dishes and having them delivered to her hospital room. Initially, Song Mai didn't feel hungry, but when the array of delectable dishes appeared before her, her stomach betrayed her with a growl. Embarrassed, she blushed as Chu Xing adjusted the bed to a higher position, allowing her to sit up partially. Before spooning chicken soup to feed her, Song Mai had never been cared for in such a manner, leaving her somewhat disoriented. I can manage on my own. She hastily reached for the spoon, but he deftly evaded her grasp. Allow me, you are the patient and deserve to be cared for. You must grow accustomed to this kind of attention. Feeling shy, Song Mai nodded and obediently opened her mouth to receive the soup he offered. Having endured a harsh life, she had seldom enjoyed good food. Now, weakened from blood loss and injury, Chu Xing had arranged for a nourishing black chicken soup with red dates and yam to help her recover. After consuming a bowl, warmth spread through her body. The intensive care unit was kept at a low temperature to prevent bacterial growth, and until now, she had felt as though she were permeated by a chill, even under the covers. However, after the soup, her stomach warmed, and her overall condition improved. As Chu Xing prepared to serve her another bowl, she glanced at his haggard face and shook her head. Chapter 100. Trust me, I've had enough. You should eat some too. You must be exhausted these days and in need of nourishment. The woman's concern caused a subtle smile to grace Chu Xing's lips. I bought 2 servings, rest assured. Your frail body requires more sustenance. Have another bowl. Upon hearing his words, Song Mai felt somewhat reassured. Indeed, she was hungry, and the delectable chicken soup was tantalizing her taste buds, igniting her appetite. Before long, 1 serving of soup was entirely consumed. Are you full? Song Mai gently rubbed her round belly, feeling utterly comfortable. I am. The hospital's conditions were exceedingly pleasant. The bed was comfortable, and the food was delightful. Were it not for the pain in her shoulder, she might have mistaken her stay for a vacation rather than a recuperation. After their meal, Chu Xing gently assisted her in stretching her limbs. She had not moved for a week, and aside from her injured arm, Her legs felt somewhat stiff. Observing Chu Xing's attentive care, a smile lingered at the corners of her mouth. Perhaps this is what happiness feels like. Before long, Jiang Jibai arrived to change her dressing. Due to her frail condition, although her wound was healing, the process was quite slow. Jiang Jibai repeatedly urged her to consume more nourishing foods, emphasizing that only by indulging in good nourishment could she recover swiftly.
Get some rest.
You are weak and need to recuperate, he said with genuine concern. And you? She glanced at Chu Xing, a hint of unease in her gaze. Although the previous incident had passed, the experience had left her shaken, and as long as she remained in Zicheng, she felt profoundly unsettled. I'll be right here. Do not fear, I won't leave. Upon hearing this, Song Mai felt a measure of relief and obediently closed her eyes. Sleepiness soon overcame her, and she drifted into slumber. The woman's breathing was light, and in the quiet room, Chu Xing could distinctly hear her rhythmic breaths, which provided him with a sense of tranquility. Suddenly, the phone on the table vibrated, pulling Chu Xing's attention. He glanced at the woman still peacefully sleeping before swiftly exiting the room. What is it? Just as Chu's grandfather prepared to speak, he was taken aback by his grandson's icy tone, causing his temper to flare. You little rascal. How dare you speak to your grandfather like that? What's the matter? Chu's grandfather, with pressing concerns on his mind, hardly cared about his grandson's manners and spoke urgently. I just visited Yunxing. Xiao Lu mentioned you haven't been around lately. I heard you took my Z on a trip. He also said you don't like her. But I've never seen you take any girl on a trip before. Clearly, you have feelings for her, yet you deny it. Now, you must admit it. I have a good eye for people, don't I? When are you two coming back? Will I soon have a great-grandson? You both need to hurry. A good mood from traveling leads to healthy offspring. By the way, you must take good care of my granddaughter-in-law. Don't let her get hurt. If anything happens, I won't to let you off easily. Stop talking nonsense. Don't let your imagination run wild. Focus on your retirement. Chu's grandfather was infuriated by Chu Xing's attitude. Sensing something unusual in his grandson's demeanor, he pressed further. Really, it's nothing. I have other matters to attend to. I'll hang up now. Chu's grandfather's tone immediately turned serious. If you don't tell me, I'll ask Xiao Lu. I don't believe he knows nothing. I have ways to make him spill. Chu Xing found himself at an impasse and had no choice but to reveal everything. Upon hearing the news, Chu's grandfather exploded. What?
My Z is injured?
How is she now? Which hospital is she in? I will go there right away. Hearing his grandfather's booming voice over the phone, Chu Xing discreetly held the phone further away. The surgery went very well. She is already awakened, but her wound still needs rest. She just had a meal and is currently sleeping. Jibai is here. He will take good care of her, so you needn't worry. Upon hearing this, Chu's grandfather let out a sigh of relief. As long as she has awakened, that's good. The Jiang family's boy has excellent medical skills. I trust him to look after her. You take good care of her. When she awakens and finds a moment, I would like to speak with her. Understood. You needn't worry. I will periodically check on Yunxing. With Xiao Lu there, nothing will go awry. After ending the call, Chu Xing gently pushed open the door to the ward. The curtains in the room were drawn, and the lighting was dim. The woman lay on the bed with her eyes tightly shut, her small hands clutching the blanket. It seemed as though she had been caught in a terrifying dream. As she trembled lightly, her face stained with tears. Song Mai. The man gently shook her, yet she appeared trapped in her nightmare, unable to awaken. Worry gnawed at him, and after calling her name several times, she finally stirred awake. Her eyes glistened with tears, clouded with fear, as she gasped for breath. Did you have a nightmare? He inquired softly, attempting to dispel her fears and unease. She nodded lightly. I dreamt about that day. She did not continue, yet Chu Xing understood entirely. He took her hand, which felt as cold as ice, devoid of warmth. Do not fear. It is all in the past. Such things will not happen again. With me here, I will protect you. Will you trust me?
Yes.
Would you like to sleep a bit longer? His voice was tender and soothing. He gently wiped the cold sweat from her forehead, placing a kiss imbued with a touch of coolness upon her brow, calming her restless heart. Chapter 101. A visit from relative. Song Mai felt a sudden tremor in her heart. Her delicate face instantly flushed with a hint of crimson.
No.
She had already been asleep for quite some time. Just a moment ago, her grandfather had called, urging her to reach out when she had the chance, as he was quite worried about her. Did Grandfather Chu know as well? Yes, I am aware. That evening, Chu Xing did not remain busy until late as he usually did. He completed his work ahead of time to ensure that Song Mai could rest well, turning off the lights early. He, too, had been utterly exhausted these past few days. Previously, he had struggled with sleepless nights, and now, with her awake, he felt an overwhelming fatigue. Chu Xing set up the foldable bed beside her hospital bed, laid out the blanket, and reclined. Song Mai had taken a brief nap in the afternoon, but now, as bedtime approached, she found herself unable to sleep. With her eyes wide open, she glanced about, contemplating reaching for her phone on the bedside table to occupy herself, yet she hesitated, fearing that her movements might disturb Chu Xing, and thus she refrained. However, not long after, she suddenly felt a dull ache in her lower abdomen, followed by a rush of warmth. Oh no! Song Mai inwardly lamented her predicament. She had been unconscious for so long that she had entirely forgotten it was her menstrual period. Waves of discomfort washed over her, rendering her pale. Glancing at the man on the foldable bed who had already succumbed to sleep, she cautiously lifted the covers with her uninjured hand, attempting to rise and head to the restroom. Yet, the wound on her shoulder had not yet healed, and even the slightest movement caused her immense pain, as if it were tearing apart. She dared not move again, but she could not neglect the matter either. With great effort, she braced herself with her uninjured hand and managed to rise from the bed, stifling a groan of pain. The rustling sounds stirred Chu Xing from his slumber, sleep still heavy in his voice. What's wrong? He switched on the light and turned to see Song Mai struggling to sit up, half of her body already off the bed. Chu Xing immediately shook off his drowsiness, hurrying to her side, forgetting to put on his shoes in his haste. Are you unwell? Song Mai shook her head.
No.
The man sighed in relief. What do you need then? Not exactly. Song Mai bit her pale lips, turning red with hesitation before finally admitting, I need to go to the restroom. Chu Xing pursed his lips but said nothing further. He swiftly scooped her up, carrying her into the restroom. Song Mai's cheeks flushed as she sat on the toilet, gazing at the man standing nearby with his arms crossed. Aren't you leaving? Can you manage on your own? Should I call a nurse for assistance? Song Mai felt embarrassed at the thought of having someone else help with such a private matter. Chu Xing promptly exited the restroom, closing the door behind him. Only then did Song Mai remove her hospital pants, and a vivid splash of red met her gaze, confirming her fears. Why does it always seem that the things I dread come to pass? The more inconvenient the situation, the more discomforting matters arise. If she were in Nan City, she could have sought help from Lin Ran, but here, it was just her and Chu Xing, making it all the more awkward. After a thorough inspection, she realized her hospital gown had also been stained. Looking up at the ceiling, she felt a wave of helplessness wash over her. Meanwhile, the man outside, having waited for a while without hearing her call, grew anxious. Are you done? Just a moment ago, she had been lying comfortably on the bed, but now her abdomen felt as if it were caught in a meat grinder, wringing her with pain and cold sweat. She weakly replied, not yet. Detecting the agony in her voice, Chu Xing could hardly stand still. Did you strain your wound? Should I fetch Jibai? No. Song Mai quickly interjected. I didn't hurt my wound. That's unnecessary. Yet, she could not linger in the restroom indefinitely. After a moment's thought, she spoke with difficulty. I may need your assistance. What is it? With gritted teeth, she confessed, I'm on my period. Could you please go to the supermarket and buy some sanitary pads for me? Also, could you ask the nurse for a clean set of hospital clothes? Song Mai blurted this all out, her face crimson as if blood might drip from it. The man at the door fell silent for a couple of seconds. Sitting on the toilet, Song Mai felt a herd of wild horses galloping through her mind. She could not fathom why she continually found herself in such embarrassing situations. Can you open the door?
Sure.
He cracked the door open slightly, slipping a black plastic bag through the gap before promptly shutting the door with a soft click. Upon opening the black plastic bag, Song Mai discovered it filled with various brands of sanitary pads, no less than dozens of packs. She sighed internally. There was no need for this many. As she rummaged through the bag, she stumbled upon a piece of pale yellow fabric that looked familiar. Picking it up, she realized it was none other than her own panties. Her face instantly turned a deep shade of red. In that moment, she was at a loss for words. Should she commend him for being thoughtful or say something else entirely? After managing to take care of her immediate needs, she found herself in a quandary. He had not brought her a clean hospital gown, and she certainly could not step out wearing blood-stained underwear. Chu Xing knocked on the door again. "I'm stepping out for a moment. A nurse will come by shortly to help you change." His thoughtfulness was evident, and true to his word, moments later, a young nurse entered, holding a fresh set of hospital attire. The young nurse, appearing to be in her early 20s, moved with remarkable efficiency. "Your boyfriend asked me to help you clean up. He mentioned you were sweating quite a bit, and just changing clothes might not be comfortable." Hearing this, Song Mai felt warmth bloom in her chest, a smile dancing in her eyes. He was indeed attentive, his consideration extending to every detail. Having been in a coma for days, she had not bathed, and now, feeling sticky from sweat, she longed for relief. Since her wound could not be exposed to water, the nurse gently wiped her down with a warm towel. Once cleaned, Song Mai felt an immediate lightness, as if reborn. The nurse then replaced the soiled sheets before stepping outside. Chu Xing entered shortly after, walking toward the woman standing in the restroom. Seeing him, Song Mai felt a tinge of embarrassment, but the man remained unperturbed. He effortlessly lifted her into his arms and strode toward the hospital bed. She felt so light, like a feather, that he could scarcely perceive her weight. Once placed back on the bed, Chu Xing thoughtfully tucked her in. Feeling the softness of the covers, Song Mai could not help but nuzzle her cheek against the fabric, resembling a little kitten. A cup of steaming tea was offered to her.
Drink this.
Taking the cup, she sipped, and a sweet flavor blossomed on her tongue, quickly filling her mouth with delightful sweetness. Chapter 102. I kissed you, only to find it was brown sugar water. Surely, he must have purchased it during his earlier outing. A warmth enveloped Song Mai's heart as she expressed her gratitude. Thank you. The lights in the room were dimmed once again, leaving only the soft glow of a yellow reading lamp by her bedside. The light cast a gentle veil over the man's features, softening the sharp angles of his face. Before she had finished her glass of water, his breathing had already steadied. After savoring the last drop of the sweet brown sugar water, she felt as though she had been immersed in its warmth, a delightful sweetness enveloping her. The sensation of being cared for was undeniably pleasant. When Song Mai awoke the next morning, Chu Xing was no longer in the room. The accompanying bed had already been tidied away, and a hint of early autumn's chill lingered in the air. A sumptuous breakfast was laid out before her, prompting Song Mai to wonder if he was treating her like a pig to be fattened. It seemed excessive, gazing at the array of dishes. Her small face scrunched up like a bun. Not too much, you're too thin. It's just right to replenish your strength now. The man had prepared a bowl of nourishing porridge to feed her, but Song Mai firmly insisted on feeding herself. After all, only one of her hands was injured. The other was perfectly capable, and there was no need for him to fuss over her for every little thing. After breakfast, Jiang Jibai came as usual to change her dressing. Her wound was healing well. Dietary nourishment was crucial, and she should strive to consume more supplements in the coming days. After rewrapping her injury with fresh bandages, he remarked, "Your physical condition has stabilized. From now on, just focus on recuperating and let it heal. In a few days, Dr. Wang from Zicheng Hospital will take over your dressings." Hearing this, Chu Xing nodded in agreement. "All right, when are you leaving?" "This afternoon. I'll take you to the airport." Jiang Jibai suddenly smiled. "No need for that. Just stay here and keep her company. I don't require such a special send-off. If you feel obliged, just have your driver drop me off." Chu Xing accepted this, without hesitation. In the days that followed, Song Mai's life became remarkably routine, filled with meals and rest. Occasionally chatting with Grandpa Chu or Lin ran over the phone. Grandpa Chu was deeply concerned about Song Mai's unexpected misfortune, inquiring about her recovery and asking how Chu Xing treated her, warning that if he mistreated her, he would ensure she received proper retribution. His affectionate demeanor made it seem as though Song Mai were his true granddaughter, while Chu Xing was merely an adopted one. Chu Xing was exceedingly considerate toward Song Mai, always anticipating her needs with meticulous attention. During these days, she ate well, slept well, and felt revitalized. Her complexion improved significantly, and her wound was healing steadily. Finally, on the 6th day after being transferred to a regular ward, she received the long-awaited words from Dr. Wang. In 2 days, you can be discharged. The moment she heard this, a smile blossomed on her face, but it quickly faded. What's wrong? The man inquired, handing her a peeled orange with curiosity. I won't have to lie in bed anymore, but my vacation will end too. I haven't had enough fun. During her time in Xicheng, she had only managed to enjoy 2 or 3 days, the rest wasted in the hospital. Her eagerly anticipated journey had come to an abrupt end. She hadn't had the chance to stay in a 5-star hotel or relish the local delicacies. It felt as though she had accomplished nothing. Yet the time had slipped away so swiftly. The thought pained her heart. With a huff, she stuffed the orange into her mouth, biting down fiercely as if attacking those responsible for her predicament. If it weren't for them, she couldn't fathom how joyful she would have been. Her cheeks were puffed out, resembling a pufferfish, adorably comical. The juice of the orange burst in her mouth, spilling slightly at the corners. Chu Xing took a tissue, sitting beside her bed, gently wiping her face. Don't be upset. We'll come back next time. His gaze lowered, his eyelashes casting soft shadows around his eyes, his flawless skin rendering pores invisible, inciting a pang of jealousy in Song Mai. His cool fingers caressed her chin, his eyes fixated on her soft lips. The proximity allowed her to feel his breath, and she sensed that if he leaned in just a fraction more, their lips would meet. Song Mai's heart raced. She was uncertain if he could hear it, but her breath hitched with nervousness. His elegant hand brushed against her lips, which retained a hint of coolness, appearing as inviting as jelly. The depth in his gaze darkened slightly, a flicker of desire igniting beneath the surface. In an instant, Chu Xing leaned down, his lips capturing hers. Unlike their previous hurried kiss, this one was gentle and lingering, akin to whispered sweet nothings between lovers, devoid of any sense of invasion. She did not push him away, allowing him to explore her mouth freely, their tongues dancing in harmony, and she found herself unwittingly entrapped in the moment. As his eyelashes fluttered, he observed her closed eyes, feeling a sense of triumph swell within him. It was only when Song Mai's breath became shallow and her lungs craved air that he finally released her. Her cheeks flushed crimson, and she lowered her gaze, unable to meet his eyes. Yet, Chu Xing had no intention of letting her escape. He grasped her chin, forcing her to gaze into his eyes. Feeling shy, his voice, tinged with a husky allure, brushed against her ear, making it all the more enticing. Song Mai wished she could bury her head under the covers, her eyes darting nervously. Avoiding his gaze, she stubbornly shook her head. No. Then why can't you look at me? He firmly turned her face towards him, seizing the opportunity to peck her lips before swiftly retreating. Song Mai's face burned all the way to her neck. What are you doing? Chu Xing chuckled softly. You really don't understand what I'm doing? He leaned closer, his chin resting against the shell of her ear. I'm kissing you. Chapter 103. Not an ordinary person. Song Mai felt as if she had been struck by lightning, her heart racing wildly.
She.
Grasping the hem of her clothing, she found herself at a loss for words, desperately wanting to say something to ease the awkwardness, yet unable to utter a single syllable. You heard everything I said, didn't you? At this, Song Mai looked up at him with a hint of confusion, and the man's eyes were filled with deep affection. After a moment's contemplation, she finally nodded, her voice barely above a whisper. Yes. She was uncertain about the sudden mention of this, when in the next moment, Chu Xing solemnly declared, those words were not mere flattery, they were my heartfelt sentiments. Song Mai's face flushed crimson, overwhelmed by shyness. A cool breeze wafted in through the window, yet it did little to diminish the warmth blossoming in her heart. Instead, it felt as if an unseen hand were teasing the strings of her heart, stirring her emotions. The temperature in the room continued to rise as the man gently lifted her chin, leaning in for another kiss. Just then, the shrill ring of a phone shattered the intimate moment. Chu Xing frowned in displeasure, yet he did not halt his advance, still drawing closer to Song Mai. Unsure whether it was nervousness or embarrassment, she found it difficult to breathe. She placed her hands against his chest, murmuring, the phone. Chu Xing casually hung up the call.
No need to worry about it.
Just as his lips were mere millimeters from Song Mai's, the phone rang again, disrupting the tranquility and the tender atmosphere surrounding them. Irritated, the man ran a hand through his hair and stood up to retrieve the phone he had carelessly tossed onto the table. "Who is it?" The persistent interruptions vexed him, and his tone reflected his annoyance. On the other end, a polite voice chimed, "May I speak with Mr. Chu? This is the Purple City Public Security Bureau. We would like to know how your wife's recovery is progressing. We hope to arrange for someone to visit her in the hospital this afternoon to take her statement, if that is convenient." Chu Xing glanced at Song Mai, who was close enough to hear the conversation, despite the phone not being on speaker. Song Mai nodded vigorously, "Yes. Please send someone. If we don't do it soon, we will be leaving." Chu Xing exchanged a few more words before ending the call. Turning away from him, Song Mai needed a moment to process her emotions. Everything had unfolded so suddenly, filling her with happiness, yet leaving her feeling unreal, as if caught in a dream on the verge of waking. Though Chu Xing yearned to draw closer to her, he understood the importance of taking things slowly to avoid overwhelming her. After all, they had all the time in the world ahead of them. He quietly peeled 2 oranges and placed them on the bedside table, then moved to the desk to attend to unfinished work on his computer. Song Mai listened intently to his every movement, feeling a sense of reassurance as he focused on his tasks, her previously racing heart finally beginning to settle. She could not quite articulate the peculiar sensation enveloping her. It was utterly enchanting, defying description. At 2 o'clock that afternoon, 2 detectives from the Purple City Public Security Bureau knocked on the door of Song Mai's hospital room. The case had effectively been solved, with the perpetrators already apprehended. It was only the matter of Song Mai's statement that remained outstanding, preventing the case from being closed. She recounted the events of that day in detail, and with the detective's final note, the statement was finally complete. The young female officer, striking in appearance, extended her hand, saying, "Thank you for your cooperation, Miss Song." She held a measure of respect for this brave girl, who had managed to remain calm and fearless in such dire circumstances. Few could maintain such composure under pressure. While she admired the skillful man, she found even greater admiration for a girl with the courage to stand firm despite adversity. Song Mai felt a surge of warmth towards the female officer. "I should be the one thanking you. Please convey my gratitude for the arrangements made by the Purple City Public Security Bureau." The male officer, following closely behind, was momentarily taken aback, instinctively asking, "Arrangements for what?" Chu Xing's expression darkened. A sudden realization struck him that he had not adequately conveyed his earlier intentions. He looked at the female officer, hoping she would grasp his meaning. Song Mai was also momentarily stunned. Her genuine gratitude had been met with confusion, leading her to wonder if the officer was unaware of the situation. She quickly clarified, "Arrangements for many things, including this hospital room and my medical expenses. Without your help, I certainly could not afford them, and there is also the reward." The female officer met Chu Xing's gaze and understood something, while the male officer remained perplexed, but his words were cut off by the female officer's interruption. "Not at all. This is simply our duty. In fact, we owe you both a debt of gratitude. If it weren't for you and Mr. Chu's bravery, we might not have apprehended those individuals for a long time. On behalf of the City Bureau and the people of Purple City, thank you." Hearing this, Chu Xing finally relaxed. Song Mai shyly smiled. "Regardless, I hope you can still convey my thanks." "Certainly," the female officer assured her, engaging in a few more pleasantries before taking her leave. However, as soon as they stepped outside, the male officer expressed his confusion. "Pure. When did we arrange for her hospital room and medical expenses? While there is a reward, the Bureau has never covered hospital stays or medical bills for involved parties. Even humanitarian assistance is merely a gesture of goodwill, not an arrangement for such a luxurious room." He had been astonished upon entering, never having seen such high-quality accommodations before. The officer known as Pure chuckled lightly at his words. "Did you not notice that man is not an ordinary person?" The male officer nodded. "I recognized that. But what does it have to do with the hospital room and medical expenses?" The female officer shook her head. "That man is certainly not simply affluent. His demeanor and attire suggest either a political background or a connection to a prestigious family." Chapter 104. A fortune. He likely fabricated a lie to spare his wife from the pain of financial concern. Why shouldn't I play along? The male officer immediately appeared enlightened, silently giving a thumbs up. Sister Chun, you truly are remarkable. On the third day, Song Mai was finally discharged from the hospital. Standing at the entrance, she inhaled the air devoid of antiseptic, feeling an overwhelming sense of joy. This was the essence of freedom. As she leaned back to stretch, a man encircled her waist, halting her unfinished movement. Be careful of your wound. It's already healed, Song Mai muttered in dissatisfaction. However, Chu Xing assumed the role of a concerned guardian. Not completely. You must be cautious and vigilant. The driver awaited them at the hospital entrance, a broad smile lighting up his face upon seeing Song Mai emerge. Miss Song, how is your recovery? Feeling the driver's kindness, Song Mai beamed back, stretching her arms and legs. Thank you for your concern. I'm almost fully recovered. That's wonderful to hear. After overcoming great adversity, great achievements await. From extremes to balance, may you find peace and prosperity. Thank you for your auspicious words, she replied. The driver produced a small charm from his pocket and handed it to her. Confused, Song Mai accepted it, observing a delicate silver flower dangling from a red string. Is this for me? She inquired, looking at the driver, who nodded. It's a local custom. Those discharged from the hospital should ward off misfortune. This flower is called Weo, which signifies carefree. It is said that Siddhartha Gautama was born under a Weo tree, hence it symbolizes Buddhism. Many in our city practice Buddhism. So I offer this to help you dispel bad luck and wish you a carefree life. Touched by his words, Song Mai realized that sometimes strangers met by chance can be more benevolent than one's own family. All right, I will accept it. Thank you. The driver's south eyes squinted into crescent moons as he smiled, appearing even more affable. It's not a precious item, merely a trinket. I hope you don't think poorly of it. Song Mai gingerly placed the silver ornament in her bag. The gesture was more valuable than any material wealth. The sentiment mattered most. Gazing at the hotel, rich in cultural character, her face contorted in dismay. I've never stayed in such an exquisite place before, it's a shame. As she recuperated, Chu Xing had provided her with an array of nourishing supplements. Lying in bed, she had indulged in eating and sleeping, resulting in a slight weight gain. Her face had rounded out, becoming fair and tender, evoking an irresistible appeal. Unable to resist, Chu Xing pinched her cheek, reveling in its softness. Next time, we shall return. Next time we want to stay in such a luxurious hotel, she retorted. Fully aware of her financial limitations. Even if she won 5 million, she would hesitate to squander it in such a manner. The man chuckled and shook his head, remaining silent. As they prepared to leave, Song Mai received a text message. What's wrong? Chu Xing inquired, brow furrowed. Song Mai stiffened, taking a moment before responding. The reward has been credited. Clutching her phone, she added, a substantial amount. After calculating a few times, she confirmed she hadn't miscounted any zeros. Oh? How much? Chu Xing raised an eyebrow. 500,000. Her eyes sparkled with delight, brimming with joy. This was her first encounter with such a significant sum, and the first time money had flowed into her hands. In an instant, her earlier regrets vanished without a trace. Perhaps it was indeed true that misfortune could turn into fortune. How do you plan to spend it? He asked, pushing her suitcase as they walked.
Why?
Her answer surpassed his expectations. He had envisioned various responses, but never anticipated this one. With a smile, Song Mai replied, Those fugitives were apprehended by you. The reward rightfully belongs to you. After all, I didn't contribute much. If we consider it, you saved me, and though I later shielded you from a bullet, we're even. Are you sure? Chu Xing inquired, raising an eyebrow. Song Mai shrugged. If I were to say I'm unwilling, I would be lying. Who wouldn't be tempted by such a sum? You know how financially constrained I am. But I am not one to confuse right and wrong. What is mine, and what isn't, I shall not claim. This money was never meant for me, thus I want to take it. However, having it makes me feel that even if this journey was a failure, it was still worth it. Chu Xing's gaze locked onto hers, and she met his eyes with unwavering honesty. He had once misjudged her as a materialistic woman, but he now realized how profoundly incorrect he had been. Her heart was expansive, and she treated others without reservation. His previous thoughts had been a grave insult to her character. I don't want it, he asserted firmly. This left Song Mai bewildered. Why don't you want it? You saved me and risked your life to subdue those fugitives. You should rightfully claim this reward. Are you foolish? Chu Xing shook his head with a smile.
I don't see it that way.
If it weren't for you, I would never have encountered them, let alone engaged them in combat. As for saving you, that was my duty. You are my wife. In times of trouble and danger, I should stand by your side, shielding you from harm. Moreover, you truly saved my life by taking that bullet for me. Since this reward is given to you, you should accept it graciously. But I didn't contribute much, and if not for me, you would never have been in such peril, she countered, recalling the terrifying moment when the gun was pointed at her. Chu Xing strode briskly ahead, pushing the suitcase. I have said no, and I mean it. As I stated, this matter arose because of you, and it should conclude with you. He walked swiftly, forcing Song Mai to jog to keep pace. Seeing his unwavering determination, she felt a sense of resignation. Then how about we split it? I want to keep track of who receives more. We can each take half, all right? She regarded him earnestly, her expression serious. If you still refuse, I shall donate it. With no means to counter her, Chu Xing relented. Let us proceed as you suggest. Chapter 105. Because he is incapable, he finally relented, and a flicker of a smile returned to Song Mai's face. However, Chu Xing declined, stating no need. I won't be needing it for a while.
Just keep it with you for now.
Upon hearing this, Song Mai nodded in agreement. By the way, how is your entrepreneurial venture going? Is everything proceeding smoothly? Pretty well, I would say, he replied. Noticing his lack of enthusiasm for further conversation, Song Mai chose not to press on. The following day was Sunday, a day off for her, but after that, she would have to return to the office. After a long day of activities, both were worn out. The next morning, Song Mai slept in until the sun was high in the sky, while Chu Xing had left early for work. Once she had risen and completed her morning routine, Lin Ran arrived. Lin Ran burst into her home, her hair tousled and her appearance disheveled. The moment Song Mai opened the door, Lin Ran rushed in, embracing her tightly. However, upon sensing Song Mai's discomfort, she quickly released her hold. I'm sorry, Mai Z. Did I hurt you? It's entirely my fault for being so reckless. Are you all right? Song Mai chuckled softly, stepping aside to allow her friend to enter fully. You did bump into my injury, but I've nearly recovered. I'm not that fragile. Lin Ran let out a sigh of relief. As she spoke, she absent-mindedly combed her fingers through her wind-blown hair, looking rather pitiful. Song Mai felt a pang of sympathy and hugged her gently. It's all in the past now. Everything is fine. After chatting for a while, Lin Ran suddenly remembered to ask, Where's your husband? He's out, likely busy with work, Song Mai replied. Upon hearing this, Lin Ran visibly relaxed, shedding her earlier tension. She kicked off her slippers and casually sat cross-legged on the sofa, her demeanor entirely transformed. Had I known, I wouldn't have bothered to hold back. She then took Song Mai's hand, gazing at her with concern. I used to envy your good fortune, but now I see that such luck often comes with unexpected troubles. Perhaps it's better to walk a steady path. There's no need for grand wealth when simple peace and health are quite sufficient. I once hoped you would strike it rich overnight, so I could ride your coattails, but now I just wish for your safety. Listening to Lin Ran's heartfelt words warmed Song Mai's heart. Ran, you're truly wonderful. Lin Ran feigned disgust. Oh, you're so cheesy. Song Mai retorted. And you're not? With Chu Xing absent, Lin Ran felt entirely liberated, chattering animatedly about her experiences in Xicheng. Did you not wear the little surprise I sent you? Upon mentioning the intimate lingerie, Song Mai's face flushed crimson. If not for her injuries, she might have leaped up to give Lin Ran a playful smack. How can you say that? You nearly gave me a heart attack. Lin Ran's eyes sparkled at this. Gave you a heart attack? What happened? Did your husband show extraordinary prowess you couldn't handle? Lin Ran drove with astonishing speed, quickly merging onto the highway. Song Mai felt overwhelmed, unable to grasp how Lin Ran, who had never been in a relationship, could speak so freely. She sighed, pinching the bridge of her nose. No, that's not it. No? Really? Could it be that your husband is incapable? That seems unlikely. He appears quite capable. Song Mai could no longer endure the conversation and playfully flicked Lin Ran's forehead. How can someone so young have such a one-track mind? Lin Ran, however, remained unfazed. You received my little surprise, yet you didn't wear it. She feigned disappointment. Why didn't you wear it? I carefully selected it to highlight your curves. Song Mai could only stare at the ceiling, utterly speechless. Lin Ran persisted, grasping her hand and demanding answers. Come on, why? Is it that you dislike it? Or does your husband not like that style? Song Mai was at a loss for words. We haven't reached that stage yet. Lin Ran clearly did not believe her, sporting an expression that said, I'm not naive enough to fall for that.
How can that be?
You're married, yet you say you haven't reached that point? I'm not a child. You can't trick me. For a moment, Song Mai struggled to explain. Previously, she could have claimed her relationship with Chu Xing was merely contractual, set to dissolve after a year, leaving them as strangers. However, their current relationship was undeniably more complex, making it difficult to articulate. Thus, under Lin Ran's persistent questioning, she finally bit her lip and confessed because he is incapable. Lin Ran's mouth dropped open in astonishment. Goodness, I was only joking. Yet it turned out to be true? Seemingly privy to a tremendous secret, Lin Ran remained stunned for a moment before recovering. She looked at Song Mai with sympathy.
So,
you're essentially living like a widow? You married a decorative vase that you can only look at but not use? Song Mai chuckled awkwardly. It's all right. I don't place much importance on that. Yet internally, she silently apologized to Chu Xing. She hadn't meant to tarnish his reputation. It was simply a forced excuse. Meanwhile, a man in a meeting inexplicably sneezed. Lin Ran shook her head. My Z, you truly have a good mindset. After a lengthy diversion, Song Mai finally managed to steer the conversation elsewhere, relieved to escape that topic. However, just as she was preparing to see Lin Ran off in the evening, Chu Xing entered the room. Chapter 106. Am I inadequate? The man nodded slightly at her, a gesture that served as a greeting. Why are you here so early today? The old man is free today and wishes to have a meal together. Upon hearing this, Song Mai nodded, choosing not to elaborate further. During her hospitalization at the Zicheng Hospital, old Master Chu frequently called to inquire about her well-being, often reminding her to take good care of her health. She had always cherished this genuine concern. It was unexpected that old Master Chu would be the one to mention meeting up. Reflecting on this made Song Mai feel a twinge of guilt. Lin Ran, noticing the couple had matters to discuss, quickly interjected, You don't need to see me off, Mai.
My little scooter is parked right outside.
I'll be on my way. You both attend to your business. As she spoke, her gaze unconsciously lingered on Chu Xing, a knowing smile playing on her lips. Do you have something to discuss? He raised an eyebrow, directing his attention to Lin Ran, who was almost at the door. Hearing his voice, she turned, her smile imbued with meaning. No, of course not. Just a little sigh, she replied, unable to resist. It's a shame to have such a perfect face and yet not be able to perform. This thought made Lin Ran feel a pang of sympathy for Song Mai. The agony of merely looking without being able to partake was indeed quite painful. Just as she was about to step out, she could not help but add, It's not shameful if a man is inadequate. One should confront their issues and seek medical advice. After all, a fulfilling marital life is quite important. Heavens! Lin Ran had merely intended to gloss over the situation, not anticipating that she would so kindly suggest to Chu Xing that he visit a hospital. Unbeknownst to her, she could not see Chu Xing's expression, which had turned inexplicably cold. She rubbed her arms, muttering to herself, It is indeed autumn. The temperature drops sharply as soon as the sun sets. I suppose I'll need to wear an extra layer in the mornings and evenings. She glanced at Song Mai, who appeared petrified, oblivious to the unfolding situation. With a carefree grin, Lin Ran silently conveyed, No need to thank me. Finally, she approached Chu Xing, patting the man who had his back turned to her. By the way, if you need, I can recommend a few excellent hospitals specializing in male health issues. Don't feel embarrassed. It's quite normal. My lips are sealed, and I won't breathe a word to anyone. If you need anything, do reach out. I'm off now. With that, she bounced away as if she had just resolved a monumental issue. Meanwhile, Song Mai stood frozen, feeling as if she could die from embarrassment. A smile more grotesque than tears adorned her face as she dared not take a step forward. No, it's not as you think. Stammering, she cursed herself for having concocted such an excuse, feeling as if she had dug her own grave. The man regarded her with an amused smile. Oh? Then what is it? Desperately, Song Mai scrambled for the right words to clarify, yet the more she struggled to explain, the less coherent she became. Suddenly, without her noticing, Chu Xing had moved in front of her. Am I inadequate? No, no, of course not. Song Mai hastily shook her head, yet in a twist of fate, a thought struck her. This assertion seems somewhat imprecise. After all, I do not truly know whether he is capable or not. Perhaps he genuinely is inadequate. Thus, with newfound caution, she added, I really don't know. As expected, the moment those words left her mouth, the man's expression darkened as if a storm was brewing. He forced out the words through clenched teeth. You don't know? Then let me enlighten you. Before Song Mai could react, he swept her off her feet. Striding swiftly towards the room, Chu Xing tossed her onto the sofa, denying her even a moment of resistance, and descended upon her. His movements exuded an irresistible dominance. Yet he remained mindful of her injuries. I'm sorry, I was wrong. Song Mai stammered, her heart racing as his sculpted face loomed near. However, Chu Xing did not afford her the chance to apologize. In the next instant, he closed the distance, raining kisses upon her like a tempest. In between kisses, he found the time to inquire, Where did I err? His voice was deep, laced with an insatiable possessiveness, akin to a beast ready to devour her. Yet it was also tantalizingly seductive, drawing her deeper into his embrace, leaving her utterly defenseless. Song Mai gasped for air, her lungs feeling as though they were being robbed of oxygen. I shouldn't have said that. I realize my mistake. She understood that uttering the man is inadequate was a grave error, having previously encountered similar phrases in old novels where the domineering male demanded responsibility for igniting the fire. She had never anticipated such dire consequences. Chu Xing let out a low huff. You have no idea. I believe it is imperative for you to understand your husband. Song Mai felt her face flush crimson, akin to a ripe shrimp. She extended her hands to rest against his chest, attempting to create distance between them. Yet, her shoulder injury impeded her strength, causing her to push with her uninjured hand instead. However, the disparity in physical strength between men and women was vast, and with her single-handed effort, she only succeeded in making him perceive her actions as a reluctant invitation. Chu Xing seized her hand, effortlessly drawing her into his embrace. His kisses oscillated between fervent and tender, soon overwhelming Song Mai. He traced the shape of her lips with his tongue, causing her heartbeat to race to an exhilarating crescendo, as if she were melting into a puddle within his arms. With every breath, her oxygen supply dwindled, and she felt as though she might faint at any moment. Chapter 107. Pleading for mercy, the intensity in the man's gaze grew increasingly fiery, and as Song Mai pressed her hand against his chest, it felt as though it were resting on burning coals, causing her palm to radiate heat. Yet, Chu Xing had no intention of relenting. After leaving her lips, he leaned close to her ear, softly exhaling, his breath caressing her ear, making it flush crimson as if it might bleed from embarrassment. Desire, overwhelming desire. She could easily believe that this man was the embodiment of a seductive fox spirit from a tale. Please get up. Her voice was barely a whisper, tinged with profound shyness. Chu Xing chuckled lightly. We haven't even gotten to the main topic yet. With that, he abruptly nipped her earlobe, playfully licking it, his teeth grazing it occasionally, sending waves of tingling sensations through her body, causing her to tremble. Chu Xing. She gritted her teeth. The man seemed immensely pleased with her reaction. Although Song Mai could not see his expression, she could hear the amusement in his voice. What's wrong? His movements did not cease. His lips glided from her ear down to her neck, lingering on her beautiful swan-like neck, leaving a trail of marks that were unmistakably his. Song Mai's face flushed deeply, beads of sweat forming on her forehead, and she felt utterly devoid of strength. I was wrong, I truly was wrong, she pleaded. But her words fell upon him like the softest of caresses, igniting his desire rather than appeasing it. Her eyes appeared to be veiled with mist, hazy yet enchanting.
Oh.
But I haven't done anything yet. Why are you pleading? The man propped his head up with one hand, looking down at her with an enticing glimmer in his eyes. In the next moment, Song Mai felt a chill at her chest as he silently unbuttoned the second button of her shirt. Internally, she screamed in panic. Heavens! Does he seek my demise? I am not prepared for this. The man regarded her with a bemused smile, clearly aware of her unvoiced thoughts. Nevertheless, Chu Xing did not halt. His long, elegant fingers proceeded to the third button. In a moment of desperation, Song Mai could contain herself no longer and shouted, "My period isn't over yet." He burst into laughter, unable to suppress it. "All right, I shall spare you this time." With that, he rose from the sofa and leisurely adjusted his suit, appearing like a picture of restraint, a stark contrast to his earlier demeanor. "When shall we depart?" Only after regaining her composure did she awkwardly inquire. The man glanced at the time. "Now, but you should cover up a bit." Perplexed, she asked, "What do you mean?" Chu Xing pointed to her neck, and upon looking down, she saw the numerous red marks adorning her skin, which were quite suggestive.
Chu Xing.
"Look at what you have done." She fumed, jumping in frustration. How could she face the elder Chu now? This was utterly humiliating. The man remained unfazed, smoothing out the creases in his shirt nonchalantly. "My grandfather is quite open-minded. You needn't worry." Song Mai's expression turned ashen. Was this truly a matter of open-mindedness? Had it been earlier, she could have concocted an excuse to postpone their meal, but now it was too late to avoid it. And given how much the elder cared for her, she wished to ease his worries as soon as possible. Reluctantly, she selected a high-neck long-sleeve shirt. Though it was somewhat warm, as long as she remained still, it would suffice to cover the marks, at least preventing unwanted attention while walking. "Let us go." As she fanned herself with a small fan, it was only early autumn, and the weather hadn't turned cold yet, allowing for summer attire. But she had to dress this way to conceal the marks, which made her feel overheated. Chu Xing leaned against the refrigerator, watching her. "You really don't need to go to such lengths." Song Mai shot him a glare, choosing silence as she strode forward. Ultimately, Chu Xing was the root of her predicament. If not for him, she wouldn't need to dress this way. Riding her electric scooter towards the restaurant chosen by Elder Chu, she felt a slight relief from the heat as the wind tousled her hair. Yet, her anger towards Chu Xing remained unabated. Elder Chu had specifically booked a restaurant renowned for its medicinal cuisine, and while it was not as large as their previous dining venue, its opulence was still evident. Upon seeing Song Mai, the elder hurriedly approached her, forgetting his cane.
Maisie, how are you?
"Have you recovered?" A warmth surged in her heart, touched by his concern. "Elder Chu, please don't worry. I'm all better now. See, I'm lively as ever and can do everything just like before." The elder observed her cheerful demeanor, and his wrinkled eyes glistened with an unspoken sadness. This girl had endured so much hardship, yet wore a facade of nonchalance, even comforting him, the old man. The thought made his heart ache. It was all this rascal's fault. He had failed to protect her properly. I must teach him a lesson. Upon hearing this, Song Mai quickly interjected, "It's not like that, Elder Chu. He's been very good to me. If it weren't for him, I wouldn't know where I'd be now. Please don't blame him." Standing at the restaurant entrance, neither seemed eager to go inside. As the sky darkened, Chu Xing urged, "Let us go in. She is still injured." Upon hearing this, Elder Chu promptly agreed. "I was negligent. Let us hurry inside." Standing at the entrance, backlit by the setting sun, he hadn't noticed anything amiss, but once inside, he began to perceive the unusual dynamics between them. Though Song Mai had applied some makeup, her lips were noticeably swollen, and despite the warm weather, she wore a high-neck shirt that seemed stifling. A closer look revealed the faint red marks peeking from beneath the collar. Elder Chu quickly realized something extraordinary was unfolding between the two. Although he said nothing, he patted Chu Xing's shoulder with an approving gesture, as if to say, "Well done, lad." Simultaneously, a sense of pride welled up within him. After all, experience teaches that the old are indeed wiser. Previously, Chu Xing had been adamant about a one-year marriage trial, but now, barely 6 months in, they had progressed to this point. It seemed his wish for grandchildren might soon be fulfilled.